Chapter 1. Past Dreams and Memories. The willow fronds swayed gently in the spring rain, and the sound of flowers echoed distantly. Raindrops cascaded from the eaves, resembling a curtain of glistening pearls suspended above the glazed tiles. The delicate rain enveloped the entire forbidden city in a misty shroud. In a cool pavilion nestled among the bamboo groves, a young woman rested her head on the stone table, her fair cheek cradled in her arms, yet her tightly knit brows betrayed her. On knees, Yu Yan's slender fingers twitched slightly, and her lashes fluttered like bamboo leaves swaying in a breeze. The cacophony of the rain made it difficult to find slumber, yet Yu Yan's eyelids felt heavy, refusing to open. A crisp sound broke the silencia, raindrops striking a banana leaf, akin to pearls falling onto a jade plate, shattering the fog before her. Yu Yan jolted awake, blinking her eyes as clarity returned. Slowly, she sat upright, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Where was she? In this cramped pavilion stood a stone table and several stone stools, while rainwater dripped from the eaves, shrouding the entire structure in a veil of rain. The tender green bamboo leaves swayed gently in the light breeze, and a worn oil paper umbrella lay abandoned on the ground. This was not the Jinjia pavilion where she had been confined for half a year. This bamboo grove was the very place she had often come to steal moments of leisure when she was first transferred to the Qianyuan Hall. But hadn't she already perished? Yu Yan sprang to her feet, her fingers trembling as she touched her cheek in disbelief. She stood firm, exuding none of the frailty or illness she had been known for. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby, accompanied by an urgent female voice calling her name. Yu Yan turned in a daze to see a woman with an oil paper umbrella rushing toward her. The figure seemed somewhat familiar. The woman clad in a blue palace gown entered the pavilion, placing the umbrella aside with a hint of reproach in her tone. "What brings you here? I've searched for you everywhere." Yu Yan blinked her beautiful, watery eyes, staring blankly at the woman as her lips moved, struggling to comprehend. "What is it?" Yin leaned closer, gently touching Yu Yan's forehead. "You aren't ill, so why the daze?" "Yin, sister," Yu Yan murmured, suddenly seizing her wrist. "How can this be?" In a sudden fit of realization, Yu Yan slapped herself across the face. The sting was sharp. This was no dream. Yin, startled by the odd behavior, rushed to grasp Yu Yan's arm, noticing the faint red marks on her fair face, furrowing her brow. "What nonsense are you spouting? Even if you failed your duties, there's no need for self-punishment." "Basides, unuchiang hasn reprimanded Yu. Yu Yan gripped Yan's hand, her excitement palpable. "Sister, what day is it today? You must be truly daft," Yin replied with an eye roll. "Today is the Emperor's birthday, the 10th of March." Yu Yan's gaze turned complex as she took several steps back, peering through the pavilion's columns at the drizzling rain. The mist hung like a dream, ethereal and surreal. Memories began to unfurl before her. It was now the 5th year of Chong'an on the 10th of March. Yu Yan had entered the palace as a selection made a year prior. Initially assigned to the library for cleaning duties, the library was so desolate that she rarely encountered anyone, let alone a noble. Having endured a life of hardship, her family in the south had sold her to a broker after her parents could no longer afford to raise her due to the birth of 2 younger brothers. After enduring various tribulations, she found herself sold as a servant in the Duke of Nanfang's household in Dingzhou. Eventually, she left the Duke's estate, arriving in the capital just as the palace sought maids over the age of 25 from the populace, thus granting her entrance into the imperial court. During her year in the palace, Yu Yan truly grasped the meaning of imperial grandeur, a world beyond comparison to her previous life in the Duke's household. The opulence surrounding her stirred aspirations within her heart. Yu Yan had always possessed extraordinary beauty, and she had learned to wield it to her advantage. Alone and unanchored, with no one waiting for her either inside or outside the palace, she feared that once released from her duties, she might find herself without a place to call home. Thus, she resolved to seize her destiny. She had longed for a life of luxury and splendor. Using all her savings, she leveraged connections to be transferred to the Emperor's Qianyuan Hall. It was on this very day that she would find her opportunity. The Empress had suffered a miscarriage the previous year, and the court physicians had declared her unlikely to conceive again. Consequently, the Empress intended to offer her sister to the Emperor. Seizing the occasion of a banquet, She had laced the emperor's meal with a substance. The events that followed were unclear to Yue Ling, but that evening, the emperor returned to the Qianyuan Hall in a fury, showing no favor to the empress sister. In that moment, Yue Ling seized her chance to enter the inner chambers. Behind the sleeping quarters lay a bathing pool, and the chief eunuch, Yang Hai, stood guard at the entrance. With her head bowed and carrying a bundle of cloth and fragrant oils, Yang Hai merely cast a glance and permitted her entry. The sheer curtains billowed gently, and the sound of water splashing filled her ears. She recalled that the man was bathing at the time she knelt behind him, pretending to serve him as a palace maid. As her cool fingertips grazed a shoulder, he suddenly grasped her wrist, forcefully pulling her into the bathing pool. Hearing the commotion, Yang Hai rushed into the chamber, only to be met with the man's furious command. "Get out!" Yang Hai cast a glance at the pool overflowing with water, wiped the sweat from his brow, and hurriedly retreated. The wildness of that night still haunted Yue Ling by the end. Her consciousness had nearly faded, and all she remembered were the man's scarlet eyes and the fervor with which he claimed her. After that day, it took her a full fortnight to dare venture outside again. Following her night of service, she was bestowed the title of a 7th-rank selected maid. On the day she paid her respects, the glances directed at her were far from amiable, particularly from the empress, who had meticulously orchestrated the affair only for Yue Ling to snatch the opportunity away. Since her elevation, the emperor often visited the Jianjia pavilion, frequently remaining until the early hours, and each time she attended to him, she found it difficult to rise. The following day, this drew the ire of the palace concubines, who openly and covertly derided her as a seductress. Despite Yue Ling's attempts to dismiss their words, the incessant taunts weighed heavily on her heart. Moreover, she came to realize that the man did not harbor genuine affection for her to him. She was merely a plaything, a diversion to be indulged at his whim. Pulling herself from her reverie, Yin pinched her fingers tightly, suppressing the sorrow that threatened to overwhelm her. But Yin looked at her with concern, sensing that something was amiss. Just then, a commotion arose from the front, prompting Yin to pull her along. The emperor has returned. In the front courtyard, the servants of the Qianyuan Hall knelt on either side, and Yue Ling followed Yin, bowing her head among the crowd. Before long, the sound of the emperor's steady footsteps echoed. Yue Ling kept her head bowed, hearing Yang Hai's anxious voice. "Quickly prepare water and summon the director Shun from the Imperial Medical Institute." Once the emperor entered the inner chambers, the others rose to attend to their duties. As Yue Ling prepared to turn and leave, she heard Yang Hai call out to her. Chapter 2. The night watch. Yue Ling turned slightly, curtsying respectfully, her eyes lowered as she inquired, "What are your orders, Your Excellency?" Yang Hai glanced at her. The young palace maid was indeed beautiful, yet her intentions were far from innocent. Having served in the palace for decades, Yang Hai could easily discern her aspirations of climbing the social ladder. Just today, she nearly spilled tea on the emperor, leaving him drenched, which he wondered if it was intentional. He had reprimanded her on the spot, contemplating punishment, but the emperor had waved his hand, dismissing the matter. Today was the empress's birthday, and he had no time to dwell on her clumsiness. Otherwise, such carelessness would surely disqualify her from serving in his presence. Assist with the medicine preparation. The emperor is unwell tonight. Do not slack off, Yang Hai warned her, subtly reminding her to refrain from harboring ulterior motives amidst the chaos. Indeed, the palace servants in Qianyuan Hall were ranked, with most relegated to menial tasks in the outer courtyard, while only a select few could attend to the inner chambers. The likes of Yang Hai were the emperor's trusted confidants, serving closely within the inner sanctum. Yue Ling was merely one of the maids allowed in the inner courtyard, occasionally permitted to serve tea, but she was utterly unskilled in brewing medicine, relegated to merely stoking the fire. The evening was hectic, yet this time, Yue Ling refrained from sneaking inside. Instead, she obediently stood outside the hall, behaving impeccably. After the hour of Z, the royal physician and Yang Hai exited the chamber. Only a handful of palace attendants were permitted to serve in the inner courtyard, and as night deepened, they took turns on watch. As the hour of Yin approached, Yue Ling arrived to relieve Yin. The night was dark, shrouded in thick mist. Rain began to fall, droplets cascading onto the banana leaves outside the hall, bouncing on the ground like tiny pearls. Leaning against a pillar in the corridor, Yue Ling felt no fatigue. Her mind was a chaotic whirl of memories from her past life. She absent-mindedly brushed the banana leaves, the rain soaking her slender fingertips. She only needed to endure the watch for an hour before she could rest. Just as she contemplated sitting down, she heard a noise from within. A low, slightly hoarse voice emanated from inside. "Come in." In her previous life, it was this very voice that haunted her, whispering in her ear night after night. A nightmarish presence that sent chills down her spine. Yu Yan's heart raced. She wanted to flee, but as a night watcher, her duty was to remain close to the Emperor, leaving her nowhere to escape. If she neglected her responsibility, she would face punishment the following day. At this moment, she felt a wave of regret. Why couldn't she even reborn half a month earlier? Then, she would have stayed quietly in the library until her departure from the palace, never resorting to such desperate measures to present herself before the Emperor. "Come in." The man's voice called again, tinged with impatience. Yu Yan quickly patted her face, forcing herself to regain composure. She pushed the door open, its creak echoing ominously in the darkness. Inside the dim chamber, Yu Yan stepped onto the soft carpet and bowed her head respectfully. "Your Majesty." Jun Chenzhou wore only a bright yellow night robe, the collar slightly slipping, hinting at his muscular chest. He leaned against the headboard, his brows furrowed, fingers pressing against his temples as if in discomfort. In the past, witnessing him in such a state would have prompted Yu Yan to flirtatiously offer, "Your Majesty, allow me to massage your shoulders." But now, she treated herself as an inanimate object. "Pour some water." Quickly, Yu Yan moved to the table, filled a cup with warm water, and returned to the bedside, bowing slightly to present the cup. Jun Chenzhou took it, his fingertips brushing against her icy ones. Seemingly startled by her coldness, and he looked up at her. Yu Yan felt his gaze upon her, prompting her to lower her head even further. In the quiet chamber, the man's heavy breathing filled the air, alongside the faint sound of his throat swallowing, leaving Yu Yan feeling restless. Once he finished drinking, she awaited further instructions, uncertain whether to withdraw. As she hesitated, the man commanded, "Come here and massage my shoulders." Yu Yan blinked, meeting his gaze directly for the first time. Jun Chenzhou finally recognized her features. "Ah, it is you," he realized, recalling the impetuous young maid who had recently arrived at court, constantly trying to catch his attention with subtle gestures while serving. Her intentions were almost written on her face. Although he had noticed her, he had not taken it to heart. After all, many maids sought to elevate their status through beauty, and he had dealt with such attempts before. Most had been dismissed. He expelled Yu Yan. After some thought, he concluded it might be due to her striking beauty, a blend of innocence with an unintentional hint of allure. Her clear apricot eyes made it difficult to rebuke her harshly. He had to admit, he was not entirely indifferent to her presence. Bathed in the dim candlelight, Jun Chenzhou scrutinized her. Her bright eyes and delicate features were captivating, and the simple blue palace attire she wore accentuated her figure, the pink ribbons outlining her slender waist. At that moment, she was notably compliant. In the still of the night, did she not wish to seize this opportunity to act? Unaware of the man's thoughts, Yu Yan felt his command strike her like thunder. Her butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered as she steadied herself, cautiously approaching him. Her slender fingers rested on his broad shoulders, gently kneading them. Her touch was light, but rather than providing comfort, it ignited a restless tension within Jun Chenzhou, especially when her cool fingertips inadvertently brushed against his neck, prompting him to seize her delicate wrist. Startled, Yu Yan instinctively pulled away. Jun Chenzhou stared at his empty palm, gradually regaining his composure. Yu Yan dreaded his unruffled demeanor. In her previous life, whenever he appeared so calm, it was a harbinger of his anger. When he was angry, he would mercilessly torment her. Feeling her legs weaken, she sank to her knees, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, forgive me." Silence enveloped the chamber for a while as Jun Chenzhou gazed at the trembling figure before him, her fragile form quaking. Was he truly that fearsome? Just earlier, she had carelessly spilled tea on herself, and now she presented this meek demeanor. Was it a ploy of seduction? The man suddenly chuckled coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. "Leave." Yu Yan's heart raced anxiously. Upon hearing that melodic command, she hastily rose. Avoiding his gaze, she bowed and retreated quickly. Even after the door closed behind her, she felt his sharp gaze lingering on her back. Leaning against the wall, her chest rose and fell rapidly. The rain had stopped unbeknownst to her, and the moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a gentle glow on her pale face. In this lifetime, she would no longer covet that which did not belong to her. She was an ordinary individual, and the treacherous intrigues of the palace were ill-suited for her. She needed to find an opportunity to leave Qianyuan Hall. Chapter 3. Noble Consort Qi. The following day, after the rain, the sun shone brightly through the diamond-patterned window, illuminating Yu Yan's figure, yet her heart remained untouched by warmth. Within the inner courtyard of Qianyuan Palace, there were 4 palace maids. Unlike the group of servants in the outer courtyard, those who serve in the inner courtyard enjoyed a significantly more leisurely routine, primarily engaged in tasks such as serving tea, watering plants, trimming flowers, and taking turns keeping vigil at night. In the morning, when the emperor attended court, their only duty was to prepare the refreshments he would require upon his return. As Yu Yan entered the tea room, she found the maid Baiji brewing tea. "Sister Baiji, allow me to assist you," she offered. Baiji subtly sidestepped her hand, her tone indifferent. "No need, I'm nearly finished." Yu Yan refrained from insisting and instead stood by, awaiting further instructions. Baiji was the head maid of Qianyuan Palace. Yet she appeared to harbor a certain aversion towards Yu Yan, often assigning tasks to a Yin and Shi Yu, subtly excluding her. Yu Yan was unbothered. Receiving payment without work was preferable. Before the court session concluded, the palace maids lounged under the rain awning, and Yu Yan chose a corner to sit. She noticed Xiao Fu Zi, the nephew of Yang Hai, beckoning her. Approaching him, she inquired, "What is it?" Xiao Fu Zi grinned mischievously. "The calming incense favored by the emperor has run out. Come with me to the Internal Affairs Office to fetch some." Visiting the Internal Affairs Office was a coveted task, as its staff were adept at ingratiating themselves with superiors while belittling others. A trip there could yield many benefits. Yu Yan smiled. "Thank you, Fu Gonggong." Her smile dimmed the surrounding blossoms, and Xiao Fu Zi's youthful face flushed slightly. He scratched his head, urging, "Let us hurry." Yu Yan complied as she exited Qianyuan Palace, encountering Baiji, to whom she casually asked, "Where are you going?" "Fu Gonggong has sent me to the Internal Affairs Office to collect calming incense." As Xiao Fu Zi called out to her, Yu Yan performed a respectful bow and hastily followed him. Baiji cast her a fleeting glance, but said nothing further, merely spitting in disdain after Yu Yan left. Who was unaware that Xiao Fu Zi was Yang Hai's nephew. Once Yang Hai aged, the position of head steward of Qianyuan Palace would undoubtedly fall to him. Yet, Xiao Fu Zi consistently favored Yu Yan, assigning her all the favorable tasks. After retrieving the calming incense from the Internal Affairs Office, Chief Steward Zhou wore a mask of flattery, discreetly slipping some loose silver into the hands of both her and Xiao Fu Zi. Yu Yan promptly refused, but Xiao Fu Zi pressed her hand down, cheerfully accepting the silver. On their way back to Qianyuan Palace, she could not help but ask, "Aren't you worried about Yang Gonggong finding out you accepted his bribe?" Xiao Fu Zi's expression turned serious, and he chuckled lightly. "You wouldn't understand. This silver is trivial. It's merely a token of goodwill from the Internal Affairs Office. Accepting it poses no issue." He glanced back at the grand entrance of the office, continuing, "Zhou is shrewd. If you maintain an air of superiority before him, he might speak ill of you behind your back. The waters in the Internal Affairs Office run deep. It's wiser to feign ignorance and leave them with something to hold against you, ensuring they don't perceive you as difficult to work with." Yu Yan, partially comprehending, suddenly realized that Xiao Fu Zi was not as naive as he appeared. He said no more, only added, "You should return first. The emperor will soon conclude his court session, and I must attend to my duties at Taihe Palace." "Understood." Holding the calming incense, Yu Yan turned to leave. As she rounded a corner, a procession of consorts approached, prompting her and the other palace maids to step aside and bow against the palace wall. Unexpectedly, the procession halted abruptly before her, followed by a woman's startled exclamation. "Outrageous! Who dares to obstruct noble consort Qi?" This voice was somewhat familiar to Yu Yan. It belonged to Shi Hua, a maidservant attending to noble consort Qi. At this moment, noble consort Qi was pregnant, yet Yue Ling recalled that 4 months later, during the summer palace retreat, she would suffer a miscarriage, with several palace maids ultimately taking the blame. But it was you who collided with us. A smaller voice protested. Lu Xiang hurried to assist the fallen Wang Kailan. My lady, are you unhurt? Wang Kailan's face flushed with embarrassment. Falling in front of so many was humiliating. Seated in the palanquin was a young woman adorned in a lake blue, intricately woven palace gown. Her beauty striking, yet her gaze sharp. Noble consort Qi languidly leaned against the palanquin, casting a glance at the flustered Wang Kailan, and chuckled lightly. Ah, it is Wang Kailan. I mistook you for an unruly maid, nearly colliding with me. She gently caressed her still flat abdomen, adding, I am unharmed, but should anything happen to the child within me, Wang Kailan shall bear the consequences. Wang Kailan, standing beneath the palanquin, glared at her in indignation. It matters not that I was knocked down, but noble consort Qi ought to discipline the palace maids carrying your palanquin. What if one day they were let you fall? Do you dare curse me? Noble consort Qi, incensed, commanded the palanquin to lower, stepping forward to glare at Wang Kailan. Wang Kailan shows disrespect to her betters and nearly endangers the emperor's heir. I shall punish you to kneel here for an hour as retribution. Wang Kailan felt utterly defiant. Yet noble consort Qi's pregnancy placed her in a position of power. Being an unfavored former consort, she had little chance of opposing her. Had she yielded earlier, perhaps none of this would have unfolded. Yet Wang Kailan could not swallow her pride. Seeing this, Lu Xiang quickly interjected, Noble consort, please temper your anger. It was my fault for not observing the path. Do not blame my lady. Shirwa brusquely shoved Lu Xiang aside. When the noble consort speaks, there is no room for your interruption. Lu Xiang lost her balance and stumbled toward Yue Ling, accidentally knocking the calming incense from her hands and onto the ground. Yue Ling cursed her luck. She must not allow noble consort Qi to see her face. Noble consort Qi had the worst temperament in the palace, often berating and striking maids and lower-ranked consorts without cause, only ceasing after her miscarriage. Yue Ling hastily lowered her head to retrieve the fallen incense. Yet, to her dismay, noble consort Qi's gaze was fixed upon her. Suddenly, a pair of embroidered shoes appeared before her, followed by a grip that lifted her chin. The exquisitely beautiful face of the noble consort came into view. Noble consort Qi scrutinized her features, her expression darkening. The pressure on her chin was painful. I was unaware that such a beautiful maid had appeared in the palace. Yue Ling quickly responded, I greet noble consort. I am a maidservant of Qianyuan Palace. Upon hearing the words Qianyuan Palace, noble consort Qi momentarily appeared surprised, but her gaze swiftly turned cold and menacing. She released Yue Ying's chin and returned to her palanquin. So a maid from Qianyuan Palace believes she can obstruct me? Fully aware that noble consort Qi was deliberately provoking her, Yue Ling maintained her composure. I beseech noble consort to temper her wrath. I am merely fulfilling the Emperor's command to fetch something from the Internal Affairs Office. Should I have inadvertently offended you, the Emperor shall mete out punishment. Noble consort Qi dared not act recklessly towards someone favored by the Emperor, yet her disdain for Yue Ling deepened. From the moment she laid eyes on her, an intense dislike blossomed. When had such a beautiful maid appeared in the palace? And why had there been no whispers about her in the harem? Attempting to leverage the Emperor against her, did she think noble consort Qi would not dare to deal with her? Pregnant and irate, noble consort Qi immediately retorted sharply. Who do you think you are to discipline anyone? Not far away, the imperial carriage approached. Jun Chenzhou, clad in a dragon robe, sat within, his expression cold and devoid of emotion as he regarded noble consort Qi. Since when have my people been subject to your reprimands? Chapter 4. To embarrass you is to disrespect me. The noble Qi Guipin suddenly realized that all the palace attendants around her had knelt down, while she remained seated in the palanquin. Cursed be it! Why did no one remind her? She silently cursed under her breath, hastily dismounting to pay her respects. This humble servant greets your majesty. Your majesty, it was Wang Kaijin and this maid who offended me. Jun Chenzhou's expression remained impassive as he glanced at Yue Ling before withdrawing his gaze. offended you? You mean to say she single-handedly collided with your grand palanquin? This humble servant, Qi Guipin, recognized her own fault. Daunted before Jun Chenzhou, her voice trembling, I was merely frightened. Frightened that they might harm my unborn child, and in a moment of anxiety. If you're concerned for the heir, you should remain within the palace and refrain from venturing out. Without a further glance, Jun Chenzhou commanded, escort Qi Guipin back. Qi Guipin felt her body weaken. Did his words imply she would be placed under house arrest? Before she could plead her case, Yang Hai approached her, speaking respectfully, Your Highness, the ground is cold. Please rise and return swiftly. Your Majesty. Qi Guipin wished to say more, but Jun Chenzhou merely cast a cold glance at Yu Yin and ordered, follow. Yu Yin promptly rose and trailed behind the imperial carriage. Meanwhile, Wang Kaijin was helped to her feet, but Jun Chenzhou paid her no mind and departed directly. Shortly after, Yang Hai caught up with the imperial carriage, reporting respectfully, Your Majesty, I have sent someone to escort Qi Guipin back. Jun Chenzhou responded with a mere acknowledgement. Encountering such trifles right after court was indeed vexing. Qi Guipin had grown arrogant due to her pregnancy, and while he had previously turned a blind eye, her increasing audacity, even towards those in attendance, could not be overlooked. It was not about defending anyone. Rather, it was a warning to curb her unbridled behavior. Jun Chenzhou turned slightly to glance at Yu Yin, who walked with her head bowed. He scoffed softly, useless. Yu Yin heard his words and silently huffed, but showed no sign outwardly. However, Jun Chenzhou clearly had no intention of letting her off easily. Summoning her closer, Arin and Amp. Oppos, to you usually quite eloquent? Why did you fall silent just now? When have I ever been eloquent? Yu Yin retorted, pouting. The noble Qi Guipin bears the dragon into Oppos. As offspring, I dare not contradict her. She heard him let out a cold scoff. Indeed, but remember, you are one of my attendants. To trouble you is to disrespect me. Upon hearing this, Yu Yin momentarily fell into a daze. She recalled a New Year and Oppos, SE from her previous life, when, during a visit from the noble ladies, a concubine's mother mocked her using her status. Jun Chenzhou happened to overhear and punish that woman on the spot. She is my woman. To disrespect her is to disrespect me. Why are you standing there foolishly? Hurry along. Yang Hai noticed her sudden stupor and nudged her arm, urging her. Yu Yin regained her senses, burying her thoughts deep within. Even if he had defended her then, what did it matter? Ultimately, he had cast her aside. Cunning Palace. Inside the hall stood a beautiful resting couch, and in the corner, a mythical beast exhaled a faint fragrance. The Empress, clad in luxurious garments, reclined on the couch, her eyes rapidly scanning the account book in her hands. The head maid, Kai Wei, entered and respectfully said, Your Highness, the second young lady has unfortunately sprained her leg and will likely be unable to practice dance today. Without lifting her head, the Empress furrowed her delicate brows and coldly inquired, Where is she? I have summoned the imperial physician, and it is not serious. The second young lady wishes to see you outside the hall. Let her in. Moments later, a girl dressed in a pink gown, supported by a maid, entered. Seeing that the Empress did not spare her a glance, she felt a pang of fear and quietly called out, Elder sister. Only then did the Empress set down the account book and cast a scornful look at her ankle, disdainfully remarking, How long have you been practicing to sprain your ankle? Zhou Wan bit her lip in discontent and stuttered, Elder sister, I practiced for almost 2 hours today. She glanced down at her foot, which was slightly red and painfully sore to the touch. The Empress sneered at her. I provided you with a good opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. If you do not practice diligently now, I will have you expelled from the palace. The Zhou family has more than one daughter. Zhou Wan's expression turned anxious as she hurriedly responded, No, I will practice diligently. The Empress had suffered a miscarriage the previous year, allowing Zhou Wan to enter the palace. If she were to be sent back to the Zhou family for poor performance, her father would undoubtedly be furious. The mere thought of being sent back made Zhou Wan's tears well up. Enough. The Empress, feeling irritated, interrupted her. It is not urgent at the moment. She had initially hoped to orchestrate something during Zhou Wan's birthday celebration, but the spiked wine had been uncovered by Jun Chenzhou, who returned to Qianyuan Palace after consuming only a little. As a result of this incident, many of her allies within the palace have been dealt with. Although Jun Chenzhou had not openly confronted her, he had spared the Zhou family and her some face. The empress was now wary of acting recklessly, preferring instead to train Zhou Wan well and await the next opportunity. Zhou Wan dared to pause, apprehensively approaching the empress' elder sister in a few days on the 15th. Will the emperor come? The empress's tone was indifferent. In the past, the emperor would not ignore me, but now. Though Jun Chenzhou had not erupted in anger, he was undoubtedly displeased with her. The empress could not help but feel regret. Had her plan succeeded that night, he might have felt some affection for Zhou Wan. But now, it seemed he only harbored disdain. Truly a misstep in strategy. She supported her forehead with her hand, her fingertips rubbing her temples. For these days, you shall stay within Cunning Palace and refrain from acting rashly. Yes. Zhou Wan felt intimidated before the empress, hesitating, but my father is urging. The empress scoffed, what of it? Even if I were to send you directly to Qianyuan Palace now, would the emperor care to see you? Zhou Wan amp. Oppose. S face flushed with embarrassment as she silently shed tears. At that moment, Kai Lan, a maid of Cunning Palace, entered, sensing the unusual atmosphere and treading softly to the empress, greeting her, Your Highness. What is it? The empress glanced at her, slowly straightening up and taking a sip of tea. Kai Lan reported, just now, Qi Guipin was reprimanded by the emperor. She recounted the events that had transpired in the palace. The empress listened quietly, her fingertips tracing the rim of her cup. Zhou Wan, unable to contain her impatience, asked, when did Qianyuan Palace acquire a new maid? The empress shot her a glance, but remained silent, pondering. Last month, a maid from Qianyuan Palace had reached the age to leave, and according to palace regulations, replacements were sent. However, the servants of Qianyuan Palace were directly managed by Yang Hai, and the steward from the palace merely informed her. With no clear recollection, the empress instructed, go to the palace office and inquire who that maid is. Understood. As Kai Lan prepared to leave, the empress called her back. A hint of conflict in her eyes. Just ask the palace office discreetly. Do not let anyone else know. She had no desire for Jun Chenzhou to discover that she was probing into matters concerning Qianyuan Palace at this juncture. Chapter 5. Morning greetings in the early morning. The queen was seated before the pearlescent mirror, engaged in her grooming. A palace maid, Kai Wei, entered and announced, Your Highness, all the concubines have arrived, except for Lady Li. Kai Lan, who was styling the queen's hair, glanced at the hourglass in the corner and softly suggested, there are still 15 minutes until the appointed time. Should we send someone to check? No need, replied the queen, adjusting the nine-tailed phoenix hairpin in her coiffure. You may leave now. The Cunning Palace was already filled with concubines, with a virtuous consort at the forefront. Her father was the foremost scholar and a staunch supporter of Emperor Jun Shun. Opposite her sat the Shun consort, hailing from another prominent family of ministers, both women having powerful familial connections. Below them were the favored Jiaoyi and the nurturing Chongyi, who was raising the grand princess. The virtuous consort, known for her gentle demeanor, was conversing with Yi Jiu and others at the lower end of the hall. Jiaoyi, adorned in a deep crimson phoenix pattern gown, had her hair elegantly pinned up with a jeweled peacock hairpin, making her already stunning visage even more radiant. She absent-mindedly brushed her fingers against her temples, appearing somewhat fatigued. The Shun consort scanned the hall and remarked with a smile, What brings everyone here so early today? With a gentle tone, the virtuous consort replied, What else could it be? It's merely the tedium of palace life that drives us to gather and share conversation with our sisters. Jiaoyi lifted her eyelids to glance at her, lazily retorting, Sister consort, do you not tire of seeing us every day? She straightened slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. It would be delightful to have some newcomers to amuse you more. As soon as her words fell, a brief silence enveloped the hall. This year's selection of talented young women had concluded, and next month, the chosen ladies would enter the palace. They had only just heard of the incident involving the Qi Guipin, and though they maintained a composed facade, it was likely that everyone had privately inquired about that particular palace maid from Qianyuan Hall. Jiaoyi, secure in her favor, was not worried. However, what about the others? To see the emperor once a month was considered fortunate. If newcomers arrived, they might lose even that opportunity. The Shun consort, with a hint of bitterness, commented, Sister Jiaoyi, You are quite carefree. I lack your generosity of spirit." As they conversed, the queen emerged. "What is all this commotion about?" The virtuous consort smiled and explained. "We were just discussing how lively the palace will become with the arrival of this year's selected ladies." For a fleeting moment, the queen and Apos' expression hardened before she resumed her calm demeanor and took her place at the head of the table. 3 years have flown by. It is indeed time for some new sisters to join us. The expressions of the gathered women were mixed, and although they maintained a semblance of calm, their hearts were undeniably troubled. Ingjiaoui, with a half-smile, lightly caressed the rim of her cup, saying, "Earlier, Sister Shun remarked on my carefree nature. However, I believe it is the queen who possesses the most generous heart." The queen and Apos' eyes flickered with confusion, seemingly unable to grasp why Ingjiaoui had made such a statement. Ingjiaoui turned to her with a smile. "With newcomers entering the palace, I find myself praying nightly to remain in favor. Unlike your majesty, who personally escorts her sister into the palace." A moment of silence fell over the hall. The queen and Apos' previous miscarriage had caused quite a stir, yet few were aware of the true nature of her affliction. Thus, many were puzzled by the queen's sudden desire to bring her sister into the palace. The queen took a deep breath, her smile growing increasingly strained. "The emperor governs the realm. My sister has long harbored admiration for him. She was unwell during the early selection and could not participate. I merely wish to fulfill her desire." She took a delicate sip from her teacup. "However, it all ultimately depends on the emperor's will." Ingjiaoi's gaze held a hint of derision, sensing the pretense. What a grandiose statement. But the queen swiftly changed her tone. Smiling at Ingjiaoui, "You must understand my sentiments as an elder sister, especially since it was you who recommended Jiang Marin, was it not?" At this, Ingjiaoui and Apos' expression darkened. Jiang Marin, who had been silent in the corner, cast an awkward glance at Ingjiaoui upon being mentioned. Ingjiaoui tightened her grip on her teacup, reflecting that had she not been pregnant at that time, she would never have recommended someone so compliant to secure her position. Unfortunately, that child had not survived. From that moment, her enmity with the queen was firmly established. Ingjiaoi's laughter grew cold. "That was years ago. Your majesty recalls it quite vividly." The queen's eyes flashed with malice, an unspoken implication hanging in the air. "I certainly remember the details of your affairs, Lady Ying." Once the morning greetings concluded, the carefully maintained facade of the queen shattered. She abruptly hurled her teacup to the ground. "Your Highness, please calm down." Kai Wei and Kailon hastily knelt to console her. The queen and Apos' stormy gaze remained fixed on the door. Ingjiaoui. The connection between her miscarriage and Ingjiaoui was inescapable. Summon Zhou. In Qinyuan Hall, Yue Ling had been behaving herself lately. Previously, she had sought every opportunity to approach the emperor, but now, upon seeing him, she instinctively wished to retreat. Ayan, sitting beside her in the corridor, was sorting through dried petals. Noticing Yue Yin's unusual demeanor, she glanced up at her companion. "Why do you keep staring at me, sister?" Yue Yin asked, her almond-shaped eyes wide with curiosity. "I was merely pondering whether you have undergone a change of heart," Ayan replied, her tone teasing. Yue Yin paused, her fingers momentarily still. "Is that so? Do you consider it good or bad?" "Certainly good," Ayan sighed. "As palace maids, we all long to leave the palace sooner rather than later. Who wishes to spend a lifetime within these walls? The allure of wealth and splendor within the palace is captivating. Yet how many can truly enjoy a stable life?" Ayan's implication was clear, and Yue Yin understood it well. Even in her previous life, Ayan had expressed similar sentiments. Back then, Yue Yin had been too consumed with ambition to take heed. A gentle breeze swept through, and Yue Yin tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear with a soft smile. "Indeed, it is best not to covet what does not belong to us." Her words seemed to be a response to Ayan, but also served as a reminder to herself. Compared to the confines of the palace, enduring endless nights in the desolate Jinjiao pavilion, the freedom beyond the palace walls might very well be her true home. Regrettably, it took her an entire lifetime to realize this. Ayan felt a sense of relief. Previously, Yue Yin and Apos' reckless attitude had caused her concern. Having entered the palace at the tender age of 5 and served 2 emperors, Ayan had witnessed countless intrigues and was protective of the younger maid. feeling compelled to offer guidance. As long as Yue Ling listened, all would be well. If not, Ian could do little to alter the course of fate. The two women shifted their conversation to lighter topics. Suddenly, Ian heard footsteps approaching, neither too soft nor too loud. She quickly tugged at Yue Ling and Appo's sleeve, prompting them both to rise. Yue Ling instinctively turned alongside her, meeting the dark eyes of a man. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yue Ling quickly lowered her gaze, bowing alongside Ian. Jun Chenzhou stroked the ring on his finger, his gaze resting upon her. Startled at his sudden appearance, Yue Ling and Appo's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of panic. Her instinctive action of biting her lip betrayed her nervousness. With her head bowed, her expression concealed, only a few strands of her ebony hair swayed gently, further accentuating her porcelain complexion. Jun Chenzhou appeared to merely glance at her before turning to leave. However, Yang Hai, following closely behind him, cast a thoughtful glance back at Yue Ling. Chapter 6. Following Jinyuan in the afternoon, the weather was splendid. Yue Ling was in the courtyard, trimming the flower branches. As the recent incessant rain had caused many flowers to droop their heads, Yang Hai had arrived at her side unbeknownst to her, calling her name. Startled, Yue Ling instinctively turned with her scissors in hand, nearly grazing Yang Hai. Observing the scissors poised before him, Yang Hai took a silent step back. "Master Yang." Yue Ling smiled awkwardly, concealing the scissors behind her back. "What commands do you have?" She had been unusually well-behaved lately, so she hoped she hadn't done anything wrong. "Miss Yue Ling, starting tomorrow, you shall attend to the palace duties," he stated, scanning the scattered leaves on the ground. "You need not concern yourself with such menial tasks." "What?" Yue Ling blinked, a hint of disbelief crossing her face. You hold me in too high regard, sir." She hastily declined, explaining that she had only been at Qianyuan Palace for just over a month and couldn't possibly serve in the palace. "I am clumsy, and should I offend the emperor, I could not bear the consequences." Yang Hai, perceiving her refusal, forced a smile and remarked, "Not at all. Miss Yue Ling is clever and will surely excel." Hadn't she been eager to seek the emperor's favor previously? Yang Hai was puzzled, as he had noticed the emperor's interest in her, prompting him to assign her to serve. But now, she was rejecting the opportunity. The thoughts of these young ladies were truly perplexing. "Sister Baiji and Sister Ayuan have been in Qianyuan Palace longer than I have." Yue Ling attempted to refuse again, but Yang Hai and Appo's expression suddenly shifted, and he bowed, "Your Majesty." Yue Ling stiffened, her fingertips trembling at the edges of her sleeves. Turning her head, she saw the tall and imposing figure of a man before her, uncertain of how long he had been there or what he might have overheard. Hastily, she curtsied. "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Jun Chenzhou walked past her, as if she were invisible, just as she exhaled a sigh of relief. She heard him speak in a rather indifferent tone. "Follow." At the Royal Martial Arts Arena, Jun Chenzhou had changed out of his dragon robe, exuding a fierce and imposing aura. His movements revealed the prominent veins and muscles of his arms. The bright spring sunlight illuminated his striking, austere features, with beads of sweat cascading down his high nose. Yue Ling could almost feel the heat radiating from him. She quietly stepped back, taking refuge under the awning beside the practice platform. Today, Jun Chenzhou had summoned several ministers, and, at that moment, he was sparring with Zhou Changza, the son of the Minister of the Interior, while other officials observed from below. Those present were all trusted confidants of Jun Chenzhou, and Yue Ling had often seen them frequenting the imperial study in her past life. Feeling utterly bored, she leaned against a pillar, lost in thought, uncertain whether Jun Chenzhou had overheard her conversation with Yang Hai. She worried he might truly assign her to serve in the inner palace. "Yue Ling?" Amid her reverie, she seemed to hear someone calling her name. The voice called again, and when she turned, she was met with a familiar face from her memories. Sui Jinyuan gazed at her for a moment, then cautiously approached, recognizing her. Though her youthful features had matured, she still resembled the girl he remembered. "Is that you?" Yue Ling hesitated, disbelief lacing her voice. "Brother Jinyuan?" Upon hearing this familiar address, Sui Jinyuan became overwhelmed with excitement, nearly stumbling over his words. "It's really you." He approached her, his face alight with joy. "I've been searching for you for so long. How did you end up in the palace?" Only then did Yue Yin notice his attire as a guard, astonished to learn that Sui Jingyuan had become a palace guard. They had known each other since childhood, growing up as neighbors. When she was sold to a trafficker at the age of 12, a 13-year-old Sui Jingyuan had chased after her in a cart, crying and gasping for breath. He had offered all his savings to the trafficker, insisting on taking her away, but was forcefully pushed to the ground, ridiculed with cruel laughter. With this little money, you think you can buy her? The mocking voices surrounded him as the cart rolled away, and through the tears, Yue Yin could only hear Sui Jingyuan's fading voice. Yao Yao, wait for me. I will save enough to redeem you. Even after all these years, that promise remained etched in Yue Yin's heart. It was the first time someone had cared for her so deeply. Sui Jingyuan seemed equally a loss. He had not been fond of studying in his youth, but after Yue Yin was taken away, he had begun to immerse himself in books, determined to gain a position of merit to find her again. However, he realized he was not suited for academia, and, eventually, he turned to martial training. After accumulating a modest sum of silver, he left his village, seeking news of Yue Yin and eventually arriving in the capital, starting as a lowly guard, and only recently being assigned to the martial arts arena. He had forged many connections in the capital and never ceased to seek assistance in locating Yue Yin. Yet, unexpectedly, they had reunited within the palace. I never expected you would enter the palace, Sui Jingyuan remarked. I had heard you were in Dingzhou, but later learned you were no longer with the Nanping Marquis' household, so I traveled north to the capital. Listening to Sui Jingyuan recount his years, Yue Yin felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. She had not anticipated that someone would still remember her after all this time. Throughout her life, she had been the one left behind. And you? Are you well? Noticing her silence, Sui Jingyuan asked cautiously. I'm doing well, Yue Yin replied with a smile, shielding her eyes from the sun. Although her appearance was more refined and beautiful than before, a hint of sorrow lingered in her brows. Sui Jingyuan did not press further. As they had just reunited, they chatted merrily, oblivious to the darkened gaze watching them from the practice platform. Jun Chenzhou's movements had noticeably slowed, and in a moment of unguardedness, Jun Chenzhou landed a punch on his jaw. Upon witnessing this, Yang Hai rushed over alarmed. Your Majesty, are you all right? Jun Chenzhou, perplexed for a moment, glanced at his own hand, surprised that he had managed to strike the emperor, whose skills were superior to his own. Jun Chenzhou brushed Yang Hai aside, a deeper gloom settling over him as he coldly commanded, continue. The atmosphere grew tense as he unleashed his frustration on Jun Chenzhou, who cried out in distress. The Minister of Justice, Xie Qingya, who waited below, felt a twinge of anxiety for his own turn to spar, sensing the emperor's ire. Chapter 7. A lesson in obedience. An hour elapsed before the emperor descended from the training grounds. Though visibly perspiring, he exuded an aura of chilling detachment. His already stern features appeared even more severe. Jun Chenzhou nudged Xie Qingya, whispering, What's with His Majesty? He seems rather displeased. Xie Qingya subtly surveyed their surroundings, his gaze briefly lingering upon Yue Ling before nonchalantly shrugging. I couldn't say. Upon seeing the emperor approach, Yue Ling promptly straightened her posture. Esteemed prince, I shall seek your audience at a later time, she murmured before dutifully following after the emperor. Your Majesty, please proceed with caution, Yang Hai implored, hurrying after him with an outer robe, anxious to shield him from the chill. However, the emperor's strides were long and swift, causing beads of perspiration to form on Yang Hai's brow. It was now apparent to all that the emperor's mood was foul. Jun Chenzhou scratched his head, musing, could it be that His Majesty is displeased with losing a match? He added with a touch of smugness, I have never bested His Majesty before, yet today, he succumbed to my skill. Xie Qingya, unable to tolerate his self-satisfied demeanor, retorted, Indeed? Perhaps you should examine your face in a mirror. His face and body bore the marks of the emperor's blows, yet he boasted of a single victory. So what if they do? Jun Chenzhou stubbornly insisted. I still prevailed once. Xie Qingya scoffed. So formidable, yet you were perpetually bullied by your younger brother at home? Jun Chenzhou's expression faltered. His father favored his concubine's son, who often behaved mischievously in his youth. He hesitated to reprimand him too harshly, lest others perceive him and his mother as petty and intolerant of illegitimate offspring. He served not only due to their camaraderie during their studies in the imperial study, but also to forge his own path, independent of his father's influence. Zhou Chang's flippant demeanor subsided. Once I attain recognition in the martial examination next year, I shall no longer indulge their behavior, he declared. As they spoke, the emperor emerged from the makeshift tent on the training grounds, having changed into clean attire. However, his countenance remained grim. Yue Ling approached with a cloak. "The wind is strong outside, Your Majesty. Please take care not to catch a chill." The emperor's heavy gaze swept over her before he emitted a cold snort. Oblivious to the tense atmosphere, Zhou Changzhe gulped down several cups of tea. "It grows late. Depart promptly once you have finished," the emperor commanded, handing the cloak from Yue Ling, Xie Qingya and damp. Oppos, as discerning gaze flickered between the emperor and Yue Ling before he seized Zhou Changzhe. "Your subject takes his leave." Silence prevailed during their return to the Qian Yuan Palace. Yue Ling halted at the entrance, prompting Yang Hai to pause. "Fetch some refreshments," he instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Shortly thereafter, Yue Ling entered, bearing tea and pastries. Hearing the sound, the emperor glanced up and beheld her. He cast aside his brush, leaned back in his chair, and scrutinized the young maid. Enduring his gaze, Yue Ling lowered her head as she approached. The palace doors closed softly, causing Yue Ling and Oppos' heart to skip a beat. The emperor, seemingly oblivious to her unease, leisurely lifted a porcelain cup and took a delicate sip. The only sound in the silent hall was the subtle movement of his atom and amp, Oppos' apple as he swallowed. As she moved to refill his cup, the emperor drawled, "Do you intend to gorge me to death? Your subject would never presume." Yue Ling hastily shook her head. Meeting the emperor's teasing gaze, she bit her lip. Then, "Your subject shall take her leave. Apply ointment to my injury," the emperor commanded, his tone brooking no argument. "Pardon?" Yue Ling instinctively looked up. The emperor leaned back in his chair, regarding her with amusement. "Are you blind to the wound upon my face? Apply ointment to it." Yue Ling cast a fleeting glance at his chin, inwardly scoffing. "It is merely a slight redness, not even a scratch. How can it be considered a wound?" Despite her inner thoughts, she dared not betray her feelings. Unsure of the ointment and amp, Oppos' location, she was about to suggest summoning Yang Hai when the emperor tossed her a vial from box. Left with no recourse, Yue Ling cautiously approached the figure clad in imperial yellow. The emperor leaned back further, slightly tilting his chin. Yue Ling averted her gaze, focusing intently on his chin, careful not to let her eyes wander. She opened the vial and delicately applied a dab of ointment to the emperor and Oppos' chin with her slender fingertip. To improve her line of sight, she leaned in slightly, inadvertently narrowing the distance between them. The emperor brazenly scrutinized the young maid before him. She was clad in a simple green palace uniform, with a dark belt accentuating her graceful figure, and her raven hair was adorned with only a plain silver hairpin. Her features were exquisite, possessing a delicate allure. Her long lashes fluttered, and her moist apricot eyes betrayed a hint of panic. "Do you fear me?" The sudden question caused Yue Ling's hand to tremble, her fingernail lightly grazing the emperor's chin. A slight sting, but more than that, there was agitation. The emperor inhaled deeply and grasped her wrist. "Why?" Her heart pounding, Yue Ling struggled to maintain her composure. "Your Majesty possesses immense authority. Your subject dare not gaze upon you directly. Is that so?" The emperor arched an eyebrow. "Yet you did not hesitate to spill tea upon me." Yue Ling immediately knelt, the thud echoing painfully. The emperor's expression darkened as he slowly withdrew his hand. "It was an accident, Your Majesty. Please punish me." "An accident?" The emperor's eyes narrowed as he lifted her chin. Was it truly an accident? His rough thumb gently caressed her delicate cheek, pressing harder at the corner of her lips, leaving a faint red mark. The emperor admitted to himself that he felt desire. He would give her one more chance. If she were sensible, she would seize the opportunity. Sensing the touch upon her face, Yue Ling and damp, Oppos' ears flushed crimson. Her voice trembled as she replied, "Your subject is new to the Qian Yuan Palace and acts impetuously. I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness." The emperor abruptly released her face, and Yue Ling felt a wave of relief wash over her. Silence hung heavy in the air. Yue Ling remained kneeling, afraid to move. After a long moment, The emperor's voice finally broke the silence. "Tomorrow, attend to me in the palace." "Your Majesty." Yue Ling instinctively looked up, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. "Your subject is clumsy and unworthy to attend your Majesty." Clumsiness is precisely what requires proper instruction. The emperor gazed down at her, his voice trailing off with an undercurrent of suggestive intent. Chapter 8. The arrival of new consorts. Yue Ling was momentarily paralyzed, struggling to believe what she had just heard. Seeing her stunned expression, Jun Chenzhou and Appo's interest was piqued. He intended to see how long she could maintain this facade. He doubted that a person's nature could be altered in a matter of days, suspecting she was plotting something. "Your Majesty," Yue Ling began, acutely aware that she possessed no authority to decline. Observing the immediate dimming of her eyes, as if a flower had instantly wilted. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's gaze turned icy. At that moment, Yang Hai entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Consort Ying requests an audience." A brief silence filled the hall before the emperor calmly replied, "Show her in." Yue Ling swiftly curtsied and followed Yang Hai out. As she exited the hall, she encountered Consort Ying entering. Yue Ling lowered her head even further, stepping aside until Consort Ying had passed, then gently closed the doors behind her. Consort Ying paused momentarily, glancing sideways, but only caught a glimpse of the woman's hem disappearing from view. "What brings you here?" The emperor's voice interrupted her thoughts. Consort Ying responded with a smile, offering a curtsy before familiarly approaching the emperor's side. "It has been too long since your Majesty visited your concubine. I missed you and had no choice but to come myself." Consort Ying was adorned in resplendent attire, enhancing her unparalleled beauty. Her slender fingers gently rested on the emperor and Appo's shoulder as she stood beside him. "Your concubine has prepared some jujube and black-bone chicken soup. Your Majesty works tirelessly into the late hours each day, and it pains me to witness it." Consort Ying's beauty was strikingly assertive. Yet she consistently adopted a gentle and considerate demeanor in Jun Chenzhou and Appo's presence, expressing concern for him in every sentence. Jun Chenzhou glanced at the food container on the table and said indifferently, "Leave it there." Consort Ying and Appo's gaze lingered on him adoringly. Suddenly noticing a slight redness on his jawline, her expression turned anxious. "Your Majesty, are you injured?" She leaned down with concern. "How did you get hurt? Has the imperial physician been consulted?" Jun Chenzhou evaded her touch, stating, "It is merely a minor scratch. I was at the training grounds today and accidentally bumped into something. How can you neglect it just because it is a minor injury?" Consort Ying and Appo's brows furrowed tightly. "Allow your concubine to apply some medicine for your Majesty." "There is no need," Jun Chenzhou replied, holding her hand. "It has already been treated." Consort Ying's expression faltered, instinctively sensing something amiss. Given Jun Chenzhou's habits, he typically disregarded such minor injuries. She recalled an occasion when he had suffered a minor scrape and only allowed her to apply medicine after repeated persuasion. He would certainly not have allowed Yang Hai to apply it. Who, then, had administered the medicine? Consort Ying lowered her gaze, concealing the contemplation in her eyes. She recalled the palace maid she had encountered earlier, and a sense of unease washed over her. However, these thoughts merely flashed through her mind. Consort Ying and Appo's expression remained unchanged as she playfully chided, "Very well. Your Majesty has caused your concubine undue worry." Jun Chenzhou nodded slightly. "I know you're thoughtful." Consort Ying's smile returned as she rolled up her sleeves to grind ink for the emperor, saying softly, "As I was walking here, I noticed the imperial household department was quite busy. It reminded me that the new consorts from the imperial selection will be entering the palace the day after tomorrow." Jun Chenzhou paused briefly as he applied vermilion ink to the memorial he was reviewing, realizing he had forgotten about the matter. "Has it caused you any disturbance?" "Not at all," Consort Ying replied coyly, with a hint of carefully measured jealousy. "I merely lament that the new sisters entering the palace are all 18 years of age, making your concubine pale in comparison." Consort Ying, who had enjoyed the emperor and Appo's favor for many years, knew how to gauge her actions, expressing jealousy appropriately to gratify the emperor without causing annoyance. Jun Chenzhou, without looking up, casually reassured her, "None can compare to you." These few words delighted Consort Ying, who smiled and took the Emperor and Appo's hand. "Your Majesty always says such things to make your concubine happy." The two chatted for a while. As dusk approached, consorting hoped to remain in Qianyuan Hall for dinner, but Jun Chenzhou suddenly said, "It is getting late. I will have Yang Hai escort you back." Consort Ying's expression stiffened, feeling somewhat resentful. However, she would not defy the Emperor's wishes. She merely pleaded, "Your concubine still wishes to dine with your Majesty. Since your Majesty is occupied, may I invite you to dine at my palace another day?" Jun Chenzhou replied indifferently, "Very well." As she emerged from Qianyuan Hall, the last rays of the setting sun cast their glow upon the palace buildings. Consorting subtly surveyed her surroundings, but saw no one except for a few junior eunuchs. "Your Highness?" Jean Xin called out to her, and consorting turned her gaze back. "Let us go." On the 8th day of the 4th month, in the 5th year of Chong, an auspicious day arrived. Spring was in full bloom, with gentle breezes carrying the fragrance of pine and grass. Flowers throughout the palace were bursting into vibrant colors. This was the day the newly selected consorts entered the palace. Earlier in the year, the Empress Dowager and the Empress had jointly selected 4 women, who had now entered the palace according to their ranks. Early in the morning, they gathered outside the gates of Cunning Palace, awaiting the opportunity to pay their respects to the Empress. Consorting, as usual, arrived early, adorned in magnificent attire. She entered the hall with radiant grace. She offered a slight curtsy to Consort Xian and Consort Shun, who were of higher rank, before taking her seat. "The sisters have arrived early today. It is rare for the palace to be so lively. One must arrive early," Consort Xian replied with a gentle smile. Consorting gracefully settled into her chair, surveying the others. Their expressions varied, but none seemed particularly cheerful. She curled her lips, raised her teacup, and took a sip. Soon after, the Empress emerged. She was adorned in a bright yellow palace gown and wore elaborate gold and pearl jewelry. While the Empress's beauty did not rival Consort Ying's, her air of noble grace was equally impressive. After taking her seat, she noticed the only empty space, indicating that Consort Li had not yet arrived. In recent years, Consorting and Consort Li had been the most favored in the palace. However, Consorting never arrived late for morning greetings. Despite being favored, she was widely recognized for her tact and discretion. Jun Chenzhou favored those who adhered to the rules. Consorting was intelligent and would not compromise her image in his eyes through minor matters of etiquette. While exploiting favor was acceptable, exceeding those boundaries would be self-defeating. Consort Li, with her shallow nature, was not a threat. It was Consorting, who was faultless, that was the most challenging to contend with. Consort Li arrived shortly after. She entered gracefully, adorned in a coral-colored wide-sleeved gown. Unlike Consort Ying's flamboyance, Consort Li possessed a pure and endearing beauty, resembling the cool and radiant moonlight that easily evoked affection. "Your Highness, Empress, please forgive my tardiness," she said. The Empress maintained her composure and replied with a smile. "It is of no consequence. Please take your seat." Consort Li sat opposite Consorting, narrowing her eyes slightly as she looked at her, and said sweetly, "Consorting, Your Highness, you are exceptionally radiant today. Surely, the new sisters will be filled with admiration upon witnessing your regal presence." Chapter 9. Feng Jiaoi lifted her eyelids and cast a faint glance at her, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing her lips. "Sister, do not speak so recklessly. It is the Empress who commands authority in this palace." Li Zhaoyuan's expression stiffened, and she quickly glanced at the Empress. Indeed, the Empress is resplendent in her majesty. Upon meeting each other's gaze, the others in the hall fell silent, while the Empress, seemingly unperturbed, sipped her tea. Ignoring Li Zhaoyuan's honnêteté, Xian Fei interjected to ease the tension. "The new arrivals have waited outside for quite some time. Your Majesty should allow them to enter." Only then did the Empress lift her eyes and give the order. The 4 selected concubines entered one after another, with the Empress at the forefront. Clad in a splendid bright yellow robe, she exuded an air of dignity that commanded respect. Feng Ruan, being the highest ranking among the new concubines, discreetly surveyed her surroundings and performed the customary 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. "Your servant pays her respects to the Empress. May the Empress enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." Rise? The empress replied, her demeanor warm and inviting. Sisters, as you are newly arrived in the palace, there is no need for formality. Please, take your seats. Zhaoyi let out a light scoff, which Li Zhaoyuan immediately caught on to, smirking slyly. Sister Zhaoyi, what troubles you? Are you displeased by the arrival of the new sisters? Feng Ruoyan's gaze subtly fell upon Zhaoyi. Before entering the palace, she had heard tales of Zhaoyi's enduring favor with the Shui family, a clan of military nobility, making her a formidable presence within the court. Feng Ruoyan had always been confident in her beauty, assuming that at 24, Zhaoyi would pale in comparison. Yet, upon seeing her today, she realized that Zhaoyi was indeed regal and striking, causing alarm bells to ring in her mind. Zhaoyi paid no heed to Li Zhaoyuan's provocation and remarked indifferently, Li Zhaoyuan seems to have sharp ears. Staying in the harem is truly a waste of your talents. Enough. It is a joyous occasion. Let us refrain from bickering, the empress gently interjected. Kaiwei, serve the tea. The palace maid placed the tea before the new concubines, with Feng Ruoyan being the highest ranking, holding the title of fifth-rank beauty upon her entrance, even surpassing some of the long-established ladies in waiting. The others observed her with subtle scrutiny. Feng Ruoyan appeared oblivious, lowering her lashes as she savored her tea. Noticing the silence in the hall, the empress spoke. I had a feeling that Feng Ruoyan would be pleasing to the eye, and it seems the Empress Dowager shares the sentiment, granting you the title of beauty upon your arrival. Feng Ruoyan smiled gently, a hint of shyness gracing her features. Your Majesty bestows too much praise. I am but a humble willow, and to be recognized by your Majesty is a privilege. Dressed in a pale, blue, wide-sleeved palace robe, her smile revealed delicate dimples, radiating a pure and obedient charm that was quite endearing. Zhaoyi barely regarded her, for it was Li Zhaoyuan who was truly anxious. Known for her penchant for playing the victim, now faced with a rival more adept at playing the part. As anticipated, Li Zhaoyuan and Appo's expression grew cold, her tone somewhat frosty. Indeed, a true beauty. It seems among the new arrivals, Feng Ruoyan has claimed the top spot. Her words positioned Feng Ruoyan squarely against the other three. Feng Ruoyan calmly replied, Your Majesty flatters me. Each of my sisters possesses her unique merits, and I dare not entertain such presumptions. You're quite perceptive, Li Zhaoyuan huffed. Saying no more, the Empress uttered a few customary pleasantries before dismissing everyone. Exiting Kuan-Ning Palace, Feng Ruoyan exchanged pleasantries with Lin Xian, another concubine, before retreating to her own quarters. The master of Hanzhong Palace was in Chongyi, a congenial person who devoted herself to the eldest princess. Feng Ruoyan had only paid her respects once on her first day in the palace. Little mistress, it seems the empress has taken a liking to you today, Tianyin remarked, helping her take a seat. Moreover, the Empress Dowager also seems fond of you in the past. Feng Ruoyan interrupted. There is no need to dwell on the past. Now that I am in the palace, I must look forward. Yes, I merely thought that given the past affections, the Empress Dowager would favor you, and the Emperor surely will cherish you. Feng Ruoyan smiled slightly, evidently in agreement. Since Jun Chenzhou had consented to her entry into the palace, he must have let go of past grievances. She intended to leverage this goodwill to become the first concubine to share the Emperor and Appo's bed. Today, Zhaoyi appeared different from her expectations, leaning carelessly against the couch. Feng Ruoyan recalled hearing that Zhaoyi was favored and had a domineering disposition, but she found Li Zhaoyuan to be the truly overbearing one. Yet, Li Zhaoyuan and Appo's shallow mind posed little threat. Moreover, the other concubines were not easy to deal with either, to establish herself firmly in the palace. It was prudent to avoid conflicts for the time being. Feng Ruoyan felt no anxiety. Rather, a subtle thrill coursed through her. In the evening, within Qianyuan Hall, Jun Chenzhou was bent over his desk, reviewing memorials, while Yue Ling stood beside him, grinding ink. Ever since returning from the military grounds, Yue Ling had been assigned to the inner palace to serve him. Her daily tasks included serving tea, grinding ink, and organizing books. Though these were not exhausting, they weighed heavily on her spirit. A short while later, Yang Hai entered with Li Gonggong from the Palace of Reverence. Your servant greets your Majesty. Today, with a new concubine entering the palace, Do you wish to summon her? Jun Chenzhou's hand paused momentarily over his brush, and upon noticing, Li Gongong hurried forward with a tray. The man's indifferent gaze swept over the tray, lingering for a brief moment on Feng Ruoyan's placard, his brows subtly knitting together. Yue Ling caught a glimpse of Feng Ruoyan's placard, the pristine green headplate prominently displayed. The familiar name sent an involuntary shiver through her, causing a small ink droplet to splatter onto the table. Leave, Jun Chenzhou commanded. Li Gongong, with a bitter expression, softly advised, Your Majesty, you have not entered the harem for several days. Today, the Empress Dowager inquired about you. Jun Chenzhou lifted his eyelids and shot him a glance. What? Should I send you to serve the Empress Dowager? Your servant dares not. Li Gongong hastily knelt in apology. Scram. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's impatience was evident, and Li Gongong dared not utter another word, quickly retreating with the tray. Once the door closed, Yue Ling remained somewhat distracted. When Jun Chenzhou called her name and received no reply, he looked up at her. In the candlelight, her hazel eyes seemed to harbor unspoken worries, her fluttering lashes resembling tiny brushes, stirring a longing in him. Jun Chenzhou raised his hand and lightly tapped her forehead, causing Yue Ling to flinch and instinctively cover her brow, looking at him with a mix of annoyance and bewilderment. What are you pondering? Realizing her lapse, Yue Ling quickly replied, Your Majesty, forgive me. I was just thinking that it might rain tonight, and I should move the potted plants in the courtyard. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's gaze studied her, uncertain of her sincerity. An hour later, having finished the memorials, he rose and walked towards the soft couch. Yue Ling cautiously followed, noticing him retrieving a set of jade go pieces, seemingly intending to play a game. Your Majesty, are you summoning someone? She began to ask, but before she could finish, Jun Chenzhou shot her a sidelong glance. You shall play with me. Yue Ling stiffened, her words faltering. I do not know how to play. Her palms grew slightly clammy as she nervously clutched her garments. In truth, she didn't know how to play. In her past life, it was Jun Chenzhou who had taught her, and she had lost count of how many games they had played together. Is that so? Jun Chenzhou set the board upon the table, gesturing for her to sit. No matter, I shall teach you. Yue Ling hesitated, fearful of revealing her true skill, which had been honed under Jun Chenzhou's guidance. Jun Chenzhou lightly tapped the table, his voice firm yet calm, carrying an implicit authority. Sit. Yue Ling trembled slightly and slowly moved closer. The man explained the rules, allowing her to take the black pieces while he chose the white ones. With no choice but to comply, she steeled herself, hoping to lose quickly and dissuade him from continuing the game. She carelessly moved the chess pieces, and Jun Chenzhou cast her a fleeting glance. Have you not remembered the strategies I imparted? I have remembered. Very well, then play properly. Jun Chenzhou discarded her haphazardly placed pieces and set up a new game. Yue Ling, feeling disheartened, unconsciously bit her lip and was compelled to follow the rules as she played against him. Yet she consistently pursued a path to defeat, losing in just a few moves. I am foolish, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Jun Chenzhou did not miss the brief flicker of joy in her eyes. His lips curled into a subtle smile as he nonchalantly returned the pieces to the board. No matter, it is still early today. We shall end the game when you achieve victory. Chapter 10. Yue Ling stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Jun Chenzhou's lips curled slightly, his interest deepening as he observed her demeanor. Dejected, Yue Ling resigned herself to playing chess with him, abandoning any ulterior motives. In her past life, she had enjoyed the game. It was akin to a strategic battle, involving offense, maneuvering, and defense, stimulating the mind. During her half-year confinement in the Jianjiao Pavilion, she had seen no one and passed the long hours playing against herself. As she focused intently on the game, Yue Ling gradually found her rhythm. Aware of her inferior skills compared to her opponent, she concentrated on defense while waiting for the opportune moment to strike, gradually dismantling his territory. Jun Chenzhou's playing style mirrored his personality, sharp and aggressive. As he advanced, Yue Ling found herself retreating, her delicate brows knitting together as she scrutinized the board. She recalled how, in her previous life, she had initially approached the game with a lack of seriousness, often teasing him under the guise of play. Yet Jun Chenzhou had always remained taciturn, and she relished the moments spent close to him, often regretting moves just before defeat, playfully demanding his leniency. At that moment, her black pieces were encircled by a ring of white, and she was on the brink of a dead end. The scene was eerily reminiscent of her past life, blurring the lines between dream and reality. In a moment of vulnerability, she pouted, "Your Majesty, why won't you let me win just then?" With a thud. A black piece slipped from her fingers and scattered across the board, disrupting the game. Under the bright candlelight, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Yue Ling clenched her palm tightly, unsure how she had momentarily lost control. Memories and reality intertwined in her mind, indistinguishable from one another. Jun Chenzhou paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on the woman who nervously bit her lip, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her enchanting eyes betraying a hint of panic. He leisurely retrieved the fallen piece, chuckling softly at the disordered board. "Ah, so you've learned to play a little dirty." "I didn't mean," she stammered. "Enough." He mused for a moment, continue. "Yes, I take my leave," Yue Yin replied, feigning calm as she rose and quickly exited. The man leaned against the couch, watching her slender silhouette retreat, a flicker of contemplation in his dark eyes. She was clearly afraid of him, yet there lingered an inexplicable familiarity. Yun Chenzhou's fingers, distinct and elegant, picked up a black piece, examining it closely. Her playing style, seemingly chaotic, had managed to thwart several of his attacks. This was not the caliber of a novice. A knowing smile played upon his lips. As night deepened, the narrow chamber contained a small wooden bed, where the woman lay with furrowed brows, seemingly restless even in sleep. Yue Yin was ensnared in a nightmare. In the grand study, the man held her in his arms. Her clothing was disheveled, her skirt half slipping down to her waist, hanging loosely at her elbow. The man, impeccably dressed, leisurely traced a chess piece across her soft skin. "Your Majesty," her voice trembled, tinged with lingering pleasure, soft and enticing. He tightened his hold on her waist, his lips brushing against her ear. "Yao Yao, have you forgotten? I said, for every loss there's a price." He chuckled softly, his fingertip pressing against the nape of her neck, compelling her to tilt her head back, her slender spine trembling slightly. She could not help but weep. "I understand my mistake. I shall never dare again." His humiliation of her stemmed from a quarrel with Feng Jieyu, a punishment he deemed necessary. The hall was filled with the faint scent of incense, mingled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, the cool wooden bed reflecting the sheen of her sweat. After a moment, a commotion arose from outside, with Yang Hai seemingly attempting to intervene. "Ladies, the study is not for casual entry." "Yang Gonggong, I wish to see the Emperor," another woman's voice chimed in. "Your Majesty, today, Yu Marin has been utterly outrageous. Please, let the Emperor take action on behalf of Sister Feng." Yang Hai sighed. "The Emperor is currently indisposed. If there are matters to discuss, I shall relay them later. Furthermore, palace affairs should be entrusted to the Empress." The woman paused, then replied nonchalantly, "Very well, the Emperor is busy with state affairs. I was reckless to disrupt him with trivial palace matters. The Empress is in Shou Kong Palace. I shall visit the Empress to pay my respects." Upon hearing them mention the Empress, Yue Yin could not contain a whimper, fearing her cries might be overheard, and quickly covered her mouth. "Why should you fear them?" The man pressed a kiss to her closed eyelids. "Be obedient, and I shall assist you." Books and chess pieces tumbled to the floor, and the man held her waist firmly, pinning her down. "No." Yue Yin jolted awake from her dream, breathing heavily, her cold sweat nearly soaking the pillow. Outside the window lay an expanse of darkness, and she could not tell the hour. She sat up, pressing her thin back against the wall, wrapping her arms around her knees. She had seldom dreamt in recent days. Perhaps it was due to seeing Feng Marin's name today and playing chess that had triggered memories of her past life. She was truly frightened of reliving those days, walking on eggshells, tirelessly trying to win the favor of that inscrutable man, only to find herself imprisoned in the Jinjiao Pavilion because of Feng Ruoyan. Suddenly, in a flurry, Yue Yin leapt from her bed, barefooted, and rushed to the wardrobe, rummaging through it until she unearthed a small box. She emptied its contents onto the floor, revealing shards of silver and a few plain hairpins. Gripping the box tightly, Yue resolved to devise a plan to hastily transfer from Qianyuan Palace. Chapter 11. Saving a life. The following day, Yue rose early. She had scarcely closed her eyes throughout the night, faint shadows lingering beneath her eyelids. When Yin brought in water, she noticed Yin and Amp, Oppos, condition and inquired, "Did you not rest well?" Yin nodded slightly. "It seems there was thunder last night, which startled me awake." "Is that so?" Yin, having slept soundly. "How about no doubts?" After tidying up, Yin entered the hall to attend to her duties, as there was an early morning court session, requiring Jun Chenzhou to rise earlier than usual. Inside the hall, the man sat upon the couch, his fingers pressed against his brow to rouse himself. Yang Hai approached to assist him in donning the dragon robe, while Yin, holding warm water, stepped aside. She dampened a cloth and presented it before him. As Jun Chenzhou accepted it, he caught sight of the shadows beneath her eyes. "Did you not sleep well?" His voice, husky from slumber, echoed in the quiet chamber. Yin, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, shook her head. With a light scoff, the man tossed the cloth back to her, choosing not to speak further. He stood, his tall figure exuding an air of authority, prompting Yin to retreat a few steps. "Come here," as Yang Hai prepared to fasten his belt and jade pendant. Jun Chenzhou unexpectedly pointed at Yin. Bewildered, she raised her almond-shaped eyes. Had he not forbade the palace maids from assisting him with dressing? On her first day in the hall, Yang Hai had warned her that Jun Chenzhou disliked having palace maids attend to him, as he had previously been annoyed by one who sought to seduce him under the guise of service. Jun Chenzhou did not urge her further, merely observing her in silence. Yang Hai persistently blinked at her, signaling her to hurry, lest they be late for court. Yin, lowering her head, approached to receive the belt. Her stature was modest, barely reaching his shoulder, and her soft hair brushed against his chin, carrying a faint fragrance of orchids. Swiftly, she secured the belt and jade pendant. After stepping back a few paces, she felt her breath ease. Jun Chenzhou did not glance back, striding purposefully out of the hall. After Jun Chenzhou departed for court, Yin took her meager savings to the palace treasury. The weather was oppressive, dark clouds obscuring the sunlight, casting a somber atmosphere. Inside the treasury, the head steward, Gong Gong Ma, was resting when he heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Yin." Ma Gong Gong sprang up, hastening to open the door. "What brings you here?" Yin hesitated, remembering the considerable effort she had expended to secure her opportunity at Qianyuan Hall, investing over 50 taels of silver. Now, so soon after, she found herself back, seeking assistance. Ma Gong Gong squinted at her. "Come in and speak." Once the door was closed, Yin dared to produce her small box, her heart racing. "Gong Gong, I wish to ask for your help. Could you allow me to return to the library?" "What?" Ma Gong Gong rubbed his ears, unsure if he had misheard. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think Qianyuan Hall is a marketplace where you can come and go as you please?" Amused and exasperated, Ma Gong Gong recalled how many had begged for the vacant position at Qianyuan Hall. Ultimately, he had decided to send Yin, partly due to her generous offer and partly because he sensed her ambitions. Yin's beauty might indeed yield her fortune. If she succeeded, she might remember his kindness. But now, Ma Gong Gong glared at her, clearly irritated. No palace maid can leave Qianyuan Hall unless they reach a certain age or are expelled for a mistake. Yin lowered her head further, her grip tightening on her sleeves. "Is it truly impossible?" "Absolutely not," Ma Gong Gong replied decisively, having expected her return to express gratitude, only to find her presenting him with yet another dilemma. After muttering a few curses, he dismissed her. As Yin watched the door to the treasury close, despair overwhelmed her. Ma Gong Gong had made it abundantly clear. The residents of Qianyuan Hall either left peacefully upon reaching maturity or were expelled for wrongdoing. Those cast out by the emperor could hardly expect a favorable outcome. Distracted, she walked back, passing a pavilion when she suddenly heard a commotion ahead. Inside the pavilion, two young women were grappling over something. Recognizing them, Yin identified the third princess and the fifth princess. The third princess, born of the virtuous dowager, had been raised under the empress's care, while the fifth princess, favored by the late emperor, was rather spoiled. Give it back. The young woman in coral attire, flushed with anger, reaching for an object in the hands of the young woman clad in red. The girl in red raised her hand, causing her opponent to grasp at air. Third sister, it's merely a jade pendant. What harm is there in letting me play with it? Why should I allow you to play with it? The third princess fumed, having sent a maid to fetch fish food to feed the fish, only to encounter this troublemaker. You're so stingy. The fifth princess scoffed, feigning regret as she eyed the pendant. Fine, since you cherish it so dearly, I shall return it. A glint of mischief flickered in her eyes as she suddenly let the pendant slip from her grasp, watching it plunge into the water below. You. The third princess raised her hand to strike, but was blocked by a maid beside the fifth princess. Standing precariously at the edge of the pavilion, she was unexpectedly shoved, her back colliding with the railing, losing her balance and tumbling backward. Ah! With a splash, the third princess fell into the water. The fifth princess gasped, her face draining of color as she clutched the arm of a nearby maid. What? How did she fall? She had merely been envious of the pendant, never intending to push her. Quickly, save her. The maid beside her trembled. I cannot swim. Then hurry and fetch someone. The fifth princess shouted at her. Leaning over the railing, she watched the struggling third princess, panic consuming her as she called out, help. The pavilion was somewhat isolated, and despite Yue Ling and Appo's search, she saw no one approaching. Help me. The third princess, having inhaled considerable water, stirred the surface into a murky chaos. Without hesitation, Yue Ling rushed forward, diving into the water to rescue the third princess. Having grown up near the water, she was a strong swimmer, and the lake was not deep. Standing on her tiptoes allowed her to reach the bottom. It was the third princess's fear that caused her to flail helplessly. Your Highness, as some palace attendants hurried over. The commotion brought the third princess back to her senses. Clinging tightly to Yue Ling, she lost all her previous bravado, her arms wrapping around Yue Ling's neck, squeezing tightly enough to cause discomfort. Do not fear, it's all right now. Yue Ling supported her waist, using the buoyancy of the water to gradually lift her. The lakeside was in disarray, while the fifth princess, feeling guilty, hid behind a crowd, hastily squeezing her maid's arm. Go fetch mother. Yes. The third princess, aided by the attendants, sat on the ground, coughing and expelling water. Yue Ling managed to pull herself up, her garments soaked through and shivering as the wind chilled her. Chapter 12. An inadvertent encounter upon Yue Ling and Appo's return to the Qian Yuan Palace. Emperor Jun Chenzhou had already concluded his morning audience. He was in his study, receiving ministers. Yang Hai, who was stationed by the door, noticed her drenched state and hastened over, inquiring, what has occurred? Yue Ling elucidated. The third princess fell into the water, and this servant, happening to pass by, offered assistance. The woman lowered her gaze. Her actions were not purely altruistic. Firstly, she was present at the scene, and as a servant, it was her duty to aid her master. Inaction might have drawn unwanted attention. Secondly, she recalled from her past life that the third princess held a close bond with both Emperor Jun Chenzhou and the Empress Dowager, and even Consort De was highly regarded by the emperor. While the future remained uncertain, leaving a favorable impression on the third princess seemed prudent. The third princess was in a daze at the time, and her maids arrived to escort her away, bestowing a cloak upon Yue Ling as they departed. Yang Hai furrowed his brow. Fell into the water? He resolved to investigate, as the third princess and the emperor, though half-siblings, shared a deep affection since childhood. This matter could not be taken lightly. Go and prepare yourself. You mustn't catch a chill, he advised. Yes. The weather in May remained somewhat cool. After bathing, Yue Ling couldn't suppress a few coughs. Ayan brought her ginger soup, and after consuming a bowl, she felt a warmth spread through her. As Yue Ling emerged, refreshed, and Appo's, Yin scurried over to her. Eunuch Yang has just left and has requested that you attend to the emperor. Is the emperor within? Yue Ling glanced at the tightly shut study door. And Appo's, Yin gestured towards the rear with her chin. The emperor is in the rear garden. Minister Chun awaits in the side hall. Go and announce his presence. Even among the palace staff, there existed a hierarchy. Currently, only Yang Hai, Xiao Fuzi, and Yue Ling were permitted to enter the inner palace to announce visitors and attend to the emperor. Yue Ling acquiesced, carrying a tray of tea towards the rear garden. As she traversed the flowering corridor, she faintly discerned the sound of weeping. The rear garden was adorned with a profusion of crabapple blossoms. Within a pavilion nestled amidst the flowers, two figures were visible. Yue Ling halted, uncertain whether to proceed. And oppose, yet it failed to inform her that a consort was present. Would her presence disrupt a moment of intimacy? Does the emperor truly still harbor resentment towards his concubine? The familiar voice reached her ears, causing Yue Ling's hand, bearing the tray, to tremble. It was Feng Ruoyan. Within the pavilion, Feng Ruoyan, clad in an elegant moon-white palace gown, gazed tearfully at the imposing man before her. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his figure even more majestic and dignified than she remembered from 2 years prior. She had anticipated that he would summon her to his bedchamber upon her entry into the palace, but he had not. Feng Ruoyan was uncertain if he still held a grudge over past events. In the past, this concubine was deeply enamored with the emperor, but Prince Xin sought an imperial decree from the late emperor, insisting on marrying this concubine. Her parents could not defy the imperial will. Had she not been underage at the time, and had the late emperor not passed away before issuing the decree, and had Prince Shun not struggled to gain respite from Emperor Jun Chenzhou's suppression, she might have been compelled to marry into Prince Shun's household. Since Emperor Jun Chenzhou's ascension to the throne, she had deliberately disseminated information, claiming that she admired the emperor and would rather remain unmarried for life, thus cultivating an image of a devoted woman. The Empress Dowager had always favored her and was aware that she had been implicated in the power struggle between Emperor Jun Chenzhou and Prince Shun. This prompted the Empress Dowager to consent to her participation in the palace election. Now 19, she lacked a youthful advantage among the newly inducted consorts. She had to firmly grasp onto their past affection. Feng Ruoyan tilted her head slightly, and large teardrops fell like severed pearls. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears. If the emperor still harbors resentment towards this concubine, why did he allow this concubine to enter the palace? Let this concubine spend her remaining days in solitude, chanting Buddhist scriptures. Hearing her sobs, Emperor Jun Chenzhou felt a surge of annoyance. In truth, he had long forgotten about Feng Ruoyan. He had not even attended the palace election, and had his mother not chosen her, he would not have recalled her existence. Their familiarity stemmed from Feng Ruoyan's role as a companion to the fifth princess since childhood, leading to frequent encounters in the palace. His mother had mistakenly believed that he harbored affection for her. Emperor Jun Chenzhou turned around, saw Feng Ruoyan weeping, and patiently said, "I do not blame you. Now that you have entered the palace, there is no need to dwell on the past." Feng Ruoyan's beautiful eyes widened, and her sobs ceased. Truly? The emperor truly no longer blames this concubine? Indeed, as soon as he spoke, Feng Ruoyan smiled through her tears and boldly embraced him. Emperor Jun Chenzhou disliked such familiarity and instinctively pushed her away. Yue Ling, upon witnessing the embrace, immediately lowered her head, not daring to look. She stared at her toes, lamenting her misfortune. Emperor Jun Chenzhou had previously instructed that any matters of state should be reported to him immediately. After a while, when she heard no movement, she cautiously raised her head and saw that they were standing apart, with no intimate gestures. Only then did Yue Ling steel herself and step forward. "This servant greets the emperor and consort Feng." The woman's voice was soft and gentle. Feng Ruoyan frowned imperceptibly, her eyes turning cold. Yue Ling kept her head lowered, obscuring her expression, but the pale knuckles of her fingers holding the tray betrayed her unease. "Who permitted you to come here? How dare you eavesdrop on the emperor and oppose? As conversation with me." Feng Ruoyan glared angrily, then turned to Emperor Jun Chenzhou, feigning grievance. "This servant would not dare." Yue Ling hastily explained, kneeling down. "Minister Chun seeks an audience. This servant merely wished to announce his presence, and had no intention of disturbing the emperor and the consort." Eloquent and deceitful, Feng Ruoyan sneered. Even though Yue Ling kept her head lowered, preventing her face from being seen, her fair nape was visible, and the green palace attire accentuated her slender waist. It was clear that she was no ordinary servant. "You may withdraw for now." Yue Ling assumed the words were directed at her, and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she heard Feng Ruoyan coyly retort, "Your Majesty." Emperor Jun Chenzhou cast a cold glance at her. Feng Ruoyan clenched her fists, suppressed her emotions, and softly curtsied. Yes, this concubine takes her leave. She passed by Yue Ling, casting a venomous glare at her. The pavilion fell silent. Yue Ling's heart pounded in her chest as she mustered the courage to explain. Your Majesty, please forgive me. This servant truly did not intend to disturb you and the consort. She could feel the weight of the man's profound and majestic gaze upon her. Yue Ling was afraid. Whenever she encountered Feng Ruoyan, she always suffered. Just like in her past life, whenever they clashed, Emperor Jun Chenzhou would only punish her. Recalling his methods of punishment, Yue Ling couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 13. Lord Regent's gaze fell upon her, noting the pallor of her knuckles as she clutched the tray, even the lotus leaf earrings trembling slightly. Why did she harbor such trepidation towards him? He arose, approaching the woman with measured steps. Bending down, he seized her delicate chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her countenance was exquisitely sculpted, as always, yet her limpid almond eyes were tinged with a redness, as though she had been frightened to tears. Yue Ling met his aloof gaze, her body rigid under the subtle caress of his calloused thumb against her lip. A flicker of amusement ignited within Lord Regent. To trespass upon the Emperor's presence, he intoned, "What punishment does one merit?" The color drained from Yue Ling's face, aghast at the gravity of the accusation. Was it because Feng Ruoyan was present? Was she being punished for disrupting their intimacy? A light offense warrants 80 strokes, Yue Ling stammered, her voice trembling, a grave one. "Death! Your Majesty, I would never dare." Tepid tears cascaded onto his hand. Observing her ashen complexion, Lord Regent realized he had perhaps intimidated her excessively. Releasing her, he uttered, "Rise." "What?" Yue Ling stammered, her bewildered expression stirring a sense of ease within him. "I bid you rise," Lord Regent reiterated, resuming his seat on the stone bench. "I am not a tyrant, dispensing death at every whim." Yue Ling hastily wiped away her tears with her sleeve, pushing herself up with trembling hands. Her knees quaked from prolonged kneeling, but she suppressed her discomfort, fearing his displeasure. Lord Regent detected her stifled sobs. His gaze drawn to her glistening eyes, the tear-dampened lashes fluttering like delicate hooks, stirring an inexplicable yearning within him. Why did her tears evoke not impatience, but a surge of violent emotion? Her distress seemed to incite him. Lord Regent restrained these impulses, his fingers tracing the ring on his hand. Nightfall. The wind howled, causing the window frames to creak ominously. Within the dimly lit chamber, Lord Regent's slumber was restless. In his dream, he entered a vaporous hall. Crimson candles burned high, their flickering light dancing upon the walls. A gentle murmur emanated from a bathing pool. Silken drapes hung loosely, a subtle fragrance permeating the air. Lord Regent advanced, yet found no one. A frown creased his brow as he turned to depart, when a haunting melody arose, and a woman emerged from behind a gilded screen. She was clad in a crimson gossamer gown, a simple sash cinching her slender waist. Her alabaster shoulders and bosom were partially exposed. Barefoot, she glided across the plush carpet. Clutching a pipa, her long, slender fingers plucked at the strings. Her raven hair was loosely arranged, wisps framing her face. A floral design adorned her forehead, and her alluring eyes, filled with a mixture of coyness and trepidation, met his. Lord Regent swallowed, the woman and Appo's approach filling his nostrils with the delicate scent of orchids, igniting a feverish heat within him. The melody grew increasingly languid, and with a graceful turn, her outer garment fell to the floor, causing Lord Regent and Appo's breath to catch. Beneath, she wore only a few scant pieces of fabric, her alabaster skin barely concealed. With a swift movement, Lord Regent swept her into his arms. The pipa clattered to the floor. She lifted her luminous eyes to his. A misty veil clouding her gaze. "Your Majesty," she murmured, her voice soft, her eyes betraying a hint of fear, yet her hand boldly grasped his arm. "Who permitted you to dress thus?" Lord Regent and Appo's voice was husky, his face impassive as he struggled to conceal his arousal. Her lashes fluttered. "Does your Majesty disapprove?" she whispered. "Disapprove? How could he disapprove?" With a rustle, her remaining garments cascaded to the floor, and she gasped, covering her chest. What was there to conceal? He lifted her chin, his voice laced with teasing. Did you not intend for me to see? She bit her lip, slowly releasing her hands. Her flawless skin was now fully exposed, her slender neck quivering. Lust ignited within Lord Regent and Apos' eyes, and he lowered his head, pressing fervent kisses upon her collarbone. Is your majesty still angered by me? She murmured, clinging to his neck, her voice tinged with tears. I did not intentionally offend, consort foam. Do not forsake me, your majesty. Lord Regent made no reply, his hand pausing as it reached her lower back. The body in his arms trembled. He lowered his gaze, the candlelight revealing a striking tattoo upon her back. A pristine lotus flower bloomed, encircled by a sinuous black serpent, the epitome of purity intertwined with the essence of darkness. The sight seared his eyes. What did you acquire this? Lord Regent's fist clenched, his temple throbbing. Recently, she sobbed softly. It was painful. Please, your majesty, do not be angry with me. Lord Regent's breath was ragged and fervent. Enchantress, he breathed, his imperial robe lay discarded on the floor. With a surge of strength, Lord Regent plunged with her into the tepid water. Yow yow. Candlelight flickered, the water rippled, and the tempest raged throughout the night. The woman in his arms was like a flower on the verge of breaking. Lord Regent's eyes snapped open. The golden canopy of his bed swam into view. His chest heaved, and he massaged his brow. A gust of cold air swept into the chamber, dispelling the heat of his dream. How could he have such a vision? Lord Regent was disturbed. After so many days without summoning a consort, he had conjured such a dream. It was unseemly. His fingers tightened, the knuckles turning white, betraying his unease. Lord Regent tossed and turned for the rest of the night, the woman's plaintive cries echoing in his mind. Her ethereal form was vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall her face. He could only remember the striking tattoo on her waist, which filled him with a strange agitation. Yow yow, Lord Regent murmured. Who is she? Chapter 14. An unexpected encounter the following day. As Yue Ling awoke, she felt somewhat dizzy. She touched her forehead and found it slightly warm, likely a result of being damp from the previous day and then exposed to the wind, catching a chill. Her throat felt parched, prompting her to rise and pour several cups of cool tea for herself, which alleviated her discomfort somewhat. She patted her face, forcing herself to muster some energy before hastily washing up and heading out to attend to her duties. After Jun Chenzhou left for court, Bide unexpectedly approached her with a peculiar expression. Someone is looking for you. What? Bide merely shot her a confused glance, said nothing further, and departed. Filled with curiosity, Yue Ling exited the Qian Yuan Hall and spotted an unfamiliar old maid waiting outside. Are you Miss Yue Ling? The old maid smiled warmly upon seeing her and approached, saying, I am from the Tai Fei Palace. The Tai Fei has heard that you saved the third princess and wishes to meet you. She even arranged this early court visit to avoid disrupting your duties. Yue Ling hurriedly replied, Your Highness is too gracious. It is merely what I ought to do. Lu Ma, the maid, discreetly scrutinized her, having been momentarily stunned by her beauty upon first sight. Now, seeing her composed demeanor and gentle speech, her impression improved further. If you're free, why not accompany me to the Shoan Palace? The Tai Fei and the princess wish to see you. Yue Ling had no reason to refuse, especially since her initial intention in rescuing the princess was precisely this. The Shoan Palace was not far, and they arrived in a quarter of an hour. Before even stepping inside, the sounds of laughter and joy reached her ears. Following Lu Ma into the hall, she heard, Tai Fei, third princess, Miss Yue Ling has arrived. The maid pays her respects to the Tai Fei and the third princess. The conversation ceased as the Tai Fei regarded her, her eyes assessing. It was you who saved me. A woman in blue, seated nearby, quickly stood and approached with curiosity. I owe you my gratitude. Yue Ling replied respectfully, Your Highness, I merely fulfilled my duty yesterday. I cannot accept your thanks. Oh, come now. The third princess, cheerful and open-hearted, took her hand. How can you say that? I am most afraid of water. Had it not been for you, I might not have made it until my maid arrived. Yesterday, she had ventured out to play, and, being in a somewhat secluded pavilion surrounded by trees, it was indeed difficult to be found in time. Miss Yue need not be so formal. The Datai Fei smiled, withdrawing her gaze. Please sit. I came to the Qin Yuan Hall today to express my gratitude in person, along with Shu Yuan. The fifth princess is utterly reckless, she continued. Knowing Shu Yuan fears water, she pushed her when no one was watching. Had it not been for this maid in Appo's timely rescue, who knows what misfortune might have befallen Shu Yuan. Miss Yuan, are you serving the Qin Yuan Hall? The Datai Fei inquired amiably. I have not seen you before. Yes, I was transferred to the Qin Yuan Hall 2 months ago, Yuan replied. The Datai Fei nodded, signaling Lu Ma to bring forth some items. You are favored by His Majesty. You must lack for nothing. Please accept this as a token of goodwill from Shu Yuan and me. Lu Ma presented several trays laden with silver and jewelry. Yuan glanced at them and quickly protested. I cannot accept such generosity. Just take it. The Datai Fei insisted with a gentle demeanor. Otherwise, we shall feel uneasy. After feigning reluctance a couple of times, Yuan finally accepted the offerings with a heavy heart. The Datai Fei engaged her in further pleasantries, revealing a fondness for her, which relieved Yuan. The third princess occasionally interjected, her gaze fixed on Yuan. You are truly beautiful. Yuan's porcelain-like cheeks flushed a delicate pink. Your Highness flatters me. I speak the truth, the third princess replied, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of a lovely maiden. She preferred Yuan's beauty over that of others like Ing Zhao Yi and Li Zhao Yuan, whom the palace deemed attractive. She reached out to touch Yuan's soft hand, finding it delightful and wanting to touch it again. Taken aback by the third princess's exuberance, Yuan felt somewhat flustered. The Datai Fei cleared her throat, gently prompting, all right, it is getting late. Miss Yuan must return to serve His Majesty. You should head back. Yuan then stood and said, yes, I take my leave. Once she departed, the third princess remarked, Mother, I really like her. Can we have her serve me? The Datai Fei shot her a disapproving look. You wish for the impossible. If she were an ordinary maid, I could easily ask the Empress Dowager to transfer her, but she serves in the Emperor and Appo's as presents. Even the Empress Dowager would not casually intervene. All right. The third princess felt somewhat dejected, yearning for the company of fragrant, soft beauties around her. Upon exiting the Shoan Palace, Yuan could not suppress a few coughs. She had held back her discomfort in front of the Datai Fei, and now her throat felt unbearably sore. Should she go to the royal pharmacy for some medicine? Yuan pondered, conflicted. Maidens were permitted to visit the pharmacy when ill, but the medicinal herbs were costly and primarily reserved for the nobility. Only surplus from months prior would be sold to the maids. Glancing at the silver in her hand, she hesitated to spend it, wishing to save it for future use after leaving the palace. Yao Yao, a familiar voice called from behind, causing Yuan to halt and turn. She found Sui Jing Yuan standing a short distance away, clad in the standard attire of a guard, his handsome features and tall stature evident. He jogged over to her. Brother Jing Yuan? Yuan exclaimed, surprised to encounter him here. What brings you this way? Sui Jing Yuan scratched his head, grinning foolishly upon seeing her. I was on patrol last night, and just finished my shift, preparing to leave the palace. Yuan nodded, then abruptly coughed into her hand. Are you unwell? Sui Jing Yuan instinctively reached out, brushing his hand against her forehead and confirming its warmth. How did you fall ill? Have you taken any medicine? Yuan felt a bit awkward due to his concern, as they had not seen each other for many years. Not yet. How about I bring you some medicine? I can pass it to you tomorrow when I return to the palace. Yuan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. That would be wonderful. The herbs in the palace are too expensive, so I must rely on you, Brother Jing Yuan. She offered him a piece of silver, but Sui Jing Yuan quickly refused. No need for that. How could I accept your money? Yuan insisted. The guard salaries are not high. I can't let you bear the expense. I have silver, Sui Jing Yuan replied earnestly. Yao Yao, your position in the emperor's presence is not easy. You need to have some savings for yourself. Return it. Since you call me brother, how can a brother allow his sister to spend money? Seeing his firm refusal, Yuan pouted and withdrew her silver. Then I shall thank you, Brother Jing Yuan. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Sui Jing Yuan, noticing her pale complexion, urged her to return promptly. Chapter 15. Come, warm my bed. Not long after Yuan returned to the Qin Yuan Hall, Jun Chenzhou came back from court. Throughout the morning, several waves of ministers came to the imperial study, seeking an audience while Yu Yin and Yang Hai stood idly outside. The sun shone warmly, and the two leaned against the wall, unable to resist the urge to doze off. Suddenly, a loud noise from within startled them awake. Exchanging glances, Yu Yin and Yang Hai quietly pressed their ears against the door. Moments later, the Rue Wang emerged, clutching his forehead. Yang Hai chuckled. "What seems to be the matter, Your Highness?" The Rue Wang, the sixth son of a late emperor and Jun Chenzhou's full-blooded brother, was known for his frivolity, often returning from his escapades only to face reprimands. Rubbing his forehead, the Rue Wang winced. "My elder brother is truly harsh. I merely wish to enjoy a few days outside the city." And he erupted with such fury. Yang Hai's lips twitched. Was it merely a few days of fun? The Rue Wang had been so engrossed in his revelries that he would likely have refused to return had it not been for the emperor and Oppos, as summons. After the Rue Wang departed, Yang Hai nudged Yu Yin, signaling her to enter. Yu Yin quickly stepped back a few paces, forcing a smile. "You go in, my lord." "No, you go." Their playful banter was interrupted by someone calling Yu Yan's name from inside. Yang Hai grinned mischievously. Yu Yin sighed and stepped inside, where she found the table piled high with memorials. The man was bent over, engrossed in writing, and Yu Yin dared not disturb him, quietly making her way over. Having been accustomed to sorting through the numerous documents submitted by the officials, she deftly separated the urgent ones before rolling up her sleeves to prepare ink for the man. Out of the corner of his eye, Jun Chenzhou caught sight of her delicate white wrist moving gracefully, and a fleeting memory of the white figure from his dreams last night flashed before him. As she drew nearer, he caught a whiff of her subtle orchid fragrance, so familiar, yet elusive. Abruptly, he inquired, "Can you play the pipa?" Yu Yin was momentarily taken aback, unsure why he posed such a question. She lifted her gaze to meet his, finding a mixture of scrutiny and curiosity in his dark eyes. She gently shook her head. "I cannot, Your Highness." Her fingers tightened around the inkstone, and before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Jun Chenzhou asked again, "Do you possess any small characters?" A chill ran down Yu Yin and Oppos' spine, and she hesitated before lowering her gaze and murmuring, "No, none." Even without looking at him, she could sense his piercing gaze lingering on her for an extended moment, sharp and filled with an inexplicable scrutiny. It felt like an eternity until he finally withdrew his gaze. That night, Jun Chenzhou lounged on a soft couch, engrossed in a book, his back resting against a plush pillow, one leg casually bent. The only sound in the chamber was the rustling of pages. Yu Yin knelt at the edge of the bed, arranging his bedding. Once she finished, she glanced toward Jun Chenzhou, who seemed oblivious to her presence, lost in his reading. Yu Yin felt a little more at ease, though she sensed something unusual about him today. He frequently stole glances at her. Although it was supposed to be on hind Oppos, as turn to keep watch, he had specifically requested her to stay. Yu Yin pouted, pondering that if she were not receiving compensation, why should she be burdened with so many chores? Even a mule deserved a break. "Your Majesty, it is time for bed," she finally said, waiting for him to respond. When he remained silent, she approached him. "It is already the hour of the pig, and you have an early court session." Jun Chenzhou set down his book and, without looking at her, walked toward the bed. Yu Yin felt indifferent. His silence was preferable. As she tidied the books on the couch, she intended to exit when his voice rang out, "Stop." Yu Yin took a deep breath, turned, and bowed her head. "What are your orders, Your Majesty?" Jun Chenzhou lounged lazily on the edge of the bed, observing her with inscrutable eyes. He suddenly patted the bed, beckoning her to come closer. Yu Yan's heart raced. She hesitantly approached. "Your Majesty?" Jun Chenzhou spoke in a languid tone. "Come up, warm my bed." What? Yu Yin gasped, her eyes wide with fear as they locked onto his dark, enigmatic gaze, shrouded in a mist of inscrutable emotions. A slight smile played on Jun Chenzhou's lips as he finally caught a glimpse of her expression beyond mere timidity. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, and her slightly parted lips reminded him of the first time he went hunting at 15, when he encountered a fawn cornered with nowhere to flee. He tapped his fingers lightly against the rosewood bed, his tone casual. "You wish to freeze me?" "Freeze?" Yu Yin was momentarily speechless. Was it possible to feel cold in May? She bit her lip and tentatively suggested, perhaps, we could summon Yang Gong Gong? Jun Chenzhou and Amp, oppose, as countenance darkened at her words. What do you think? He replied, picturing the scene of Yang Hai warming his bed and shuddering at the thought. Yin fidgeted with her clothing, her fingers twisting. I think. She felt it would be quite agreeable, yet she dared not voice it. I am quite chilly, she carefully proposed. Should I fetch a charcoal basin? Her hopeful gaze searched his face. Jun Chenzhou leaned back slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, his voice neutral. Is that so? Then, extending his hand with a slight tilt of his chin, he added, let me see. See what? Yu Yin blinked in confusion. Jun Chenzhou chuckled softly, his tone leisurely. Let me see if you're indeed cold. Let me see if you are deceiving me. Yu Yin instinctively curled her fingers, subconsciously hiding her hands behind her. Unhurried, Jun Chenzhou watched her struggle with a small, conflicted expression. After a moment, Yu Yin cautiously raised her hand, but immediately felt the urge to retract it. Before she could withdraw, Jun Chenzhou grasped her fingertips. They were indeed cold, but the cool touch ignited a fire within him. With a slight pull, he drew her forward, causing her to kneel between his legs. Yu Yan's eyes widened in surprise, shimmering with unshed tears, eliciting a sense of protectiveness. Jun Chenzhou cupped her lower face with his hand, and in that moment, her glistening gaze melded with the eyes from his dreams. His expression became inscrutable, fixed on her as if searching for an answer. Truly, no small characters? Yu Yin and oppose. As heart raced, her mind blank, utterly perplexed by his relentless questioning. No, truly none. She shook her head fervently, seizing the opportunity as he released her hand to hastily stand and step back. Panic filled her eyes as she bowed deeply. This servant takes her leave. Jun Chenzhou made no move to call her back, merely observing her retreating figure with growing suspicion. He murmured softly, it would be best not to let me discover that you are lying. Chapter 16. Illness as the chill of early spring gradually dissipated. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear. In Shokong Palace, the Empress arrived just as the Empress Dowager was engrossed in copying scriptures and reciting Buddhist texts. Granny Xia knelt and said, Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. The Empress, adorned in a lake blue robe, smiled gently and replied, Of course, Mother, pray in peace. In the inner chamber, the Empress sat in a chair, savoring her tea. The woman beside her wore a light lotus-pink, wide-sleeved gown. Only after Granny Xia and her companions had withdrawn did she dare to speak. Elder sister, what brings you to Shokong Palace unexpectedly? The speaker was Zhou Wan. The weather was delightful, and the Empress had initially planned to take her to the Imperial Garden, perhaps even encounter the Emperor. But the sudden change of course to Shokong Palace puzzled her. The Empress Dowager seldom inquired into the affairs of the harem, rarely seeing the concubines aside from the customary greetings every 5 days. The Empress, her expression placid, did not answer Zhou Wan and Amp. Oppose, as questioned but instead inquired, Are the items I requested prepared? They are all ready, elder sister. You need not worry, Zhou Wan replied. The Empress fell silent, and Zhou Wan did not dare to ask further. During her time in the palace, she had developed a genuine fear of her elder sister. Prior to entering the palace, Zhou Wan and the Empress were scarcely acquainted. The Empress hailed from the main branch of the Zhou family, while Zhou Wan belonged to a collateral line. Her family had no suitable candidates to send, which led to her selection. The two had barely crossed paths during their time in the manor, and the Empress's aloofness now only heightened Zhou Wan's trepidation. Before long, Granny Xia returned, supporting the Empress Dowager as she entered. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. May you enjoy eternal blessings. The Empress Dowager, in her 50s, still exuded vitality, her face adorned with a kind smile as she gestured lightly toward the Empress. No need for such formalities. Sit down. Yes, replied the Empress, a faint smile gracing her lips as she settled into her chair, engaging in light conversation with the Empress Dowager. The weather is pleasant today. I intended to converse with Mother, yet I find you still engaged in prayer at this hour. The Empress Dowager replied gently, At my age, I prefer to remain indoors. Reciting scriptures brings me solace. She then noticed the young woman behind the Empress and beckoned her. You must be the fourth miss of the Zhou family? Zhou Wan hurriedly rose to pay her respects, saying, "I am Zhou Wan. I pay my respects to your majesty." The empress smiled. "Indeed, my dear sister is quite thoughtful. Mother has permitted her to accompany me in the palace." Zhou Wan approached the empress dowager, her head bowed and demeanor submissive. "What a good child," the empress dowager remarked. The fourth misheard that mother enjoys Buddhist teachings, so she specially embroidered a scripture as a gift. The empress dowager's interest was piqued, and Kai Wei quickly presented the embroidered scripture crafted by Zhou Wan. It was not merely a small piece, but rather a tapestry-sized work, featuring well-sized scriptures that were neither cramped nor difficult to appreciate. The empress dowager's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Such exquisite craftsmanship," Zhou Wan modestly responded. "I thought it could serve as a screen, allowing your majesty to admire it during your leisure." Seeing her mother's satisfaction, the empress felt a sense of reassurance. "Ever since my miscarriage last year, I have been in poor health, and I feel troubled, unable to fulfill the emperor and your majesty and Appo's expectations." The empress and Appo's tone grew somber, and the empress dowager's smile faded somewhat. She too felt a sense of loss for the unborn child, as the palace now only had the grand princess born of Enchongyi, with no princes to speak of. Moreover, should the empress bear a son, he would be of noble birth, greatly esteemed. The empress, still young, had the potential to nurture the emperor's lineage in the future. Dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, she said, "Thank you for your concern, mother. The physician has indicated that my health is severely compromised, and I long to restore my well-being for the emperor." However, the empress hesitated, uncertain of when that might happen. "Yet with my sister by my side, I find my spirits lifting." Zhou Wan blushed, saying, "It is only what I ought to do." The empress dowager, playing with her prayer beads, understood the empress's intentions. Since the empress had taken her sister into the palace, everyone had discerned her motives. The empress dowager did not oppose the Zhou family sending more individuals to the palace. However, Zhou Wan, being from a collateral line and with a father of low rank, lacked the qualifications to participate in the selection process. Thus, the empress had to utilize her authority to bring her in directly. Yet, entering the palace without going through the selection process lacked legitimacy. At the last birthday celebration of the empress, it was evident that Jun Chenzhou held no interest in her, and the empress worried that Zhou Wan would lack a valid reason to remain in the palace. She wished to request that Zhou Wan be allowed to stay. If the empress dowager consented, Zhou Wan could remain and perhaps be introduced to the emperor. The hall fell into a moment of silence, and the empress felt a twinge of anxiety. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's disinterest in Zhou Wan was clear. If the empress dowager were willing to recommend her, he might be inclined to consider her sooner, out of respect for the empress dowager. After a brief pause, the empress dowager chuckled. "She is a good child. Do come and visit me often." The empress smiled. "As long as mother does not find her dull-witted." Zhou Wan's face lit up with joy. "Yes, I shall serve your majesty diligently." The empress dowager nodded with a smile. The empress had personally chosen Jun Chenzhou, and after years of marriage, she had managed the harem with great skill, earning both praise and hardship. The empress dowager was aware of her worries about having no children and felt a measure of compassion. Thus she agreed to Zhou Wan and Appo's presence in the palace. However, whether Jun Chenzhou would take notice was beyond her control. Night fell. After bathing, Jun Chenzhou found Yang Hai tidying his bedding. He surveyed the room, his expression darkening. "Your Majesty, it is time to rest." Yang Hai approached, intending to assist him with his shoes, when Jun Chenzhou casually inquired, "Where is she?" Yang Hai paused, momentarily taken aback before realizing who he was referring to. Replying to Your Majesty, "Miss Yue Ling has fallen ill. I instructed her to rest for 2 days to prevent passing her illness to you." "Ill?" Jun Chenzhou and Appo's brows furrowed deeply. "What affliction does she suffer from? Has a physician been summoned?" "Just a cold." Yang Hai replied dismissively, "Should I bother calling a physician?" "In 20 years of service to Your Majesty, I've never seen you call one for me." In the adjoining chamber, Yue Ling lay with heavy eyelids, sprawled on the bed in a deep slumber. Since the day she had gone into the water, she had experienced a persistent cough, and before the medicine could arrive with Sui Jingyuan, she had developed a fever. She had no awareness of how long she had been asleep, and when she finally roused, the outside world was shrouded in darkness. Her throat felt uncomfortable, and as she rubbed her eyes, she struggled to open them, her consciousness still hazy. In a daze, she seemed to see a figure sitting by her bedside. Startled, she felt a chill run down her back, nearly tumbling off the bed. "Be careful," a familiar male voice spoke, and a strong hand steadied her arm. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, Yue Ling finally recognized the figure. It was Jun Chenzhou. Beneath the radiant moonlight, the emperor, a figure of imposing stature, sat by her bedside clad in a simple, saffron-hued robe, his gaze fixed upon her. Startled, Yue Ling abruptly sat up, exclaiming, Your Majesty? What was he doing here?" Realizing she was merely in her nightclothes, she hastily drew the covers higher, attempting to conceal her exposed décolletage. Observing her futile attempts at modesty, Emperor Jun Chenzhou emitted a soft scoff. He reached out to touch her brow, his palm registering the intense heat. "Your fever is raging. Have you taken any medicine?" Yue Ling shook her head, then nodded in quick succession. Meeting his impatient gaze, she murmured, "I have requested someone to procure medicine." "Requested?" Jun Chenzhou's brows furrowed in displeasure. "Who? And where is this remedy?" Clutching the quilt, Yue Ling shrank back, her voice raspy. "An old acquaintance. It should arrive shortly." The emperor responded with a derisive chuckle. "By the time he arrives, you will have perished from a fever." Yue Ling bit her lip. Why was he cursing her? "This humble servant is afflicted with a cold. It would be best if your majesty kept your distance," she mumbled, her throat scratchy and irritated. She struggled to sit up, intending to fetch some water. Jun Chenzhou, his expression severe, pressed her back down. "If you are ill, you should remain in bed." Yue Ling found him bothersome. Why was he disturbing her rest late at night? She cooed and amp. Oppose, to suppress a fit of coughing, her face flushed crimson. With a stern countenance, Jun Chenzhou poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Ignoring all formalities, Yue Ling gulped it down. Slowly, Jun Chenzhou said, patting her back, "What's the rush? No one is competing with you." After a moment, Yue Ling recovered. She noticed the emperor still composedly seated on the bed, showing no sign of leaving. Irritation welled within her. What did he want? Just then, a knock echoed through the room, followed by Yang Hai's voice, "Your Majesty, the medicine is ready." Jun Chenzhou rose and walked to the door, his back obscuring Yang Hai from Yue Ling and Amp. Amp, Oppose, S-View. He returned, carrying a steaming bowl of medicinal broth. "Drink this." Yue Ling was taken aback. Was this proper? Seeing her hesitation, the emperor assumed she feared the bitter taste. His tone was icy as he inquired, "Shall I fetch you a platter of candied fruits as well?" "No need." Yue Ling hastily accepted the bowl, inadvertently allowing the covers to slip, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure. Jun Chenzhou and Oppose. S gaze lingered for a moment before he discreetly averted his eyes. Yue Ling held the bowl with both hands and drained it in one go. "Thank you, Your Majesty," she said, her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. Why was he suddenly showing interest in her, despite her attempts to dissuade him? As if reading her thoughts, Jun Chenzhou scoffed, "Recover quickly and return to your duties. Your salary is not for idleness." Yue Ling suppressed a sigh. He truly treated her like a beast of burden. The medicine induced a heavy drowsiness, and Yue Ling drifted into a haze. The sedative properties of the broth caused her to sink into the soft pillows, struggling to keep her eyes open, but ultimately failing. She wondered if Jun Chenzhou had left before she succumbed to sleep. Hearing the rhythmic cadence of her breath, Jun Chenzhou allowed himself to scrutinize her without restraint. Her features were serene in slumber, her long lashes casting delicate shadows upon her face. Her fingers still clutched the covers tightly against her chest. Her moist lips were slightly parted, and a faint furrow creased her brow, compelling him to smooth it away. Jun Chenzhou leaned closer, inhaling her subtle, soothing fragrance, a scent that brought him inexplicable peace. He felt an uncontrollable urge to draw nearer, his fingertips tracing the contours of her forehead and nose. He still found it difficult to believe that he harbored such intense feelings for a mere palace maid. After a moment, as he prepared to leave, he realized that a corner of his sleeve was caught in her grasp. A tender expression softened Jun Chenzhou's features. A smile played on his lips as he murmured, "Duplicitous." He settled onto the bed, drawing her into his embrace, allowing her to rest in the crook of his arm. In the narrow confines of the wooden bed, they lay pressed together. Yue Ling's sleep was troubled, her mind in turmoil. The scent of dragon musk enveloped her, an inescapable web that ensnared her senses. She curled up, helpless. In her previous life, Jun Chenzhou had been both doting and callous. When her maid was unjustly punished by Feng Ruoyan, and she retaliated, Jun Chenzhou had shunned her for months, desperate to regain his favor. Yue Ling had sought out a female artist in the palace known for her tattooing skills and had her waist adorned with a design, a black serpent entwined around a pristine lotus, a symbol both alluring and decadent. Once healed, she had summoned Jun Chenzhou. That night, Yue Ling had employed every artifice to captivate him. She had learned several pipa pieces from a musician, and as she plucked the strings, she glanced at him, her eyes filled with coquettish charm. The music mingled with an atmosphere of subtle sensuality, filling the Qin palace. Jun Chenzhou, uninterested in hearing her play, abruptly pulled her into the bathing pool. Her back pressed against the rough wall, she clung to his shoulders, offering her pale neck. He pressed a heated kiss upon her skin, and soon discovered the tattoo on her waist. His calloused fingers sent shivers through her as he rasped. "What is this?" Yue Ling whispered. "Does your majesty approve?" Jun Chenzhou's grip tightened, his eyes darkening as if he wished to devour her. "My Yumerin, you are truly ingenious." She detected the veiled mockery in his tone. Tattooing oneself was a tactic employed by courtesans to seduce men, and no noble concubine would stoop to such measures. But her humble origins left her with few options to secure his affections. Yue Ling swallowed her tears of humiliation and leaned in to kiss him. "As long as your majesty is pleased, this concubine is willing to do anything." That night, the red candles burned high, their melting wax dripping in time with the rippling water. But when word spread, she was met with scornful whispers, and even the Empress Dowager, who usually remained aloof from palace affairs, punished her with a day of kneeling in the Shokong Palace. Yue Ling clutched the covers, sobbing softly. Jun Chenzhou, who had been awake, opened his eyes at the sound. He gently patted her cheek. "Yue Ling?" Yue Ling awoke with a start, her mind blank with terror when she realized she had fallen asleep in Jun Chenzhou and Appo's arms. A nightmare? Seeing her dazed expression, he naturally wiped away her tears, as he had done in the past when he had driven her to tears during their intimate moments. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Looking at her pitiable state, Jun Chenzhou smiled faintly and leaned down to kiss her. Yue Ling shuddered and pushed him away, falling to her knees on the floor. The Emperor and Appo's face darkened as she said, "Your Majesty, this humble servant would never dare to aspire to imperial favor." "Never dare to aspire to imperial favor?" He laughed without mirth. Suddenly, Jun Chenzhou seized her chin, his face chillingly cold. He spoke with deliberate emphasis. "I will give you one last chance to retract those words." Chapter 18. A little white lotus in the palace suffices. In the early morning, the palace maids moved about quietly, and Tan Yun carefully entered the hall with a basin of water. Feng Ruoyan was already up, sitting on the edge of her bed, while Zhu Yun helped her put on her shoes. "What would you like for breakfast today, my lady?" Feng Ruoyan pinched her brow in irritation. "I dawn into Appo's. Do you want to eat? I'll be late for the morning greeting." Tan Yun dared not press further. Feng Ruoyan always appeared delicate in front of others, but was rather unforgiving towards her maids in private. A mere slight against her wishes could lead to dire consequences. Seated before the mirror, Feng Ruoyan absent-mindedly touched her dark hair and casually inquired, "Where did the emperor rest last night?" Zhu Yun glanced at her expression and lowered her head to respond, replying, "My lady, the emperor visited Qian Baolin last night." Feng Ruoyan abruptly flung her hairpin onto the table with a loud thud, startling Zhu Yun. "A bunch of seductresses." Zhu Yun quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, my lady. Over the past month, the emperor has visited us the most, and he has hardly seen Qian Baolin." Tan Yun took the comb from Zhu Yun and approached Feng Ruoyan to comfort her. During the past month, new concubines had gradually entered the emperor's bedchamber, with Feng Ruoyan and Li Xiaoyuan being among the favored. Hearing that the unremarkable Qian Baolin had also been summoned to the emperor's bed made Feng Ruoyan feel quite unsettled. Her brow furrowed, exuding an aura of vexation. It was rumored that Qian Baolin had been frequently visiting Shokong Palace, likely to curry favor with the Empress Dowager, thus earning her chance to serve the emperor. She certainly knows how to ingratiate herself, Feng Ruoyan thought, feeling increasingly restless. She had initially believed herself to be the first among the new consorts to be summoned, thinking that Jun Chenzhou would treat her differently. However, in over a month, she had only seen him 2 or 3 times, without any elevation in rank. Noticing her discontent, Tan Yun softly advised, "My lady, why bother with her? A mere Qian Baolin cannot stir any significant trouble. In my humble opinion, your long-standing devotion to the Empress Dowager is unmatched by anyone else." "You are right." Feng Ren's expression softened slightly as she selected an elegant hairpin from her cosmetic case, preparing to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Tan Yun arranged a modest hairstyle for her, knowing the Empress Dowager favored simplicity over extravagance. "My lady, I have heard that the 5th princess is also in the palace. Would you like to see her?" Feng Ruoyan had been the 5th princess's companion in the past, but now the 3rd princess had a closer relationship with Jun Chenzhou. Recently, the 5th princess had been punished for pushing the 3rd princess into the water, and Feng Ruoyan wished to distance herself from her. "No need. The 5th princess is still under house arrest, so there's no need to disturb her." Feng Ruoyan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, despite her beauty. The girls who entered the palace with her were a few years younger, and the issue of age weighed heavily on her heart. Unexpectedly, for the following half-month, Jun Chenzhou did not set foot in the harem. Feng Ruoyan's mood grew increasingly restless. One afternoon, she decided to bring a food box to Qianyuan Hall. When the attendant, Xiao Fuzi, saw her approaching, he quickly greeted her. "I pay my respects to the beautiful Feng." Feng Ruoyan donned a smile. "No need for such formalities, Eunuch Fu. Is the emperor busy?" Xiao Fuzi hesitated. "It is unfortunate, my lady. The emperor is currently in a meeting with the ministers and may not be available for some time." Feng Ruoyan maintained her smile, but expressed her disappointment. "In that case, please help me convey my regards, and I shall not disturb him." "Yes, rest assured, my lady." As she turned away, Feng Ruoyan and Appo's smile faded instantly. "Busy, too busy to see me." She clenched her fists, controlling her emotions, determined not to let anyone see her distress. After spending a long time in the Imperial Garden, she felt somewhat better as dusk approached. "Let's return." Just as she prepared to leave, she noticed Li Zhaoyuan approaching with her attendants. What bad luck! Before she could exit, Li Zhaoyuan spotted her. "Why is Miss Feng here?" A hint of mockery flickered in Li Zhaoyuan and Appo's eyes as she sauntered over. Feng Ruoyan performed her greeting. "I pay my respects to Lady Zhaoyuan. May you have longevity." "Get up," Li Zhaoyuan said dismissively. Li Zhaoyuan harbored a disdain for Feng Ruoyan, as both were rivals. Yet Feng Ruoyan appeared more adept at playing the victim, which irked her further. Is Miss Feng not attending to the emperor? Knowing she was being mocked, Feng Ruoyan remained unfazed, gently adjusting her hairpin. "Sister is joking. I am clumsy and only annoy the emperor. Do not underestimate yourself." Li Zhaoyuan smirked. "I've heard that you were quite renowned back in the capital. Perhaps the emperor prefers someone younger." As she spoke, she giggled lightly. Despite entering the palace 3 years earlier, both were of the same age. This comment was akin to a dagger to Feng Ruoyan's heart. Unexpectedly, Feng Ruoyan's gaze fell upon a figure behind Li Zhaoyuan, and she smiled. "Sister, how can you believe such rumors?" She stepped closer, within an inch of Li Zhaoyuan, and whispered before entering the palace. "I heard you were the most favored. However, I have not seen the emperor visit you lately. It seems rumors should not be taken to heart." "You." Li Zhaoyuan was incensed and reached out to push her away. Feng Run took the opportunity to stumble backward, her hand grazing the stone floor, drawing blood. How could Lady Zhaoyuan treat Our Lady this way? Tan Yun, having witnessed the golden imperial carriage approaching, immediately played the part. Even if my lady spoke out of turn, Lady Zhaoyuan should not resort to violence. Feng Ruoyan quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor, covering her nose with a handkerchief and feigning tears. Seeing her act, Li Zhaoyuan realized she had fallen into a trap. Sure enough, the next moment, a man in Appo's voice rang out. "What is happening here?" Jun Chenzhou, having intended to dine with the Empress Dowager, stumbled upon this scene in the Imperial Garden. Observing Feng Ruoyan's slightly disheveled appearance and Li Zhaoyuan's Yuan's imposing stance. It appeared as though Li Zhaoyuan was bullying her. Li Zhaoyuan hurriedly knelt. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Without waiting for Feng Ruoyan to speak, she interjected, "Your majesty, forgive me. I had a slight quarrel with the beautiful Feng. I accidentally pushed her, and she must have lost her balance, which caused her to fall. I was just about to apologize to my sister." Feng Ruoyan and Appo's expression stiffened, her hand on the ground tightening subtly. She certainly knows how to exploit the situation. Is that so? Jun Chenzhou was reluctant to engage in trivial matters. He had enough on his plate with court affairs. He came to the harem to relax, not to deal with petty squabbles over jealousy. As long as things did not escalate too far, the empress would manage them. In front of the crowd, Feng Ruoyan needed to maintain her image as a delicate flower. So it was essential to avoid further entanglement with Li Zhaoyuan. If Li Zhaoyuan did not acknowledge her, she could retreat to gain sympathy. But with Li Zhaoyuan in a high position already apologizing, insisting on the matter would only make her appear aggressive. "Indeed," Feng Ruoyan replied softly. "There was a misunderstanding between me and Sister Li. I have troubled your majesty." Jun Chenzhou nodded slightly. Everyone rise. As the imperial carriage passed by, Li Zhaoyuan assisted her attendants in standing up, casting a malicious glance at Feng Ruoyan. Such skill, beautiful Feng. With a cold snort, she turned and left. Observing her silhouette, Feng Ruoyan's expression darkened. She is not as foolish as I had presumed. Chapter 19. As the chill of the wind lingered, Yue Ling was still not permitted by Yang Hai to serve at Jun Chenzhou, for the thought of the emperor falling ill due to her presence was a risk he could not afford. Moreover, following their seemingly discordant parting on that fateful night, Yang Hai was even more reluctant to allow her to appear before the emperor. Consequently, he had assigned her to the library in the rear courtyard of Qianyuan Palace, where she found solace in her newfound leisure, free from the burdens of proximity to Jun Chenzhou. The fright from that night still haunted her, yet the absence of summons over the past 2 months had made her feel as if she had been entirely forgotten. For the first time, Yue Ling felt a lightness in her heart. Working in the library suited her well, as it was secluded and days could pass without encountering another soul. One afternoon, while organizing the books, she discovered some volumes had become damp. Recalling Yang Hai and Appo's prior admonition that these were texts likely to be perused by the emperor, she understood that any damaged books must be sent to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. After meticulously sorting through the entire cabinet, she placed the less affected books outside to dry, but some still required a trip to the ministry. After midday, seizing the opportunity while others rested, Yue Ling carried the books toward the ministry. Upon seeing her with text from Qianyuan Palace, Chief Steward Huang greeted her with a smile. "Do not worry, miss. They will be ready within 3 days." "Thank you, Your Excellency," she replied, exchanging pleasantries before turning to leave. However, as she traversed the palace path, a voice called out to her, "Yue Ling." She turned to find the third princess approaching. "Your Highness," Yue Ling curtsied. "What brings you out here at this hour?" The third princess, fond of her, dismissed her attendants and took her hand, leading her forward. Today, the ministry held only a half-day class. "I just finished with a Confucian scholar and am on my way to see Mother. Come with me. She mentioned you recently." Yue Ling nodded, observing the princess's cheerful demeanor, and felt a twinge of guilt. Her past actions, including saving lives and flattering the third princess and the Dowager Empress, had all been motivated by self-interest. In the palace, she felt as adrift as a floating weed, and a reliable ally would spare her from the anonymity that could lead to her demise, unnoticed. Like so many other palace servants, the third princess might genuinely wish to express her gratitude, as evidenced by her amiable demeanor towards Yue Ling. Yet Yue Ling harbored unworthy thoughts. As they walked along the palace path, the third princess engaged her in lively conversation, seemingly unperturbed by Yue Ling's status, recounting numerous intriguing tales. Passing a cluster of flowers, the princess remarked, "These begonia flowers are blooming splendidly." Yue Ling followed her gaze to the delicate pink petals cascading from the branches, swaying gently in the light breeze, a breath of freshness amidst the sweltering early summer. "How beautiful they are," the princess mused. "Do you like them?" The third princess nodded, then, rolling up her sleeves, declared, "I shall pick a few to present to Mother." Yue Ling quickly interjected, "Allow me to do so, Your Highness. The branches may harbor thorns that could injure you." "It is of no concern," the third princess replied nonchalantly. Yet Yue Ling, not daring to let her get hurt, hastened to the tree and delicately plucked the begonia blossoms. Dew still clung to the petals, which trembled slightly, releasing a gentle fragrance that was utterly enchanting. The third princess beamed as she accepted the flowers, and then gathered a few more to offer to Yue Ling. "These smell delightful. Take some with you." "Thank you, Your Highness," Yue Ling said, astonished, for palace maids were not permitted to gather flowers. But since these were a gift from the third princess, she would not face any reprimand. As she lowered her head to inhale the fragrance, her petite nose brushed against the petals, her exquisite eyes sparkling with delight. With her rosy lips and fair cheeks touched with a hint of blush, she possessed an ethereal beauty that radiated like spring blossoms, bright as the autumn moon. "I dare say, you are more enchanting than the flowers," the third princess observed, her eyes shining with admiration as she regarded Yue Ling's beauty. She yearned to have Yue Ling by her side, for such a stunning companion would surely brighten her days. Alas, Yue Ling belonged to her elder brother, and she could not simply request her. This scene did not escape the notice of the third princess, nor did it go unnoticed by Jun Chenzhou, who stood nearby, hands clasped behind him, observing with an indifferent expression. Yang Hai found himself uncertain of the emperor's sentiments. Over the past 2 months, the emperor had not mentioned Yue Ling. He had merely stated that she was to be temporarily reassigned to the library, without further comment. Yet, it seemed the emperor had not truly moved on from the matter. Yang Hai pondered, given Yue Ling's striking beauty, it was unlikely he would easily relinquish her to another. As the two conversed, Jun Chenzhou remained watchful. Just as Yang Hai contemplated whether to approach, the emperor stirred. The third princess, engaged in conversation with Yue Ling, was taken aback when a male voice interrupted. "What brings you here, Shiyuan? Brother?" she exclaimed, turning to see Jun Chenzhou approaching. "What are you doing here?" "I was on my way to see Mother, but I noticed how lovely the flowers are and came to gather a few." Jun Chenzhou nodded, not even glancing at Yue Ling, continuing his conversation with the princess. "Quite right. I have not seen the Dowager Empress in some time." Yue Ling instinctively distanced herself from the princess upon the emperor's arrival, lowering her gaze and standing quietly to the side. When she heard him mention a visit to Shoan Palace, she felt a momentary shock. "That is splendid. Mother often speaks of you, but we did not wish to intrude upon your busy schedule." As the two walked ahead, Yue Ling discreetly moved closer to Yang Hai. "Yang Gong, that maid." Before she could finish, Yang Hai shot her a sideways glance. "Stay close." The third princess occasionally glanced back, clinging to the emperor's arm and playfully saying, "Brother, I find this maidservant quite charming. Perhaps you could allow her to attend to me?" Yue Ling's heart leapt in her throat. "Her?" Jun Chenzhou cast a cursory glance at the girl, who appeared as meek as a quail, and replied in a tone devoid of warmth, "Perhaps not. She seems clumsy. If you require more attendance, simply request the Department of Internal Affairs to provide you with others." Yue Ling sulkily lowered her head, pouting inwardly. Who is truly clumsy? How can she be clumsy? The third princess protested. "If you do not favor her, then let her serve me instead." "Exactly," Yue Ling silently agreed, nodding in her heart. Jun Chenzhou absently toyed with the ring on his finger, and Yang Hai, noticing this sign of displeasure, quickly interjected, "Your Highness, Yue Ling is the maid who assists the emperor with his writing. He is accustomed to her presence, and it may be difficult to find a suitable replacement so quickly. I shall go to the Department of Internal Affairs to select more capable maids for you." The third princess, perceptive as she was, understood this meant the emperor was unwilling to part with Yue Ling. She lifted her chin with a smile. "Very well, then, Yang Gong, ensure you choose well for me." "Rest assured, Your Highness," Yang Hai assured her as Yue Ling gradually relaxed her grip on her skirt. Chapter 20. Why don't you return next year? In Kuan-Ning Palace, all the attendants arrived early that day. As July approached, it was customary to depart for the summer palace around this time. The empress had yet to emerge, and the other concubines turned their attention towards the esteemed Ing Zhaoyi. Qi Guipin was the first to break the silence. "Zhaoyi, I've heard that the journey to the summer palace is imminent. Do you happen to know if the emperor has arranged the list of those accompanying him?" Seated languidly, Ying absently examined her newly dyed nails. The list is traditionally determined by Her Majesty the Empress. How would I be privy to such matters? Your Majesty oversees the 6 palaces, so your input is surely warranted, Qi Guipin retorted, unable to mask her impatience. Since the last rebuke from Jun Chenzhou, she had not had the opportunity to accompany the emperor. Already burdened by pregnancy, she found herself unable to serve him, compounded by the influx of new concubines, making her presence even more scarce. Feng Ruoyan maintained a calm demeanor while attentively listening to their exchange. Typically, the summer palace was located in the outskirts of the capital, occasionally venturing southward. This year, with the journey still pending, a southern expedition was out of the question, leaving only the summer palace as the destination. Although she held confidence that Jun Chenzhou would take her along, the final list was issued by the Empress, and one could not predict whether she might favor her own sister over the favored concubines. Qi Guipin, now 5 months pregnant, feared the toll of travel might overwhelm her. And Chongyi expressed concern. I recently heard that Sister Qi has been suffering from severe morning sickness. Although the summer palace is not far, the journey can still be taxing. With a cold glance, Qi Guipin replied, there is no need for your concern, and Chongyi, my health is quite robust. What does it matter if I experience morning sickness? If I cannot see the emperor, this child will lack a father's affection, rendering it of little value. Just then, Kaiwei assisted the empress as she stepped outside. Your Majesty, the attendants greeted. The empress, seated regally, raised her hand slightly. You may rise. I have been listening from within. You all seem eager to know the list of those accompanying us to the summer palace. With a gentle smile, she surveyed the group. At that moment, she felt the stability of her position as the empress. Regardless of how favored the concubines might be, they still sought her favor. Hoping for the chance to accompany the emperor, Ying stifled a laugh, saying, Your Majesty need not keep us in suspense. The sisters are anxious. A flicker of derision crossed her eyes, for she had no such worries. She had never been overlooked during the summer excursions. Her gaze drifted towards Li Zhaoyuan and Feng Ruoyan, who were unusually quiet today. Ying remembered their previous altercation in the Imperial Garden and was surprised that Li Zhaoyuan had managed to endure without yielding to Feng Ruoyan. Moments later, the Empress's gaze shifted downward, and in a leisurely tone, she announced, This year, coinciding with the Empress Dowager's birthday celebrations at the Summer Palace, the Emperor has graciously permitted all of you to accompany him. A murmur of disbelief spread among the lower-ranking concubines, many of whom had never been allowed to go in previous years. Yet this year was an unexpected privilege. Qi Guipin could hardly conceal her joy, promptly complimenting. Your Majesty is truly considerate of us. Feng Ruoyan fidgeted with her handkerchief, uncertain whether the mass attendance was a boon or a bane. Once the audience dispersed, the Empress summoned Zhou Wan to her side. The guards at the Summer Palace are not as vigilant as those in the palace, providing you with greater opportunities to approach the Emperor. This banquet for the Empress Dowager is your last chance. Should you fail, I will be compelled to seek another. Zhou Wan knelt hurriedly. Elder sister, rest assured, I shall do my utmost. It is not merely about effort, the Empress replied coldly, fixing Zhou Wan with an unyielding stare. It is imperative. In Qinyuan Hall, Yan was enjoying the sunlight while reading when Yang Hai rushed in. Master Yang, is there something you require? She inquired, rising and shaking out her skirt. Yang Hai coughed a few times, assessing her. Are you fully recovered? Quite, she replied. After 2 months, how could I not be? Since you are well, you ought to return and serve. You cannot hide here daily, Yang Hai remarked, feeling somewhat guilty. Had he not discerned Jun Chenzhou's interest that day, he would have allowed Yu Yin to remain there indefinitely. Yu Yin's fingertips felt cold as she lowered her head. I understand. I shall tidy up these books and come forth. Once Yang Hai departed, she let out a long sigh. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Yin returned to the front courtyard. A Yin and Xiao Fuzai greeted her with bright smiles, while Baiji secretly spat in disdain. Yu Yin, you have returned, Xiao Fuzai exclaimed. The Emperor is in a meeting with Lord Li, so he may not be free for a while. Could you assist us in organizing the items? Only then did Yu Yin notice the numerous boxes in the courtyard. Xiao Fuzai explained. We are to set off for the Summer Palace in 3 days. These are the emperor's usual belongings. Pushing a box towards her, Xiao Fuzai added, these are the emperor's everyday garments. Could you arrange them? Of course. Yue Yin had only visited the summer palace once in her past life, and the memories were now hazy. She chatted with Xiao Fuzai. Do you know which concubines will accompany us this time? Xiao Fuzai leaned closer and whispered, this year. The Empress Dowager's birthday coincides with our trip to the summer palace. The Empress suggested that all concubines attend to celebrate her birthday. Ah, I see. Yue Yin recalled that in her previous life, it was during the Empress Dowager's birthday that the Empress's sister was conferred the title Baolin. It seemed this time would unfold similarly. As they exchanged idle chatter, Yue Yin wore a cloud-white dress adorned with magnolia patterns. Having had a restless night, she applied a hint of blush to her cheeks, which softened her pallor. This delicate complexion, enhanced by a touch of rosy hue, rendered her strikingly beautiful in the eyes of others. Emerging from his study, Jun Chenzhou caught sight of the woman smiling at Xiao Fuzai. He paused momentarily, his eyes cooling slightly. Yang Hai sensed an immediate chill and noticed Xiao Fuzai and Appo's imprudent proximity. He coughed heavily to draw attention. Who permitted you to stand so close to Miss Yue Yin? Startled, the two women looked up to find Jun Chenzhou's countenance darkened. Your Majesty, they greeted in unison. Jun Chenzhou approached Yue Yin slowly, while Yang Hai swiftly pulled Xiao Fuzai away. Yue Yin felt a shadow loom over her, and, lowering her gaze, softly inquired, what is your Majesty's command? Gazing down at her, Jun Chenzhou's expression remained inscrutable. Just as Yue Yin began to feel flustered, she suddenly heard him chuckle coldly. Why don't you return next year? Chapter 21. The palace. Yue Yin stood rigidly in place, her fingers nervously curling. I have not yet recovered from the cold. I fear I might unwittingly pass it on to the emperor. Jun Chenzhou let out a slight scoff, uncertain whether to believe her words. Observing the fear in her gaze and her swaying form, he felt an inexplicable irritation. He lifted his head. He disliked her perpetual bowing of the head in his presence, and he was averse to the way she seemed so afraid of him. Yue Yin's eyes flickered. She obediently raised her chin slightly, yet her gaze remained downcast, too timid to meet his. Come in. Jun Chenzhou was the first to enter the study, and Yue Yin followed him anxiously. Upon hearing the resounding bang of the door closing behind them, she felt as though she were sitting on needles. The man walked to the desk and sat down, leaning back in his chair with his eyes partially closed. He gestured to the table, speaking in a nonchalant tone, read it to me. A pile of memorials lay on the table, and Yue Yin stepped forward to pick up the top one. The room was dim and silent, save for her gentle voice. Zhang Xuancha reports, today, a remarkable bird was captured with a blue back and white belly, hoping to present it to your Majesty. As she read, the corners of her mouth twitched. The content of the memorial seemed rather absurd. Did the emperor truly review such matters daily? Stealing a glance at Jun Chenzhou. She noticed his eyes were partially closed, his sword-like brows slightly furrowed, appearing somewhat fatigued. His handsome profile was illuminated by the faint light, exuding both nobility and indifference. In her past life, she had been deceived by this very Fade, only to later discover his inherently cold nature. Regaining her composure, Yue Yin continued to read the memorial. The faint scent of dragon's saliva incense enveloped her surroundings, and as she read on, her throat felt parched. Yet the man showed no sign of response. Yue Yin began to doubt whether he had fallen asleep. Your Majesty? She called softly, relieved when he did not respond. Rubbing her slightly aching waist, she placed the memorial back and was finally able to leave. She gently draped a blanket over the man before quietly retreating. Unbeknownst to her, a dark, penetrating gaze remained fixed upon her departing figure. 3 days later, the group set off for the summer palace in the outskirts of the capital. The carriages had long been waiting at the palace gates, and the concubines had already arrived. High-ranking concubines were shaded by umbrellas, while those of lower status could only stand beneath the trees for respite. Li Xiaoyuan impatiently waved her fan. Why hasn't the Empress arrived yet? It's sweltering, she grumbled. Feng Ruoyan laughed in response. Sister Xiaoyuan, if you are so afraid of the heat, how will you manage on this journey? Perhaps you should inform the Empress and remain in the palace? Li Xiaoyuan scoffed. There is no need for you to worry. I am quite well. Qi Guifei, with a slightly protruding belly, felt equally impatient. Yet, she had learned to be more prudent. If she displayed any discomfort now, the empress might take it as an excuse to keep her in the palace, considering her pregnancy. Feng Ruoyan and Lin Xian, who belonged to the same palace, stood back in the shade, escaping the sun's harsh rays. Lin Xian felt slightly dizzy, prompting Feng Ruoyan to support her. Sister, what's wrong? I haven't tea rested well these past few days, and haven't tea been able to eat much. Standing for too long is rather uncomfortable, Lin Xian replied apologetically. Her maid added, I intended to summon the imperial physician, but the young mistress feared it would be too much trouble. Feng Ruoyan smirked. It's best to avoid summoning the physician too often, lest the empress think you are ill and keep you in the palace. Furthermore, summer brings such heat. Perhaps you are merely suffering from the summer discomfort. Lin Xian nodded. You are right. As they conversed, the tardy Jiaoyi cast a languid glance at Feng Ruoyan before moving to the front of the line. Greetings, Lady Jiaoyi. Jiaoyi bowed slightly to Xianfei. Sister Xianfei, peace be upon you. At last you have arrived, sister. Xianfei smiled, supporting her arm. Jiaoyi gazed at the sky with some disdain. It is unbearably hot in the palace. I have been suffering on the way here. Indeed, fortunately, we are soon headed to the palace. Everyone had their own thoughts, yet all looked forward to leaving the palace. Outside, the rules were not so stringent, providing a better opportunity to see the emperor and gain favor. After a quarter of an hour, the emperor and empress arrived together. Greetings, your majesty. Greetings, empress. The empress appeared to be in good spirits today, having not seen Jun Chenzhou for quite some time. She had specifically gone to Qinyuan Hall to wait for him to join her. Accompanying her were not only concubines, but also numerous court officials and their ladies. She could not allow herself to be underestimated. Be at ease. Jun Chenzhou surveyed the surroundings, noting the heat. Let us board the carriages. Thank you, your majesty. Yang Hai had already prepared the carriages, lining them with soft blankets and placing ice basins at the corners, emitting a gentle mist, along with soft pillows, tea sets, and memorials on the table, and a chessboard. Jun Chenzhou boarded the carriage, with Yu Yin and Yang Hai following closely behind. The procession slowly exited the palace gates. The morning was still cool, and Yang Hai pulled Yu Yin closer to the carriage. There is shade here. It will be cooler. He was somewhat exasperated, wondering why the girl did not seek a more comfortable spot to rest. Yu Yin smiled apologetically. Yes, what you say is true. She was not particularly sensitive to the heat. She merely wished to keep her distance, lest Jun Chenzhou see her when he required someone to attend to him. Before long, Yu Yin noticed Sui Jingyuan was also in the procession. Brother Jingyuan. She discreetly slowed her pace, walking beside him. Yao Yao. Sui Jingyuan's face lit up with joy. I saw you before we set off, but didn't dare to disturb you. By the way, did the medicine I sent with you help? Yu Yin paused for a moment. Although she had asked Sui Jingyuan to buy medicine after falling ill, Jun Chenzhou later instructed Yang Hai to deliver her medicine for several days, leaving her with no need for what Sui Jingyuan had brought. Nevertheless, she nodded. It was effective. Thank you, Brother Jingyuan. Sui Jingyuan scratched his head, his voice softening. There is no need for such formality between us. Yu Yin couldn't help but smile at the blush creeping on his Sui Jingyuan's ears. When they were younger, he had never been shy. After years apart, it seemed he had become more bashful with age. As the carriage traveled for a while, Jun Chenzhou suddenly lifted the curtain. Yang Hai, standing below, quickly approached. Your Majesty, do you have any commands? Jun Chenzhou ignored him, his gaze scanning the surroundings, growing increasingly dark. It was not until he slightly turned his head that he noticed Yu Yin engaged in cheerful conversation with a man at the rear of the procession. His expression darkened instantly. Yang Hai followed his gaze, immediately alarmed. What was Yu Yin doing? Though Jun Chenzhou had never explicitly stated his feelings, Yang Hai, having served him for long, understood all too well. The emperor had long regarded Yu Yin as his own. No one else should be so close to her. The man's fingers tightened around the curtain, leaving a crease above. It certainly seemed a mutual affection. Hearing the man's tone, Yang Hai found the situation even more alarming. On the other side, Brother Jingyuan. Yu Yin had not finished her sentence when Yang Hai called out to her. She turned her head, only to meet Jun Chenzhou's darkened gaze. The man lifted the curtain, looking directly at her, his long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, Yu Yin sensed a hint of displeasure. Hastily lowering her head, she stepped forward. What does Yang Gonggong require? Before Yang Hai could respond, Jun Chenzhou dismissed the curtain. Come up. Yu Yin glanced at Yang Hai for help, sensing the man's mood was far from pleasant. Yang Hai shrugged, giving her a gentle push. Hurry up. Chapter 22. Who allowed you to speak with other men? Inside the carriage, Yu Yin cautiously knelt beside the man. He had summoned her, but chose to ignore her presence, leaving her increasingly perplexed by his thoughts. As noon approached, Yang Hai, standing by the window, quietly reminded her that the meal was ready and urged her to encourage the emperor to eat something, showing his genuine concern. Yu Yin gently lowered the curtain and glanced at the man and Appo's cold profile, taking a deep breath before daring to speak. Your Majesty, it is already noon. Will you not partake in a meal? He did not lift his gaze, merely responding indifferently. Quickly, Yu Yin retrieved the food box from the corner, filled with an array of dishes that Yang Hai had prepared in advance. With Yang Hai absent, it fell upon Yu Yin to serve the meal. In her past life, she had meticulously studied Jun Chenzhou's preferences in order to vie for his favor, knowing precisely what he liked and disliked. However, this was her first time serving him, and she feared that if he discerned her knowledge of his tastes, he might grow suspicious. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yin served a bit of each dish and pretended to observe his expression, noting what he favored and adjusting her servings accordingly. She was aware of the man's keen perception, knowing that every action of hers was under his scrutiny. When she offered him a bowl of mung bean soup, Jun Chenzhou took a sip and frowned, declaring, "Too sweet." "Sweet?" Yu Yin instinctively replied, but this mung bean soup was prepared without sugar this morning. He looked at her coolly and asked, "What, do you think I am deceiving you?" "I would not dare," she replied. He placed the bowl in her hands, insisting, "Try it yourself." Feeling a bit awkward, Yu Yin thought to herself that if it was too sweet, there was no need to taste it. Yet under his watchful gaze, she lifted the spoon and took a sip. To her surprise, it was not sweet at all. The chilled soup was indeed refreshing. After finishing a sip, she glanced up to meet his gaze, where Jun Chenzhou was observing her with an amused expression. Well, daring not to contradict him, she reluctantly admitted, "It is sweet. It is my fault for not preparing it well." Seeing her furrowed brow in confusion one moment and biting her lip in frustration the next, Jun Chenzhou silently smirked. Foolish girl. He did not stop her, and Yu Yin had no choice but to drink the entire bowl of mung bean soup. Although she had not eaten lunch, the soup somewhat eased her hunger. After Jun Chenzhou finished his meal, Yu Yin prepared water to assist him in washing his hands. His hands, broad and powerful, bore calluses from years of martial training. Gently, she held his hand, pouring water over his knuckles with the other hand. In a moment, she delicately wiped his fingertips with a cloth. However, before she could withdraw her hand, his warm grip suddenly clasped her wrist, and she looked up in shock just as he pulled her forward with a sudden force. Already kneeling before him, she found herself uncontrollably falling into his embrace. Surrounded by the faint scent of dragon and Appo's saliva, Yu Yin and Appo's heart raced in panic, and as she pushed against his chest to rise, he firmly held her waist. "Who permitted you to converse with other men?" he asked, tilting her chin to meet her alarmed gaze, his tone surprisingly calm. His fingertips traced her slender back, and Yu Yin blinked nervously, stammering, "I did not." "Did not?" Jun Chenzhou scoffed, suddenly gripping her chin tighter. "Do you think I am easy to talk to?" As he left a red mark on her fair chin, a simmering frustration bubbled within him. "I did not." Yu Yin felt tears welling up, her forced upward gaze revealing glistening lashes. Jun Chenzhou leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing against hers. In a burst of courage, she turned her head away. He let out a light chuckle. "Do you not wish to be my concubine?" "I do not dare to aspire to such heights," she managed to utter with difficulty. He tightened his grip, forcing her face to turn back toward him. "Do you not dare, or do you simply not wish to?" His cold gaze held a hint of hidden obsession. Yu Yin bit her lip helplessly, feeling trapped with no room to escape. She could sense her softness pressed against his strong chest, with no space between them. "Very well, if you do not wish to be my concubine, Then you shall remain by my side as a palace maid." As soon as the words left his mouth, he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. "Please, no." As she felt his lips on her neck, Yue Ling cried out in fear, "I beg you." Her small sobs struck his heart like a hammer. Jun Chenzhou felt an inexplicable displeasure wash over him. His hand, which was propped beside her waist, tightened into a fist, a mix of disappointment and intrigue swirling within him. "Why do you cry?" he asked, slightly rising to brush her tears away with his rough fingertip. "Why do you hesitate?" "I am afraid." Yue Ling could not contain her sobs. "I am of lowly status and do not deserve to serve the emperor." Her pitiful crying stirred a flicker of sympathy within Jun Chenzhou. He lifted her, placing her on his lap, her green skirt disheveled, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Yue Ling felt a surge of terror in her heart, forcing herself to appear compliant as she clung to his shoulders in a panic. "Do not cry." Though Jun Chenzhou had never consoled anyone before, witnessing her incessant tears, he awkwardly offered, "I will not force you." He was unsure where this newfound patience stemmed from, but with Yue Ling, it seemed as though his boundaries were gradually softening. "Your Majesty." Yue Ling wiped her tears with the back of her hand, hoping to calm him. "When I arrived at Qianyuan Palace, Yang Gonggong warned me not to harbor delusions. I truly do not dare to be greedy." In her past life, he had implored her not to be foolishly hopeful. Why in this lifetime was he still unwilling to let her go? She yearned to leave the palace, yet he sought to drag her back into the depths of the harem. As her tears flowed more freely, she became increasingly despondent. "Yang Hai." Jun Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, realizing that she had initially harbored ambitions when she first arrived, only to suddenly withdraw. It was evident that Yang Hai had frightened her. Outside the carriage, Yang Hai suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill down his spine. Inside, Jun Chenzhou pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." "But," Yue Ling racked her brain for excuses to delay. "I am afraid that this is merely a fleeting whim of yours. That all of this is just a dream. I possess nothing but a cheap heart." The more he listened, the darker his expression grew, and he found himself feeling a twinge of compassion for her. Enough. He gently caressed her back and handed her a silk handkerchief, urging her to wipe her tears. "I will not force you." At last, she sighed in relief, her eyes red, clutching the fabric of his robe, appearing fragile and helpless. With the tension in his heart dissipating, Jun Chenzhou contemplated Yue Ling's timid nature. If he brought her into the harem now, she would surely crumble under the pressure of those around her. Perhaps it would be wise to keep her by his side for a while longer. Surely, he could not allow her to remain in such a submissive state indefinitely. Chapter 23. The Empress Dowager. The procession paused halfway for a respite. Yang Hai discreetly distingued himself, having overheard Miss Yue Ling weeping throughout the journey. Surely, the emperor would not be preoccupied in the carriage. Should he prepare hot water first, or arrange a new set of garments for Miss Yue Ling? As he pondered, he noticed Li Xiaoyuan gracefully approaching, supported by a palace maid. Yang Hai subtly furrowed his brow and hastened to intercept her, subtly blocking her path to prevent her from nearing the carriage. "Your servant has met with Lady Xiaoyuan. There is no need for excessive formalities," Li Xiaoyuan remarked, glancing at the closed carriage door. "I wonder if the emperor might be busy. I prepared a lily soup this morning, hoping to share it with him." Yang Hai thought to himself that this was indeed an inopportune moment. The emperor was undoubtedly occupied and likely had no time for food. "Your arrival is ill-timed. The emperor is resting." Li Xiaoyuan's gaze turned somewhat suspicious, frequently darting towards the carriage. Yet she dared not intrude, instead instructing the maid to hand the food box to Yang Hai. "I would appreciate it if you could relay this, Yang Gonggong." "Rest assured, my lady," he replied. Once she had retreated a distance, Shu Hui whispered, "My lady, I did not see that palace maid earlier." Li Xiaoyuan's grip on her hand tightened suddenly, her sharp nails causing Shu Hui to wince, though she remained silent. "I knew it. There is no peace to be had. Before we set out, I noticed a palace maid trailing Jun Chenzhou. Though she kept her head down, her figure was far more alluring than that of many concubines." Li Xiaoyuan cast another glance at the distant carriage, her expression darkening. "Find out more." Shu Hui cautioned, "My lady, that is a palace maid of the emperor. If she is startled, it could create trouble. Moreover, We are soon to arrive at the temporary palace, where you will naturally encounter her. Li Zhaoyuan conceded, suppressing her displeasure. Very well. In an instant, a smile crept upon her lips. Have someone discreet relay this information to Lady Feng. In the evening, the entourage finally reached the temporary palace. Seizing the opportunity while unobserved, Yue Ling stealthily descended from the carriage, too swift for Jun Chenzhou to catch her. He watched the fabric slip from his fingers, nearly laughing in exasperation. She truly moved faster than a mudfish. Yang Hai noticed Yue Ying's descent and discreetly assessed her appearance. Her attire remained intact, indicating that his worst fears had not materialized. With plans to stay in the temporary palace for 2 months, they had much luggage to sort. After much effort, Yue Ling and Xiao Fuzi finally managed to organize everything. Even outside the palace, Jun Chenzhou was occupied, summoning ministers to the Hall of Diligent Administration as soon as he dismounted. As night fell, Yue Ling saw the chief steward of the Naiwafu entering with several small dishes of lychee. Ah, Miss Yue Ling, the steward said, his weathered face breaking into a smile. These lychees were sent from this year's temporary palace. I came to inquire how you would like them arranged. Yue Ling, unsure of her authority, replied with a smile. Please wait a moment. I shall ask the emperor once he concludes his business. Yang Hai emerged from within the hall, teapot in hand, and upon seeing the lychees, understood immediately. First, send a dish to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Half a dish each to the Xian Fei, Shun Fei, Ying Zhaoi, and Enchong Yi. The rest shall await the emperor's instructions. Lychees being precious, even the Empress Dowager and Empress would only receive a small dish, while the higher-ranking concubines and those with children would receive half, leaving the others with nothing at all. Having relayed his orders, Yang Hai suddenly remembered, also send half a dish to Qi Gui Fei. She is with child and deserves special consideration. With the arrangements made, Yang Hai decided to deliver to the Empress himself, instructing Yue Ling to take the offering to the Empress Dowager. Given her esteemed status, it would not do to send just any palace maid. Currently, apart from him, Yue Ling was the only one capable of managing such matters, and her visit to the Empress Dowager would surely be without mishap. He addressed Yue Ling. I would appreciate it if you could take a dish to the Empress Dowager. Yue Ling agreed, taking 2 young eunuchs with her to the Xian Pavilion. However, upon reaching the entrance, she was met with the sound of laughter and merriment from within, indicating a considerable gathering. Surveying the area, Yue Ling noted numerous palace maids waiting outside, with the Empress's entourage not far off. The Empress Dowager traditionally led a reclusive life and was known for her kindness. Yet Yue Ling recalled that in her previous life, the Empress Dowager had not favored her. For a time, Jun Chenzhou had showered her with affection, drawing the Empress Dowager's disapproval. Yet, at least for now, the Empress Dowager was unaware of her presence. I beg your pardon. I have brought lychees from the Emperor for you, Your Highness. Upon hearing the word Emperor, the young eunuch hurried inside to announce her arrival. Shortly thereafter, Mama Xia emerged from the inner chamber. Lady Xia, Yue Ling greeted, bowing slightly. The addition of a new palace maid was not lost on Mama Xia, and upon noticing it was not Yang Hai, she began to speculate. Could it be Miss Yue Ling? She inquired with a smile. The Empress Dowager is inside. Please follow me. Yue Ling found a number of people within the hall greater than she had anticipated. Not only was the Empress present, but also the Xian Fei, Li Zhaoyuan, and the third princess. Yue Ling approached the center of the hall, maintaining a humble demeanor, her gaze fixed on the ground, adhering to the decorum expected of her. The Empress Dowager, gently turning a string of prayer beads in her hand, glanced at the dish of lychees with a faint smile. The Emperor is quite thoughtful. The Empress, seated in the first position beside the Empress Dowager, smiled in agreement. Although the Emperor is occupied, he always keeps Mother in his thoughts. Upon arriving at the temporary palace, he ensured the first lychees of the year were sent without delay. You always full of flattery. The Empress Dowager teased with a smile. The third princess playfully nudged the Empress Dowager's arm. Mother, you cannot keep them all to yourself. I too desire a taste. Having grown up under the Empress Dowager's watchful eye, the third princess spoke with endearing familiarity, and the Empress Dowager, unperturbed, lightly tapped her forehead. You glutton. Mother. The third princess whined, snuggling closer. As the laughter continued, Li Zhaoyuan and Appo's gaze remained fixed upon Yu Yan. Now that she was closer, she could see the young woman and Appo's exquisite profile, almond-shaped eyes, elegant nose, and rosy cheeks, with long lashes casting delicate shadows. Li Zhaoyuan and Appo's grip on her handkerchief tightened. Her greatest fear had come to pass. With such a beautiful palace made in the emperor's court, it was no wonder he seldom visited the harem. "This young lady is a first for me," Li Zhaoyuan remarked, drawing everyone's attention to Yu Yan. Yu Yan pressed her lips together, responding respectfully, replying to your highness. "I am Yu Yan, a palace maid of the Hall of Diligent Administration." Yu Yan, Li Zhaoyuan mused, the name rolling off her tongue with a pleasing sound, quite unlike the other palace maids. The third princess straightened up, eager to diffuse the tension. Yu Yan previously served in the library. Naturally, no one had the chance to rename her. Typically, palace maids attending to their masters receive names bestowed upon them. Yet Yu Yan remained with her original name throughout her time in the library and later in Xianyuan Hall. Li Zhaoyuan appeared to grasp the situation. "I see. It seems the emperor holds quite a fondness for this name." The Empress Dowager also turned her attention to Yu Yan. Although she did not often concern herself with the affairs of the harem, it did not mean she was ignorant of the happenings within. "Raise your head for me to observe," she commanded. Yu Yan hesitated, her slender fingers pressing against her palm. Her gaze lowered before she slightly raised her chin. In that moment, everyone in the hall beheld her visage. Reactions varied amongst them. The Empress Dowager's hand, which had been playing with the prayer beads, slowed momentarily. A palace made of such beauty was not necessarily a welcome addition. Particularly, she attended to the emperor's daily needs. It would be hard to believe that there was no ulterior motive. Even the Empress Dowager would be skeptical. The third princess subtly sensed the weighty atmosphere and, taking a bite of the freshly peeled lychee, exclaimed, "Why is this so astringent?" Only then did the Empress Dowager turn to her, prompting the third princess to complain. "How can my royal brother send such unripe fruit for mother to eat?" Seeing her grimace, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but chuckle. "This is what happens when you indulge in gluttony." With this interruption from the third princess, the pressure on Yu Yan was significantly alleviated. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at her and spoke softly. "You may leave now. Return and attend to the emperor properly." "Yes, this servant takes her leave." Chapter 24. The Kiss in the Hall of Diligent Governance. Once the ministers had taken their leave, Jun Chenzhou leaned back against his chair, massaging his temples. Young Hai, ever observant, approached to arrange the ink and brushes on the table, inquiring softly, "Your Majesty, do you wish to rest?" Jun Chenzhou opened his eyes and gazed through the wide-open hall doors, yet he found no sign of the person he longed to see. Where has she gone? Although he did not explicitly state his desire, Yang Hai understood implicitly whom he referred to. "Your Majesty, just now, head steward Zhou sent over lychees, and I instructed Miss Yu Yan to deliver some to the Xian Pavilion. The remaining dishes await your command." Jun Chenzhou only grasped that the woman had gone to the Xian Pavilion. He lazily lifted his eyelids to look at Yang Hai, whose sudden realization of his mistake made him acutely aware of the implications. The Xian Pavilion was adjacent to the quarters of the concubines, and it was likely she might encounter other imperial consorts. Given the current sentiment of the emperor, it seemed he did not wish for her to be exposed to public scrutiny. Yet he had sent Yu Yan to deliver items? The methods employed by the concubines were numerous. Should she be seen by them, would it not reveal the emperor's intentions? With a sudden thud, Yang Hai knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, forgive me. It was my oversight." The hall fell into a momentary silence before Jun Chenzhou's voice drifted softly. "You certainly do know how to serve." "I dare not. I deserve punishment." Yang Hai's back was drenched in cold sweat as he repeatedly bowed in contrition. When Yu Yan returned, she found the atmosphere thick with tension, the sound of Yang Hai's apologies echoing from afar. Slowing her pace, she exchanged a glance with Xiao Fuzhong, uncertain of the cause of such commotion. Had her master angered the emperor? Xiao Fuzhong, having served alongside Yang Hai for many years, had never witnessed him in such a disheveled state. Yu Yan's heart began to race. It appeared Jun Chenzhou was in a foul mood, and it would be wise for her to keep her distance. However, as she stepped into the courtyard, the man had already noticed her. "Enough, you may leave." Hearing his indifferent tone, Yang Hai let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that the emperor had not laid blame upon him. He had indeed been overly careless this time. The Hall of Diligent Governance contained a natural bathing pool, supplied with fresh water from the rear mountains. When Yang Hai instructed Yu Yin to attend to the emperor's bath, her eyes widened in disbelief. Me? Having been in the palace for some time, she had always seen the emperor bathed by eunuchs, never having been summoned for such a task. Yang Hai, feeling a pang of guilt, rubbed his nose awkwardly. He had just agitated the emperor, and the only one who could appease him now was the very person before him. Go on, he urged, his expression inscrutable. Miss Yu Yin, this is the imperial palace. No one dares to oppose the emperor's wishes. His tone bore a hint of counsel. To comply with his majesty is your duty. Yang Hai had long perceived a shift in Yu Yin and Appo's ambitions. She no longer seemed eager to ascend the ranks. Rather, the emperor appeared unusually intent on charming a mere palace maid. Regardless of her thoughts, it was the emperor's desires that held paramount importance. Yu Yin stood rooted in place, her lips pressed together, finding it difficult to take a step forward. Yang Hai was right. If Jun Chenzhou had firmly set his heart on her, she could not refuse him, unless she wished for her own demise. Perhaps it was wiser to acquiesce for the time being, once his interest waned. As long as she remained unennobled, she still had a chance to leave the palace. At the foot of the stairs, Yu Yin grasped the edge of the tray tightly, her fingers turning pale. The palace maid stationed by the door swung it open, causing a rush of humidity to envelop her. From within, the soft sound of flowing water could be heard, night pearls embedded in the walls, while the delicate curtains added a touch of allure. Stepping onto the white jade tiles, Yu Yin entered quietly. Jun Chenzhou leaned against the edge of the pool, accustomed to bathing without attendants. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he imperceptibly furrowed his brow. Who dares to be so bold? As Yu Yin pulled aside the final curtain, her gaze met the emperor's cold, penetrating stare. Startled, she quickly lowered her head, her voice faltering, "Your Majesty, forgive me. It was eunuch Yang who sent me to serve." Upon recognizing her, the chill in Jun Chenzhou's eyes dissipated. Yang Hai certainly knows how to handle matters. Come here. Yu Yin blinked, focusing on her toes, and timidly approached. She placed a tray on the ground and knelt behind the man. Yu Yin rolled up her sleeves, her delicate fingers testing the water before cautiously splashing some over the emperor's shoulders. In the vast hall, it was only the two of them. Yu Yin could hear her own shallow breaths. She dared not make any unnecessary movements. Just as she reached for the incense, the man seized her wrist with a firm grip. "Your Majesty?" Bewildered, Yu Yin attempted to withdraw her hand, but the man yanked her downwards. With a splash, she fell into the water. Panic surged through her as she struggled, but he wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her above the surface. Coughing, Yu Yin sputtered, covering her mouth as she gasped for air, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The jeweled hairpin atop her head became drenched, slipping to the side, resembling a drooping-eared rabbit. The man held her against the pool's edge, and Yu Yin found herself helplessly ensnared in his embrace, her thin garment clinging to her body, revealing her alluring figure in stark clarity. "Your Majesty!" Fear drained the color from Yu Yin's face, her body trembling uncontrollably. Jun Chenzhou disregarded her terror, his fingers tightening around her delicate waist, drawing her closer. The mist blurred her vision. Before she could discern the man's expression, she felt a sharp pain at her chin. He grasped her jaw, compelling her to lift her slender neck, and without room for dissent, his lips descended upon hers. Chapter 25. "I do not force you." Yu Yin instinctively raised her hand to push him away, but in the next moment, the man firmly grasped her wrist, twisting her hands behind her back. Her slender spine pressed against the sharp edges of the pool's wall, and her garment, unbeknownst to her, had slipped down her shoulders, faintly revealing the pale blue of her undergarment. The skin, as fair as frost and snow, ignited Jun Chenzhou's gaze. He kissed her more fervently, forcefully prying her lips apart, entwining with her. Yu Yin found herself entirely subdued by him. The disparity in their strength rendered her helpless, compelled to endure the man's demands. A sob escaped her, and the sanity she had clung to since her rebirth finally shattered. Tears blurred her vision. and her soft whimpers were swallowed by him. Feeling the bitterness in his mouth, Jun Chenzhou finally released her lips. The once pale hue of her lips transformed into a vibrant red, glistening with moisture. He lifted his hand, gently caressing the corner of her lips, his eyes devoid of any discernible emotion. Unwilling? Yue Ling shook her head, tears streaming down her face, her disheveled hair clinging to her neck, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably in his embrace. Jun Chenzhou held her waist, his rationality ultimately suppressing his desires. His breathing grew heavy as he tenderly stroked her soft cheek, letting out a half-smile, half-scoff. Which woman in the harem did not yearn for his affection daily? Yet she, for all her efforts, sought to evade him. Yue Ling sniffled, her sorrow palpable. Jun Chenzhou leaned down, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Do not cry. I do not force you. He carried her out of the bathing pool. Yue Ling hastily closed her eyes, daring not to meet his gaze. Jun Chenzhou chuckled softly, placing her on a wooden couch while he donned his sleeping robe. Yue Ling clutched the disheveled fabric at her chest, instinctively shrinking back as the man knelt before her. Jun Chenzhou held her small hand, his touch gentle yet irresistible. He needed to look up at her, and her moist eyes, filled with resistance, captured his attention. Suddenly, he recalled a childhood memory when his uncle had gifted him a mischievous raccoon. The little creature had been unruly, scratching him in defiance. Rather than anger, Jun Chenzhou felt a profound desire to tame it. He had invested considerable effort into training it to obey, but once it became docile, he found it dull. He realized he relished the feeling of conquest and control. Perhaps, with Yue Ling, he felt similarly. Jun Chenzhou never suppressed his desires. Now that he fancied her, he intended to possess her. Yue Ling averted her gaze, feeling the man's unmasked intimacy towards her, akin to a fierce tiger poised to pounce, waiting for the perfect moment to consume her. The following day, the palace connected to the grasslands, and, upon awakening, Yue Ling learned that Jun Chenzhou had gone hunting with the ministers. The entire hall of governance felt desolate, and she sat idly under the flower-laden corridor, engaged in needlework. Yue Ling, the third princess, suddenly appeared from nowhere. Upon hearing her call, Yue Ling quickly set aside her work and approached her. What brings you here, your highness? The third princess seized her hand, conspiratorially pulling her outside. Come with me. I have something delightful to show you. Wait a moment. The third princess patted her chest, reassuringly saying, Do not worry. The emperor and the others have gone hunting and won't return until nightfall. It's harmless for us to step out for a bit. Yue Ling ceased her resistance. She too longed to explore, but adhered to the rules that forbade wandering alone. The third princess led her through winding paths until they reached a thicket. What are we doing here, your highness? Yue Ling curiously surveyed her surroundings. The dense forest was lush, sunlight streaming through the leaves, casting colorful shadows on the ground. The third princess squatted before a pile of fallen leaves, swiftly clearing them aside to reveal a bamboo basket. Look! Bending down, Yue Ling was astonished to find a small white puppy nestled inside. She widened her eyes in surprise. Crouching to poke the little creature, which was round and unsteady on its feet, playfully trying to nip at her, when Yue Ling extended a finger. The puppy eagerly licked it. Isn't it adorable? The third princess exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I found it while taking a morning stroll. I wonder who abandoned it here. The third princess also poked it, observing its round little belly, her gaze brightening. It's so pitiful. I must take it back with me. Since it's still young, it probably can't eat anything else, so I'll fetch some goat's milk from the kitchen. The third princess nodded as she cradled the bamboo basket, leading Yue Ling away from the thicket. The palace was adjacent to a serene lake, the hall of governance bordered by water on both sides, with faint outlines of boats gliding on the surface, creating a refreshing ambience. The two sat on the grass by the lake, watching the puppy wobble around, excitedly running back and forth. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch some milk. The third princess nodded, and Yue Ling dashed towards the kitchen. As she returned with 2 cups of goat's milk, she unexpectedly encountered Li Zhaoyuan along the way. Miss Yue Ling. Li Zhaoyuan spotted her from a distance and sauntered over. Greetings, Lady Zhaoyuan. Li Zhaoyuan glanced at the items in Yue Ying's hands, a smirk curling her lips. What do you have there, Miss Yue Ling? This is goat's milk. Yue Ling replied, standing respectfully before her. Goat's milk? Li Zhaoyuan's eyes glinted with mockery. Upon hearing that the emperor had gone hunting early with Lord Zhou and others, she inquired, "Who is this goat's milk for?" She covered her mouth and let out a derisive laugh. "The kitchen is for preparing meals for the masters. The servants do not deserve to partake." If there were a high-ranking steward like Yang Hai, Li Zhaoyuan would not dare to speak so condescendingly. However, her innate hostility towards beautiful maidens close to the emperor colored her words. Yue Yin pursed her lips, smiling calmly. "You are correct, my lady. I intend to use it to make some pastries, waiting for the emperor to return tonight." Li Zhaoyuan frowned, unable to recall the emperor ever expressing a fondness for sweet pastries. Knowing Yue Yin likely intended to use him as a pretext, she felt powerless to intervene. Her gaze turned increasingly unfriendly, viewing Yue Yin with disdain. A strong wave of jealousy surged within her, fueled by the resentment that such beauty resided in a lowly maid. And further, that she could attend to Jun Chenzhou more than she, a distinguished lady, could. Li Zhaoyuan clenched her fists, wishing she were not present before the emperor. Chapter 26. He enjoys watching her smile. When Jun Chenzhou returned, he spotted two small figures lying on the grass outside the Hall of Governance from a distance. Yang Hai, following closely behind, exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't those the third princess and Miss Yue Yin?" Yue Yin was engaged in playful antics with a puppy when a sudden sound of footsteps drew her attention. She instinctively turned to see Jun Chenzhou, dressed in casual attire, strolling towards her with his hands clasped behind his back. Today he was not adorned in the dragon robe. Instead, he wore a dark blue brocade robe that accentuated his tall and elegant stature. Yue Yin quickly tugged at the sleeve of the third princess. "What are you doing?" The third princess, startled, turned around and complained, "Why did you scare us, brother emperor?" Jun Chenzhou raised an eyebrow. "Who is lurking around here, and even attempting to turn the tables?" Yue Yin, feeling intimidated in his presence, stood up and stepped aside. The third princess, however, appeared quite familiar with Jun Chenzhou, pulling him to show off the puppy she had found. "Do you like it?" A voice suddenly echoed in Yue Yan's ear, causing her to look up and meet the man's gaze. Was he asking her? She instinctively nodded. Jun Chenzhou lightly pinched his fingers and nodded in return. "If you like it, keep it. Let's stay in the Hall of Governance, and you can take care of it." Noticing her dazed expression, a faint smile curved on his lips. "Huh?" The third princess widened her eyes, pouting, "This is mine." Jun Chenzhou glanced at her. "Since when did the belongings of the palace become yours?" Infuriated, the third princess tugged at Yue Yan's sleeve. "Yue Yan? Tell him it was I who found it." "Yes." Yue Yan looked up at the man, somewhat astonished. It was indeed the princess who had found it. She was merely assisting in taking care of the puppy. The third princess, feeling emboldened, placed her hands on her hips and raised her chin, as if to say, "Did you hear that?" Jun Chenzhou calmly withdrew his gaze and began walking towards the Hall of Governance. Just as Yue Yin sighed in relief, the man cast a cold glance her way. "Aren't you coming?" Yue Yin hurriedly handed the puppy back to the third princess. "I shall take my leave." Following the man into the hall, as soon as she closed the door, a strong arm encircled her waist, pressing her against the door. "Your Majesty?" Yue Yin stiffened, a flicker of resistance in her eyes that did not escape Jun Chenzhou's notice. "Do you not like that little thing?" Realizing what he meant, Yue Yin nodded, then shook her head. "That belongs to the princess." Jun Chenzhou pulled her onto the couch, holding her hand from behind. "I'll only ask if you like it." Yue Yin furrowed her brow. What did her preference matter? As a maid, could she really keep a dog in the Hall of Governance? Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently voiced her feelings. Jun Chenzhou smiled slightly. "Why not? Whatever you like, just tell me, and I can provide it for you." Would he let her leave the palace? Yue Yin rolled her eyes internally, but dared not show any expression. She attempted to relax against him, comforting herself that perhaps Jun Chenzhou was merely intrigued by her, and he would soon tire of it if she complied. She initially thought he was jesting, but the following morning, Jun Chenzhou presented her with a pure white puppy. Xiao Fuji cheerfully announced, "The emperor said you shall take care of this dog from now on." Yue Yin, astonished, embraced the little creature as it wriggled in her arms, stretching its neck to nibble at her hair. "You should name it." Yue Yin poked its chubby belly, her eyes unconsciously brightening with a smile. "Let us call it Dun Dun." In the study, as Xiao Fuji entered to report, Jun Chenzhou did not lift his head. "Is she happy?" "Your Majesty," She appears very pleased and quite fond of it. Only then did a faint smile appear on the man's face. As long as she is happy. Whatever she liked, she could share with him. He disliked that Yue Ling often shied away from him, resisting his advances. He relished watching her smile. The days in the palace were tranquil. Yue Ling hardly stepped outside the hall, spending her time either working or playing with Dun Dun. One day, Jun Chenzhou summoned her into the hall. "Your Majesty." Yue Ling knelt and saluted, lowering her gaze as she stood before him. Jun Chenzhou pointed to a set of riding gear on the table. "Change into that." A look of confusion crossed Yue Ling's delicate features. "Is this riding gear?" Jun Chenzhou extended his hand towards her. Yue Ling hesitated for a moment, her fingers curling before she slowly placed her fingertips on his. He drew her into his embrace, unabashedly affectionate. "Come with me. Have you ever ridden before?" Yue Ling shook her head. "Then I shall teach you." Expecting it to be a mere whim, she was surprised when they arrived at the stables, where Xiao Fuji led over a short-footed horse, which was quite gentle and nudged Yue Ling with its head. "Get on first. I will take you for a ride." Yue Ling felt a bit overwhelmed, cautiously gripping the reins as she awkwardly climbed onto the horse. Jun Chenzhou could not help but chuckle, concerned she might fall. He reached to support her leg. When he inadvertently touched a sensitive area, Yue Ling quickly recoiled as if burned, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. "Don't touch." Jun Chenzhou smirked. "What should I not touch?" Once she was settled, he expertly mounted the horse behind her, feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear. Yue Ling instinctively turned her head, wishing to create some distance. "Are you shy?" Jun Chenzhou enjoyed teasing her, noticing her ears turning red. He gently pinched them, the delicate sensation captivating. Yue Ling trembled slightly. Her earlobes were her most sensitive spot, and even the slightest touch sent shivers down her spine. As they leisurely rode, Jun Chenzhou felt her gradually relax, her curious gaze exploring the surroundings. He leaned down, whispering in her ear, "Do you want to go faster?" Yue Ling blushed at his words, memories flooding back from the past when he often spoke similarly, especially in intimate moments. Regardless of her responses, he never heeded them. Embarrassed, she bit her lip, aware that his words now lacked any ulterior motive, yet her mind wandered uncontrollably. "I am asking you a question." Jun Chenzhou lowered his gaze. "What are you thinking about?" Yue Ling shook her head vigorously. "No need." Just as he was about to speak, she unexpectedly turned back, and his warm lips brushed against her cheek. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly looked down, her voice flustered. "We should return." Jun Chenzhou chuckled softly. "All right, as you wish." Under the setting sun, the two rode slowly, their shadows stretching long behind them. Meanwhile, Prince Shun observed their figures from a distance with a knowing look. "Interesting." He turned to instruct a servant. "Find out who that girl is." "Yes." Prince Shun departed, with Prince Duan following closely behind. "Have you discovered something, second brother?" Prince Shun smiled lightly. "When have you seen the emperor treat a woman this way?" Hearing this, Prince Duan turned back thoughtfully for a moment. Chapter 27. An unexpected turn. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet was set for the end of August. In these days, Jun Chenzhou found himself with spare time and often visited the Xian Pavilion to dine with the Empress Dowager. Within the pavilion, the Empress Dowager was conversing with Aunt Xia when she noticed his arrival, a smile gracing her face. "The Emperor has come. Pay your respects to Mother. Please, take a seat." She inquired about recent happenings and then broached the subject of the birthday banquet. Today, the Empress also came to pay her respects and spoke of the preparations for the banquet. Jun Chenzhou nodded, responding, "Mother's 50th birthday is not to be taken lightly. Some time ago, the Empress sought my opinion as well." The Empress Dowager sighed. "Though I am not well versed in court politics, I am aware that this year has been tumultuous, with calamities occurring frequently. There is no need for extravagant celebrations. Mother considers the welfare of the people, and I am ashamed to say I fall short. I will ensure the Empress approaches the arrangements with discretion." The Empress Dowager nodded, her furrowed brow relaxing. "Speaking of which, it has been a while since you visited the Empress." Jun Chenzhou's expression remained composed as he took a sip from his teacup. The Empress Dowager scrutinized his demeanor, sensing his anger had somewhat dissipated. Time had passed, and she understood his discontent. However, the Empress had only given birth to their child after 7 years of marriage, and her actions were bound to be imperfect. Today is the 15th. You ought to show the Empress some regard." As she spoke, a sigh escaped her lips. The Empress had managed the inner court efficiently over the years and treated her with great respect. Moreover, it was the Empress who had arranged the marriage in the first place. Therefore, despite the lack of a legitimate son, the Empress Dowager harbored no resentment towards her. Jun Chenzhou's dark eyes flickered with a hint of turmoil, his voice indifferent. "Understand." The Empress Dowager could not discern his true feelings and, seeing his acquiescence, chose not to press further. After a brief moment, he rose to take his leave. "It is getting late. I shall take my leave first." The Empress Dowager nodded. "Go on." Yang Hai and Yue Ling awaited him outside the hall and promptly followed him. Once he boarded the royal carriage, a lengthy silence ensued until Yang Hai inquired, "Is your Majesty returning to the Hall of Governance?" Jun Chenzhou's inscrutable gaze swept over Yue Ling, who stood with her hands clasped demurely before her head bowed, seemingly indifferent to his destination. Suppressing his inner emotions, he replied mildly, "To the Luanfeng Pavilion." Yang Hai was taken aback. It had been a long time since the emperor had visited the empress's quarters, yet today he seemed to recall her. Despite his curiosity, Yang Hai quickly responded, "Set forth to the Luanfeng Pavilion." As Yue Ling intended to follow, the emperor commanded, "You may return." She lifted her gaze, realizing he was indeed addressing her. "Yes, I shall take my leave." As the carriage proceeded toward the Luanfeng Pavilion, Yue Ling was left behind. Watching the procession fade, she pouted, finding Jun Chenzhou rather pretentious. Fearing she might witness something, she turned and made her way back to the Hall of Governance, passing by the lotus pool, where an abundance of lotus flowers floated on the water's surface. The moonlight illuminated the scene, casting shimmering reflections upon the water, as the pink blossoms swayed gently in the night breeze, dispelling the summer heat. Yue Ling paused for a moment. It was too warm outside, and she had no desire to linger. After admiring the view briefly, she prepared to leave. The moon was bright, and the sound of boats echoed softly. Such a beautiful night. Should not Miss Yue Ling indulge in its tranquility a little longer? Unexpectedly, she encountered the Duke of Duan. In her lifetime, she had never seen the Duke, but she knew he was aligned with the faction of the Crown Prince, who had once been Jun Chenzhou's fierce rival for the throne. Before her previous death, the influence of the Crown Prince's faction had been nearly eradicated, and he himself had been exiled to his fief. As for the Duke, she only knew of his notorious reputation for indulging in pleasures, while his ultimate fate remained unknown to her. Servant pays her respects to the Duke. The Duke of Duan was tall and slender, with deep, alluring eyes resembling peach blossoms and a slight smirk that hinted at his roguish nature. He approached Yue Ling and extended a hand to his sister. At the touch of his hand, Yue Ling recoiled as if burned, taking a small step back. At such a late hour, Miss Yue Ling still possesses this leisure? Yue Ling felt averse towards him, for she had heard numerous tales of his escapades. Knowing that Jun Chenzhou and the Crown Prince's faction were at odds, she wished to avoid any connection with him. However, given their disparity in status, she suppressed her emotions and replied softly, "Esteemed Duke, I happen to pass by and am returning to the Hall of Governance." The Duke regarded her beauty by the moonlight. Indeed, a captivating sight, and no wonder Jun Chenzhou held her in esteem. Yet, her lowly birth was a pity. He assumed Jun Chenzhou viewed her as a mere plaything, deeming her unworthy of formal recognition, or else she would not be serving as a maid in the Hall of Governance. To him, a person of such status was perfectly suitable. A cruel smile danced upon the Duke's lips as he recalled the losses suffered by his elder brother at the hands of Jun Chenzhou these past months. Seeing Yue Ling's exquisite visage ignited his excitement further. Defiling her would not only tarnish Jun Chenzhou's reputation, but would also bear no consequence for him. After all, she was merely a lowly maidservant. He could easily claim that Yue Ling sought to climb the social ladder. Who would stand for her? In this palace, the most abundant resource was the wronged. After a prolonged silence from a duke, Yue Ling felt an inexplicable sense of panic. She spoke up. "If the Duke has no further matters, I must return to serve the Emperor, so I shall take my leave." "Why the hurry?" The Duke advanced towards her, and as Yue Ling instinctively turned to flee, he suddenly seized her arm and covered her face with a handkerchief. A pungent odor invaded her senses, and Yue Ling felt her legs weaken. She struggled, but the Duke's strength overpowered her, dragging her down a secluded path. The cloying scent quickly permeated her body, igniting an uncontrollable heat within her. Having experienced intimacy in her past life, she recognized this reaction all too well. Yue Ling was consumed by fear. If the Duke took her away, her fate would be sealed. She held her breath, kicking and clawing at him, desperately trying to escape his grip, leaving bloody scratches on his hand. Ouch! The Duke exclaimed in surprise, not expecting her to be so fierce. Enraged, he threw her to the ground. The handkerchief fell from her face, and she gasped for air, but the heat within her intensified, causing her skin to flush uncontrollably. The Duke's face crumbled as he coldly observed the woman sprawl before him, stepping closer. "Do you wish to remain here?" He crouched down, gripping her chin as he watched her gaze grow increasingly dazed, loosening his hold. A sinister smile crept across his lips. "If anyone is to blame, it is Jun Chenzhou for taking an interest in you." No sooner had he spoken than he furrowed his brow. Yue Ling bit her lip fiercely, driving a sharp hairpin into the back of his neck. However, her trembling hands diminished her strength significantly. The Duke anxiously clutched his neck, blood gushing forth, and the pain distorted his expression. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Ling pushed him away with all her might, stumbling forward as she ran. Biting her hand, blood trickled out, sharpening her focus. A sensation akin to countless insects gnawing at her filled her body, rendering her limbs unbearably itchy. Chapter 28. Save the servant in the hall of the Phoenix Pavilion. The glass lamps flickered softly, while the incense emitted a faint, alluring fragrance from the corner. After finishing their evening meal, Jun Chenzhou sat on the couch, engrossed in official documents, when the Empress entered, holding a bowl of lily ice cream. "Your Majesty, do try this dessert. I noticed you hardly touched it earlier." In the presence of numerous palace attendants, Jun Chenzhou refrained from dismissing the Empress's gesture and accepted the bowl. Taking a small taste, the Empress breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that he had moved past their previous disagreement. Today, she had taken special care in her appearance, personally supervising the preparation of dishes that Jun Chenzhou favored in the kitchen. After years of marriage, some affection remained between them. Unlike her usual resplendent yellow attire, she wore a lake blue gauzy robe that accentuated her poise. At 24, she found that overly youthful colors did not suit her. The ensemble highlighted her beauty while maintaining an air of dignity. She approached him slowly, her slender fingers resting gently on his shoulder. "Your Majesty has been busy all day. Should you not take a moment to rest?" As Jun Chenzhou caught a whiff of her fragrant perfume, he felt an inexplicable irritation brewing within him, a feeling he attributed to their prolonged separation. "Your Majesty," under the candlelight, the Empress appeared increasingly gentle, her voice tinged with caution. "It was my fault regarding our previous matter. As the mistress of the harem, I should not have harbored such desires and instead focused on my responsibilities." Hearing her self-reflection softened Jun Chenzhou's demeanor. He turned to her, lightly patting the back of her hand. "It is in the past. I harbor no ill will towards you." A flicker of joy crossed the Empress's face, but it quickly dimmed as the reality of her inability to conceive weighed heavily upon her. She was not just the Empress. She was also the sole hope of the Zhou family within the palace. It was imperative for the Emperor to have a child from the Zhou lineage, ensuring that even after her passing, the family would have a pillar of support. Recalling her father's earnest advice upon entering the palace, the education she had received since childhood, the Empress felt her earlier joy dissipate. She gazed at the dignified man beside her, acutely aware of the emotional distance between them despite their marital bond. Swallowing her bitterness, her expression turned somber. "It is my inadequacy that led to the loss of our child, placing pressure on your Majesty." Seeing her forced smile stirred discomfort within Jun Chenzhou. After all, that child was also his. Such an unfortunate incident was universally unwelcome. "It is not your fault. With the palace physician's expertise, your health will surely improve." The Empress shook her head. "I'm not as youthful as the other ladies of the harem, nor do I possess such fortune. As the mistress of the harem, I cannot bear to see your Majesty lacking in heirs, and I hope for someone to carry on your lineage." Upon hearing her words, the flicker of guilt in Jun Chenzhou's eyes gradually faded. The empress was acutely aware of this shift, but felt compelled to speak. My sister, Zhouan, possesses a gentle disposition and has been deemed suitable for bearing children, but her father's position prevented her from participating in the selection process. I wish to facilitate matters by allowing her to serve you. As her words hung in the air, silence enveloped the hall. The empress's palms were clammy with sweat, awaiting his verdict. After a moment, Jun Chenzhou spoke, his tone measured. Is this truly your desire, Empress? Yes. She softened her voice. Should Wanner bear a son, I could raise him beside me, granting him a legitimate status as the emperor's child. The empress rarely made requests of him. Jun Chenzhou's voice turned icy, his fingers toying with the ring on his hand, his emotions inscrutable. I have dedicated many years to managing the harem for your majesty. A bittersweet smile graced the empress's lips. My only regret is that I have not borne you a son. Rising to his feet, Jun Chenzhou declared, if this is what the empress desires, I see no reason to deny it. Upon his acquiescence, the empress should have felt elated, yet she struggled to summon a smile. Her sister, Zhouan, would be conferred the title of 6th-rank Baolin and temporarily reside in the side hall of Kuan-Ning Palace. He glanced at the empress. Is this satisfactory? On behalf of Wanner, I thank your majesty for your grace, she replied. Jun Chenzhou averted his gaze and departed with an impassive expression. The empress stared at his retreating figure, rising slowly as tears welled in her eyes. In the dimly lit palace corridor, a petite figure stumbled repeatedly. Yu Yan's mind was clouded, unsure of her whereabouts, driven solely by fear of the prince pursuing her. The potent effects of the medicine left her drenched in sweat. Her skin flushed, blood dripping from her palm onto the ground. Just as she nearly tripped over a vine, a large hand covered her mouth from behind. Ah! She struggled fiercely. You vile woman, let me show you what I can do. The man's voice was dark and menacing. Despair washed over Yu Yan as she weakly resisted. Who goes there? Suddenly, patrolling guards approached, causing the prince's expression to stiffen. Instinctively, he attempted to carry Yu Yan away. However, the injury on his neck continued to bleed and throb, sapping his strength, while the woman in his arms kicked and squirmed, making it difficult to maintain his hold. As the guards drew closer, he gritted his teeth in frustration, reluctantly abandoning her and fleeing. Yu Yan collapsed to the ground, and in the next moment, a guard parted the bushes with his sword. Who is there? Step forward. Struggling to stand, Yu Yan stumbled into the clearing, catching sight of a bright yellow imperial palanquin approaching. The guard, likely tasked with clearing the path, relaxed his grip upon seeing a woman before her. Overcome with emotion, Yu Yan could no longer hold back her tears as she ran toward the palanquin. Who goes there? The surrounding guards swiftly drew their weapons, causing Yu Yan to fall to the ground with a thud. Your Majesty. Her voice was barely audible. Please save this servant. Yang Hai approached to assess the situation, and upon recognizing her, he stammered in shock. Yan? What has happened to you? Jun Chenzhou, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them suddenly at the sound, lifting the curtain and stepping out. Yu Yan curled up on the ground in agony, desperately biting her hand to withstand the onslaught of pain. A storm surged in Jun Chenzhou's eyes as he brushed past Yang Hai, squatting down to cradle her in his arms. What has befallen you? He felt the heat radiating from her body, her face unusually flushed. Panic overtook him as he commanded. Summon the imperial physician. He carried her horizontally into the palanquin, and Yang Hai urged urgently, Quickly, let us depart. Chapter 29. Truly tormenting me, Yu Yan collapsed helplessly to the ground, her consciousness fading when someone lifted her. The familiar scent of dragons' saliva wafted into her nostrils. The coolness of that person's body was immensely comforting. Unable to resist, she wrapped her arms around his waist, burying herself deeply in his embrace. Yu Yan let out soft whimpers, her small hands grasping at his clothing, her flushed face inadvertently brushing against his neck. A sensation so pleasurable that she couldn't help but sigh. Jun Chenzhou noticed her distress and reached out to touch her flushed cheek. Unexpectedly, she seized his hand, pressing it tightly against the side of her face. A fragment of rationality warned her against such intimacy, yet her body betrayed her, burning with an uncontrollable heat that craved solace. It hurts. Her voice was tinged with a sob as she rubbed her face against his neck. Jun Chenzhou's long fingers grasped the nape of her neck, forcing her to distance herself slightly. His brows furrowed tightly, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Yet as he felt the dampness at his neck, his body tensed immediately. Yu Yin was crying, her tears gradually soaking his clothing. "Stop crying." Jun Chenzhou lowered his head, gripping her feverish wrist. "We'll return immediately. I'll have the physician examine you. I feel unwell." The medicinal effects had clouded Yu Yan's thoughts. Her beautiful eyes, now red and tear-filled, showcased her disheveled attire, exposing her snowy shoulders. Her disheveled hair clung to her face, exuding an alluring yet chaotic beauty. Jun Chenzhou's breathing grew heavier. When Yu Yan leaned in closer, he abruptly grasped her chin. "Look closely. Who am I?" The man's brow furrowed in intensity, his gaze deep and his voice seemingly suppressing something. Yu Yin parted her lips, her breath warm against him, causing Jun Chenzhou's hands at his side to clench into fists, veins protruding. "You are the emperor." Her voice was barely audible, yet the coldness in Jun Chenzhou's eyes softened slightly. "Good that you know." As soon as he finished speaking, he descended to kiss her fiercely. Yu Yin wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head to respond to his kiss, her sleeves slipping down her arms, revealing her pale skin tinged with pink. Under the moonlight, in the dimly lit palanquin, her delicate skin glistened enticingly. Jun Chenzhou hid her firmly, ensuring she wouldn't fall. In the confined space of the palanquin, their breaths were clearly audible. Yu Yin struggled to regain some clarity. No, she wanted to push him away, but her body was too weak, nearly causing her to topple backward. "Don't move." Jun Chenzhou tightened his grip around her waist to prevent her from falling. A peculiar discomfort stirred within him. Had it not been for the inappropriate setting and uncertainty about the effects of the drug, he wouldn't let her off so easily. Yet she seemed intent on evading him. What a little ingrate. The palanquin came to a halt, and Yang Hai's cautious voice broke the silence. "Your Majesty, time is of the essence." Jun Chenzhou hastily donned her with clothing, wrapping her securely before carrying her down from the palanquin. In the inner chamber, Yu Yin lay on the bed, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her grip tightening on the bedding as her breathing grew heavier. Jun Chenzhou's gaze fell upon her hands, marred with injuries, his brow knitting together. He sat beside her, cradling her in his arms, signaling the palace attendants to bring a glass of cool water. "Don't." As he drew near, Yu Yin instinctively sought to press against him, the cool fragrance of his body offering her immense comfort. "Stay still. If you injure yourself, it's your own fault." Jun Chenzhou reprimanded gently, his brow furrowed. He firmly held her arms, bringing the cool water to her lips. "It hurts. Endure it." The man's voice rose suddenly. Under her faint provocations, his expression darkened, especially as Yu Yin's other hand continued to wander over his abdomen. Jun Chenzhou inhaled deeply, his jaw tense. His eyes dark and stormy. "Where's the physician?" he demanded impatiently. Yang Hai quickly replied, "Dr. Shun is on his way. He will arrive shortly." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Fuzi hurried in with the physician. "Your servant, hurry and examine her." Jun Chenzhou urged before Shen Yuanpan could even greet him. "Understood." Shen Yuanpan stepped forward to check her pulse, his brow furrowing. Jun Chenzhou, observing his expression, inquired, "What is it?" "Your Majesty, the young lady has been affected by the aphrodisiac. I will prepare a few prescriptions. After she takes the medicine, she should be fine. Then prepare it." Jun Chenzhou's voice was low and filled with displeasure. "Understood." Shen Yuanpan replied respectfully, "I shall write the prescription and have an attendant prepare the medicine." After issuing his orders, Shen Yuanpan wiped the sweat from his forehead and left to concoct the medicine. Soon, Yang Hai returned with the prepared broth. He intended to have Yin assist Yu Yin in taking it when he saw Jun Chenzhou coldly accepting the bowl. The man walked back, cradling her in his arms, feeding her spoonful by spoonful. Yu Yin curled up against him, her fingers gripping his sleeve, her knuckles turning pale. Waves of heat assaulted her, making her feel utterly miserable. Jun Chenzhou looked down at her, her breathing rapid, her chest rising and falling restlessly. The sight of her whiteness nearly painful to his eyes. Were it not for the fear of her choking, He wouldn't remain here any longer. Time passed, and after a few bowls of medicine, Yue Ling gradually calmed down. Exhaustion overtook her as she lay against the soft pillow, the flush in her cheeks fading to a sickly pallor. Shen Yuanpan returned with a bowl of restorative medicine. The young lady is weak. The effects of the aphrodisiac have drained her strength. She should take this medicine to sleep peacefully. Jun Chenzhou accepted the bowl and approached her, his voice icy. Drink. Yue Ling attempted to lift her hand to take it, but she was utterly devoid of strength, her eyelids heavy. Jun Chenzhou emotionlessly brought the bowl to her lips, gripping the nape of her neck to tilt her chin slightly, pouring the medicine into her mouth. After consuming the medicine, Yue Ling's consciousness slowly faded, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Jun Chenzhou touched her cheek, feeling the heat radiating from her, beads of sweat clinging to her skin. He carried her to bathe, ensuring she wouldn't catch a chill from perspiration. Gazing at her soft, fair body, a rush of heat surged through him. He hastily wiped her down with a clean cloth, taking one of his nightgowns to wrap around her before finally exhaling in relief. Observing her eyes tightly shut, Jun Chenzhou clenched his jaw. You truly know how to torment me. Chapter 30. The Prince of Duan placing Yue Ling upon the bed. Yang Hai hesitated, casting a glance at Jun Chenzhou, and cautiously suggested, Your Majesty, perhaps I should summon a yin to escort Miss Yu back. Otherwise, how shall you rest tonight? Jun Chenzhou shook his head, his voice low and resolute. There is no need. He straightened and turned to leave. What have you discovered? Yang Hai replied, I have failed in my duty. Since Miss Yu emerged from Xian Pavilion today, no one has seen her. It grew late, and aside from the patrolling guards, there was no one else outside. A flicker of anger flashed in Jun Chenzhou's eyes as he glanced back at the sleeping figure concealed by the curtains. His voice carried an edge of fury. Continue the investigation. Determine how this drug entered the palace and through whose hands it passed. Yes. Just as Yang Hai prepared to withdraw, the man added, Instruct Pei Shun to investigate. Yang Hai was taken aback. Lord Pei Shun was the commander of the Imperial Guards. If he were to conduct the investigation, it would no longer be a mere palace matter. As dawn broke, Jun Chenzhou sat at his eaten-wood desk, fingers pressed against his temples, appearing as though he had not slept all night. Outside the hall, footsteps approached, and Yang Hai announced, Your Majesty, Lord Pei requests an audience. Let him in. Dressed in the uniform of the Imperial Guards, Pei Shun entered, the morning frost clinging to him. This humble servant greets Your Majesty. What have you found? The man spoke calmly, yet an undercurrent of impending storm lay beneath his words. Indeed, no one saw Miss Yu last night. However, I have traced the origin of the aphrodisiac. It was brought in by a servant close to the Prince of Duan a few days ago. Yang Hai interjected, Last night, the prince summoned the imperial physician. When I sought an audience, I noticed physician whose apprentice carrying medicine for external injuries. The Prince of Duan. Jun Chenzhou's eyes widened, revealing a chilling anger that enveloped him. Summon the Prince of Duan. On the other side, the Prince of Shen's expression was severe. You are utterly foolish. The Prince of Duan, clutching the wound on his neck, appeared equally displeased. I never expected that wretched maid to possess such a fierce temperament. Even under the influence of the aphrodisiac, she had the strength to harm me. Noticing the Prince of Shun's displeasure, he hastily added, Fear not, brother, in the darkness. Who could see me? Besides, can the emperor defend a mere servant? Before he could finish, a servant in Amp, Appo's voice called from outside, My lord, Yang Gong requests an audience. The prince's expression froze, instinctively rising. Yang Hai, what does he want? Without waiting for response, Yang Hai entered the hall. Prince, the emperor summons you. The Prince of Shun and Amp, Appo's dark, serpent-like eyes narrowed. He was inherently gloomy, and even his smile sent chills down one into Amp, Appo's spine. Yang Gong certainly knows how to perform his duties. Entering before being summoned, Yang Hai smiled amiably. The emperor has urgent matters to discuss with the Prince of Duan. I, too, must act swiftly, my lord. Please understand. Since the emperor calls for you, you should go at once, fifth brother. The Prince of Shun turned, signaling discreetly to the Prince of Duan. Speak the truth about what you know. The Prince of Duan's expression darkened as he donned his outer garment and strode out. In the Qingzheng Hall, upon entering, The Prince of Duan saw Jun Chenzhou leisurely savoring tea. This humble servant pays his respects to your majesty. The man seated above lifted his gaze, falling upon the bandage encircling the prince and damp Appo's neck. His expression turned icy, regarding the man before him as if he were a piece of rotting flesh. What has happened to you, fifth brother? The Prince of Duan chuckled nonchalantly. I fear your majesty may find this amusing. Last night, I encountered a palace made by the Fuhu Pond. I was taken by her beauty. As you know, I am easily swayed by charm. But alas, the girl had a change of heart and even wounded me. He touched the back of his neck, his brow furrowing tightly. If I knew her identity, I would implore your majesty to grant her to me. Jun Chenzhou's hand, resting by his side, tightened into a fist, his long, pale fingers knotted in tension. Yet his lips curled into a detached smile. Is that so? He gestured to Yang Hai, who promptly produced the aphrodisiac before the prince. This was found in your chambers shortly after you departed. The smile on the prince and damp Appo's face nearly faltered. How dare that wretched servant search his quarters? He quickly composed himself, feigning regret. Your majesty, I assure you, this item is prohibited in the palace. I merely sought to amuse myself with it and my consorts during the long days in the palace. As his words faded, he noted Jun Chenzhou and Appo's lack of response. Anxiety creeping into his heart. It seemed Jun Chenzhou was genuinely protective of that maid. Had he known, he would have ensured no loose ends remained. Last night, he should have brought a servant along. Otherwise, that wretched maid would have escaped. Listening to the sound of the man above him tapping his fingers rhythmically against the table, the prince's heart raced. He pinched his palm, thinking that at worst, he would face a punishment. How could a mere maid bring him to ruin? Unexpectedly, Yun Chenzhou smiled. You remain as reckless as ever, fifth brother. Doubt flickered in the prince's heart, yet he quickly donned a smile. Your majesty understands. I have no talents, merely an affinity for beauty, haha. Very well, I shall let you off this time. Yang Hai Appo's pupils constricted. The emperor was so lenient with the Prince of Duan. The prince exhaled in relief, knowing that a mere maid could not stir significant trouble. His smile broadened. Thank you, your majesty, for your understanding. Once the Prince of Duan departed, Jun Chenzhou's expression turned cold, his dark eyes brewing a tempest of danger. That night, the Prince of Duan indulged in excessive drinking. A palace maid entered, head bowed, offering a bowl of hangover soup. My lord, please drink this, otherwise you shall suffer a headache come morning. The prince accepted the bowl and drank it down in one gulp, finally lifting his gaze to the maid before him. You, I have not seen you before. The maid responded, I am a maid from the palace, assigned to serve the prince. The prince smiled, but was about to reach out to her when he suddenly felt his limbs grow weak and his consciousness began to fade. Before losing consciousness, he shot the maid a venomous glare. Moments later, the hall door swung open as Yang Hai strode in confidently. He cast a leisurely glance at the slumped figure in the chair. Take him away. Two eunuchs seized the prince and escorted him out, while the palace maids stood silently, heads bowed. Yang Hai glanced at them, clearing his throat. Although the palace is not as heavily guarded as the imperial palace, you must remember who your master is. The maids hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, We understand, my lord. Yang Hai then averted his gaze. Let us depart. Chapter 31, which concubine and Appo's name contains the character and Appo's, Yao and Appo's. In the stillness of night, the Qingjin Hall was brightly lit. Yu Yin had been in a deep slumber for an entire day and had yet to awaken. Yin was summoned by Yang Hai to watch over her, occasionally using a cool handkerchief to wipe the face of the woman in bed. Yu Yin had soaked in cold water the previous night, causing her to feel a bit feverish and warm to the touch. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Yin wiped Yu Yan's fingers, her heart filled with unease. When Yu Yin first arrived at the Qinyuan Hall, Yin had sensed her ambition to rise in status. Everyone in the palace had their own choices to make, and Yin, seeing Yu Yin and Appo's youth, had kindly advised her against straying onto a wrong path. When Yu Yin had abandoned that ambition, Yin had felt a moment of relief. But now, gazing at the woman lying on the dragon bed, Yin Kuden and Appo's, he helped but sigh. Once the emperor had set his sights on her, her fate was no longer in her own hands. Moments later, A palace maid entered with medicine. A yin took it, preparing to feed it to you, yin when the door swung open, and a man clad in a dragon robe strode in. A yin was taken aback, quickly placing the medicine bowl aside and bowing. This servant greets your majesty. Jun Chenzhou bypassed the crowd and approached the bed, glancing at the woman. Is she still asleep? A yin shook her head. Miss Yu, Yin has been asleep for an entire day and has not yet awakened. She has developed a slight fever, and the imperial physician has prepared medicine for her. The man noticed the bowl of medicine beside him, sat on the edge of the bed, and lifted the woman into his embrace. He positioned her against his chest, signaling for A Yin to bring the medicine bowl. A Yin lowered her head, not daring to look around, and presented the still warm bowl to the man. Jun Chenzhou, maintaining his position, gently fed Yu Yin spoonful by spoonful, his movements exceedingly tender. Yu Yin struggled to swallow, the medicine dripping onto her hands. But Jun Chenzhou showed no sign of disdain, patiently ensuring that she consumed the entire bowl. Your Majesty, allow this servant to assist, A Yin interjected, noticing the medicine spilling and staining the man's clothing, fearing he would be angered. The man shook his head, took the handkerchief offered by A Yin, and wiped the medicine from the woman's face before gently placing her back on the bed. Yu Yan's eyes remained tightly shut, her pale face gaining a hint of color, appearing much better than the previous night. Remembering her helpless, pale state from last night, Jun Chenzhou felt a pang of distress in his heart, a sensation that felt eerily familiar, as if he had witnessed that scene before. His hand, which had been resting at his side, gradually clenched into a fist. Take good care of her. Jun Chenzhou gazed at her for a while, his dark eyes revealing an indiscernible expression. After a long pause, he uttered this command before turning to leave. Yang Hai hurriedly followed. Your Majesty, where are you going? Miss Yu Yan is asleep in the chambers. You spent the entire night awake in the study. You cannot possibly stay there again tonight. Prepare the Dongwon Pavilion. Yang Hai was momentarily at a loss for words, seeing that the man was indeed heading towards the warm pavilion. He couldn't help but suggest, shall I have someone move Miss Yu Yan there? How would you allow me to sleep there? Jun Chenzhou halted, casting a light, impatient glance at him. Yang Hai immediately fell silent. The night was deep and quiet. The Qingjin Hall was enveloped in silence, with only the soft glow of the glazed lamps under the eaves illuminating the surroundings. In the Dongwon Pavilion, Jun Chenzhou lay on the bed, his tightly furrowed brow betraying a hint of restlessness. His sleep was not peaceful. Vibrant illusions danced in his mind, vying for his attention. He found himself walking into a palace in the dead of night, guarded by many sentinels outside, yet inside was desolate, with yellowed leaves swirling to the ground, devoid of any cleaning maids. The man lingered at the entrance for a long time before finally pushing the door open. The empty chamber was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. On the beautiful bed by the window lay a slender woman, her back turned to the door, her delicate spine faintly visible. The thick carpet muffled his footsteps, allowing him to approach without waking her. The woman seemed to sleep uneasily, her slender brows knitted, her small hands clutching the blanket, her nose red and a tear glistening on her cheek, evoking pity. He sat beside her, watching her intently for a long while. As dawn approached, the man remained motionless beside her bed, wanting to reach out and touch her, but for some reason, he withdrew his hand just before contact. Outside, the voice of a eunuch echoed, Your Majesty, dawn is approaching. The woman and Appo's fragile eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the man clenched his fist tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, as if he were struggling against something. Only when the urging voice outside sounded again did he rise. His tall figure was enveloped in shadows, giving him an air of solitude. Yao Yao, wait for me. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's fingertips trembled, as if something heavy had struck his heart, causing a dull ache. A surge of hostility coursed through him, threatening to tear him apart. Suddenly, Jun Chenzhou opened his eyes. The outside world was already bright with dawn. He breathed rapidly, the remnants of cold hostility still lingering in his gaze. Yang Hai. Hearing the voice, Yang Hai immediately pushed the door open, bowing slightly. What does Your Majesty command? While there was no morning court in the temporary palace, It was the first time Yang Hai had seen Jun Chenzhou sleep and so late. It was nearly the hour of the snake. He attributed this to the emperor's sleeplessness over the past 2 days due to the matter concerning Miss Yue Ling, resulting in his need for extra rest. Jun Chenzhou sat up, gazing at the bright sunlight outside. His hand, resting on his knee, gradually tightened, his cold, dark eyes brimming with agitation. Who is she? Which concubine in this palace has the character Yao in her name? He recalled that in his last dream, she had referred to herself as a concubine, of a status lower than a favored concubine. Yang Hai was somewhat perplexed. May I inquire, Your Majesty, which Yao you are referring to? Jun Chenzhou found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of the specific character. His agitation intensified. Why did he keep dreaming of her? Yet, upon awakening, her figure became blurred in his mind, rendering him unable to recall her appearance or voice. Yang Hai observed the man curiously and cautiously suggested, "Shall I have the Naiwafu present the names of all the concubines?" While he did not remember which concubine's name contained the character Yao, aside from a few favored concubines, there were many lower-ranking, less favored individuals, making it difficult to keep track of them all. After a while, Jun Chenzhou finally lifted his gaze, his face now calm, and spoke softly, "There is no need." By the time Yue Ling awoke, it was already late in the morning. She was suffering from a severe headache, unable to recall anything, lying vacantly on the bed while gazing at the bright yellow canopy above. Bright yellow? Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her, and she sat up abruptly, surveying her surroundings. She recognized the bed she was lying on. It was undoubtedly Jun Chenzhou and Appo's chamber. In a hurry, she attempted to get out of bed, just as Yue Ling entered, her voice filled with delight upon seeing her awake. "Yue Ling, you've finally woken up." She hurried to assist her. "What's wrong? Where are you going?" Yue Ling opened her mouth, pulling Yue Ling aside, feeling somewhat guilty as she asked, "How did I end up here?" "His Majesty carried you back the previous night, and then summoned the imperial physician. He was busy until the late hours before the physician finally emerged. And then Eunuch Yang instructed me to come in and attend to you." Yue Ling explained, poking her arm. "What happened? Are you ill?" Seeing that Yue Ling was unaware of her medicinal ordeal, Yue Ling hesitated but ultimately decided against telling her, as it involved the crown prince, and she was uncertain how Jun Chenzhou would handle it. "Miss Yue Ling is awake?" As they conversed, they heard Yang Hai's voice from outside. Yue Ling immediately fell silent and went to open the door. "Eunuch Yang." Yang Hai beheld Yue Ling standing gracefully within the palace, and his joy was palpable. "At last, you have awakened. If you lingered any longer in slumber, His Majesty would surely be incensed." "Young Gong." Yue Ling approached, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, particularly as memories of that night with Jun Chenzhou in the imperial carriage flooded her mind, causing her ears to flush with warmth. "Now that the young lady has regained consciousness, please prepare yourself and proceed to the study. The Emperor wishes to see you." Chapter 32. Temptation at the Hall of Diligent Governance. Jun Chenzhou was haunted by a perplexing dream throughout the night, rendering him unable to find peace in slumber. At this moment, he leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in a brief respite. As Yue Ling gently pushed the door open, the silence enveloped the chamber, save for the solitary figure of the man seated at the desk. He appeared to be asleep, and for a moment, Yue Ling hesitated, contemplating retreat. Yet Yang Hai, stationed outside, gestured for her to enter. Yue Ling paused, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Ultimately, it was Yang Hai who nudged her forward and swiftly closed the door behind her. Wishing not to disturb him, Yue Ling tiptoed toward the desk. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of numerous memorials and several tomes carelessly strewn across the table. She quickly averted her gaze, determined to avoid absorbing their contents. Her intention was to linger just a moment before making her exit, hoping to appease Yang Hai. As she prepared to step back and maintain her distance, the man seated in the chair abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was dark, as profound as an endless night, imbued with an innate chill. Yue Ling instinctively shivered. Jun Chenzhou sat up nonchalantly, his voice hoarse. "When did you awaken?" "Half an hour ago," Yue Ling replied, her head bowed, uncertain of how to confront him. Observing the timid demeanor of the woman before him, resembling a quail eager to hide, Jun Chenzhou silently smiled. Weren't you rather bold that day? What has changed? Yu Yan's heart skipped a beat, her long lashes trembling. I have offended your majesty. His gaze fell to her exposed wrist, where a faint red mark lingered, an indelible reminder of his actions from that day, steeped in an unspoken intimacy. He reached out, grasping her wrist, and amidst her startled expression, he drew her into his embrace. Your Majesty? Yu Yan found herself suddenly perched upon his lap, her body tensing instinctively. That day, it was the Prince of Duan who bullied you. Jun Chenzhou spoke with certainty rather than inquiry, and Yu Yan nodded. Yes. After leaving Qian Pavilion, I was on my way back to the Hall of Diligent Governance, but I encountered the Prince of Duan by Fuchichi. She stole a glance at his expression, but found it inscrutable. Jun Chenzhou held her from behind, playfully toying with her delicate fingers. His tone casual. Would you like to know how I shall punish him? Punish him? The disbelief on Yu Yan's face was evident. Yet her heart raced, echoing with the thought that the Prince of Duan had dared to lay hands on her solely due to his noble status. Although she served as a palace maid, at the end of the day, she was merely a servant. In that moment, surrounded by no witnesses, the prince could easily deny her identity, even claim that she had seduced him. In this palace, even those who served before the emperor were ultimately regarded as mere servants. There was no precedent for punishing a lord for the misconduct of a servant. Thus, the revelation that Jun Chenzhou intended to penalize the Prince of Duan left her utterly astonished. Noticing her astonishment, a smile graced Jun Chenzhou's lips. I shall have him rendered incapable. Yu Yan's eyes widened in shock. Rendered incapable? How so? As if sensing her confusion, the man rested his chin on her shoulder, leaning closer to her ear, his voice laced with suppressed anger. If he cannot control himself, I shall have someone assist him in managing his desires. Jun Chenzhou leisurely caressed her fingers, his touch intimate as their hands intertwined. My woman, and he dares to lay a finger on you. A fool he is. His gaze darkened, and the pressure of his grip intensified, yet Yu Yan remained silent. He could act to protect her from the Prince of Duan, but why had he allowed those concubines to mistreat her in a previous life? The flicker of tumult within her heart was swiftly extinguished. Despite having been by his side for 2 years, she still found him incomprehensible. The chamber fell into a tranquil silence. Jun Chenzhou remained quiet, simply holding her close, inhaling her delicate fragrance, feeling an inexplicable sense of relaxation. He pressed a gentle kiss against her ear. Yu Yan's body stiffened. The intimacy of the position was overwhelming. Suddenly, he sighed. I still prefer the way you were that night. Have you forgotten how proactive you were then? You're nothing like that now. He chuckled softly, while Yu Yan's cheeks flushed deeper with every passing moment. Her recollections were fragmented. All she could recall was the kiss she shared with him in the royal carriage. Was there more? The conflicted and puzzled expression on her face struck Jun Chenzhou as endearing. Your Majesty, that day. Yu Yan turned to him, genuinely curious about her own indiscretions. Jun Chenzhou released his hold around her waist, reclining leisurely against the chair's back. What would you like to know? His teasing gaze bore a hint of mischief, and Yu Yan bit her lip, abruptly rising to her feet. Forget it. It's better not to know. Uncertainty would spare her the awkwardness. Flustered, she straightened her skirt and bowed. If your Majesty has no further business, I shall take my leave. Wait. The man pointed to the memorials on the desk. Organize them. Yu Yan turned, facing away from him as she began to arrange the documents and books on the desk. The items were few in number, and, as she slightly rolled up her sleeves, her fair wrist caught the man's eye, drawing his attention. Jun Chenzhou observed her with a hint of curiosity, as she placed the final memorial in order and prepared to withdraw. She heard the man speak slowly. Bring me that book. Yu Yan instinctively reached for the tome located in the upper left corner. Yet, as her fingertips brushed against its cover, an icy chill coursed through her, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 33. The little princess, the man's keen gaze was fixated upon her, leaving Yu Yan in a state of indecision, her fingertips hovering over the book, unable to advance or retreat. How could he possibly know her childhood nickname, Yao Yao? Was he testing her, striving to maintain her composure? She picked up the tome and turned to him with a hint of puzzlement, inquiring, Does your Majesty require this book? Her expression of innocence and uncertainty was impeccably timed, as though she could not fathom whether he was indeed addressing her. Yet, in the hall, she was the sole occupant. Who else could he be calling? Jun Chenzhou lounged against the back of his chair, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he extended his hand towards her. Taking a couple of steps forward, Yue Ling presented the book to him. Her demeanor remained remarkably calm, while Jun Chenzhou lowered his eyelids and chuckled silently. You may leave now. Yes. A wave of apprehension washed over Yue Ling as she averted her gaze, bowing her head as she exited. Jun Chenzhou observed her retreating figure, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. Did she not realize that her feigned tranquility only served to amplify the sense of artifice? In the Chongjin pavilion, Qi Guipin downed the prenatal remedy handed to her by a palace maid, impatiently slamming the bowl onto the black lacquered and gilded tray, disdainfully plucking a few candied fruits to consume. This medicine grows increasingly bitter by the day. The maid, Shihua, hastened to distance the bowl, lest the scent become unbearable for her mistress. Your Highness, you are now quite advanced in your pregnancy. The imperial physician has prescribed a new formula, which may indeed be more bitter than the previous one. Such is the nature of pregnancy. You are over 6 months along, and the due date draws near. Caution is warranted, Enchongyi remarked, offering words of comfort. Recently, Qi Guipin had tempered her temperament considerably, and with Enchongyi being both gentle and courteous, their proximity had fostered a stronger bond, especially since infrequently visited Qi during her pregnancy. Also residing in Chongjin Pavilion were Yi Jiyu and Feng Ruoyan. Yi Jiyu was notably reserved, quietly sipping tea when summoned by Enchongyi, occasionally engaging in brief conversation. Feng Ruoyan looked enviously at Qi Guipin's protruding belly. Sister is truly fortunate. Should you bear a little prince, he would be the emperor's firstborn, something to greatly envy. Qi Guipin smiled faintly. Then let us hope for your good wishes. Who would not desire to bear the emperor's first son, even if not from the empress? The title of firstborn would surely earn one the emperor's favor. Observing the glimmer of disappointment in Feng Ruoyan's eyes, Enchongyi remarked with a smile, Sister Feng need not despair. With the emperor's affection, you too shall have your own children. Feng Ruoyan, blushing, covered her mouth with a hand and replied, Sisterin, do not jest at my expense. Since arriving at the palace, the emperor has yet to visit me. Not just you. I too have not seen the emperor, Qi Guipin interjected, a hint of bitterness lacing her words, as she too was pregnant, and the emperor had not come to see her. A momentary silence enveloped the chamber, with Yijiu merely tracing the rim of her cup in silence. Eventually, Enchongyi lifted the little princess, who was playing on the couch. The emperor is quite occupied and may overlook the inner palace. If you sisters have no pressing matters, do come and keep me company. The princess speaks the truth. The palace can grow dull over long days. It is much more enjoyable to converse with sisters, Feng Ruoyan replied, bending down to amuse the little princess. Truly, the princess is adorable. I cannot help but feel envious. Qi Guipin gently patted the little princess's head. At merely 3 years of age, she was the only child of Jun Chenzhou, and even as a princess, she was showered with affection. Enchongyi had originally been a mere maid in the residence, fortuitously becoming pregnant shortly after Jun Chenzhou ascended the throne, thus receiving the title of concubine upon her entrance to the palace. After giving birth to the little princess, while other concubines bore no children over the years, Enchongyi devoted herself to raising her daughter, firmly securing her position as the 9th-ranked concubine. Unconsciously, Qi Guipin caressed her own belly, silently urging her unborn child to thrive. Feng Ruoyan cradled the little princess and softly asked, Have you had your breakfast, dear princess? The little princess shook her head. Feng Ruoyan then pointed to the pastries and candied treats on the table. Would you like to have some? She broke off a small piece of pastry, and the little princess scattered crumbs everywhere, but Feng Ruoyan merely chuckled, playfully engaging her. Jingyi, look at you. Enchongyi smiled apologetically. Sister Feng, please do not mind. How could I? I am quite fond of her, Feng Ruoyan replied, her gaze affectionate as she looked at the little princess. She gently ruffled the girl and Appo's hair, producing a few colorful candies from the jar to display before her. Which one does the princess prefer? The little princess extended her chubby hand, her round finger poking at Feng Ruoyan's palm as she pointed to a red candy. Gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes, Feng Ruoyan laughed softly. Such a well-behaved princess. After playing with the little princess for a while, she looked up at Chongyi and the others. I have heard that today the emperor and the officials are to attend a horse race. I wonder if any of you ladies would like to join? Upon hearing about the horse race, the little princess eagerly exclaimed, "Horses, ride horses." Indeed. And Chongyi replied, lifting her into her arms and playfully pinching her nose. Ever since last year, when they visited the racetrack, the little princess had been incessantly asking to ride. The princess has certainly inherited the emperor's spirit. She shall undoubtedly grow into a remarkable woman. Upon learning that Jun Chenzhou might be at the racetrack, Qi Guipin expressed her desire to join the festivities. In that case, let us go together. At that moment, a maid named Feng Fei approached Yi Jiu, saying, "Your Highness, it is nearly time for your medication." Yi Jiu glanced at her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "In that case, I shall not keep you, Yi Jiu." Yi Jiu rose and bowed gracefully. "Then I shall take my leave." Feng Ruoyan watched Yi Jiu depart for a moment before withdrawing her gaze. In her time at the palace, she had come to understand the natures of the other concubines. Yet, Yi Jiu remained an enigma, leading a secluded life, seemingly devoid of desires, resembling a sage unencumbered by worldly affairs. Chapter 34. The frenzied rabbits. As the afternoon sun cast its glow, Emperor Jun Chenzhou had barely returned to the Hall of Diligent Governance when eunuch Xiao Fu burst in, his face etched with panic. "Your Majesty, a grave incident has occurred." Yang Hai, with a stern glance, rebuked him. "What troubles you? Speak with composure." Xiao Fu breathlessly stammered. "This afternoon, royal concubine and worthy consort Qi and consort Feng ventured to the imperial stud farm. Alas, a horde of maddened rabbits inexplicably emerged from the adjacent woods." "Is worthy consort Qi unharmed?" Yang Hai urgently inquired, his voice laced with concern. The impending arrival of the imperial scion within worthy consort Qi and Amp, Oppos, Wu made her presence there all the more precarious. Emperor Jun Chenzhou halted in his tracks, his brow furrowed in consternation. Xiao Fu hastened to add, "Worthy consort Qi suffered a fright and has been escorted back to the Hall of Everlasting Brocade." However, the rabbits also assailed Lady Lin, who was present at the stud farm. Lady Lin has suffered a hemorrhage and has been conveyed to the Hall of Everlasting Brocade as well. Emperor Jun Chenzhou and Oppos' gaze hardened. Lady Lin is hemorrhaging? Without further ado, he strode purposefully towards the door. To the Hall of Everlasting Brocade at once. Within the Hall of Everlasting Brocade, worthy consort Qi's residence. Situated in close proximity to the stud farm, chaos reigned. Lady Lin and Oppos' sudden hemorrhage had left the assembled attendants in disarray. Royal concubine, with commendable composure, had taken charge, dispatching attendants to escort the afflicted ladies to the Hall of Everlasting Brocade and summon the imperial physician. At present, the imperial physician was attending to the patients within, while royal concubine cradled the young princess on a divan in the outer chamber. The princess, her face ashen, sobbed inconsolably. Royal concubine, her heart aching, embraced her tightly. "Jingyi, fear not, all is well now." Recalling the frenzied rabbits, charging forth in a rabid swarm, their intent to bite anyone in their path. She shuddered. They had nearly nipped at Jingyi's hand. The young princess nestled in her embrace, her body racked with sobs, tears streaming down her face. Royal concubine was consumed by regret, lamenting her decision to bring Jingyi along. Consort Feng, her nerves frayed, stood by the side, her fingers twisting the fabric of her dress, her frame still trembling. The empress and other consorts, having received word of the incident, hastened to the scene. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted by the sound of muffled weeping. The empress, her voice sharp, demanded, "What has transpired here? How fares worthy consort Qi?" Royal concubine entrusted the young princess to the care of a wet nurse, and rose to reply. "Your Majesty, worthy consort Qi has suffered fright, and the imperial physician is presently examining her." As for Lady Lin, she raised her eyes, casting an apprehensive glance at the empress. Lady Lin appears to be with child and has suffered a hemorrhage. The empress clenched her fist, her face betraying her dismay. Lady Lin was pregnant? Truth be told, Lady Lin had barely registered in her consciousness. Among the newly inducted consorts, only Consort Feng had enjoyed a modicum of favor. Lady Lin had seldom received the emperor's attentions. How could she be so fortunate? How could the rabbits have become so frenzied? The empress's countenance darkened. She summoned Kai Wei and instructed her to summon the guard from the stud farm and subject them to rigorous interrogation. See to it that they are thoroughly questioned. In the side chamber, Lady Lin lay prostrate upon the bed, her face pallid. She clutched the bedclothes beneath her, unable to utter a cry, her tears flowing ceaselessly. The palace maid, Ma Xiang, held her hand, whispering, "My lady, endure for a little longer. His Majesty will be here shortly." Lady Lin's garments were soaked with a mixture of perspiration and blood. She gasped for breath, her voice strained as she inquired, "My child, will my child be safe?" "Your child will be safe, my lady. Be at ease," Ma Xiang reassured her. "Imperial physician, is my lady in grave danger?" Ma Xiang anxiously inquired of Imperial physician Hu. Imperial physician Hu, his brow furrowed, extracted a needle. "The lady has suffered a disturbance to her fetal qi. Moreover, she is barely 3 months along, a period when miscarriage is all too common. I must administer acupuncture. I shall require assistance in holding her down." Of course. Within the chamber, Lady Lin's cries of pain echoed. The Empress, her palms tightly clasped, was reminded of her own devastating miscarriage. A wave of melancholy washed over her. She desired neither the birth of an imperial heir before Zhou, nor the occurrence of any untoward incident to Lady Lin or worthy consort Qi under her watch, lest her governance of the imperial harem be called into question. As basin after basin of blood-stained water was carried out of the inner chamber, the Empress was reminded of the harrowing experience of her own miscarriage, and a sense of sorrow washed over her. Emperor Jun Chenzhou arrived just as Imperial Physician Ma emerged to report, "Your Majesty, worthy consort Qi is unharmed, save for a slight disturbance to her fetal qi. A few doses of medication will alleviate her condition." The hall was thronged with courtiers. Emperor Jun Chenzhou, his voice devoid of warmth, commanded, "All of you, wait outside." None dared to object, and they retreated to the courtyard, leaving the Empress and the Imperial Physician in the hall. "How is she?" he inquired, taking his seat at the head of the room, his gaze fixed on the Empress. "Your Majesty, worthy consort Qi is out of danger. However, Lady Lin..." The muffled sound of Lady Lin's voice emanated from within the closed chamber. Emperor Jun Chenzhou toyed with the thumb ring on his hand and summoned Pei Shun. The Imperial stud farm is guarded by sentries. How could a pack of frenzied rabbits have breached the perimeter? Pei Shun immediately prostrated himself. "It is my negligence, Your Majesty. I shall investigate forthwith." A faint odor of blood permeated the air within the hall. The Empress, visibly discomfort, raised a handkerchief to her nose and mouth. After a quarter of an hour, Imperial Physician Hu emerged from the chamber. "How fares she?" the Empress inquired. "Your Majesty, the Empress, Lady Lin and Oppose, as pregnancy has been stabilized. However, she has suffered significant blood loss and requires a period of bed rest." Emperor Jun Chenzhou and Oppose, S. brow relaxed almost imperceptibly. "Henceforth, you shall be responsible for Lady Lin and Oppose, S. pregnancy." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Empress turned to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, as Lady Lin is in no condition to be moved, perhaps she should remain in the side chamber of the Hall of Everlasting Brocade. Furthermore, as worthy consort Qi is also with child, it would be convenient for the Imperial Physician to attend to both of them." Emperor Jun Chenzhou nodded in agreement. As the Empress suggests, Consorting, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly spoke. "Your Majesty, why would worthy consort Qi, in her delicate condition, venture to the stud farm? Despite the presence of attendants, the stud farm is home to horses. A mishap could easily occur." Upon hearing these words, Consort Feng and Oppose, his senses were jolted. "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I mentioned my desire to take the young princess to the stud farm, and worthy consort Qi expressed her desire to accompany us." Royal concubine and stepped forward to recount the events of the day. Consorting cast a sardonic glance at the two consorts. "Consort Feng, knowing that worthy consort Qi is advanced in her pregnancy, why did you not dissuade her?" Consort Feng's palace maid, Tan Yun, immediately knelt. "Your Majesty, the Empress, my mistress is of humble station and could not possibly dissuade the noble worthy consort. Furthermore, the situation was dire, and my mistress sustained injuries while protecting her." The Empress inquired, "Consort Feng is injured?" Consort Feng hastily concealed her sleeve, shaking her head and murmuring, "I am unharmed." "My lady, the imperial physician is here. Do not conceal your injuries, lest they leave scars," Tianyun protested. "Indeed," the Empress concurred, gesturing for imperial physician who to examine her. Emperor Jun Chenzhou remained silent, his head lowered. Consort Feng bit her lip in distress. Under the scrutiny of the assembled courtiers, she raised her sleeve, revealing a swollen and reddened forearm. At the slightest touch, she winced in pain. "My lady's arm is dislocated and requires setting," imperial physician who pronounced after careful examination. "I beg your indulgence. I am grateful for your expertise." A sharp crack echoed through the hall, followed by Consort Feng's cry of pain. Royal concubine, who stood beside her, hastily dabbed at her perspiration with a handkerchief. Noble Consort Li, observing the scene with a cold gaze, remarked with disdain, "Even so, this does not absolve Consort Feng of all responsibility." Consort Feng lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Noble Consort is correct. It was my fault that I failed to dissuade worthy Consort Qi. However, the matter of the frenzied rabbits is of grave import. I implore your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation." Noble Consort Li scoffed. How adept she is at feigning innocence. The Empress turned to Emperor Jun Chenzhou. "Rabbits are by nature docile creatures. Their sudden frenzy must be attributed to some form of drug. I have ordered that the stud farm be secured and that the surrounding woods be thoroughly searched for any irregularities." Emperor Jun Chenzhou nodded slightly. "Entrust this matter to Pei Shun." He rose to his feet, uttering tersely, "Empress, assign additional attendants to care for worthy Consort Qi and Lady Lin." "Yes, your Majesty." "I understand." Chapter 35. Surrender at the Hall of Diligence. "Your Majesty, I report that I, along with Lord Zhou, have sealed off the horse ranch. Upon my inspection, I discovered a white powder added to the fodder in the eastern corral. I have already submitted it to Judge Shun for examination." Pei Shun and Zhou Changza stood within the hall, with Zhou Changza presenting the prescription written by Judge Shun. It was found that this powder contained a type of wild mushroom, which is quite common in the dense forests surrounding the palace. However, as wild mushrooms possess hallucinogenic properties, it is plausible that the rabbits inadvertently consumed the horses and Appo's fodder, causing them to go mad. Pei Shun respectfully added, "I summoned the coroner to examine several rabbits, and indeed, they contained undigested remnants of the powder." Zhou Changza, however, expressed skepticism. If it were merely a few rabbits that had mistakenly ingested the fodder, it could be understood, but with such a large number, approximately 30, it raises suspicions. Jun Chenzhou listened with an impassive expression as the two recounted their findings. He turned his gaze toward Yang Hai. "Is there any stir within the harem?" This incident seems directed at concubine Qi, while inadvertently affecting Lin Xian, both of whom are pregnant, making it highly likely that this is the work of someone within the palace. Yang Hai quickly responded, "Your Majesty, I have learned that recently, Lady Li Zhaoyuan has been keeping several rabbits in her palace." "Li Zhaoyuan?" "Yes, but I have inquired with Chongyi and others. And it was indeed Lady Feng who casually mentioned visiting the horse ranch because the princess was quite interested, prompting concubine Qi and others to accompany her." Upon hearing this, Jun Chenzhou's eyes grew colder, tinged with disdain. Concubine Qi is already 7 months pregnant and still dares to frequent such places. No matter how fine a horse is, it remains a beast and the likelihood of accidents is high. Yet she still seeks to join in the revelry. Concubine Qi has never been particularly astute. In considering her condition, Jun Chenzhou felt he had already been exceedingly lenient with her. Despite having subtly cautioned her numerous times, she remains impervious to advice. Whether she is foolish or simply too carefree, he found himself disinclined to concern himself further. Send someone to interrogate Lady Li Zhaoyuan, and until then, keep her within her palace. At the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion, upon seeing Yang Hai enter with attendants, Li Zhaoyuan felt an inexplicable unease. Despite her usual arrogance, She was compelled to show deference to those who served the emperor, especially now that her favor had waned. I pay my respects to your ladyship, Zhao Yuan. Li Zhaoyuan greeted them, forcing a slight smile. Has Grand Eunuch Yang come with a decree from His Majesty? Yang Hai glanced at the two palace maids beside her and respectfully stated, His Majesty has ordered an inquiry into the servants of your ladyship. He gestured to those behind him, and several young eunuchs stepped forward to apprehend Shu Hui and the others. Your ladyship? Shu Hui gasped, casting a pleading look at Li Zhaoyuan. Li Zhaoyuan, unable to remain seated, stood up, her voice firm. What is the meaning of this, Grand Eunuch Yang? Your ladyship has recently been keeping rabbits in your palace. Has she not? Li Zhaoyuan nodded, though suspicion clouded her expression. I have kept a few rabbits since my arrival at the palace, merely to pass the time. The rabbits from the horse ranch went mad yesterday, nearly injuring concubine Qi and the little princess, causing Lin Xian to almost suffer a miscarriage. Lord Pei discovered that the rabbits had ingested fodder contaminated with wild mushrooms, which is why they went berserk. Yang Hai regarded her quietly, then lowered his head. His Majesty has heard that your ladyship keeps rabbits and fears there may be some foul play. He has ordered a thorough investigation. Preposterous! Li Zhaoyuan exclaimed with a laugh tinged with anger. The rabbits I keep were sent from the Imperial Beast Pavilion. They have no connection to the wild rabbits from yesterday. Whether there is a connection will soon be revealed through investigation. Though Yang Hai's tone remained respectful, his words left no room for retreat. Furious, Li Zhaoyuan clenched her fists, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. I demand to see the emperor. The emperor has decreed that until this matter is clarified, your ladyship is to remain in the palace to recuperate. So, they are confining her. Yang Hai said no more, merely waving his hand. Take her away. Rest assured. Your ladyship, I shall take my leave for now. Li Zhaoyuan managed a strained smile, though it was devoid of any genuine warmth. At the fragrant pavilion, Feng Ren lay languidly upon the couch, while Shi Hua knelt beside her, applying medicine to her arm. Ouch! Feng Ruoyan winced, unable to suppress a frown. Be gentler. Yes, my lady, forgive me. Shi Hua was even more cautious, delicately spreading the ointment on her arm, where the dislocated joint had been reset by the physician, though it remained red and swollen with bruises. Shi Hua wrapped the clean cloth around the injury and then stepped aside. Feng Ruoyan moved her arm, a sharp pain nearly causing her composure to shatter. My lady, the physician has advised that your left arm must remain still for some time to heal properly. Feng Ruoyan huffed in annoyance. Concubine Qi is truly heavy-handed. Had I not positioned myself correctly, she might have fractured my arm entirely. Shi Hua expressed confusion. Why did you feel the need to save her? The stable boy under Ying Zhaoi had already dealt with the situation. No one would have known it was us. Feng Ruoyan scoffed. Ying Zhaoi certainly handled it cleanly. However, she was absent at the time, and I was present. It was my suggestion to visit the horse ranch. If I wished to completely absolve myself of suspicion and elicit the emperor and Amp oppose. As sympathy, this injury was unavoidable. Feng Ruoyan leaned back against the soft pillow, the soothing coolness of the ointment gradually alleviating the pain, but full recovery would require time. It was particularly vexing that she bore the injury while Lin Xian escaped unscathed. Jun Chenzhou had yet to visit her, and being injured while unable to serve him was truly a loss without gain. Feng Ruoyan's expression darkened further. Lin Xian was timid and low profile. Having shared a palace with her, Feng Ruoyan had noticed her unusual behavior even before arriving at the palace. She had lost her appetite for meat and greasy food, showing clear signs of pregnancy. Yet, being of low status and lacking favor, Lin Xian had only brought a naive maid into the palace, and neither had considered the implications, which had given Feng Ruoyan an opportunity. This time, she and Ying Zhaoi had collaborated merely to eliminate Lin Xian's pregnancy, with concubine Qi already 7 months along. Even if she experienced complications, it was preferable to let Lin Xian and oppose, as pregnancy discreetly terminate. Initially, she had intended for Ying Zhaoi to take action, but Ying Zhaoi was clever and refused to involve herself. Given her low status, Feng Ruoyan risked becoming a scapegoat in the palace. Relying on Ying Zhaoi was a temporary measure, yet if she could not prove her own worth, Ying Zhaoi would likely not grant her any opportunities to gain favor. Feng Ruoyan and Amp. Oppose. S gaze lingered on her hand. Fortunately, she was currently at the palace, having personally gathered the wild mushrooms and concocted the powder without any outside involvement. There was no way to trace it back to her. Chapter 36. Reputation earned by oneself. With the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration approaching, the attention surrounding the rabbit incident diminished considerably. In the twilight hours, after concluding his state affairs, Jun Chenzhou lifted his gaze from a pile of memorials and inquired, "Has the Empress Dowager departed?" Yang Hai shook his head, replying, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has yet to set off." Setting his brush aside, Jun Chenzhou rose. "Then let us proceed to Qian Pavilion and accompany the Empress Dowager." "Yes, Your Majesty." As he exited the hall, he noticed the absence of Yuan. Yang Hai, understanding the unspoken intent, remarked, "Your Majesty, Miss Yuan is not on duty today. Shall I summon her?" Typically, he and Yuan would alternate duties daily, yet it was evident that the Emperor and Oppo's interest lay elsewhere. As he often called for Yuan to join him in the hall, Yang Hai felt a pang of sorrow. He was on the verge of losing favor. Jun Chenzhou nodded slightly. "Have her come." When Yuan hurriedly arrived, her hairpin askew, she had been resting, unaware that Jun Chenzhou wished for her company at the birthday banquet. "Your servant pays her respects to Your Majesty." She stood at the steps, hastily attired in a simple smoke blue palace garment, unadorned with makeup, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jun Chenzhou descended the steps, his gaze sweeping over her exquisite features, her eyes sparkling with emotion, undeniably captivating. He reached out, adjusting the hairpin in her coiffure, a modest magnolia-patterned jade pin, complemented by matching earrings, too plain for her beauty. Suddenly, he recalled a box of jade jewelry in the treasury that would suit her perfectly. His thoughts wandered briefly before he collected himself and said, "Let us go." Yuan had no choice but to follow, internally rolling her eyes at the disruption of her restful day, feeling quite disgruntled. Upon arriving at Qian Pavilion, Yuan discovered that not only was the Empress Dowager present, but the Empress herself was there as well. However, it dawned on her that in such gatherings, the Emperor and Empress should indeed attend together. Yet, given Jun Chenzhou's recent coldness towards the Empress, it was unlikely he would personally fetch her. Nevertheless, with the Empress arriving at Qian Pavilion, it was only fitting that they would appear together, maintaining appearances. Unexpectedly, en route to Longyin Hall, they encountered Ing Zhaoyi. Dismounting from her ceremonial sedan, Ing Zhaoyi approached and respectfully greeted, "I pay my respects to Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress." A flicker of shadow crossed the Empress's eyes, yet her face bore a smile. "Why is Ing Zhaoyi still here?" Replying to Your Majesty, "I was on my way to Longyin Hall, but I suddenly noticed an issue with my attire and returned to change, which delayed me somewhat." Jun Chenzhou's indifferent gaze lingered only briefly on her before he remained silent. The Empress Dowager smiled slightly. "It is getting late. Let us proceed." Thus, the trio became a quartet. Yuan, trailing behind, couldn't help but admire Ing Zhaoyi's cleverness by entering the hall alongside the Empress. It would appear to all that the Emperor held her in high regard, granting her a moment of glory in this setting. Indeed, reputation is forged through one's own efforts. Yuan raised her eyes slightly to the man's back. He was indeed busy, balancing the Empress's dignity while not neglecting the favor of his cherished consort. A silent smile graced her lips. Yang Hai noticed her expression and nudged her with his elbow, questioning her amusement with a glance. Yuan quickly shook her head. In the imperial carriage, Jun Chenzhou's mood was already less than pleasant. Witnessing the exchange between the two women only darkened his spirits further. She seemed to maintain good relations with everyone in the palace, yet she kept her distance from him. Upon arriving outside Longyin Hall, Jun Chenzhou dismounted the carriage. Casting a fleeting glance at Yuan and coldly instructed, "Return by yourself." Yuan was taken aback. The man ignored her further and entered the hall with Yang Hai. Yuan felt her frustration boiling over. He had summoned her for extra duties, only to dismiss her now. How utterly perplexing. At the banquet, performers danced gracefully to the rhythm of drums, while officials exchanged toasts below, and the consorts, rarely gathered, conversed among themselves. Yet Jun Chenzhou appeared disinterested. Suddenly, several glass lanterns extinguished, plunging the hall into dimness. Whispers arose from the assembly. The Empress, however, wore a glimmer of satisfaction as she turned her head slightly to observe Jun Chenzhou, who remained indifferent, sipping his wine with a lackadaisical air. Taking a deep breath, the Empress dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, concealing her disheartenment. This occasion had been arranged at the Empress Dowager's behest, allowing Zhou Wan to perform at the banquet. Since her elevation, Zhou Wan had not yet been summoned to the Emperor's chambers. If this opportunity slipped by, she would be at a loss. A gentle flute melody wafted in from outside, as palace maids carrying lotus lanterns formed two lines, gracefully entering the hall. In the center, a woman clad in a blue gauze gown, her face veiled, cradled a pipa, her clear notes resonating distinctly in the hushed hall. Jun Chenzhou's grip on his wine cup remained steady, yet his thoughts wandered far away. His vision blurred, transporting him back to a dimly lit palace where water flowed softly. In a daze, he beheld the woman from his dreams, her delicate fingers plucking the strings, brushing against his chest. He watched her shy demeanor and fleeting allure, ultimately succumbing to her wishes. Their garments tumbled to the ground, intimate and lingering. Jun Chenzhou's breaths grew heavy, a dull ache blossoming in his head. Recently, dreams of her had become frequent, yet he yearned to remember her distinctly, only to awaken with an even more nebulous recollection. For some reason, he felt that Yue Ling was intricately connected to the woman of his dreams. His gaze fixed ahead, but upon closer inspection, one could see the distraction in his eyes, as he had long since lost focus. To the Empress, however, it appeared that Zhou Wan had successfully captured his attention, prompting her to smile in satisfaction. In the Qingjin Hall, the night deepened, enveloping the surroundings in a thick veil of darkness. Yue Wan sat beneath the drooping floral trellis, gazing up at the luminous moon overhead. As the mid-autumn festival approached, the moon grew fuller, evoking an inexplicable sense of melancholy. The bright moon carries longing. Yet she had long lost her family. Such sentiments of reunion felt foreign to her. "What brings you here?" A yin approached, carrying a bowl of mung bean soup. "Didn't you accompany the emperor to the banquet? When did you return?" Yue Wan accepted the soup, her indignation evident as she poked it with her spoon. "The emperor suddenly dismissed me. Who knows what he is thinking?" A yin sat beside her, her voice tinged with sadness. "Yue Wan, I will be leaving the palace in 6 months." Yue Wan paused, realizing that a yin was indeed 24 now. Once the year turned, she would be free from the confines of the palace. "Congratulations, a yin." Yue Wan smiled sincerely. The earnings of the palace maid would not be meager, and a yin's family awaited her outside the palace gates. A yin grasped Yue Wan's hand, yearning to share many thoughts, yet feeling her words would hold little weight. Ultimately, she patted Yue Wan's hand. "If you ever leave the palace and have nowhere to go, come find me." Yue Wan nodded with a smile. "I certainly will." As they conversed, a young eunuch hurried over. "Sister Yue Wan, someone is looking for you." Yue Wan puzzled rose. "Who is it?" The young eunuch scratched his nose. "It's a guard." Chapter 37. Did you not see her in high spirits? As Yu Yin stepped out of the palace doors, she caught sight of a tall, slender figure standing gracefully at the foot of the steps, his gentle features adorned with a warm smile. "Jinyuan Gij?" she exclaimed, her face lighting up as she hurried down the steps to meet him. "What brings you here?" With a tender smile, Sui Jinyuan replied, "I am off duty today, and since all the royals have gone to the birthday banquet, I only saw Eunuch Yang in the Longing Hall and guess you had not attended." Yu Yin pouted, murmuring softly, "I was going to go, but who knew that person would send me away again?" Her voice was barely audible, prompting Sui Jinyuan to take a small step closer, bridging the distance between them. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Jinyuan Gij?" Yu Yin tilted her head, inquiring gently. Sui Jinyuan shook his head, nervously fidgeting with his sleeves before speaking. "Could we step outside for a moment? I have something to give you." Yu Yin nodded in agreement, and they strolled leisurely along the lakeside. Several small boats glided across the water, their faint lights shimmering in the gentle breeze. The rustling leaves added to the serene ambience, accompanied by the distant sound of cicadas mingling with the wind. The palace banquet was underway, with faint melodies drifting through the air, yet the atmosphere between the two remained tranquil. Yu Yin kept a slight distance, her thoughts in turmoil. In her childhood home, Her closest companion had not been her parents or her younger brother, but Sui Jingyuan. His parents had shown her more kindness than her own ever had. Whenever they sneaked out to play, her parents would scold her, while his would chide her with gentle words and offer her treats. She had once dreamed of growing up with Sui Jingyuan and marrying him. However, the upheaval at the age of 12 shattered all her fantasies. Now, within the palace walls, she found it difficult to decipher Jun Chenzhou's intentions, and being too close to Sui Jingyuan would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. Slowing her pace, she turned to him and asked, "What is it that you wish to give me, Jingyuan Gij?" Sui Jingyuan paused, producing a letter from his sleeve. "Some time ago, I wrote to my parents about our encounter," he said, stopping to face her. His tone was gentle. They were quite surprised and expressed their concern for you in their reply, along with, "What else?" Yue Ling questioned, noticing his sudden silence. Sui Jingyuan's gaze flickered. "They mentioned your parents. Would you like to see it?" Yue Yan's eyelashes fluttered as she gazed at the glimmering lake, momentarily speechless. Sui Jingyuan did not press her for a response, instead softly remarked, "I do not know if you wish to learn about their circumstances, but I do not want to keep it from you. The choice lies with you." Fearing the memories would evoke sadness, he shifted his tone. "If you do not want to read it, I shall toss it into the lake to feed the fish." Yue Ling laughed, lifting her head. "All right, let me see it. In truth, I have long ceased to be sorrowful." She accepted the letter, reflecting, "In my childhood, I would complain and feel upset, but now I'm doing quite well on my own. They are no longer significant to me." She spoke the truth. What worth did parents who had abandoned her hold? Those indifferent to her were not deserving of her sorrow. Yue Yin swiftly read through the letter, feeling the warmth of Sui Jingyuan's parents' concern through the words, while their indignation towards her own parents was palpable. As for her parents, they still resided in that village, living in poverty despite having sold her. They relied on farming to make ends meet. Seeing Yue Yan's calm expression, Sui Jingyuan felt a wave of relief. "Yao Yao I," he stammered, nervously gripping the hem of his garment. "I am truly delighted to have encountered you again. May I take care of you when you leave the palace?" Sui Jingyuan's heart raced with anxiety. He had not revealed to Yue Yin that he had passed the examination for the Imperial Guard and would be joining the Western Suburbs camp next year. In this dynasty, if a guard wished to advance, they needed to win the Emperor's favor through great deeds such as hunting or rescuing the Emperor, or they would have to enlist in the Imperial Guard, waiting for the opportunity to earn merit on the battlefield. Sui Jingyuan's desire to achieve greatness intensified after seeing Yue Yin. He thought to himself that if one day he could earn such merit, he might gain her freedom. Yue Yin was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Leave the palace? There are still so many years ahead. Who can foresee what will happen?" She lowered her head with a soft sigh. They stood in silence for a long while, and once her emotions stabilized, Yue Yin smiled at him, saying, "It is getting late. I must return." Upon seeing her radiant smile, Sui Jingyuan was momentarily entranced, hastily lowering his gaze as he fumbled in his pocket for a hairpin. "This is something I saw on my last trip outside the palace. I wanted to give it to you." He presented a hairpin, its top exquisitely carved into a lifelike magnolia blossom, made of fine white jade that shimmered beautifully. Yue Yin took it, gently tracing the petals with her fingers. Sui Jingyuan, fearing rejection, hurriedly added, "It has been years since we last met, and I feel quite guilty for not being able to help you then." "You need not feel guilty," Yue Yin replied, shaking her head. "I do not blame you." She fastened the hairpin into her hair and smiled at him, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy. "Jingyuan Gij, you need not berate yourself. I truly cherish the gift." Only then did the tension ease from Sui Jingyuan's brow, and they exchanged smiles. In the distance, a tall man stood beneath a locust tree, quietly observing the scene. Yang Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at Jun Chenzhou's exceptionally calm face, his heart racing with apprehension. The man suddenly chuckled, yet to Yang Hai, it carried an inexplicable chill. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Hai spoke, "Your Majesty, should I summon Miss Yue Yin to you?" Jun Chenzhou responded with a light laugh. "Summon her? Did you not see her in high spirits?" Yang Hai shivered, drawing back his neck. "Miss Yue Yin might not be aware that the banquet has concluded." "Unaware?" The darkness in the man's gaze deepened, tinged with amusement. "Then we should not disturb them." With that, Jun Chenzhou turned and departed. Yang Hai felt a surge of anxiety, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. He quickly cast a glance at Yue Ling before hastily following after the man. Chapter 38. Leaving the palace? A fool's dream not long after. Yue Ling returned to the Hall of Governance. Upon seeing Yang Hai standing outside, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was still before the hour of the dog. Had he returned so soon? Master Yang? Yue Ling remarqued, sensing something peculiar in Yang Hai's gaze. What is the matter? What is the matter? Yang Hai scoffed. The emperor has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please go in. Yue Ling glanced at the tightly closed doors of the hall and tentatively inquired, does the emperor have matters to discuss? Yang Hai feigned ignorance and urged, Miss Yue Ling, you will know once you enter. Biting her lip, Yue Ling stepped forward and gently pushed open the hall door. With a creak, the door closed behind her. Inside, a man sat at a Zeton wood desk, playing with a hairpin taken from small box. Your servant pays her respects to the emperor, Yue Ling said as she entered, bowing respectfully. After a prolonged silence, she did not hear a response. He seemed intent on leaving her in suspense. A chill crept down her back as she mentally replayed her actions from earlier in the day, wondering if she had erred in any way. After a while, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching. A pair of black boots adorned with golden dragon patterns appeared before her. The emperor grasped her arm, drawing her closer. Yue Ling lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Yet, the emperor had other intentions. He abruptly seized her chin, compelling her to look up. He seemed to have consumed alcohol, a faint scent wafting from him, and she was instantly ensnared by his dark, penetrating gaze. Where have you been? He inquired. Yue Ling replied softly, I encountered an acquaintance and exchanged a few words. A few words? The emperor's cold laughter resonated, his fingers pressing down with a hint of force, causing her discomfort. From his demeanor, Yue Ling surmised he had seen her conversing. Realizing this, she could not deceive him, lest she provoke his ire. After a moment's contemplation, she confessed, I met an old friend from my hometown, who now serves as a guard in the palace. I happened to recognize him and wished to inquire about his family. The emperor studied her eyes, which were clear and composed, devoid of the anxiety and fear one might expect from being caught in a lie. His grip loosened slightly. Is that so? Indeed, Yue Ling replied, gripping her fingertips tightly to maintain her facade of calm. Having been away from my hometown for many years, it was only natural for me to converse with an old acquaintance. At last, he released her. Yue Ling exhaled in relief and instinctively took a small step back. However, before she could regain her balance, the emperor swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her forward. In a whirlwind of motion, she found herself pinned against the imperial desk. The man's imposing figure loomed over her, and he suddenly leaned down to capture her lips in a fervent kiss. Yue Ling's heart raced, yet she remained still, fearful of inciting his wrath. His kiss was both fierce and urgent, tinged with a sense of punishment as he bit her lip. Unable to restrain herself, she furrowed her brow, her fingers tightening around his clothing. The emperor observed her as she tightly shut her eyes, trembling lashes fluttering. He smirked, noting her compliance as a sign of guilt. His expression darkened further. With a sudden noise, Yue Ling's hairpin slipped from her grasp and fell onto the desk. Noticing her breath hitch, the emperor's gaze turned even colder. He casually flicked the pin to the ground, where it shattered into pieces. Moments later, he finally released her from his grasp. Yue Ling gasped for breath, her cheeks flushed, her body weakly leaning against the desk. Sensing the danger in his eyes, her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of supplication. Your Majesty. The emperor brushed aside her hand, causing her embroidered sash to fall to the floor. Silent tears streamed down Yue Ling's face. She realized she had no right to refuse him. As night deepened, the Hall of Governance remained vibrant with springtime warmth. The flickering candlelight cast shadows of the two figures on the wall. The emperor held her waist, drawing Yue Ling into his embrace, gently patting her back. Why are you crying? His voice held a husky timbre. Yue Ling, catching a glimpse of her own sorrow, wept even harder. Are you so heartbroken to be close to me? He asked, lifting her chin and wiping away her tears. Yue Ling quickly shook her head. I dare not. Dare not. The emperor chuckled bitterly. If given a chance, you would likely run far away. Then why did you intentionally entice me in the first place? His eyes grew colder. Now that she wished to retreat, he would not allow it. Gazing at the disarray on the desk, he noticed her reddened eyes and silently curled his lips. Had she not resisted so vehemently, he would have certainly taken her without hesitation. Yue Ling, buried in his embrace, sobbed, her tears soaking his neck. After a moment, the emperor's voice rang out softly. "I do not wish to see you in contact with any other man." Yue Ling remained silent. The emperor grasped her chin, his eyes icy. "Speak. I understand." Under the candlelight, her tears cascaded down her jaw, landing on his hand. Only then did he release her. He cradled her in his arms, allowing her to rest against his chest, soothingly stroking her back. "Why are you so prone to tears?" Yue Ling sniffled. "I am afraid. Your Majesty has countless beauties in the harem, and I am of lowly birth. I truly dare not indulge in such dreams." Her delicate brows furrowed, her demeanor increasingly fragile. "What if you no longer favor me? I would have nowhere to go." Suddenly, she rose from his lap and knelt on the floor. The emperor grasped her arms, his expression darkening. "Get up." Yue Ling shook her head, tears streaming. "I only wish to serve by your side. Even if you no longer favor me in the future, it would still grant me a place to belong." Her words were half feigned weakness, half genuine sorrow. She had done her best to avoid him, yet she had never sought his attention, and yet here she was. She knew that once favored by the emperor, her chances of leaving the palace would diminish significantly. In her rebirth, her only wish was to escape the palace and avoid the treacherous existence of her past life, where a single misstep could lead to ruin. The concubines in the palace ranked from high to low. Those without family connections, like her, were viewed as insignificant. The likes of Ying Zhao Yi, Feng Ruoyan, and even the empress were not to be underestimated. If she remained outside the harem, even if she obeyed him now, in 2 or 3 years, he might forget her entirely. Perhaps it wouldn't oppose to even take that long. Like her previous life, she had been confined to the desolate Jinjiao pavilion within a year of entering the harem, until her demise. Even a glimmer of hope to leave the palace was something she must grasp fiercely. The emperor recognized her fear as genuine, realizing she had misinterpreted his feelings as indifference. As he held her arms, Yue Ling stole a glance at him, but his thoughts eluded her comprehension. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in his embrace once more. The emperor noticed the hope in her eyes and quickly deduced her thoughts. With a light chuckle, he playfully tilted her chin upward. "Yue Ling, you must recognize your own position. With thousands of beauties in the harem, do you truly believe my interest in you will endure? When I grow weary of you, do you think I will still remember you?" Yue Ying's long lashes quivered slightly as she opened her mouth, but after a long pause, she merely shook her head in a daze. The words laced with humiliation did not pierce Yue Ling's ears. Rather, they ignited a flicker of hope within her heart. His implication was clear. When he grew weary of her, her fate, whether she lived or died, whether she wished to leave the palace or remain, would be of no concern to him. Jun Chenzhou, grasping her delicate earlobe, observed the shifting expressions in her eyes, alternating between tension and relaxation, and could not suppress a derisive chuckle. How naive she truly was. Throughout all dynasties, no woman favored by the emperor had ever successfully left the palace. Even if his interest in her waned in the future, she would forever be confined within these palace walls. Leaving the palace? A fanciful delusion, oblivious to his thoughts. Yue Ling felt a slight easing of her heart upon receiving his promise. She leaned against the man's embrace in silence. Yet her peripheral vision caught sight of the shattered magnolia hairpin on the floor. Hurriedly, she averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. For she could no longer maintain excessive contact with Sui Jingyuan, lest she bring him harm. Jun Chenzhou toyed with her small hand, his gaze similarly drifting over the fragments scattered about. It seemed the craftsmanship of that hairpin was rather poor. Yue Ling quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. A smirk danced on Jun Chenzhou's lips, tinged with mockery. However, since I have broken your hairpin, I shall compensate you with a new one. Under the gaze of the perplexed woman, he opened a wooden box and retrieved a pair of begonia tassel hairpins, delicately fastening one into her hairdo. Chapter 39. Li Zhiyuan's demotion in the Hall of Diligent Administration. Pei Shun presented the evidence he had gathered over the past few days before the emperor. Your Majesty, the eunuch Xiao Zhuo from Li Zhaoyuan's palace did indeed visit the palace 10 days ago. However, I have dispatched personnel to interrogate and investigate thoroughly. Li Zhaoyuan's father and brothers were also on the accompanying list. Xiao Zhuo was sent to deliver some items to Lord Li and returned with only a few silver notes. Beyond this, no one from Li Zhaoyuan's entourage has entered or exited the palace. Jun Chenzhou maintained an impassive expression and inquired softly, "What are the other concubines?" Many family members of the concubines were part of the retinue. The Empress and Chongyi, Shun Fei, and Qi Guifei have all had dealings outside the palace, but no irregularities have been discovered. As for the eunuchs guarding the stables, Pei Shun glanced up at him before continuing solemnly. One eunuch is missing. His body was found in the woods. Has there been any news regarding concubine Feng? Jun Chenzhou suddenly interjected, his deep-set eyes half closed, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Pei Shun appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, "I have interrogated concubine Feng's attendants, and there were no abnormalities. Moreover, since her arrival at the palace, concubine Feng has seldom ventured out and has had no contact with the stable eunuchs." Yu Yin stood beside the man, grinding ink and lowering her head to minimize her presence. It seemed that in her previous life, there had been no such incident of a mad rabbit, and Qi Guifei had inexplicably miscarried before the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. It was rumored that a eunuch carrying her sedan slipped while returning to the palace, causing her to fall. Ultimately, no substantial inquiries yielded results, leaving only a few eunuchs to bear the blame. Yu Yin felt a mix of emotions. Many events had shifted solely due to the journey to the palace, with Li Zhaoyuan implicated in the matter of the stables. Pei Shun had uncovered her dealings outside the palace, and soon the Empress and other concubines would be aware of the news. Before Pei Shun could take his leave, the Empress sought an audience outside. Jun Chenzhou rose and walked out. "I pay my respects to your Majesty," the Empress said hastily upon seeing him. "I have heard that Lord Pei has uncovered evidence. As the matriarch of the harem, it is my duty to handle this matter and relieve your Majesty of any worry." "Let us proceed to Lanyin Pavilion together," he replied. "Yes." The Empress hurriedly followed, pondering that if this matter truly implicated Li Zhaoyuan, it would present a perfect opportunity to bring her down, given the latter's previous favor. Once in the ceremonial carriage, the Empress whispered to Kai Wei, "Devise a way to inform Qi Guifei and Ing Zhaoi." After issuing her orders, she settled into her seat, delicately caressing her lacquered nails. Qi Guifei, known for her impulsive nature, would undoubtedly ensure that Li Zhaoyuan faced consequences. In Lanyin Pavilion, although not much time had passed, Li Zhaoyuan had been confined within the palace and appeared utterly haggard. Upon hearing the announcement of the emperor's arrival, she looked up in disbelief. When he stepped inside, she murmured, "Your Majesty." She rushed towards him, grasping his robe. "Your Majesty, you have finally come to see me." Jun Chenzhou cast a fleeting glance at her. The Empress stepped forward to assist her, gently saying, "Sister Zhaoyuan, please rise." Li Zhaoyuan's maid had been taken for questioning, leaving her with only 2 cleaning maids to serve her, and no refreshments had been offered. Jun Chenzhou took a seat at the head, while the Empress settled beside him, initiating the conversation. "Li Zhaoyuan, did your eunuch Xiao Zhuo leave the palace 10 days ago?" Li Zhaoyuan nazitata, seemingly unable to recall who Xiao Zhuo was. The Empress did not urge her, but continued, "Xiao Zhuo visited your father and brothers, returning with silver notes for you. Were there any other items?" Confusion clouded Li Zhaoyuan's mind, and after a pause, she finally remembered. "Yes, Xiao Zhuo brought some silver for my father. There was nothing else." "Your Majesty, I am truly wronged," she pleaded with Jun Chenzhou. "I have never been to the stables and have no knowledge of Qi Guifei or Lin Xian's visit there. How could I harm anyone?" "Your Majesty, I believe Li Zhaoyuan's words carry some weight. After all, Qi Guifei's visit to the stables appeared to be a sudden whim, which indeed was not predictable." Observing Li Zhaoyuan's tear-stained visage, the Empress felt uncertain about Jun Chenzhou's thoughts. Despite the investigation yielding no conclusive evidence against Li Zhaoyuan, her previous favor made it difficult to ascertain if Jun Chenzhou would show leniency. Yet, in the next moment, she heard him decree, "Li Zhaoyuan shall be demoted to Jiu and confined for 3 months. Li Zhaoyuan fell to the ground, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed up at him. "Your Majesty, I'm truly wronged. Please see the truth." The Empress smirked slightly, with Li Zhaoyuan and Appo's demotion and the Emperor and Appo's indifferent demeanor. It would not be so simple for her to regain favor in the future. She furrowed her brow and bent down to assist Yue Ling. "Sister, please rise. I will continue to investigate this matter and ensure you are not wronged." Jun Chenzhou grew irritated by Li Zhaoyuan's incessant weeping. His visit was merely to prompt her to reflect on any anomalies in her palace. Initially, he had considered her culpable, but the evidence uncovered by Pei Shun suggested that orchestrating a scheme involving the stable personnel and discreetly eliminating the eunuch was beyond her capabilities. Disregarding her tears, Jun Chenzhou stood and prepared to leave. The Empress offered a few words of comfort to Li Zhaoyuan before following him out. Upon exiting Lanyin Pavilion, they encountered Qi Guofei, heavily pregnant, disembarking from her palanquin, hurriedly approaching them with palace attendants on either side. Jun Chenzhou frowned in impatience, even as Qi Guofei bowed before him without acknowledgement. Seeing this, the Empress smirked. "What troubles you, Qi Guofei? You are on the verge of labor. Why are you out and about?" Qi Guofei quickly replied, "Your Majesty, I have heard that Li Zhaoyuan has harmed me. I cannot swallow this grievance. I implore you to investigate thoroughly." "Qi Guofei, the Emperor has already demoted Li Zhaoyuan to Jiyu. You should focus on nurturing your child and not trouble His Majesty further," the Empress advised. At those words, Qi Guofei's frustration boiled over. "How can she be merely demoted 2 ranks after nearly causing me to lose my child?" "Your Majesty." Qi Guofei's displeasure was evident on her face. Li Zhaoyuan conspired against the heir. How can such a transgression go unpunished? Jun Chenzhou slowly lowered his gaze towards her, his displeasure evident in his eyes. "Do you believe I have acted improperly?" Even Qi Guofei, not the sharpest, could sense the displeasure in his tone. Though he maintained a calm facade, Yang Hai understood that his tranquility signified his growing anger. Qi Guofei struggled to articulate her thoughts. But Jun Chenzhou had lost interest in her grievances, turning to leave. The Empress regarded Qi Guofei with a mocking glint in her eye. "Truly foolish." She instructed her maid, "Why Arin and Appo's? To you helping your mistress up?" "Your Majesty," Qi Guofei, filled with grievances, protested, "Li Zhaoyuan has committed such a grave error. I cannot bear this injustice. You need only to give birth, and you shall no longer need to worry about favor. Why bother feuding with Li Zhaoyuan over a momentary grievance?" The Empress replied, glancing back at Lanyin Pavilion, pondering. After all, Li Zhaoyuan has served the Emperor for many years. It is only natural for him to feel some reluctance. Qi Guofei was not comforted by these words. Her gaze towards Lanyin Pavilion darkened further. The Empress, catching the shift in her expression, felt a sense of delight. One favored concubine and one expectant mother had both lost the Emperor's favor and created enmity. This was the most favorable outcome for her. Chapter 40. If I were to sleep on his dragon bed. In the palace chamber, Lin Xian's maid was drinking medicine, while Mo Xiang had placed several soft pillows behind her to ensure her comfort. Feng Ruoyan sat at the edge of the bed, quietly surveying the room. Lin Xian, of humble status and inconspicuous lineage, had unexpectedly found herself pregnant after a single night of service. The chamber had become more refined since then, as the Empress and other concubines had sent numerous gifts. Feng Ruoyan suppressed her disdain and donned a mask of guilt, saying, "It is entirely my fault. When I heard you were unwell, I should have urged you to summon the imperial physician sooner." Lin Xian hurriedly shook her head. "How can you blame yourself, dear sister? I was merely careless, often feeling nauseous yet dismissing it. Furthermore, the physician mentioned that it would take a month or 2 for the signs of pregnancy to become evident." As she attempted to rise, Feng gently pressed her shoulder down. "You must lie down. Your condition is still unstable, and you cannot afford to move about." Lin Xian had been frightened nearly to miscarriage by a rabbit, and thus had been resting in bed for several days. Seeing Feng Ruoyan and Appo's expression filled with concern and guilt, she took her sister and Appo's hand. "I am grateful for your frequent visits. Otherwise, I might have succumbed to boredom." As they chatted, A voice from outside announced, "The Emperor has arrived." Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Since being returned, Jun Chenzhou had only sent gifts and had not come to see her. She hastily tried to rise, but the discomfort in her abdomen drained her of strength, leaving her pale. Upon entering, Jun Chenzhou noticed her condition and offered support. "There is no need for formalities. Just rest comfortably." Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her hands nervously twisting the blanket. The presence of the man was imposing, preventing her from daring to meet his gaze. Much like that fateful night, she felt like a puppet, quickly losing his interest, and had not seen him since. Feng Ruoyan understood it was not the time to intrude and stood quietly to the side. Jun Chenzhou surveyed the chamber before turning to the woman on the bed. "How is your health today?" Lin Xian nodded. "I am well. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." He acknowledged her with a slight nod, inquiring a few more times about her well-being, before signaling for Yang Hai to step forward and announce. By imperial decree, Lin Xian is promoted to the rank of 6th grade Baolin. Lin Xian's heart soared with joy, and she instinctively reached for Mo Xiang's hand to rise and express her gratitude. Jun Chenzhou restrained her. "There is no need to rise. Rest well. I shall visit you again another day." "Yes, I humbly bid farewell to Your Majesty." As Jun Chenzhou prepared to leave, Feng Ruoyan subtly stepped forward, positioning herself at the door, making it impossible for him to ignore her. As anticipated, he halted, and she knelt. "Your Majesty, forgive my intrusion. I feared that Lin Baolin would grow weary from solitude, and thus came to keep her company." Jun Chenzhou merely glanced at her, said nothing, and departed. On the 15th of August, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yang Hai accompanied Jun Chenzhou to the palace banquet, while Yue Ling remained in the Qingjian Hall. Feeling unwell and aware the banquet would last late into the night, she returned to her quarters to rest. In a half-dream, she sensed someone watching her. Struggling to open her eyes, she noticed the swaying curtain and a tall figure dimly illuminated. Startled, she nearly fell from her bed. In her panic, strong arms caught her around the waist. Jun Chenzhou frowned and gazed intently at her. "You have no decorum in your sleep." Yue Ling, startled by his voice, became fully alert. "Why, Your Majesty?" She glanced at the hourglass in the corner. It was barely the hour of the dog, and the banquet had only just begun. "What brings you here?" Jun Chenzhou tightened his grip around her waist and lifted her back onto the bed, his eyes scanning the narrow wooden frame. Such a small bed. No wonder it was easy to fall off. If only I could rest on his dragon bed. He cleared his throat, masking his thoughts. Yue Ling, sitting obediently on the edge of the bed, noticed his displeasure but remained silent. Jun Chenzhou lit a candle. "Why are you asleep so early?" "Perhaps still groggy." Yue Ling replied softly, "I was a bit tired." "Have you rested well?" He approached her, inquiring. Uncertain of his intentions, she instinctively nodded. He then presented her with a set of clothing. "Change into this. Accompany me outside the palace." Even after changing, Yue Ling felt bewildered. Outside, he offered her a rosy gown with fitted sleeves, complemented by a jade belt accentuating her delicate waist. After a moment's hesitation, she adorned herself with a gilded butterfly hairpin, its dangling tassels enhancing her charm. As she stepped out, she found him waiting at the foot of the stairs, dressed in elegant attire that radiated both grace and scholarly demeanor. Jun Chenzhou extended his hand toward her. Biting her lip, Yue Ling lifted her skirts and descended, placing her petite hand in his. The carriage awaited them at the entrance of the Qingjian Hall, where Yang Hai, dressed as an ordinary servant, positioned the footstool by the axle. "You may board first." Jun Chenzhou guided her by the waist, assisting her into the carriage. The warmth of his hand against her side sent a delightful shiver through her, causing her ear, partly hidden in her hair, to flush with embarrassment. Yue Ling felt uneasy with his newfound intimacy. Since that day, he had unabashedly expressed his affection, often holding her in his lap while reading documents. She reminded herself to be agreeable for now. Soon enough, he would tire of her. He had no fondness for overly forward women, as evidenced by her past attempts to win his favor, which had led to his disdain. Besides, he had promised to release her from the palace. Chapter 41. A few silvers the carriage departed from the palace, traversing the forest path. During the day, the lush greenery of the forest was invigorating. However, Now it was nighttime, and Yu Yin felt an overwhelming darkness that was quite disconcerting. She could faintly hear the howls of wolves. "Are you frightened?" Jun Chenzhou embraced her from behind, his warm palm enveloping her small hand that clutched the window frame, warming her chilly fingertips. "Do not worry. The entire mountain is guarded by the Imperial Guards, and you will not come harm. Even though we are traveling incognito tonight, there are guards ahead clearing the way, and my men surround us." He languidly leaned against the soft couch, drawing the petite figure of the woman into his embrace. Yu Yin shifted uncomfortably and whispered, "Where's your majesty taking me?" Jun Chenzhou lowered his gaze to the woman in his arms. Her expression was placid, and she appeared less than elated. "Tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the capital is bustling with excitement. Do you not wish to see it?" Yu Yin quickly nodded, "I do," though she had only been in the palace for over a year. Her 3 years spent there in her past life had rendered her memories of the outside world rather vague. After her response, Jun Chenzhou fell silent once more. The atmosphere within the carriage grew somewhat awkward. Yu Yin discreetly glanced at him. The moonlight filtered through the beaded curtain, illuminating the high bridge of his nose and his gently pressed lips. He casually perused a book. Sitting on the blanket, Yu Yin idly tugged at the fluffy fibers. Jun Chenzhou's attention was not on the book. His peripheral vision was keenly aware of her every movement, noticing her plucking at a tuft of fluff. He raised the book and playfully tapped her on the head. "Ouch!" Yu Yin instinctively exclaimed, looking up at him in confusion. Jun Chenzhou remarked nonchalantly, "This is a tiger skin tribute from bide last year, quite valuable." At his words, Yu Yin's hand trembled, and the tufts of fluff scattered around the carriage, causing the corners of Jun Chenzhou's eyes to twitch involuntarily. "I did not know." She quickly straightened up, her fingers clutching her skirt submissively. Jun Chenzhou snorted coldly. "Is it permissible to carelessly damage my belongings just because you were unaware?" He leaned forward, and, as Yu Yin instinctively tried to retreat, he grasped the back of her neck, leaving her no escape. "Tell me, how should I punish you?" Yu Yin bit her lip tightly, her voice muffled as she tentatively suggested, "I could sew it back when we return." Jun Chenzhou nearly laughed. How endearing she was. He held her chin and leaned down to kiss her. His cool, soft lips met hers, and he swiftly pried open her mouth, claiming her. Yu Yin clutched his clothing tightly, unaware of when she had shifted to sit on his lap, tilting her head to receive his fervent advance. The atmosphere in the confined carriage suddenly turned intimate, and Yu Yin dared not make a sound, fully aware that the coachman was just outside, accompanied by the guards, fearing any noise might draw attention. "Consul here wishes Jun Chenzhou beat her lip." As the carriage traveled a distance, Yang Hai, seated at the front, called out, "Your Majesty, we have entered the city." After a brief pause, a satisfied voice replied from within, Inside the carriage, Yu Yan's breath became somewhat erratic, her mind swirling as she rested her head weakly against Jun Chenzhou's chest. It was only when the carriage halted in a dim alley that he gently stroked her back. "We have arrived." Yu Yan's face still bore a hint of redness, and she muttered a soft "If you do not move, should I carry you down? I can walk myself." Yu Yin rose from his embrace, straightening her disheveled attire. Jun Chenzhou's gaze lingered on her enticingly rosy lips, and with his calloused fingertip, he delicately brushed against her mouth, slowly wiping away the smudged lip color. What should have been a simple gesture took on an intimate essence under his touch. Unable to endure any longer, Yu Yin hastily pushed him away and exited the carriage. The guards who had followed were nowhere to be seen, leaving only Yang Hai and Pei Shun waiting outside. "Master Yang, Lord Pei," Yu Yin greeted with a curtsy. Yang Hai quickly stopped her. "Miss Yu Yin, you cannot address us like that in public." Then, she pondered for a moment, glancing at Jun Chenzhou standing behind her, and softly called out, "Young master, what do you call me?" Jun Chenzhou's handsome face was shrouded in shadow, but Yu Yin sensed he was not fond of this title. Her mind whirled, and she tentatively proposed that my lord. Jun Chenzhou's expression darkened. Yang Hai swiftly pinched his own thigh to stifle a laugh. "Shall we proceed, young master?" Pei Shun broke the silence. Yu Yin realized, oh, young master. The night in the capital was vibrant, bustling with vendors calling out, fireworks bursting in the sky, and crowds of people milling about. with many children running and playing. What would you like to see? Jun Chenzhou slowed his pace, and Yue Ling nearly collided with him. She quickly halted and shook her head, just looking as fine. In her childhood, she often accompanied Jing Yuan into the city, and during festivals, the prices of items at the stalls would rise. Yet they were not practical, merely a means to enjoy the festive atmosphere. Jun Chenzhou paused before a jewelry stall, his gaze sweeping over the display until it suddenly fixated on a magnolia hairpin. The exquisitely carved white magnolia was nearly identical to the one Jing Yuan had gifted her. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Yue Ling's face as she softly urged, "Young master, let us move ahead. No rush." A smile danced at the corners of Jun Chenzhou's mouth as he picked up the hairpin. "How much for this hairpin?" The vendor, recognizing his opulent attire, immediately beamed. "Young master, you have discerning taste. This hairpin is crafted from the finest white jade, with a body of sandalwood, truly a remarkable piece. Today, it is merely 3 silvers. 3 silvers. Jun Chenzhou cast a sidelong glance at the woman beside him, his tone laden with meaning. Is 3 silvers enough to make her so joyful? While the gifts I have given her, worth a fortune, do not elicit a smile. Young master, fearing he might say something further, Yue Ling, in a moment of urgency, grasped his hand. "I wish to go there." Her delicate hand grasped his, and he felt her fingertips tremble slightly, her slender nails brushing against his palm, sending a tingling sensation through him. This sensation spread from his fingertips throughout his entire being, disrupting his heartbeat. Jun Chenzhou allowed her to guide him away from the stall. They arrived at a booth selling lanterns, and Yue Ling instinctively attempted to release his hand, only to have Jun Chenzhou tighten his grip on her wrist. He then interlaced his fingers with hers, their hands entwined. Jun Chenzhou lowered his gaze to their clasped hands, a smile blossoming on his lips, gentle as a spring breeze. Chapter 42, It is merely a lantern. Was there to like or dislike? The two strolled aimlessly along the street, with Jun Chenzhou's palm radiating warmth. Yue Ling attempted several times to nonchalantly shake him off, yet the man drew closer once more. After numerous futile attempts to break free, she resigned herself to his hold. Ahead stood a raised platform, gathering a crowd. Noticing Yue Ling's curiosity, Jun Chenzhou signaled Yang Hai to inquire further. "Young master, they're competing in making mooncakes. Each group creates one, and the one with the highest score wins the exquisite glass lantern atop the platform." Upon hearing this, Yue Ling rose on her toes to glimpse the lantern from a distance, its brilliance captivating and beautiful. Yang Hai asked, "Does the young master wish to give it a try?" After all, Miss Yue Ling is quite skilled. Her pastries have been praised by the emperor. Jun Chenzhou replied, "No. Only he was permitted to taste what Yue Ling crafted. Others need not even entertain the thought." He glanced down at her. "If you desire that glass lantern, I shall procure it for you later." Yue Ling remained silent, her gaze drawn to a rabbit lantern hanging nearby. The pristine white rabbit smiled with its mouth open, one ear upright and the other bent, exuding an undeniable charm. Following her line of sight, Jun Chenzhou asked, "Do you fancy this one?" After a prolonged silence, Yue Ling lowered her eyelashes and shook her head. The servant does not care for lanterns. "Why not?" Jun Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. These exquisitely crafted lanterns were precisely intended to attract young ladies like her. He recalled a time when he had taken Shu Yuan out of the palace. She had adored such trinkets. Yue Ling's expression gradually dimmed, her long lashes fluttering slightly as she spoke in a tranquil tone. "There is no reason. I simply do not like them." Feeling her hand slip from his grasp, Jun Chenzhou furrowed his brow, observing her retreating figure with a sense of unease. As she moved through the throng, her hurried steps betrayed her inner turmoil. The bustling crowd suddenly transported her back to a certain year. Yue Ling had always believed that Jun Chenzhou held some affection for her. As a lowly palace maid, she had risen to the rank of beauty within half a year. That new year in Appo's eve, Jun Chenzhou had taken her out of the palace. After many years of confinement, she had little understanding of the capital and Appo's customs. Yue Ling felt elated, desiring to purchase everything that piqued her interest, and Jun Chenzhou indulged her. On New Year's Eve, the streets were alive with lantern riddle games, and Yue Ling had set her sights on a rabbit lantern as a prize. With eager anticipation, Jun Chenzhou helped her obtain it. Upon returning to the palace, she carefully stored the lantern away. During the lantern festival, however, Yue Ling fell ill and could not attend the palace banquet. She instructed the servants to set up a table of fruits in the courtyard of the Jinjiao Pavilion and hung the rabbit lantern from tree branch. Gazing at the adorable rabbit, her heart brimmed with sweetness. Unexpectedly, the fifth princess and Feng Ruoyan spotted her. The Jinjiao Pavilion was in close proximity to the Taiha Hall, where the banquet was held. The two had stepped out for some fresh air and, upon hearing laughter, made their way over. Feng Ruoyan, who had always despised her, coaxed the fifth princess to visit. The fifth princess, haughty by nature, had little interaction with Yue Ling. Upon their arrival, Yue Ling greeted them courteously. However, the fifth princess recognized the lantern, sneering, "So it is you?" It was the very lantern she had failed to win in the riddle competition on Chang'an Street, now hanging in the modest beauty's quarters. Irritated, the fifth princess yanked down the lantern and stomped on it. Yue Ling anxiously attempted to push her away, only to be shoved to the ground by Feng Ruoyan. "It's just a lantern. Why must a beauty like you get upset with a princess?" Feng Ruoyan looked down at her condescendingly. The commotion in the Jinjiao Pavilion attracted the attention of those in Taiha Hall. When Jun Chenzhou arrived, he found Yue Ling sprawled on the ground beside the ruined rabbit lantern. The fifth princess and Feng Ruoyan, the malicious instigators, filed their complaints. Yue Ling felt aggrieved, but all she recalled was the man's dispassionate words. "It is merely a lantern. What significance does it hold?" Indeed, it was just a lantern, yet she foolishly cherished it. Standing in the snow, Yue Ling felt her heart grow colder. Thus, when Jun Chenzhou caught up to her, grasping her hand and insisting on knowing why she disliked it, Yue Ling's tone was colder than ever. "It is merely a lantern. What is there to like or dislike?" Jun Chenzhou halted, his expression darkening. Yue Ling stood there silently, stubbornly refusing to lower her head. In the past, when she had cherished him, he had never valued her feelings. Now, she would no longer hold affection for such trivial matters. The palace. After the banquet had dispersed, Feng Ruoyan pursued the retinue of Ying Jiaoyi. This humble servant pays her respects to the lady. Leaning against her palanquin, Ying Jiaoyi cast a fleeting glance at her, her tone indifferent. "What brings you here, Feng Beauty?" Feng Ruoyan stepped closer, whispering, "This humble servant just saw the empress return to the Phoenix Pavilion alone." Ying Jiaoyi raised an eyebrow, pondering. Today marked the 15th and the Mid-Autumn Festival. The emperor should have gone to the central palace, so how could he allow the empress to return alone? He had only made a fleeting appearance before departing, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts. Ying Jiaoyi's mind raced, though her demeanor remained inscrutable. With a scoff, she replied, "Do you expect me to investigate on your behalf, Feng Beauty?" "I would not dare," Feng Run quickly countered. "I am simply perplexed. After all, not only did I not see the emperor, but even the maidservant Yue Ling was absent." Ying Jiaoyi's grip on the armrest tightened suddenly. The emperor's solitary outing posed no issue, but if he were accompanied by another woman, it would not bode well for her. After all, such honors had never been bestowed upon herself. "I am aware now. You may return, Feng Beauty." Feng Ruoyan inclined her head slightly. "Yes, this humble servant takes her leave." Once the retinue departed, Tan Yun supported Feng Ruoyan as they made their way back. "Why did you inform Ying Jiaoyi of this? What could she do if the emperor is absent from the palace?" Feng Ruoyan scoffed. "I am now on the same boat as Ying Jiaoyi. She has been in the harem for years, and her influence is far greater than I imagined. Her foundation is still shaky. It is not wise to reveal too much. But even if Ying Jiaoyi knows, would she take action?" Tan Yun doubted that Ying Jiaoyi would personally remove a maidservant. Feng Ruoyan smirked. Ying Jiaoyi has been embroiled in deadly struggles in the harem. How could she tolerate a mere maidservant receiving the affection she has never enjoyed? Not to mention someone as proud as Ying Jiaoyi. Even I would be eager to eliminate that wretched girl. Meanwhile, Ying Jiaoyi sat in her palanquin, her expression growing increasingly grim. Upon reaching a fork in the road, she spoke coolly, "Take the right path." Xin was puzzled. The left path led directly back to the palace, while the right required a detour around the Qingjian Hall. Despite her confusion, she quickly instructed the young eunuchs carrying the palanquin. Observing the tightly shut doors of the Qingjian Hall, an unusually quiet atmosphere pervaded. with even the station guards noticeably diminished. Ing Zhaoyi's heart began to harbor suspicions, and her gaze turned icy. Chapter 43. Have I wronged you? By the time they returned to the palace from the city, it was already late at night. The carriage was enveloped in silence, with Yue Ling quietly leaning against the carriage wall, gazing out at the night sky, lost in thought. Jun Chenzhou waited for a long time, yet the woman remained silent, seemingly displeased since the moment they encountered the rabbit lantern. He could not fathom how a mere lantern could provoke such discontent in her. He had never witnessed Yue Ling display such overt coldness. She had always been cautious and almost submissive in his presence. Although he understood that this demeanor was merely a fade to distance herself from him. Seeing her aloofness now stirred an indescribable emotion within him. His expression darkened, and he snorted softly, choosing not to speak further. The carriage rolled along the rugged path through the forest, the wind outside growing stronger, rustling the leaves above. A light drizzle began to fall, with raindrops seeping through the partially open window. Yue Ling quickly lowered the wooden prop supporting the window and turned to find that the window on Jun Chenzhou's side was still ajar. While he leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, she was uncertain whether he had fallen asleep or was merely pretending to do so. But if the rain intensified, he would surely get wet, and she would bear the brunt of his anger for failing to attend to him properly. Yue Ling steadied herself against the carriage wall and slowly rose, but the low ceiling forced her to bend as she moved forward to close the window. As the carriage jolted over a patch of gravel, she lost her balance just as she managed to shut the window. To her surprise, the anticipated pain did not arrive, for Jun Chenzhou had caught her around the waist, drawing her into his embrace. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of playful teasing lacing his voice as he remarked, "Are you throwing yourself into my arms?" He hoped to ease the tension in the carriage. Yue Ling lowered her gaze, hastily explaining, "I merely wished to close the window to prevent the rain from coming in. I apologize for my clumsiness, Your Majesty." Jun Chenzhou intended to alleviate the heavy atmosphere within the carriage, but it seemed the woman before him was unresponsive to his overture. His expression darkened abruptly, and he released her. Yue Ling quickly retreated to her seat, her submissive posture only serving to aggravate him further, as the suppressed frustration within him threatened to erupt. Suddenly, he grasped her chin, his dark eyes glinting with a thin veneer of ice. "Have I wronged you by taking you along on this outing?" Yue Ling fell onto the carpet, unable to respond as his grip rendered her speechless, her only answer a silent shake of her head. Tears glistened in her almond-shaped eyes, trembling slightly before cascading down her cheeks, falling onto his fingertips. Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and a voice from outside called, "Your Majesty. A maid from the Empress has come to report that concubine Feng is pregnant and wishes to invite you to see her." Yue Ling froze, realizing that in her previous life, Feng Ruoyan had not become pregnant so early. Her rebirth had indeed altered many events. Jun Chenzhou appeared oblivious to the news, his gaze fixed intently on her, as if yearning for a response. Yue Ling lowered her eyelashes, uttering the words that had become a refrain for him. "I dare not." Abruptly, Jun Chenzhou released her, declining to converse further before stepping out of the carriage with long strides. Yang Hai exclaimed in surprise, quickly following him with an umbrella. Yue Ling watched the man's departing figure through the curtain of rain, a sudden bitterness swelling within her. Yet, regardless of changes in her life, his concern for Feng Ruoyan remained steadfast. Once back in her quarters, she collapsed onto the floor, her body feeling utterly drained. Tears streamed down her face like scattered pearls from a broken string as she curled up, pressing her back against the wall, seeking solace in its support. During her days of confinement in the Jianzhou Pavilion, she often sat alone in such a manner. Suddenly, a small, fluffy creature bounded over, and Dung Dung, having grown a little, nudged her arm with its head, persistently circling her side, undeterred by her lack of response. Yue Ling sniffled, reaching out to embrace it. Dung Dung squirmed in her arms, stretching its neck in an earnest attempt to lick her. Its endearing antics brought a smile to Yue Ying's face, and she mused that if she had Dung Dung by her side in her past life, perhaps her fate would have been different. She turned her gaze toward the window, her complexion pale, as if she might dissolve into the rain-soaked night. At the Bit-In Pavilion, when Jun Chenzhou arrived, it was already past midnight. Yet Feng Ruoyan had not yet retired. Upon seeing him enter, her face lit up with joy as she hastily approached him. "Your servant pays her respects to the emperor." "Rise," he replied, his demeanor far from pleasant, his tone cold. For a fleeting moment, Feng Ruoyan doubted whether the news of her pregnancy had reached him. She composed herself and assisted him in taking his seat, her voice tinged with shyness. "I did not wish to disturb your majesty at this late hour, but being with child for the first time brings both joy and worry." Jun Chenzhou lifted his gaze to her, offering a few perfunctory words of reassurance. "I shall assign a physician to care for you. Inform the empress of any needs." Sensing his lack of enthusiasm, Feng Ruoyan instinctively clenched her fingers, though her expression remained flushed with bashfulness. "Thank you for your concern, your majesty." On any other day, Jun Chenzhou might have been in a better mood. However, today, his spirits were already dampened, compounded by the knowledge that while pregnancies among concubines were not uncommon in the palace, only one princess had been born alive. Therefore, he refrained from harboring excessive hopes until the child was safely born. The harem was rife with schemes and perils. An unborn child, whose gender and survival remained uncertain, was not worth his investment of emotional energy. "The rain is heavy outside. Would it be too much to ask the emperor to rest here with me?" Feng Ruoyan grasped his arm, casting a worried glance at the darkened sky, thunder rumbling ominously. "I am somewhat frightened. Would you keep me company?" Jun Chenzhou nodded almost imperceptibly, rising to summon Yang Hai to attend to him, dismissing Feng Ruoyan from any involvement. As the curtains fell, she observed the man beside her, eyes closed, and a sense of frustration welled within her. Ever since the incident at the horse track, he had not visited her, and had she not been pregnant, regaining his favor would have been an even greater challenge. The night deepened, and a sudden clap of thunder echoed across the sky. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on Jun Chenzhou's stern visage. He found himself dreaming, in which a woman was expressing her anger towards him. "Today is my birthday, and you promised to spend it with me. I not been with you? But you were taken away by Ing Zhaoyi." The woman lamented. "Have I not returned?" He heard his voice infused with unprecedented patience and tenderness. "I apologize, do not be angry." The woman nestled into his embrace, weeping. "It thundered just now. I'm so scared. Yao Yao, my dear." The man on the bed frowned, his sleep troubled. Yet that name, Yao Yao, resonated clearly in Feng Ruoyan's ears. Chapter 44. What transpired between them? Feng Ruoyan sat on the bed, her mind in a daze, as a flash of lightning illuminated her pale visage. Who is Yao Yao? Gripping the bedding tightly beneath her, the shadows cast by her lowered lashes deepened, her expression shifting from disbelief to revulsion and fierceness. This murmured phrase in her dreams struck her like a bolt from the blue. Jun Chenzhou had finally stayed the night with her, yet he called out the name of another woman in his sleep. It was an affront of the highest order. But who was Yao Yao? Which concubine in the palace bore such a name? Before entering the palace, Feng Ruoyan had already inquired about every notable concubine, and none of the favored ones, like Ing Zhaoyi or Li Juyu, had such a name. Could it be some inconspicuous low-ranking concubine? Did Jun Chenzhou harbor affections for someone else, deliberately using Ing Zhaoyi and the others as decoys? Countless possibilities flitted through Feng Ruoyan and Appo's mind, and her gaze on the man grew intensely scrutinizing. Jun Chenzhou, who had been a light sleeper, awoke shortly after feeling her penetrating stare. "What is it?" he inquired, meeting Feng Ruoyan and Appo's gaze, which she had not yet retracted. She lowered her eyelids, her lashes trembling, and strove to maintain a calm tone. "It is nothing. Did His Majesty have a nightmare? I heard you calling someone in Appo's name." Feng Ruoyan cautiously probed. Jun Chenzhou's gaze flickered sharply. He had dreamt that same dream again. The woman in his dream was as elusive as a flower seen through mist, and he could not recall her visage upon waking. Was she really Yu Yin? The thought of that ungrateful woman dispelled his drowsiness. Yet, he recalled that in the dream, the woman seemed terrified of thunder. A sudden irritability surged within him, an unfamiliar emotion that he struggled to suppress, but to no avail. Abruptly, the man threw off the covers and rose from the bed. "Your Majesty?" Feng Ruoyan exclaimed, seeing him donning his outer garments. She hastily followed him, questioning where he intended to go at such a late hour, especially with the rain still pouring outside. I have matters to attend to. You should rest, he replied, mindful of Feng Ruoyan and Appo's pregnancy, offering a few soothing words before pushing open the door and striding away without another glance. Feng Ruoyan's grip on the wooden door tightened, her eyes clouded with gloom. Upon returning to the Qingjin Hall, Jun Chenzhou was considerably drenched. Yang Hai, his attendant, wore a worried expression and hastily instructed someone to fetch hot water. Your Majesty, you are soaked. Allow me to change your garments to prevent catching a chill. Jun Chenzhou approached the door of Yu Yan's chamber. Raising a hand to silence Yang Hai, he brushed past those behind him and entered the room. The chamber was silent. It was nearly the third watch, and Yu Yan was deep in slumber. A thin blanket covered her, her cheeks flushed and her profile resting gently on the pillow as she breathed softly, lost in sweet dreams. A sudden clap of thunder made her shudder instinctively, but her brows unfurrowed, and she remained undisturbed. Jun Chenzhou stood quietly, observing her, his gaze as dark as the boundless night outside. The scene before him gradually merged with that of his dream, reminiscent of a night spent in silent vigil, solely to behold the woman's sleeping face. Gently, he lowered himself to the edge of the bed, his cool palm resting against her cheek, tenderly caressing her delicate skin. Who are you truly? What transpired between us? Some emotions he had desperately tried to suppress began to surface, gradually crystallizing into clarity. Following that day, Yu Yan rarely saw Jun Chenzhou. He seemed preoccupied, as ministers came and went from the Qingjin Hall, with Yang Hai attending to their needs. Soon, it was mid-September, and the imperial entourage was set to return to the capital. A few days before their departure, Jun Chenzhou visited the Xi'an Pavilion. The air within was perfumed with a faint sandalwood aroma. The Empress Dowager reclined on a soft couch, her eyes closed as she fiddled with a string of prayer beads. As Jun Chenzhou entered, he respectfully greeted, "Son pays his respects to mother." The Empress Dowager opened her eyes and smiled. "Rise. What brings the Emperor to visit this late? Tomorrow we depart for the capital. I merely wished to see if there were any matters requiring my attention," he replied as he took a seat. The Empress Dowager instructed her attendants to serve tea. "Everything concerning the Emperor and Empress has been arranged. I shall simply await our return to the palace." After some casual conversation, the Empress Dowager suddenly broached the subject. "I have heard that the Emperor intends for her to remain in the temporary palace to give birth." Jun Chenzhou nodded slightly. "Indeed, Qi Guifei is due in 2 months, and the journey is fraught with peril. I have discussed it with the Empress, and we decided she should return to the palace after her confinement. Moreover, the Empress has already arranged for midwives and physicians. Staying in the temporary palace poses no issues." The Empress Dowager, however, expressed her reservations. Giving birth is akin to walking through the gates of hell. The temporary palace lacks the conveniences of the palace. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, one cannot intervene swiftly enough. Given that it was the Empress who suggested Qi Guifei remain in the temporary palace, the Empress Dowager grew increasingly suspicious. If the Empress harbored intentions of securing her own lineage, it would serve her purpose well in the temporary palace. This thought diminished the Empress Dowager's regard for the Empress. She had already permitted the Empress to bring Zhou Wan into the palace. If she remained unsatisfied, it would be a grave disappointment to her expectations. Jun Chenzhou had indeed contemplated these matters, but ultimately he was too weary to concern himself with the inner palace affairs. If mother feels it inappropriate, let Qi Guifei return to the palace as well. The Empress Dowager nodded. "I shall discuss it thoroughly with the Empress." After addressing this matter, the Empress Dowager took a moment to gather her thoughts, lifting her teacup to sip. "There is one more thing I wish to inquire about the Emperor and Appo's opinion." "Please, mother, speak freely." The Empress Dowager continued. "When Lin Baolin was with child, the Emperor elevated her status. Now that Feng Marin is pregnant, what are your plans for her promotion?" In truth, the Empress Dowager held a favorable impression of Feng Ruoyan, and her childhood connection only deepened her affection. Jun Chenzhou nearly overlooked this matter. He had promoted Lin Baolin due to her low status and the undue fright she endured. As for Feng Ruoyan, her position was already respectable, and he had no intention of promoting her at this moment. It would suffice to elevate her after she's safely delivered. Seeing his expression, the Empress Dowager understood he had no such plans and sighed. I do not wish to interfere in the affairs of the inner palace. But Ruoyan has grown under my watch. She has sacrificed many years of youth for you. Since she has entered the palace and is with child, I implore you to grant her some grace. Your words are too heavy, mother, Jun Chenzhou replied calmly. If that is the case, let her be promoted to a concubine. I shall issue an edict upon our return to the palace. Chapter 45. Alliances at the Luanfeng Pavilion upon receiving word from the Empress Dowager's envoy. The Empress and Appo's countenance darkened instantly. Yet, Xiaomama seemed oblivious to the tension, continuing her discourse. The Empress Dowager is considerate of your majesty and Appo's fatigue, as the arrangements for so many returning to the palace surely present some challenges. The Empress forced a smile. Indeed, the Empress Dowager speaks wisely. Xiaomama continued respectfully. Noble consort Qi is about to give birth, and both concubine Feng and Lin Baolin have recently conceived. The Empress Dowager has instructed me to coordinate the return of several ladies to the palace. The Empress, not wishing to appear negligent before the Empress Dowager, hastily explained. I am indeed concerned for noble consort Qi and Appo's journey. Should mother misunderstand? How could she? Xiaomama interrupted with a smile. The Empress Dowager understands that your majesty is only thinking of noble consort Qi. However, the temporary palace lacks the stringent defenses of the main palace, and it is unlikely that all the imperial physicians can remain there. If any mishap were to occur during noble consort Qi's delivery, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Rest assured, I shall ensure that noble consort Qi and Appo's carriage is meticulously arranged to avoid any jolts, she assured. The Empress pinched her fingers, inhaling deeply. Then I must thank you for your efforts, Xiaomama. Your majesty is too kind. After Xiaomama departed, the Empress violently hurled the teacup from the table to the ground, shattering the exquisite porcelain into fragments that nearly grazed Zhou Wan's hand. Zhou Wan stood trembling beside her, too frightened to speak. Unexpectedly, the Empress and Appo's sharp gaze landed on her. How long have you been conferred? Has the Emperor summoned you yet? Zhou Wan awkwardly shook her head. No, not yet. Not yet? The Empress's rage transformed into a mocking smile. I had hoped you might conceive sooner. Yet here we are with concubine Feng and Lin both expecting, and noble consort Qi about to give birth. And you? The Empress Dowager indeed discerned her intentions. In the temporary palace, it was far easier to manipulate circumstances. The guards were not as vigilant, and most physicians would return to the main palace, leaving only a few behind. Should anything untoward happen to noble consort Qi during childbirth, it would be deemed mere misfortune on her part, and she could bear no blame. Zhou Wan had long been neglected, and the Empress was growing impatient. Physician who had diagnosed that noble consort Qi and Appo's child was most likely a prince. If he could be nurtured at her knees, it would be ideal. Thus, regardless of whether Zhou Wan could bear a prince, she would secure her own legitimate heir. Yet, her designs had been uncovered by the Empress Dowager. Furious, the Empress glared at Zhou Wan's meek demeanor. What good was it to feign pity before her? The Empress scoffed. If you possess any skill, go and impress the Emperor. Sister, Zhou Wan bit her lip. The Emperor does not enter the harem. What can I do? The Emperor does not enter the harem, so you want an Appo's. Do you approach him? The Empress had never encountered someone so dim-witted. The temporary palace was far less guarded than the main palace, providing ample opportunities to present oneself before the Emperor. Yet Zhou Wan did nothing but wait passively. The Empress and Appo's annoyance grew, and she snapped, leave. I do not wish to see you. Yes. Zhou Wan had thought that she would have to wait until they returned to the palace to encounter the Emperor. However, the very next day, she unexpectedly ran into Jun Chenzhou by the lotus pool. It was the last day in the temporary palace, and Zhou Wan, wishing to avoid the Empress and Appo's ire, brought only a maid to the lotus pool for a stroll. Seated in a pavilion, she fed the little fish in the pond when her maid, Xiaoya, suddenly nudged her arm. My lady, is that not the Emperor approaching? Zhou Wan quickly lifted her head and indeed saw the Emperor's majestic carriage heading her way. Since her conferment, she had not been alone with the Emperor, and anxiety washed over her. She hurriedly asked Xiaoya to tidy her attire before walking forward. Your servant pays respects to the emperor. May you enjoy longevity. Upon hearing the commotion, the carriage came to a timely halt. Jun Chenzhou noticed a lady in court attire bowing by the roadside, yet he could not recall her identity despite ruminating for some time. It was Yang Hai who softly reminded him, Your Majesty, this is Zhou Baolin. Only then did Jun Chenzhou remember that she was the younger sister of the empress. Out of respect for the empress, he had conferred her a title, yet he had never summoned her to his side. Rise. Zhou nervously grasped her hem, her cheeks flushing slightly. I merely came out for a stroll, not expecting to encounter your majesty. Jun Chenzhou replied softly, The sun is quite strong outside. You should return soon. Zhou felt a surge of joy at his concern, her voice shy. Yes. I thank your majesty for your kindness. With that, the carriage continued on its way. Watching the emperor and Appo's departure, Zhou felt a pang of disappointment. But she quickly reminded herself that at least she had exchanged words with him, which was a positive development. Oh, who might this be? A somewhat unfriendly voice interrupted her thoughts. Zhou turned to find Shun Fei approaching, supported by a maid. Ignoring Zhou respectful greeting, Shun Fei merely brushed her hair aside, remarking, I wondered who dared to obstruct the emperor's carriage. Turns out it is merely the empress's sister. With the sun beating down on her and still in a posture of bow, Zhou began to tremble slightly. I just happened to encounter the emperor. Happened to? Shun Fei sneered. Indeed, it is understandable that Zhou Baolin, having been conferred but not seen the emperor, would impulsively block the carriage. Relying on her noble lineage and the military power held by her family, Shun Fei showed little deference to the empress, let alone to Zhou. As Zhou wavered, she suddenly stumbled forward, nearly colliding with Shun Fei. Furious, Shun Fei shouted, Impudent! Kneel before me. Why is sister so angry? A soft, melodious voice interjected, revealing Ying Jiaoyi. Observing the scene, she smirked slightly in this sweltering heat. Why must Sister Shun make things difficult for Zhou Baolin? Shun Fei and Appo's expression darkened, and with a scoff, she retorted, What is it to you? Ying Jiaoyi instructed her maid to help Zhou up. It concerns me naturally. I've been entrusted with assisting the 6 palaces. When concubines err, I possess the authority to intervene. Shun Fei's countenance soured further. As the foremost among the concubines, Ying Jiaoyi enjoyed favor, and both held authority over palace matters, while Shun Fei, despite her status, felt overshadowed, breeding resentment. Ying Jiaoyi produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Zhou and Appo's brow, saying, Zhou Baolin is after all the empress and Appo's sister. Sister Shun, you should show leniency and not bicker with a young girl. Is it not an affront? Ying Jiaoyi questioned, feigning confusion. How has Zhou Baolin offended? Shun Fei fell silent, unable to confess that she had compelled Zhou to remain bowing until she nearly fell over. Should that word spread, it would simply reveal her own malice. Faced with Ying Jiaoyi and Appo's amused gaze, Shun Fei had no retort, shooting daggers at the two before turning on her heel and leaving with her maid. Thank you, Jiaoyi. Zhou weakly expressed her gratitude. No need for courtesy, Zhou Baolin. Ying Jiaoyi replied with a gentle smile. The empress diligently manages the harem. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Zhou discreetly scrutinized Ying Jiaoyi, finding her not as terrible as the empress had portrayed. Chapter 46. It turns out to be her, after midday. When Yu Yin returned to the Hall of Governance from the imperial household, she saw Chongyi accompanied by the little princess, enjoying the cool breeze by the lotus pool. Upon noticing her, Chongyi smiled and inquired, Where is Miss Yu Yin headed? As Yu Yin approached the pavilion, she was surprised to find the 3rd princess also present. This servant has seen Her Majesty and Her Highness, the 3rd princess. I am about to return to the Hall of Governance. Please rise, the 3rd princess urged, her expression bright with mirth. I merely stepped out for a stroll and did not expect to encounter both Lady Chongyi and Jingyi. And Chongyi replied with a gentle smile. Jingyi insisted on coming out to play, yet I did not anticipate meeting the equally playful 3rd princess. You tease me, Your Highness, the 3rd princess pouted lightly. I cannot sit still anywhere, yet there is hardly anyone in the palace to amuse me. And Chongyi and Appo's gaze subtly shifted to Yue Ling, the woman before her. Clad in a sky-blue palace gown adorned with a pear blossom white ribbon, exuded an air of understated elegance, providing a refreshing sight in the summer heat. Though she wore no makeup, her innate beauty was undeniable. There were numerous rumors circulating in the harem about Yue Ling. However, her role in serving the emperor did not afford her the same visibility as Yang Hai, making her rarely seen by the concubines. Yet, it was evident that their concerns were not unfounded. A beauty such as this would inevitably capture the emperor's favor, sooner or later. And Chongyi sipped her tea to mask her inner thoughts. It is rare to see you, Miss Yue Ling. With the affairs of the former dynasty keeping me busy, I imagine serving His Majesty must be quite taxing for you. Your Highness is too kind, Yue Ling replied respectfully. It is my duty to serve my lord. The third princess approached and took Yue Ling's hand, cheerfully suggesting, since you have some free time, why not come to see Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi was the little dog they had discovered in the bamboo grove, which the third princess had named for its round appearance. Yue Ling nodded in agreement, noting that it was still early afternoon, and Jun Chenzhou was napping, expected to awaken in another quarter of an hour. Just as the third princess was about to lead her away, something suddenly clung to her leg. Looking down, Yue Ling saw the little princess had rushed over, hugging her leg and gazing up with wide, innocent eyes. Hug, the little princess babbled, a soft bundle nearly pressed against her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yue Ling glanced at Chongyi, concerned that the empress might disapprove of the little princess's affection toward someone else. And Chongyi merely smiled from her seat. Please forgive me, Miss Yue Ling. Jingyi has always adored beautiful palace maids and often insists on hugging them. The third princess smirked. That must be my influence. Yue Ling smiled gently. The little princess is innocent and adorable. It is an honor for this servant to be favored by her. The third princess bent down and picked up Jingyi. In that case, I shall take Jingyi to play, and we will have someone return her afterward. And Chongyi nodded. Go ahead. I will have the wet nurse accompany you. The third princess shared a close bond with the Empress Dowager, so it was indeed a favorable matter for Jingyi to win her affection. The three departed from the lotus pool. As the third princess walked beside Yue Ling, she suddenly wrinkled her nose and sniffed. It smells so good. What? Yue Ling asked, puzzled. The third princess focused her gaze on her, leaning in closer to smell again. It's your scent. It's delightful. Yue Ling laughed softly. It is a sachet I made myself. If you like it, I shall gift you one. Yes, please. The third princess could not help but draw nearer, enchanted by the fragrant and soft palace, maid who seemed to have captured her heart. Before long, a servant brought Chi-Chi to the grassy bank by the lake, and the little princess chased after the dog, her short, round legs moving swiftly while her laughter rang like silver bells in the air. I wonder who that raucous noise belongs to. They had not been playing long when two uninvited guests approached. The third princess looked up and rolled her eyes upon recognizing them as the fifth princess and Feng Ruan. What a loud frog we have here. What did you say? The fifth princess nearly erupted in anger, but Feng Ruan hurriedly restrained her. Shunhe, you've just been released from confinement. Don't stir up trouble with the noble consort. Feng Ruan whispered in her ear, internally rolling her eyes at the fifth princess. If it were not for the desire to maintain ties with the noble consort, she would have ignored this foolish girl. The fifth princess huffed, looking at the little dog at her feet, a flicker of delight crossing her face. So cute. But as she recalled it belonged to Jun Chenzhou, her expression immediately soured. Turning away in disdain, what an ugly dog. You are the ugly one. The third princess scooped Chi-Chi up, ruffling its fur. Be good. We shall not play with ugly people. You're the ugly one. The fifth princess was infuriated, pointing at her. Jun Chenzhou, I've tolerated you long enough. In a flash, the third princess thrust the dog into Yue Ling's arms and confronted the fifth princess. Are you looking for a fight with me? Not only do I want to argue with you, but I also want to fight. As tensions rose between them, it seemed a confrontation was imminent, and Feng Ruan felt a headache coming on. She regretted stepping out, having stumbled upon these two adversaries. At that moment, the little princess was startled by their raised voices and began to whimper, pouting her lips. Yue Ling quickly embraced her. Do not cry, my princess. The third princess then realized she had brought Jingyi out to play and couldn't frighten her. She hurriedly turned and cradled the little princess, soothing her, Be good, Jingy. Let's go play elsewhere. Only then did Feng Ruoyan notice Yue Ling and felt a pang of discomfort at seeing her so close to the third princess. Having served the fifth princess for many years, she had been treated more like a servant in her youth, and that had barely maintained their relationship. Why was Yin secretly establishing a bond with the third princess? As a child, she had also considered befriending the third princess, knowing that the noble consort and the Empress Dowager had stronger connections. Yet, for some reason, the third princess had never taken to her. From the moment she laid eyes on Yue Ling, Feng Ruoyan had harbored a deep-seated dislike, not solely due to her breathtaking beauty, but also an instinct that this woman could potentially become her formidable rival. The fifth princess stomped her foot. We're leaving too. I don't want to see you. The third princess snorted coldly, turning to grasp Yue Ling's hand. Let us go, Yao Yao. The fifth princess mimicked her actions, grabbing Feng Ruoyan's arm, only to find her companion seemingly frozen in place. What is wrong with you? Feng Ruoyan's complexion was exceedingly pale as she stared intently at Yue Ling's retreating figure. Yao Yao, she murmured, her expression shifting from shock to something more sinister. It turned out to be her. Feng Ruoyan clenched her fists tightly, her delicate nails digging into her palms, oblivious to the pain. Chapter 47. Instigation. What sort of person? The third princess angrily berated the fifth princess, while Yue Ling, naturally, dared not join in the scolding and could only comfort her from the side. The little princess was still sniffling, bubbles forming at her nose. Yue Ling felt somewhat weary as she consoled both the older and younger princess. Upon reaching a willow tree, Yue Ling deftly plucked a soft willow branch and skillfully fashioned it into a pair of rabbit ears within moments, instantly silencing the little princess and Appo's cries. The little one extended her chubby hands to clutch Yue Ling and Appo's arm, her round eyes gazing up at her. Yue Ling chuckled softly, placing the rabbit ears into the little princess and Appo's hands. At this moment, the third princess and Appo's anger had dissipated, and she leaned over to praise. Your hands are truly skillful. Yue Ling paused with the willow branch in hand, seemingly lost in thought. She recalled the days of her childhood, before her brothers were born, where her father had treated her well, taking her along on hunting trips and picking soft grass for her to weave into little rabbits. However, ever since the birth of her brothers, she had increasingly faded into the background at home. Yue Ling and Appo's lashes fluttered, her smile deepening. If the princess likes it, I shall make another. Her clear, beautiful eyes sparkled, and a faint dimple appeared on her fair cheeks, resembling the brilliance of spring flowers. This scene was also captured in the eyes of Jun Chenzhou. He watched as the delicate fingers of the woman deftly manipulated the willow branch, occasionally poking the little princess's cheek. It reminded him of the times she served him, her slender, fair hands resting gently on his lapel. Jun Chenzhou realized he was spiraling into errant thoughts, and his expression darkened. Just as he intended to turn away, a sudden flash of white light illuminated his mind. As if a memory surged forth before him, a delicate voice reproached him. Does your majesty prefer princes or princesses? A woman in a water-blue gown nestled obediently in his embrace, his large hand resting on her abdomen. I like them both. Is that so? The woman seemed unconvinced, pouting. I prefer the little princess. She is so adorable. Indeed adorable. The man, caught in a whirlwind of emotion, kissed her earlobe, but the woman resisted. No, we cannot. Jun Chenzhou stood frozen, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. He had only seen such a scene in dreams before, but today, why did this image suddenly invade his thoughts? The features were indistinct, yet he invariably imposed Yue Ling's face onto that figure, as if convinced that it was her. He stared blankly at Yue Ling, a splitting headache overtaking him. In the next moment, Jun Chenzhou suddenly bent over, clutching his chest. It hurts. Your Majesty, Yang Hai exclaimed in shock, rushing to support him, only to see his face was deathly pale. Your Majesty, what is wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Yang Hai, frantic as an ant on a hot stove, felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Both Yue Ling and the third princess heard the commotion. They turned to see Jun Chenzhou standing nearby, his countenance grim. Yue Ling instinctively set the little princess down and hurried over, softly saying, "This servant greets your majesty." The third princess followed, explaining, "Royal brother, it was I who asked Yue Ling to play with me. Do not blame her." Jun Chenzhou ignored her, his gaze fixated on Yue Ling, an unusual intensity in his eyes as he suddenly grasped her wrist. "Your majesty?" Yue Ling's eyes brimmed with panic and fear. His grip was so tight it felt as though he might crush her. His already frosty gaze darkened further, rendering him even more inscrutable. After a long moment, as Yue Ling and damp, Oppo's heart raced with anxiety, unsure of what had provoked him. Jun Chenzhou abruptly released her hand and strode away. Yang Hai, flustered, hurried after him. Yue Ling hesitated for a moment, then bowed to the third princess. "Princess, this servant takes her leave." The third princess nodded, concern etched on her face. "If royal brother punishes you, remember to send someone to find me." She had never witnessed such a terrifying expression from her brother. It was as if he regarded Yue Ling as an enemy. Why did he so despise Yue Ling? Why not give her to him instead? Yusho Pavilion. As Enraged rested, she was informed by a palace maid. "Your Highness, concubine Feng has arrived. Allow her to enter." Enraged, supported by Xian, rose and leisurely prepared herself in the inner chamber before gracefully emerging. "What brings concubine Feng to my palace?" Enraged reclined languidly on a soft couch, sipping the creamy delicacy presented by the maid. Seeing her relaxed demeanor only heightened Feng Ruoyan and Oppo's agitation. Ever since discovering the identity of Yao Yao, her heart had been in turmoil. The emperor even called out that wretched maid and Oppo's name in his sleep, leaving her unable to find peace. "This concubine has come today simply to inform your highness of something." Enraged did not even lift her eyelids, responding with a nonchalant Feng Ren took a deep breath and continued, "This concubine just saw the emperor and that palace maid, Yue Ling, playing with the little princess near the lotus pool." She spoke the truth, but selectively shared only certain details with Enraged. After parting with the fifth princess, she had intended to seek out Yue Ling for questioning, but unexpectedly encountered the emperor. Even if Enraged sent someone to inquire, the scene of the emperor with Yue Ling and the little princess together could not be fabricated. Feng Ruoyan scrutinized Enraged's expression, but aside from a fleeting moment of surprise, Enraged remained unfazed, gazing at her with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. "What does concubine Feng mean by this? Do you wish to incite me against a mere maid?" Enraged suddenly laughed coldly. "She is unworthy, and so are you." Enraged's smile vanished, replaced by a glimmer of derision in her eyes. "A maid, whether she can become a concubine is still up for debate. Would I dirty my hands dealing with her?" She cast a contemptuous glance at Feng Ruoyan. "As for you." Feng Ruoyan could not presume that her pregnancy elevated her status above Enraged. In the past, she had sought to align with Enraged, concocting schemes like the horse racing incident under the guise of loyalty. Yet what was the outcome? At this point, Enraged's expression darkened further. "Qi Guifei is unharmed. Yet Lin Baolin has been diagnosed as pregnant, and I have lost one of my trusted aides in the palace." Feng Ruoyan, "Do you truly believe you can command me?" The unabashed disdain in Enraged's words stung Feng Ruoyan's eyes. Had her status been higher, she would not have needed to seek Enraged's protection. Yet now, pregnant and marked as a target in the harem, she could only find solace by aligning herself with Enraged. Suppressing her displeasure, Feng Ruoyan rose and said, "Your Highness has misunderstood. This concubine merely wished to inform you. As for that maid, I certainly won't let her tarnish your Highness's hands." Enraged curled her lips into a smile. "Is that so? Then I shall await the display of concubine Feng's prowess." After Feng Ruoyan took her leave, Enraged suddenly shattered the porcelain bowl in her hand onto the floor. "Investigate," she commanded coldly, her smile replaced by a fierce intensity. What audacious maid dares to entice the emperor? Chapter 48. A further probe. 3 days later, the imperial carriage returned to the capital. Feng Ruoyan appeared somewhat unwell. As she alighted from the carriage, her complexion turned ashen, and she was supported by a palace maid. Observing this, the empress furrowed her brow and inquired, "What troubles our beloved Feng?" Feng Ruoyan was so overcome with discomfort that she could scarcely articulate her plight. Fortunately, the maid Tan Yun stepped in to explain. The young mistress is suffering from severe morning sickness and has been ill several times during the journey. Kai, have someone bring a sedan chair to escort the beloved phone back to the Hall of Contemplation. The Empress instructed with genuine concern, and in the same breath. She noticed Lin Baolin dismounting from his carriage. Her eyes twitched slightly, and she decided to see Lin Baolin off as well. Below the rank of noble consort, there was no ceremonial escort, so in front of the gathered crowd, the Empress naturally wished to display her benevolence. Turning to Feng Ruoyan, she continued, "Since you and Lin Baolin reside in the same palace, and both of you are now expecting, I shall assign additional attendants to care for you." And Chongyi, standing nearby, smiled and remarked, "How considerate of Her Majesty. As the mistress of the Hall of Contemplation, I had nearly forgotten this." The Empress smiled in response, and Chongyi, being a mother herself, should take extra care of her two younger sisters. "Indeed, I shall tend to them diligently," came the reply. The other concubines listened to their conversation with a mix of disdain and envy. The Hall of Contemplation must possess exceptional feng shui. The main position held by Chongyi nurtured the sole heir of the emperor, while the two newly arrived concubines were both with child. Truly a cause for envy among others. As Feng Ruoyan listened to their chatter, a sense of impatience welled within her. She subtly glanced ahead, but all she could see was the man's back. He seemed entirely indifferent to the affairs of the harem, having exchanged but a few words with the Empress before departing. This only heightened her agitation, as a wave of nausea washed over her, nearly causing her to lose her composure before the crowd. The Empress, noticing her distress, promptly arranged for her return. Qinyuan Hall having been away for more than 2 months, the hall remained impeccably tidy, as even in the emperor's absence. The palace attendants dared not slacken their duties. Yu Yin felt somewhat weary as she walked, and upon returning to her chamber, she sipped several cups of tea, hoping to rest for a moment when she heard Yang Hai calling for her from outside. Yu Yin opened the door, and before she could utter a word, Yang Hai announced, "Miss Yu Yin, the emperor requests your presence to serve him." Stunned into silence, she reflected on how long it had been since he had acknowledged her. Why the sudden desire for her company? Regardless of her thoughts, Yu Yin maintained an impassive facade and replied softly, "Yes." A moment later, she entered the hall with tea and pastries, finding Jun Chenzhou bent over his desk, reviewing memorials. Upon her greeting, he merely responded with a curt rise. As Yu Yin ascended the steps, she delicately poured him a cup of tea. Jun Chenzhou set down his brush, and, as she attempted to withdraw, he grasped her hand, pulling her into his embrace with an air of nonchalance. "Are you tired?" he inquired, his tone neither too soft nor too harsh, as if the previous distance between them had never existed, resuming their familiar rapport. Yu Yin could not decipher his intentions, yet the tension within her eased momentarily before tightening again. She replied softly, "I'm not tired." The setting sun streamed through the window, its warm glow mingling with the emperor's gaze, lingering upon her. Yu Yin felt a sense of unease. Lifting her slightly lowered chin, her doe-like eyes met his. "It grows late. Will the emperor be dining?" Jun Chenzhou did not respond directly, instead asking, "Are you hungry?" Yu Yin almost shook her head, but her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl. The sound, clear and crisp, echoed sharply in the otherwise serene hall. Her face flushed crimson, extending even to the delicate nape of her neck. Jun Chenzhou suddenly chuckled, the warmth of his laughter melting away any chill in his demeanor. "After such a journey, you must be hungry." Yu Yin kept her lips sealed, preferring silence. Just then, Yang Hai's voice drifted in from outside. "Your Majesty, the kitchen has prepared some lily and lotus seed cakes. Would you care to try?" "Bring them in," ordered Jun Chenzhou. Yu Yin realized she was still seated on his lap and hastily attempted to rise, but Jun Chenzhou tightened his hold around her waist, keeping her firmly in place. Yang Hai entered, head bowed, presenting the pastries, seemingly oblivious to the intimate scene before him. A rich aroma of lotus filled the air, and as Yu Yin gazed at the confection, she could not help but frown. Jun Chenzhou was unable to consume lotus seeds. She had stumbled upon this fact by chance in a previous summer when they had rowed on a lake. She had fed him a lotus seed, and he had developed a severe fever that very night. As Jun Chenzhou reached for a piece of cake, Yu Yin instinctively interjected, "Your Majesty, please do not eat that." His eyes flickered, the depths of his gaze searching hers. Why not? Yue Ling opened her mouth, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Surely no one else was aware of his allergy to lotus seeds. Even Jun Chenzhou had only discovered it after that incident. She stammered. The weather has turned cooler, and both lilies and lotus seeds are cooling in nature. They should not be consumed in excess. I am merely concerned for your health. Is that so? Jun Chenzhou replied with a sudden smile, and under her anxious gaze, he set the pastry down. Yue Ling exhaled in relief. Should he fall ill, those serving closely would surely face dire consequences. Just as she savored her moment of relief, the man spoke softly. I nearly forgot. I'm allergic to lotus seeds. Yue Ling unconsciously clutched her garment. The hall fell into an eerie silence, her heartbeat loud in her ears. Nervousness, confusion, and a hint of fear enveloped her. The astonishment in her eyes did not escape Jun Chenzhou's notice as he enveloped her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. You reminded me. Otherwise it would have been troublesome. Jun Chenzhou's voice carried a playful tone. How shall I reward you? He had been allergic to lotus seeds since childhood, a fact known only to him, the Empress, and Yanghai. Over the years, he had indeed forgotten this detail, until on the way back to the palace. He recalled a dream where a palace maid entered with freshly picked lotus flowers and pods, only for her to order their removal. Now, it was evident to him that Yue Ling must share some connection to his past. Perhaps she was aware of it, even if he had forgotten. Outside, Yanghai placed the food box back and wore a puzzled expression. Why had the emperor requested lotus seed cakes to be brought in while Miss Yue Ling was present? Knowing full well he could not consume them, he shook his head, unable to comprehend. Chapter 49. Poisoning the calm days swiftly passed, leading to the deep autumn of the capital. In the time of the Holy Ancestor, the northern Di were subdued. However, despite their submission for many years, they harbored resentment. Beginning in the early year, they gradually stirred unrest along the borders, and recently, they even set fire to the military provisions, causing a stir in the court. Those who had once advocated for peace now fell silent, for with enemies approaching, there was no room for leniency. In recent days, Jun Chenzhou had been preoccupied with the campaign against the northern Di, and the concubines dared not cause any disturbances at such a critical moment, leaving the inner palace in a state of tranquility. Yue Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. Not long ago, Jun Chenzhou had regarded her with a peculiar gaze, a change that had begun since his return from the palace. However, with his recent busyness, he had no time to trouble her further. Clutching several bolts of fabric, Yue Ling made her way to the Hanzhong Palace. Having received new materials yesterday, Jun Chenzhou had bestowed some upon Enchongyi and the little princess. Yanghai suggested that she make a stop along the way. In the plum grove before Hanzhong Palace, Enchongyi spotted her from afar. Yue Ling, my lady. Yue Ling halted her steps, and just as she steadied herself, a small figure rushed over and wrapped its arms around her leg. Princess. Seeing the little princess smiling and hugging her, Yue Ling also revealed a smile. The little princess, familiar with her, extended her chubby hand, her voice sweet. Hug. Noticing the princess's cloak nearly slipping off, Yue Ling quickly knelt to help her adjust her clothing, then carried her toward the pavilion. Your servant pays respects to the noble lady and the princess. May you both be blessed. Yue Ling placed the little princess down and respectfully bowed to Enchongyi. In recent days, she had encountered Enchongyi a few times, and the little princess had developed some fondness for her. Yet, Yue Ling dared not become too close, fearing to provoke Enchongyi's displeasure. There is no need for such formalities, my lady. In this cold weather, where are you headed? Enchongyi gently urged her to rise. Your servant has been ordered by the emperor to deliver this winter and Appo's fabrics to you and the princess. Seeing the items in her hands, Enchongyi smiled. What a coincidence. Xiang, please take these to the storeroom. Yes. The little princess tugged at her garment, looking up at her, one hand reaching for the fragrance pouch at her waist. Her round eyes blinking. So fragrant. Jingyi, do not be mischievous. Enchongyi bent down to pick up the little princess, but unexpectedly, the princess twisted in her arms, clamoring for it. Enchongyi's expression turned apologetic. Please forgive me, Yue Ling. Seeing this, Yue Ling took off the fragrance pouch and handed it to the little princess. Your Highness is too kind. It is my honor if the princess likes it. The little princess was delighted with the pouch, and Enchongyi caught a whiff of its subtle fragrance. Enchongyi raised an eyebrow. Feng Marin remarked that the plum blossoms in the grove are in full bloom, their fragrance permeating the air. Yet I find that this scent from your pouch surpasses even that. Your Highness flatters me. I do not dare to accept such praise. Yu Yin replied humbly. I merely made some floral essence out of idle time. Trifling items. How could they compare to the garden full of plum blossoms? There is no need for such restraint. My lady, I find you amiable, and Jingyi also likes you. In the future, if you have the time, do come to Hanzhong Palace to share some conversation with me. And Enchongyi said with a gentle smile. The little princess, unlike the princes who could achieve great feats, had her future marriage solely dependent on her mother and Appo's as favor. Coming from a modest background herself, Enchongyi wished to avoid creating enemies in the inner palace to safeguard the princess and Appo's as future. Rumors circulated that Yu Yin was favored by the emperor, and naturally, Enchongyi extended her courtesy, hoping that should Yu Yin and Appo's as fortune rise in the future, she might remember her Jingyi. Yu Yin felt a twinge of surprise. Although uncertain of Enchongyi and Appo's as true intentions, she could not disregard her kindness. Thank you for your kindness. Your Highness. As they conversed, suddenly the little princess and Enchongyi and Appo's embrace convulsed, and white foam began to spill from her mouth. Jingyi. Enchongyi's expression changed drastically as she tightened her hold on the little princess. What is happening? Yu Yin was startled and quickly called to the nearby, stunned maidservants. Hurry! Summoned the imperial physician. Having only brought 2 maidservants with her, Enchongyi appeared panicked. Yu Yin assisted in carrying the little princess back to Hanzhong Palace. Before long, the Empress Dowager and the Empress rushed over upon hearing the news. The little princess was the sole offspring of the Emperor, and the Empress Dowager cherished her dearly. Upon entering the hall and seeing the small figure convulsing and foaming at the mouth, she immediately cried out, How have you cared for the princess? The palace attendants knelt in disarray. Yu Yin, who had been kneeling by the bedside, quickly shifted to make room for the Empress Dowager. What has happened to the little princess? Imperial physician Li rose hurriedly. Your Majesty, the princess has been poisoned. I am in the process of administering acupuncture to expel the toxin. Poisoned? The Empress suddenly interjected. The princess was well. How could she be poisoned? The Empress Dowager's sharp gaze swept toward Enchongyi. How have you been caring for the princess? Enchongyi was already in a state of confusion, gripping Yu Yan's arm tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. The maidservant beside her, Xiang, trembled as she knelt on the ground. I do not know. Enchongyi and Appo's voice trembled, and the Empress Dowager and Appo's gaze followed her direction to Yu Yin. The Empress, obviously having noticed, promptly asked, Why is Miss Yu Yin not on duty in the palace, but here at Hanzhong? In reply to your Majesty, your servant was ordered to deliver the Emperor and Appo's rewards to Hanzhong Palace today, and unexpectedly, the princess had an incident. The Empress Dowager heard this and withdrew her gaze. After a quarter of an hour, Imperial Physician Li finally sighed in relief. In reply to your Majesty, the toxin within the princess has been cleared. However, as she is young and frail, she must be well cared for to prevent any lingering effects. That is good. The Empress Dowager patted her chest, visibly relieved. The wet nurse and the physician remained to tend to the princess, while the others were dismissed. In the outer hall, attendants of Hanzhong Palace knelt in disarray as the Empress Dowager sat at the head, her expression stern. What kind of poison has the princess been afflicted with? Imperial Physician Li wiped the sweat from his brow. From my observations, the princess and Appo's symptoms and pulse suggest she has been poisoned with Yulan San. Yulan San? The Xian Fei below showed a look of confusion. What is that? Yulan San is derived from a flower extract of an orchid that grows in the valleys of Lingnan. Its aroma is delightful, yet an excessive dosage can lead to poisoning. Imperial Physician Li turned to Enchongyi. May I ask, Your Highness, what did the princess consume today? Enchongyi's voice was still choked. This morning she had half a bowl of milk and 2 pieces of water chestnut cake. And then I took her play in the plum grove, where we happened to meet Miss Yu Yin, and Jingyi took her fragrance pouch. The fragrance pouch? Concubine Li keenly seized upon those words, realizing the implications of the physician's description of the poison's pleasant aroma, particularly if it had been contained within a pouch. Before she could finish her sentence, everyone understood the insinuation. Yue Ling suddenly felt a wave of unease, her palms growing slightly clammy. Chapter 50. The Torture and the Incense Pouch and Oppos. S location. The Empress Dowager and Oppos. S gaze turned suddenly cold. And Chang'e produced the incense pouch and handed it to Imperial Physician Li. After a meticulous examination, the physician and Oppos' expression grew increasingly grave, enveloping the hall in a profound silence where everyone seemed to hold their breath. After a prolonged moment, just as the Empress Dowager was about to show signs of impatience, Imperial Physician Li knelt abruptly, his voice quivering. "Your Highness, this pouch indeed contains the Yulon powder, albeit in a small quantity. While it poses little risk to an adult, it could poison the young princess." And Chang'e looked at Yue Ling in disbelief, her hands trembling. She surged forward and slapped Yue Ling across the face with great force. "You, how dare you? Jingyi has treated you with such kindness, yet you would harm her." The slap sent Yue Ling and Oppos' head snapping to the side, her fair cheek instantly swelling red. Ignoring the pain, she hurriedly defended herself. "I am unaware of any Yulon powder. This pouch is one I have carried myself. How could I possibly know the princess would take a liking to it?" Ying Zai, who had been silent since entering the hall, lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the kneeling maid below. "The physician just stated that the princess is young, and even a minuscule amount could lead to poisoning. Since you have entered the hall of contemplation, you must have approached the princess." "What Lady Zhao Yi says is indeed correct," Feng Ruoyan interjected. "Even if the princess did not desire it, your proximity alone could still bring harm to her." The Empress Dowager and Oppos' expression darkened significantly as she slammed her palm against the table. "You insolent maid, confess to this matter truthfully." Yue Ling bowed her head and knocked it against the floor. "Your Highness, please discern that what Imperial Physician Li said is true. This Yulon powder comes from Lingnan. How could a mere palace maid like myself obtain such a substance?" Her mind raced, realizing that today's incident was directed at her. Nearly everyone in the palace bore incense pouches. Hers was the most ordinary of all. How could such a rare substance possibly be found within? Suddenly, she looked up at Imperial Physician Li. "May I ask, is Yulon powder something that could be easily purchased outside?" The physician hesitated before shaking his head. "Yulon powder originates from Lingnan, which is quite distant from the capital. It is not sold in external medical establishments and is indeed rare." Yue Ling relaxed her grip on her palm slightly, continuing her defense. "Moreover, I hold no enmity with the princess. As a responsible palace maid, why would I seek to harm her and ruin my own future? I implore your Highness to see the truth." Upon hearing her words, the Empress Dowager's expression softened a fraction. Upon reflection, Yue Ling was a favored maid of Jun Chenzhou. Why would she go to such lengths to harm a princess? Feng Rin, noticing the Empress Dowager's slight shift in demeanor, promptly added, "You may have no reason to harm the princess, but what of those behind you?" Yue Ling's head snapped up, locking eyes with Feng Ruoyan's malicious gaze. She smirked slightly. "Your Highness, the princess is the sole heir of the emperor. If this maid has someone backing her, encouraging her to conspire against the princess, or even the emperor—" Jiang Marin caught a glance from Ying Zhao Yi and suddenly furrowed her brows, murmuring, "Lingnan is not far from Prince Shun's fiefdom." The Empress Dowager's countenance changed abruptly. Her words escalated the situation, even insinuating that Yue Ling was a spy planted beside Jun Chenzhou. A chill ran down Yue Ling's spine, her hands gripping the floor tightly as she spoke with a dry throat. "Your Highness, I am a palace maid selected through proper channels. My identity and origin can be verified. I have never had dealings with anyone else. A simple inquiry will reveal the truth." This insolent maid is quite defiant. In my opinion, she should be subjected to torture to extract the truth, Ying Zhao Yi declared with an air of nonchalance, swirling her teacup. The Empress Dowager cast a wary glance at her. "Mother, she is, after all, a member of the imperial household. It is not appropriate for us to act without the emperor's approval." This statement, rather than alleviating tension, caused the Empress Dowager's eyes to narrow further. Both Ying Zhao Yi and Feng Ruoyan fell silent. The more they spoke, the more they risked. As long as the Empress Dowager harbored suspicion, that was sufficient. The Empress Dowager, already protective of the young princess, was determined to ensure that this maid suffered consequences, even if the emperor favored her. After a moment, the Empress Dowager spoke slowly. Go to Qianyuan Hall and seek the emperor's guidance. Qianyuan Hall. As dusk approached, after receiving urgent reports from the front lines this morning, Jun Chenzhou had summoned numerous officials for deliberation, remaining inside for several hours. Yang Hai leaned against the wall, lost in thought, when he suddenly noticed Mama Xia entering with a group of people. Well, what brings Mama Xia here? Mama Xia wore a smile, nodding politely. I beg your pardon, but I seek an audience with His Majesty. It seemed unfortunate, for the emperor was currently engaged in discussions with the prime minister and several generals. Having instructed that no one be disturbed, Yang Hai's eyes darted. Is there something the Empress Dowager wishes to convey? Mama Xia hesitated, sensing the Empress Dowager's anger. After all, it concerned the emperor's only offspring. Yet, ultimately, she was merely a palace maid. The Empress Dowager could deal with her as she wished without needing to consult the emperor. However, the Empress Dowager was reluctant to disrupt the mother-son relationship with the emperor, hence her decision to confer with him. Since the emperor was unavailable, there was no need for such trivial matters to delay state affairs. It was merely a case of the eldest princess being poisoned, but fortunately, the physician had already assessed that it was not serious. Upon hearing the word poisoned, Yang Hai was taken aback. How could this happen? Although the emperor did not show much concern for the eldest princess, she was still his daughter. Yang Hai glanced at the closed doors, weighing his options. Given the stalemate in the war and that the eldest princess was not in critical condition, he thought it better to report back later. The Empress Dowager wished to question the palace maid involved in this matter before informing the emperor. What nonsense, Yang Hai replied. His Majesty is occupied with state affairs. Matters of the harem should be left to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Mama Xia smiled enigmatically. If that is the case, I shall take my leave for now. As night fell, Qianyuan Hall remained brightly lit, the sounds of argument faintly echoing from within. Yang Hai stifled a yawn when he suddenly heard a commotion of hurried footsteps. He opened his eyes to find Xiao Fufu rushing in. Something terrible has happened. Miss Yue Ling has been taken to the shunning department. Chapter 51. Will the Empress Dowager provide me with an explanation? When Yue Ling was brought back, she was nearly on the brink of death. The executioners discarded her like a rag doll, leaving her sprawled on the ground. Her pearly white palace attire stained vividly with crimson blood. Her face was devoid of color, and the pale petals of her lips bore the marks of her own biting. After enduring 30 lashes, would she confess or remain silent? The Empress Dowager coldly observed her pitiful state from the moment she laid eyes on her. She had never held any fondness for her. It was common knowledge that the Emperor Jun Chenzhou had kept such a woman close for ulterior motives. Moreover, during their time at the palace, it had been inadvertently revealed that the emperor permitted her to raise a small dog in the hall of diligent governance. As the emperor's biological mother, the Empress Dowager was acutely aware that he had never been fond of such trivialities, yet he allowed a palace maid such audacity, effectively undermining the established decorum. As the supreme ruler of the realm, he relished in power, yet was equally ensnared by it. Excessive emotions were unbecoming of him. Furthermore, now that Yue Ling was implicated in the suspicion of plotting against a princess, and potentially entangled with Prince Shun, it was better to err on the side of caution than to let her slip away unpunished. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at the woman below, noticing she had seemingly lost consciousness, and commanded, "Fetch a basin of cold water. Wake her." Splash! The basin of cold water drenched Yue Ling, and her fingers twitched slightly. Disheveled hair clinging to her cheeks, her voice barely a whisper. This servant has done nothing. Her words were faint, yet the concubine Ying clearly heard, letting out a cold laugh. Your Majesty, this wretched maid truly does not shed tears until she sees the coffin. It seems she has yet to face her trials. The Empress Dowager spoke with a heavy tone. Bring forth the finger torture. The so-called finger torture involved clamping all 10 fingers, a torment not everyone could endure. Several palace attendants stepped forward to restrain Yue Ling, rendering her utterly immobile, her breaths faint. Just as the instruments of torture clamped around her fingers and the attendants prepared to apply pressure, a slightly flustered voice called out from outside. The emperor has arrived. Before the words could fully escape, a man clad in dragon robes hurriedly entered. Upon stepping into the hall, Jun Chenzhou was met with the sight of Yue Ling, bloodied and sprawled on the floor. His sharp gaze flared with fury as he strode forward, kicking aside the attendants who held her, disregarding the chaos around him, and knelt carefully to cradle the woman in his arms. In her dazed state, Yue Ling caught a whiff of the familiar scent of dragon musk. She struggled to lift her eyelids, only able to glimpse the bright yellow of the dragon patterns. Trembling, she reached out, and Jun Chenzhou hastily grasped her cold little hand, pressing it against his cheek. Her hand fell weakly, leaving a trail of blood on his stern visage. Yue Ling, he called out to her anxiously, but suddenly, a piercing pain surged through his body, and he was momentarily engulfed in a different scene. A cold, pallid woman crumpled in his embrace. As the fog obscuring her face gradually dissipated, it eerily overlapped with the woman before him. That strange sensation vanished in an instant. And Jun Chenzhou had no time to ponder further as he gently lifted the unconscious woman. Rising, his countenance bore a taint of blood, and his deep black eyes were filled with a chilling ferocity that sent shivers down spines. Today, the Empress Dowager must provide me with an explanation. The Empress Dowager, supported by Granny Xia, stood up, her eyes flashing with shock. This was the first time Jun Chenzhou had spoken to her in such a cold manner. Her voice, laced with frost, responded, "Does the Emperor not know that this maid is suspected of plotting against the princess? I am in the midst of an inquiry." Jun Chenzhou's lips curled into a sudden cold smile. Inquiry? Is it not more a matter of coercing a confession? His anger had reached its breaking point as he turned, cradling Yue Ling and striding away. Summoned the imperial physician. Jun Chenzhou did not miss the displeasure in the Empress Dowager's eyes. She was displeased. What his own discontent? Had Yang Hai entered just a moment later? Had he tarried longer on the way? Would he still have been able to see her? In the Qinyuan Hall, Jun Chenzhou did not pause his steps, directly carrying her into his chambers. The injuries on her back and lower body rendered him helpless. He could only lay her on the bedding, the vivid bloodstains piercing his gaze. "Where is the physician?" He shouted angrily at Yang Hai. "They're on their way. They will be here shortly." Yang Hai's legs weakened in fear. Fortunately, he had acted decisively upon hearing of Yue Ying's torture, or else it would have been too late. And if anything befell her, he could forget about living. Yang Hai's face paled. After serving the emperor for over 20 years, it was the first time he had witnessed a rift between him and the Empress Dowager. Lost in thought, a hurried figure approached, carrying a medicine box. "Your servant." Before he could complete his greeting, Jun Chenzhou interrupted sharply. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the physician hurried to the bedside, instantly recognizing that Yue Ling had suffered from corporal punishment. "Your Majesty, we must first have the female physician clean her wounds." Before Jun Chenzhou could respond, Xiao Fuji quickly volunteered. "This servant will go fetch her." Before long, two female physicians entered to tend to Yue Ying's wounds. She lay upon the soft pillow, her once lively eyes tightly shut, her delicate willow-like brows furrowed in pain, her lips devoid of any color. Jun Chenzhou held her hand, in her semi-conscious state. Yue Ling clutched his hand tightly, her slender nails leaving marks on his palm. Perhaps the pain from her wounds was too intense, as she whimpered softly, her body trembling. "Be gentler," Jun Chenzhou commanded coldly. "Yes," the two female physicians replied, trembling as they carefully treated her injuries, gradually cutting away the fabric clinging to her wounds. Despite their gentleness, pain was unavoidable. Jun Chenzhou gripped her hand, observing her frail state, a surge of infinite tenderness swelling within him. He could not fathom why he felt such anxiety for her. She had always been indifferent to him, yet the mere thought of her in peril felt like a sharp blade slowly slicing at his heart. The agonizing pain bore a strange familiarity, as if he had experienced it before. All these emotions compelled him to save her. "What is it?" he suddenly asked, noticing the furrowed brow of the physician. Startled, the physician quickly replied, "Your Majesty, this young lady has sustained severe external injuries and lost considerable blood. Fortunately, no vital tendons or bones are harmed, but she will need to recuperate for several months." Jun Chenzhou's furrowed brow showed no sign of easing. He reached out to caress the young woman's cheek, brushing her disheveled hair behind her ear. After a moment, The physician withdrew the cloth from her wrist and respectfully stated, "I will prescribe several doses of medicine for her to take daily. Additionally, her wounds must be treated daily. She must not come into contact with water until the wounds scab over, and she must avoid drafts. Otherwise, she risks a high fever." The physician spoke at length, and Jun Chenzhou silently committed every word to memory. Chapter 52. A wrathful outburst in the deep of night. The atmosphere was thick and dark, resembling impenetrable ink. However, for the inhabitants of the imperial palace, this night was anything but restful. The air was filled with heart-wrenching cries of pain as the concubines found themselves in the infamous Shunqing division for the first time, crammed into the narrow and dimly lit interrogation chamber. The empress was present, alongside the favored concubine Ying and Feng Ruoyan, with nearly all the palace concubines gathered there. The confined space was damp and reeked of a nauseating metallic scent, while in the shadows lurked blood-stained instruments of torture that glinted ominously. A dozen individuals were forced to kneel, their mouths struck by the guards of the imperial army. These trained soldiers wielded their authority with brutal efficiency, far surpassing the eunuchs of the Shunqing division. Sharp wooden slats struck their mouths, and after just a few blows, blood flowed freely. The sound of slaps echoed relentlessly, and concubine clutched a handkerchief tightly, her complexion as pale as a ghost, devoid of color, as she helplessly witnessed her maids, Jean Exin and Inex, being beaten. Beside her, Feng Run was no less affected. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and her trembling hands betrayed her fear and panic. When her gaze met Tan Yun's pleading eyes, she could only turn away in guilt. Yet in the next moment, a eunuch named Xiao Fuzai noticed her. Bowing respectfully as he announced, "Concubine Feng, the emperor has decreed that all present must witness the punishment." This meant they were compelled to watch, unable to feign indifference. Feng Ruoyan clenched her fists, forcing a weak smile that appeared particularly absurd. "Thank you for the reminder, eunuch." Ever since Jun Chenzhou took away Yue Ling, he had ordered the arrest of everyone involved in the poisoning of the young princess and those present in the Hanzhong palace. The events of the day were witnessed by many, and nothing could escape his keen observation, even the words exchanged in the hall. Within half an hour, he had gathered all the details. She and concubine Ying had mentioned the use of torture in the hall, hinting that the incident involving the Yulon powder was orchestrated by the crown prince, insinuating that Yue Ling was a spy sent by him. All of this reached Jun Chenzhou's ears. Though they could argue that their suspicions were reasonable, it was evident that Jun Chenzhou intended to defend Yue Ling. Jean Xin and Tan Yun, being the personal maids of Feng Ruoyan and Ying, became scapegoats to serve as a warning to others. Feng Ruoyan understood the implication. If one loved to sow discord, then let them suffer the consequences and see if they dared to speak recklessly in the future. The punishment of the maids would reflect poorly on their mistresses, and striking her personal maids felt akin to a slap in the face. Yet, she remained uneasy. Would Jun Chenzhou stop at merely disciplining these few maids? Some had already been beaten to a pulp, and Li Jiyu could no longer endure the stench of blood. Retching violently while supporting a maid, her anger boiling over. "Eunuch Fu, how long must we endure this?" Xiao Fuzai smiled without deference. "Your Highness, please wait. Once this round of punishment is concluded, the emperor has further decrees." Concubine Ying, observing another group awaiting their turn, twitched her lips in discomfort. "What do these servants' punishments have to do with me?" "Do not blame concubine Ying," Xiao Fuzai continued, his tone light. "These servants failed to manage their mistress, leading to your disrespectful words before the Empress Dowager. The emperor ordered that they should pay the price on behalf of their mistress." He smiled gently, adding, "As for you, Your Highness, the emperor, in his mercy, has decreed that you and concubine Feng shall each receive 10 slaps daily for the next 10 days as a lesson." The words struck like lightning. Their faces paled in shock. 10 slaps may seem few, but for pampered concubines, it was a profound humiliation, especially for Feng Ruoyan, who was with child. Concubining bit her lip, her voice a dark whisper. "I am solely devoted to uncovering the perpetrator behind the young princess's poisoning. Is this how the emperor chooses to repay my efforts?" Xiao Fuzai maintained his composure. "Such is the will of his majesty, and I dare not speak further." At that moment, Feng Ruoyan, clutching a maid's hand, began to retch again, the maid trembling in fear. Eunuch, our mistress is with child. It is truly inappropriate for her to witness this. She had been summoned from the Hanzhong Palace after Tan Yun was taken for punishment. Xiao Fuzai glanced at the door of the Shunqing division. Do not worry. The imperial physician is waiting outside. If necessary, I shall have them pause until you have seen the physician. Feng Ruoyan's eyes twitched uncontrollably, her anger igniting within her. She struggled to straighten her posture, gritting her teeth. There is no need. Thank you, eunuch. Very well. I ask for your understanding, esteemed ladies. The others, witnessing the plight of concubine Ying and the pregnant Feng Ruoyan, fell silent. Xiao Fuzai, a favored disciple of Yang Hai, possessed a smooth demeanor, yet his words were cunningly crafted, never revealing too much. As for Yang Hai's absence, he too had received 20 lashes. The Empress breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had not meddled much today. Although Kai Wei and Kai Lan had also faced punishment, at least she had escaped unscathed. Had she been subjected to the same fate as concubine Ying and Feng Ruoyan, she would have found it difficult to hold her head high for a long time. As the current group of maids finished their punishment and another batch was brought forth, the Empress's eyes widened in shock. Mama Xia, the Emperor had disregarded even the Empress Dowager's face. Just as the Empress was taken aback, Jun Chenzhou emerged from outside. Long live the Emperor! Jun Chenzhou paid them no mind. His jaw clenched, and a chilling atmosphere surrounded him. Pei Shun, noticing his entrance, hastily tossed a bloodied maid at his feet. The Empress observed the disheveled figure, half of her face obscured, yet felt an unsettling familiarity. Before she could speak, the Empress Dowager stormed in, fury etched across her face. What is the meaning of this, Your Majesty? Upon entering, she spotted Mama Xia, just restrained and about to be punished, and immediately barked, "Stop this at once." However, the guards heeded only Jun Chenzhou's command, landing a solid blow on Mama Xia. Outrageous! This is utterly outrageous. The Empress Dowager nearly staggered back, only to be steadied by the Empress. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, Mother is of advanced age. She cannot be without Mama Xia's service. Jun Chenzhou cast her a sidelong glance, his voice low and resolute. Mother sent Mama Xia to consult with me, yet she acted contrary to my orders, nearly causing a disaster. Such a treacherous servant deserves execution. The Empress felt a tremor of fear coursing through her. He continued, I have shown leniency by only administering 50 lashes. The Empress Dowager's chest heaved with indignation. Mama Xia was only concerned for the princess. Your own flesh and blood suffers, yet you shield a mere maid? If Jingyi learns of this, how will it reflect on your father-daughter relationship? The more she spoke, the more she felt justified, and Jun Chenzhou's demeanor appeared increasingly deranged. Tonight, he had struck dozens of individuals, executed the palace guards involved in the punishment, and now sought to slap concubines. Was this the behavior of a wise ruler? If word spread, she shuddered to think of the condemnation from the literati come morning. Shielding? Jun Chenzhou's dark eyes flashed with cold fury as he turned towards the maid on the floor. A chilling smile gracing his lips. The Empress Dowager would rather believe I am shielding her than accept that I was provoked by others. Pei Shun, I am here. Pei Shun stepped forward at the command, addressing the Empress Dowager with respect. Your Majesty, I have discovered that it was Bide, a maid from Qinyuan Palace, who placed Yulon powder in Miss Yue Ling's sachet. Bide, the Empress gasped, suddenly recalling the familiar face. Before Miss Yue Ling arrived at Qinyuan Palace, Bide had been the chief maid, and they had crossed paths many times. Pei Shun turned to Bide, his voice sharp. Do not hesitate. Confess your crimes. Bide, her body battered and bruised, trembled as she lay on the ground, weeping profusely. This servant admits. I admit, it was during the recent absence of the Holy One at the palace that I took advantage of the lax security at Qinyuan Hall to place the Yulon powder in Yu Yan's scented pouch. The Empress furrowed her brow slightly. This made sense, for Bide had served in Qinyuan Hall for many years, and naturally, no one would pay her any mind. Who instigated you? Jun Chenzhou looked down at her from lofty height, his indifferent gaze resembling that of one observing a corpse. Bide trembled like a leaf, her terrified eyes darting around the room. yet she remained speechless. Pei Shen's voice cut through the tension, sharp and commanding. Will you not speak? Have you not suffered enough? I will speak. I will speak. Bai Ji stammered in fear. It was Qi Guipin. Chapter 53. Accusation. The due date for Consort Qi's delivery was in October. Perhaps after reflecting on the incident at the Imperial Horse Grounds, she had come to a realization. Since returning to the palace, she had remained sequestered in Yaohua Palace, preparing for childbirth. Today, she had not been involved in the events at Hanzhong Palace, and therefore was not present. Jun Chenzhou's breathing grew heavier as he gazed at the barely conscious Baiji, his eyes devoid of warmth. Go, and relay my message. The Empress Dowager's voice rose sharply. Your Majesty, Consort Qi is on the verge of giving birth. How can we disturb her? Although she favors the little princess, it is highly likely that Consort Qi carries a prince. How can a princess be compared to a prince? Jun Chenzhou cast her a fleeting glance, the faint hint of mockery in his eyes causing the Empress Dowager great discomfort. Did not Mother intend to thoroughly investigate the matter of Jingyi's poisoning? His voice chilled. He enunciated, since Mother wishes to pursue this matter to the end, I shall accompany you. He withdrew his gaze and spoke to Pei Shen. Why are you still here? Yes. In the late autumn chill, the night was particularly cold, and the interrogation chamber was grim and foreboding. The howling winds mingled with the anguished cries of Granny Xia, rendering the Empress and others stiff with fear, their faces pale. Yet, Jun Chenzhou remained indifferent, showing no inclination to allow them a moment's respite. The punishment continued. Granny Xia, having aged, had already weakened her cries after dozens of lashes, while the Empress Dowager's face remained cold and silent, her expression exceedingly grim. Your Majesty, for the sake of my lamentable self, can you not show leniency towards Granny Xia this time? Jun Chenzhou's icy gaze narrowed slightly. Show her mercy? Then why has no one shown mercy to Yue Ling today? Had it not been for that cunning servant's failure to articulate her words clearly, how could Yue Ling have suffered so? Not executing her directly is already a concession to the Empress Dowager. Mother need not worry. If Granny Xia cannot endure this, I shall arrange for someone else to serve you in the palace. You. The Empress Dowager fell silent, her face turning an ashen hue, as if she were gritting her teeth while saying, very well, indeed. Jun Chenzhou did not look at her again, his tone remaining indifferent. Empress Dowager, I am the emperor of this Shi kingdom. A quarter of an hour later, Pei Shen brought Consort Qi in. Throughout the journey, Consort Qi felt increasingly anxious, having recently kept to herself in her palace, eschewing competition for favor and solely focusing on her child. She had even sought the Empress's mercy to be excused from formal greetings prior to her delivery, fearing that stepping out might invite trouble. As they drew closer to the Shunqing department, the oppressive atmosphere heightened her trepidation, while Pei Shen remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Upon disembarking from the ceremonial carriage, the sight of the blood-soaked stone slabs outside the Shunqing department made Consort Qi's legs weaken, nearly causing her to collapse. Your Highness, be careful. The maid Shiqi hurriedly supported her, her own teeth chattering. Though she had heard of the day's events in Yaohua Palace, nothing could compare to witnessing it firsthand. Had the emperor gone mad? Was it for the little princess or for that maid? Consort Qi, leaning on her attendant, managed to approach Jun Chenzhou. This humble servant greets your Majesty. I am unaware of the reason for your summons. Jun Chenzhou coldly scrutinized her. Do you recognize the Yulon powder? Consort Qi was taken aback, shaking her head repeatedly. Your Majesty, I implore you to see reason. How could I know of such a rare concoction? I only learned of the princess's poisoning today. Pei Shen produced Baiji's confession. Upon reading it, Consort Qi's face was filled with astonishment and unease. She clumsily knelt, supporting herself with Shiqi. I have no grievances with the princess or Miss Yue Ling. Why would I resort to such means to harm her? No grievances? Li Jiu, standing nearby, scoffed. Was it not you who harassed Yue Ling before? Hearing Li Jiu's words, Consort Qi suddenly recalled that she had indeed clashed with Yue Ling over half a year ago. Panic surged within her. Your Majesty, I truly did not. Consort Qi abruptly pointed at Baiji. You insolent maid. Who gave you the audacity to slander me? Baiji cried in panic. Your Majesty, it was indeed Consort Qi who commanded me. The one who contacted me was Qinglian, a second-rank maid from Yaohua Palace. Qi's expression changed. She was the head maid of Yaohua Palace and was well aware of Qinglian. Consort Qi's eyes darkened instantly. She recalled Qinglian's identity. Go and summon her. When Qinglian was brought forth, she immediately knelt at Consort Qi's feet, grasping her garment. Your Highness, save me. This declaration sparked murmurs among the crowd, with some voices suggesting, surely, she knows the matter is exposed, hence she begs Consort Qi for salvation? Impudence. Consort Qi glared furiously at the speaker, Qian Baolin, who merely shrugged and retreated, falling silent. Baiji, does she look familiar to you? The Empress spoke at the opportune moment. Baiji looked up and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it is she. Initially, it was Qinglian who approached me, stating that I was currently of little use at court. If I assisted her, once Consort Qi bore a prince, I would be assigned to serve the prince. If the little prince ascends to the throne in the future, her voice grew fainter, yet the crowd was frozen in shock. The emperor still lived, yet Consort Qi dared to utter such treasonous words. I did not. I am wronged. Consort Qi, disregarding everything else, knelt on the ground and clutched the man's robe. Even if emboldened, I would not dare speak such words. She kicked Qinglian, who had knelt beside her, and angrily reprimanded. Who instructed you to slander me? Baiji persistently bowed her head, crying out. It was merely a moment of folly. Ever since Yue Ling arrived at court, I became a mere menial maid. I was unwilling, and thus was incited by Qinglian. At this moment, Jun Chenzhou's eyes were filled with fury. Even the Empress Dowager appeared taken aback. The Empress struggled to maintain her composure, turning sharply to Qinglian. Was this truly instigated by Consort Qi? Qinglian trembled like a leaf, crying out to the Empress. This servant was also following the orders of the esteemed consort. Your Majesty, please spare my life. She desperately shook her head, clinging to Consort Qi's leg. You insolent maid, still slandering me. Witnessing the chaotic scene before him, Jun Chenzhou's jaw tightened as he signaled Pei Shun with a glance. Pei Shun understood and immediately gestured for Qinglian to be brought to the interrogation stool. Your Highness, save this servant. The other servants had already endured their punishments, and Granny Xia lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The only sounds left in the chamber were Qinglian's wails. I confess everything. Qinglian cried out after enduring a dozen lashes. It was all commanded by Consort Qi. I was merely following my master's instructions. As the guards dragged her away, Qinglian promptly spilled. My home is in the outskirts of the capital. A few days ago, Consort Qi commanded me to retrieve a package from home, which had been sent by the Qi family. Inside was the Yulon powder. Nonsense. Qi stepped forward, scolding, You have not left the palace in months. How could the consort have instructed you? Qinglian swallowed the blood pooling in her mouth, her gaze drifting towards a certain spot. The crowd followed her line of sight, landing on the usually unassuming Yi Jiu. This servant and Yi Jiu's maid, Feng Fei, hail from the same village. I asked her to assist me when I left the palace. Yi Jiu's expression changed drastically, and Feng Fei, unable to bear the pressure, stepped forward. This servant. I indeed helped Qinglian retrieve the package, but I had no idea what was inside. Your Highness, please believe me. Feng Fei pleaded, her eyes filled with desperation as she gazed at Yi Jiu. Yi Jiu's serene facade cracked slightly, and disregarding the dark stains on the ground, she knelt to plead, Your Majesty, please see clearly. I assure you with my life that Feng Fei knows nothing. Yi Jiu possessed a kind heart, displaying genuine concern for your maidservant. Li Jiu, standing beside her, let out a derisive snicker. Qinglian continued to confess. After receiving the parcel, I handed the Yulon powder and some silver to Baiji. The silver bore the emblem of the Qi family S Bank. It could not possibly be a forgery. Qi Guipin sat slumped on the ground, her mind a chaotic storm. At that moment, Qinglian cast a sorrowful glance at her and murmured, I feel unworthy of your grace. My lady, I can only wish to serve you in the next life. With that, she suddenly sprang to her feet, using all her strength to dash towards the wall, crashing into it with a resounding thud. The impact echoed, and blood splattered across Qi Guipin's face. Qinglian's body crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from her forehead, flowing along the stone pavement. Chapter 54. Are you afraid of me? Qinglian's actions, perceived by all as a revelation of an irretrievable situation, led her to take her own life out of fear of punishment, further solidifying the accusations against noble consort Qi. In a moment of despair, noble consort Qi collapsed onto the ground, and Qi, filled with sorrow, embraced her. Your Highness. Bide, witnessing Qinglian's tragic fate, felt her heart turn to ash. Instinctively, she prostrated herself, pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, spare me. Jun Chenzhou's fingers tightened around the ring, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Bide, for conspiring against the princess, will face dismemberment, and her entire family will be exiled. Noble consort Qi shall be demoted to a maid and confined to Yaohua Palace. All palace personnel involved will face execution. These cold, indifferent words sent shivers down the spines of those present. Fang Fei, upon hearing this, fell limp to the ground, only breaking into a fierce struggle when the Imperial Guards came to take her away. Your Highness, save me. Please save me. Yi Jiu, disregarding her dignity, stumbled and grasped Fang Fei's hand, collapsing to the ground alongside her. No longer the composed figure she once was, she crawled to Jun Chenzhou's feet. Your Majesty, I implore you to spare Fang Fei's life. I care not for my own fate. I beg you. Xiao Fuji, sensing the man's foul mood, quickly bent to assist Yi Jiu. Your Highness, please rise, be mindful of your health. Yet, Yi Jiu remained oblivious, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, noble consort Qi, upon hearing of her demotion, was struck with sudden panic, sensing warmth pooling beneath her. She clutched Shichi's arm tightly, her face paling. I think I'm about to give birth. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted dramatically as she urgently commanded, quickly, take noble consort Qi back to the palace. As the night cloaked the world in darkness, the sky began to lighten in the distance. The shadows of trees danced outside, and a gentle breeze wafted through. When Yue Ling awoke, she found the hall empty. Struggling to open her swollen eyes, she stared blankly at the bright yellow curtains, feeling lost and disoriented. Waves of pain coursed through her, causing her to furrow her brow. A cool sensation from the wound alleviated some of her discomfort, and she realized her garments had been changed, confirming that Jun Chenzhou had rescued her. Before losing consciousness, she had caught a glimpse of the man's silhouette, but she had dismissed it as a mere illusion. Outside was eerily quiet, its stillness unsettling. Watching the shadows dance on the window, an unsettling atmosphere compelled Yue Ling to sit up, a hint of fear creeping in. Is anyone there? She attempted to call out, but her throat was too parched, and her voice barely escaped her lips. Moments later, with a creak, the door swung open, and Yin entered with warm water. Upon seeing Yue Ling awake, she hurried over. You're awake. Quickly, lie back down. Be careful not to strain your wound. Yue Ling rested her head on the soft pillow and asked, Sister Yin, how did I return? The Emperor arrived just in time. The thought solidified in Yue Ying's mind, and she instinctively glanced toward the door. Where is the Emperor? Yin's expression froze. The Emperor has gone to the Ministry of Justice to interrogate those who conspired against you. Who is it? Yue Ling grasped her arm tightly. It was noble consort Qi who bribed Bide. Yue Ling was momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend that it was noble consort Qi. Their conflict had occurred long ago, and since then, they had had no further interactions. Was it truly her? Yin hesitated, but felt it her right to inform her. The Emperor has ordered the execution of the palace personnel involved today. Jiaoyi and others connected to you have been punished severely, and the Emperor has dealt harshly with all palace maids present, ordering the punishment of Jiaoyi, Feng Pin, and Mama Xia. Their injuries are grave. It is uncertain if they will survive. Yue Ying's mind was a cacophony of thunderous thoughts. He had punished so many for her sake. Even the pregnant Feng Ruoyan? She involuntarily envisioned the palace personnel beaten to a pulp, their cries seemingly mingling with the night breeze. The horror of it all filled her mind, and Jun Chenzhou's ruthless actions instilled further fear within her. Yue Ling shook her head, attempting to dispel these chilling images. You mustn't move. Yin restrained her, glancing toward the door. The interrogation has concluded. The emperor has just returned and is instructing Xiao Fuji to draft orders for the punishment of those who harmed you. Yin moved to open the window, revealing the courtyard of Qinyuan Hall. A cold gust swept in as she pushed the window open. The courtyard was deserted, and in the distance, the doors stood wide open, revealing Jun Chenzhou in his dark dragon robe, standing with his hands clasped behind his back on the steps. He gazed ahead with indifference, his chiseled profile appearing particularly stern in the dim light, emanating an aura of chilling authority. Xiao Fuji, bowing as he listened to the emperor's commands, suddenly glanced up and was taken aback to see the window of the sleeping quarters flung open. "Miss Yue Yin, you are awake. Today." Those implicated in the matter faced execution, while noble consort Qi had just lost her child. The Empress Dowager hurried to Yaohua Palace, and the emperor ordered the punishment of the Qi family and those involved. Meanwhile, the empress, fearing the repercussions for herself, returned to Qinyuan Hall and has been seeking forgiveness. Upon hearing Xiao Fuji's voice, several pairs of eyes turned toward her in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, Yu Yan's pale face bore a sickly hue, her frail form resembling a flower buffeted by the wind, on the verge of collapsing. Jun Chenzhou furrowed his brow and swiftly entered the hall. "Why are you up?" Yu Yan cast a frightened glance at him, her watery almond-shaped eyes flickering with uncertainty. Sensing her fear, Jun Chenzhou stepped forward and gently embraced her. "It's all right. Do not fear. Those who have wronged you shall not escape my wrath." Yu Yin trembled at his words, and upon noticing the faint traces of blood on his robe, her fear intensified, causing her fingers to curl tightly. Through the remnants of blood on him, she envisioned the ground soaked in blood, with bodies strewn about, some of whom she had never even met. The blood saturated the stone floor, and the faint moonlight cast a ghastly glow upon the darkened patches, the nauseating scent of blood lingering in the air. Yu Yin found herself trembling uncontrollably, the brutality of his methods instilling fear within her. If he could treat others this way, would he one day turn that same ruthlessness upon her, just as he had imprisoned her in her past life, leaving her to fend for herself? Recalling her own fate in her previous life, her already pallid face lost all color. She lowered her head, tightly grasping her garments. Jun Chenzhou's brows furrowed as his gaze fell upon her ashen face. "Do not move about until you have fully recovered." He bent down, placing several soft pillows before her to ensure her comfort. However, before he could touch her, Yu Yin instinctively shrank away, avoiding his reach. Her delicate cheek brushed against his fingertips, slipping away from his touch. Jun Chenzhou's eyes lifted, meeting her gaze filled with unmasked anxiety and fear. And he suddenly sneered. "Are you afraid of me?" Author's note: Countdown to leaving the palace. Chapter 55. The Crown Prince at Yaohua Palace. When Jun Chenzhou arrived, the sound of a woman's cries filled the hall, mingling with a strong scent of blood. The Empress Dowager and the Empress had arrived earlier. Despite Qi Gengyi being accused of plotting against the young princess, she was undeniably carrying a genuine dragon fetus. Given Jun Chenzhou's scant offspring, whether the child were male or female, it might offer Qi Gengyi a glimmer of hope. Inside the inner chamber, Shihua steadfastly guarded the bedside, while Qi Gengyi clutched her hand tightly, incessant cries of pain escaping her lips. "Your Highness, gather your strength. The child's head is already visible," the midwife, frantic with urgency, noted Qi Gengyi's weakened state after the fright she had endured previously and her recent disgrace. When physician who emerged from within, the Empress Dowager hastily inquired, "What news?" "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Qi Guifei has reached full term, and the fetus has remained healthy. However, due to the shock she experienced today, it may take considerable effort to deliver the child. We must ensure the child survives." Physician whose expression bore a hint of worry. Qi Gengyi's fright had rendered her unable to exert the necessary strength, and if the child were trapped too long within her, the outcome could be dire. Nonetheless, he could only offer comforting words in the presence of the Empress Dowager. She continued to fidget with the string of prayer beads in her hand, murmuring softly. The Empress contemplated the closed wooden door of the delivery room, her thoughts veering elsewhere. Had Qi Gengyi not been disgraced as a noble consort, she would have been able to raise the child herself. Yet now, having attempted to harm the young princess and framing Yu Yan. She had been relegated to the confines of Yaohua Palace, leaving the child's fate uncertain. The empress felt a flicker of excitement within her. As the matriarch of the palace, if this were Jun Chenzhou's first son, it would be most advantageous for her to raise him herself. Stealing a glance at Jun Chenzhou, she found him unusually impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion. The empress suddenly found it difficult to comprehend him. Could it be that the injustice faced by Yu Yan was of greater significance than Qi Gengyi's impending childbirth? His indifference towards Qi Gengyi's condition, coupled with the recent events she had witnessed upon leaving Qinyuan Hall, left her feeling a pang of bitterness. She had never seen him exhibit such tenderness before. Taking a deep breath, the empress resolved that if she could not secure his affection, then this child must become hers. An hour later, Jun Chenzhou departed for the morning court, yet Qi Gengyi had yet to give birth. The empress dowager, weary from her night of vigil, had to be escorted back. "Do not worry, mother. I will remain here until Qi Gengyi safely delivers." The empress dowager patted her hand. "Thank you for your diligence." The empress smiled. "It is my duty." After court, Jun Chenzhou went straight to Qinyuan Hall. However, upon entering the chamber, he found it eerily vacant. "Where is everyone?" Startled, Qiu, who was arranging the bedding, quickly knelt and replied, "Your Majesty, Miss Yu Yan has returned to her own quarters." Jun Chenzhou's expression darkened. Recalling the fear that had flickered in Yu Yan's eyes the night before, a coldness enveloped him. He had defended her, yet she was afraid of him. Although he initially intended to disregard her, he found himself standing before her door. Yang Hai cautiously glanced up at him. The emperor's mood had been mercurial throughout the day and night. During morning court, when a minister had mentioned the events of the previous night, the tone had been disapproving. Jun Chenzhou had promptly demoted that minister, leaving the others too intimidated to speak further. The oppressive tension lingered. Moments later, the wooden door swung open. A yen emerged, holding a bowl of medicine, and was taken aback to encounter Jun Chenzhou. Her heart raced, and she hurriedly knelt in greeting. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Yu Yan's room was small. Standing at the doorway, Jun Chenzhou could see the entire space, and through the curtains, he caught sight of her lying on her side. "How is she?" After a prolonged silence, the man finally inquired. A yen lowered her head further. "Your majesty, the physician has just examined her." Miss Yu Yan was startled and caught a chill. "She has developed a slight fever. She has just taken her medicine and has fallen asleep." Jun Chenzhou brushed past her and entered the chamber. Yang Hai quickly shut the door behind him, standing guard outside. On the bed, the young woman appeared serene in her slumber, her breathing steady. Her complexion was not as pallid as the day before, perhaps due to the fever that brought a flush to her cheeks. Jun Chenzhou sat at the edge of the bed, lifting his hand to caress her slightly warm forehead, his fingers trailing from her brow down her nose, finally resting on her delicate lips. In her sleep, she looked particularly docile, devoid of the rejection and fear that accompanied her waking moments. A cold scoff escaped him as he pressed his fingertip firmly against her tender lips. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yang Hai finally heard the sound of the door opening. Jun Chenzhou emerged, hands clasped behind his back, and Yang Hai promptly reported, "Your Majesty, Qi Gengyi has given birth to a son. However, the young prince is somewhat frail, and Qi Gengyi suffered significant blood loss. The physician suggests she may find it difficult to conceive again in the future." Jun Chenzhou's icy gaze drifted into the distance, his tone indifferent. "Qi Gengyi shall remain in Yaohua Palace. The crown prince is to be sent to the royal nursery." Yang Hai was momentarily taken aback before hastily complying. He had expected the emperor to select a noble consort for the first prince, considering the significance of the child. However, it seemed Jun Chenzhou displayed little concern. The crown prince had indeed been tainted by Qi Gengyi's disgrace. Others often remarked that a mother's status elevated her child. Yet they failed to recognize that within the palace, it was equally true that a child's status could elevate the mother. In Shokong Palace, the Empress Dowager, having endured a night of turmoil, finally exhaled deeply upon hearing of Qi Gengyi's delivery. "Amitabha, the emperor finally has a son." She pressed a hand to her chest. Feeling the tension of the previous night dissipate. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Mama Xia had been taken away to recuperate and remained unconscious, leaving Su Xin, a senior maid, to attend to the Empress Dowager. Su Xin had served the Empress Dowager for nearly a decade. While not as close as Mama Xia, she was still considered a trusted confidant. Recalling Su Xin's words, the Empress Dowager thought of Mama Xia, and a flicker of pain crossed her eyes. How is Mama Xia? I summoned the physician to examine her. Given her age and the severity of her punishment, I fear Su Xin hesitated before adding. The physician said if she can endure these next few days, she should be out of danger. The Empress Dowager slumped in her chair, her expression weary. I never imagined the Emperor would resort to such severity this time. Mama Xia had served her for over 30 years, and though she may not have achieved great merit, she had surely endured hardships. For the sake of a mere maid, he disregarded her face entirely. The pain for Mama Xia was not the only concern. The Empress Dowager felt her authority was being challenged. Jun Chenzhou had always been emotionally distant, yet their mother-son bond had remained harmonious. This was the first time he had defied her so overtly. Su Xin stood behind her, massaging her shoulders. Your Majesty, forgive my frankness, but if the Emperor favors that maid, opposing him may lead to estrangement. Preposterous, the Empress Dowager suddenly exclaimed. He would sever ties with me for a mere maid? Su Xin was startled, quickly kneeling to apologize. I misspoke. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager ignored her, her fingers absently playing with the prayer beads. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her. Had Jun Chenzhou simply favored Jiaoyi or Li Jiu, she would have remained silent. However, he now seemed entirely swayed by another's influence, a dangerous precedent for an emperor. As the ruler, he should be devoid of romantic entanglements. The maid must be dealt with. Su Xin looked up in astonishment. Your Majesty, I dare to suggest, should you truly dispose of that girl, the Emperor will not take it lightly. The Empress tightened her grip on the prayer beads. Though reluctant to admit it, Su Xin's words held a kernel of truth. She harbored no fondness for you, Yan, and wished to shield Jun Chenzhou from any vulnerabilities. Yet she was even less inclined to see a rift between mother and son. After a prolonged silence, the Empress sighed and said, Very well, I am not a villain. Let us find an opportunity to send her out of the palace. Chapter 56. Permission to leave the palace as November ushered in the early winter. Jun Chenzhou found himself exceedingly busy, leaving Yue Ling with little opportunity to see him during the daylight hours. The war against bide raged fiercely, and Yue Ling recalled that during a similar time in her past life, Jun Chenzhou had personally led his troops into battle against bide, returning victorious after 2 months. Bide, a small nation on the northern frontier of the Central Plains, may not have wielded a strong military, but its vast grasslands yielded annual tributes of cattle and horses. As anticipated, news soon reached Yue Ling of Jun Chenzhou and Appo's as personal expedition. Unaware of the discussions circulating within the inner palace, she focused solely on her recovery in Qianyuan Hall. After court, Jun Chenzhou made his way to Kunning Palace. The Empress, engaged in conversation with Zhou Wan, was taken aback by the announcement of his arrival. It had been a month since she last saw Jun Chenzhou. In fact, he had not set foot in the inner palace since that fateful day. Your Majesty, she greeted him with a bow. Jun Chenzhou passed by her, entering the inner hall and addressing her in a calm tone. The Empress, observing his tall and imposing figure, felt a flicker of hope tempered by concern. Your Majesty, I have heard that you intend to lead the army yourself. The frontier is harsh and cold, and the Bide people are exceedingly fierce. I am genuinely worried. Despite her anxious words, Jun Chenzhou remained largely unaffected. Since his first encounter with the battlefield at the age of 15, he had endured countless wars over the past decade. It was only after ascending the throne that the realm enjoyed peace, reducing the frequency of conflict. However, Baidi's unprovoked violation of the treaty and their acts of pillaging along the border necessitated a decisive campaign to subdue the nation entirely, ensuring that it would no longer exist and that the territory of Shi Kingdom would expand. Zhou Wan watched Jun Chenzhou with an expression of quiet longing, her hopes of intimacy having dwindled over the months since her coronation. Your Majesty, you need not worry. I have come to inform you that after your departure, Matters within the inner palace will be managed by you and the Xianfei. The empress promptly assured him, Your Majesty need not fret. I shall ensure the palace is well managed, alleviating any concerns you may have. Jun Chenzhou nodded slightly, and after a brief exchange, silence fell between them. Sensing the awkwardness, the empress ventured, Your Majesty, the first prince has reached his first month, but due to the ongoing war, we could not hold a grand celebration. I propose we prepare a proper event for his first birthday. Yes, please take good care of the first prince, he replied. The empress's heart soared at his words, and she cautiously suggested, since the first prince is still young and requires maternal care, and with Qi Shi confined in Yaohua Palace, might it be prudent to find a wet nurse for him? Observing his unchanging demeanor, Jun Chenzhou took a sip of tea before replying, There is no rush. All the wet nurses and palace attendants will tend to him. There is no need for concern. Understanding the need to retreat, the empress smiled faintly and said, As you say, Your Majesty, I shall take good care of him as his rightful mother. After a brief moment of silence, Jun Chenzhou found himself at a loss for words and chose to depart. Once the doors closed behind him, the empress's expression darkened. It seems the emperor has no intention of associating the first prince with this palace, she mused. Zhou Wan, trembling, suggested, Sister, perhaps if you mentioned it to the emperor, he might agree. Foolish girl, the empress shot her a sidelong glance. I am already the empress. If I were to openly request a child, would it not only arouse the emperor's suspicions about my ambitions? Zhou Wan meekly acquiesced, then hesitantly proposed, Sister, why not seek the favor of the Empress Dowager? She may be more amenable. The Empress fell silent, lost in thought. In the afternoon, Yue Ling emerged from her chamber, gingerly supporting herself against the railings of the corridor. Her wounds had begun to heal, though some discomfort remained, forcing her to proceed slowly. Soon, she was approached by Xiao Fuzi, who relayed, Sister Yue Ling, Aunt Su Xan from Shokong Palace is here and wishes to see you. Aunt Su Xin? Yue Ling pondered, recognizing her as a confidant of the Empress Dowager. Could this be a summons from the Empress Dowager herself? Recalling the Dowager and Amp, Appo's displeased expression on their last encounter, she felt a flutter of anxiety. Outside, Su Xan approached with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor haughty. Miss Yue Ling, I hope you're well. The Empress Dowager has sent me to inquire about your injuries. Yue Ling nodded in gratitude. I appreciate the Empress Dowager's concern. I am recovering well and can walk normally now. That is good to hear. The Empress Dowager is aware of your unjust suffering and feels remorseful. She has sent me to invite you to her, so that her mind may be at ease, Su Xan explained. Lowering her gaze, Yue Ling replied softly, Aunt, you flatter me. How could I dare to harbor grievances against the Empress Dowager? Please assure her that there is no need for concern. Uncertain of the Empress Dowager and Appo's true intentions, Yue Ling remained skeptical of her alleged guilt. Su Xan and Appo's smile persisted. Fear not, Mississippi. The Empress Dowager has stated that your recent ordeal has troubled her conscience. Being a devout Buddhist, she feels the weight of these injustices. While you lack for nothing in terms of ordinary rewards, would you accept an early release from the palace? Yue Ling and Amp, Appo's head snapped up, astonished. Leave the palace? Yes. If you are willing, then please accompany me, Su Xan replied. In Shokong Palace, Yue Ling knelt and greeted. I have come to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. The Dowager's expression was inscrutable, and she did not bid Yue Ling to rise, merely stating, I know you have not been in the palace long, and your recent actions have stirred quite a commotion. I truly do not wish for you to remain at the Emperor's side any longer. Yue Ling clenched her fists, feeling the sting of injustice. She had been wronged. Yet the Dowager accused her of disrupting the peace of the inner palace. What fault lay with her? Suppressing her humiliation, she lowered her gaze and replied softly, Yes, I am unworthy and unfit to serve before the Emperor. Seeing her compliance, the Dowager and Amp, Appo's expression softened. I am not a cruel person. I do not wish to create any rift between you and the Emperor. You should understand my meaning, she continued, with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Yue Ling listened as the Dowager declared, In that case, I shall show mercy and grant you an early release from the palace. But do not appear before the Emperor again. Yue Ling and Appo's heart raced. She could truly leave the palace? Once the emperor has gone to war and you have fully recuperated, I shall send someone to escort you away. However, the dowager and Appo's tone shifted to one of sternness. You must know how to conduct yourself in the presence of the emperor. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yue Ling struggled to contain her excitement. I understand, and I thank the Empress Dowager for her grace. Chapter 57. Awaiting your return before Jun Chenzhou's expedition, the capital experienced its first snowfall of the winter. After the snow, the sun shone through the vibrant red plums in the courtyard, reflecting off the thick blanket of snow. The melting icicles on the eaves produced a delicate sound as the melted snow water trickled down the glazed tiles, dropping rhythmically onto the corridor below. Tomorrow marked the day when His Majesty would lead the charge, and Yue Ling had not seen him for many days. Recently, all affairs in Qianyuan Hall had been managed by Xiao Fuzi. Yue Ling, still recovering from her severe injuries, had spent an entire month in recuperation before she could manage to move about on her own. Given her frail constitution, the ordeal had left her weakened, battling both chills and high fevers for several days. A yin brought her new winter attire, and Yue Ling wrapped herself up like a ball as she stepped out of her room. A yin and the other palace maids were busy sweeping the snow in the courtyard when they noticed her. A yin hurriedly set down her broom and approached, asking, "Why are you out here?" As she spoke, she raised her hand to touch Yue Ling's forehead, saying, "You're not burning up anymore. It seems that the medicine from Shun Yuanpan is indeed effective." With a resigned sigh, Yue Ling replied, "Dear sister, I and Appo's am truly fine. If I lie down any longer, I fear my bones will turn to mush." A yin gently tapped her forehead, saying, "This is all for your own good. His Majesty has decreed that you need not serve for the next few months. Just focus on recuperating." Yue Ling's eyes flickered as she walked alongside a yin down the corridor. "Sister, do you know if Eunuch Yang will accompany His Majesty on this journey?" A yin cast her a puzzled glance. How could Eunuch Yang possibly go? His Majesty has never taken attendance with him during military campaigns. Such matters are of no concern in the barracks. Moreover, someone must oversee Qianyuan Hall to prevent disturbances while His Majesty is away. Eunuch Yang is His Majesty's trusted aide. Naturally, he will remain here. Yue Ling's heart sank. If Yang Hai stayed in Qianyuan Hall, then her every move would be under his watchful eye. If the Empress Dowager sent her out of the palace, and Yang Hai followed closely behind, all her efforts would be in vain. Noticing Yue Ling's distracted demeanor, a yin smiled mysteriously. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part?" "What?" Yue Ling raised her almond-shaped eyes in confusion. A yin chuckled, nudging her arm. "I mean His Majesty. Are you going to miss him? Otherwise, why would she keep asking questions?" Yue Ling found herself at a loss for words and decided to remain silent. Pouting her lips, she realized that further inquiries would yield no answers. Just as she intended to turn back, she noticed someone standing on the corridor. Jun Chenzhou, clad in a dark blue uniform, stood with his hands clasped behind him, seemingly having watched her for some time. Today, she wore a rosy cloak, its furry collar obscuring half her face. Having grown thin from her illness, her delicate features accentuated her captivating, watery eyes even more. Her unadorned beauty dimmed the brilliance of the red plums behind her. Surprised to see him at this hour, she paused momentarily before performing a curtsy. "This servant pays her respects to your Majesty." The man helped her up, their fingertips brushing against each other, cold and devoid of warmth. "Yun Chenzhou so slightly. You've not fully recovered, and yet you're out in the cold. Do you wish to be ill for several more months?" Though his words were reproachful, concern lingered in his eyes. Yang Hai, noticing this, quickly gestured discreetly to those behind him, and soon the courtyard was left with just the two of them. Jun Chenzhou led Yue Ling into the study, where he summoned warm water and placed her hands in it. The warmth dispelled the chill of winter. And with the heat from the Kong, a traditional heated bed, Yue Ling soon felt herself warming up. Jun Chenzhou unfastened her cloak and drew her into his embrace. Yue Ling did her utmost to relax, hoping he wouldn't sense anything amiss. He would be departing tomorrow. If she could just comply with him today, they might endure this moment in peace. "What did the Empress Dowager summon you for?" Yun Chenzhou asked, wrapping his arms around her from behind and enclosing her small hands within his. As soon as he spoke, he felt her fingers tremble, lightly tracing his palm. "It was nothing," Yue Ling replied softly, lowering her gaze. The Empress Dowager mentioned that there was a misunderstanding that day and offered some rewards. Jun Chenzhou raised an eyebrow, skeptical that the Empress Dowager would believe she had erred. From his vantage point, he could see her fluttering eyelashes, perhaps fearing that he would bring up that unpleasant memory again. Thus he chose to let the matter rest. They sat in silence for a while until Yue Ling heard him sigh softly. I shall leave tomorrow. Do you have nothing to say to me? Instinctively, she turned to look at him, and he lowered his head, affectionately tapping her forehead. Little ungrateful one. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, softening his previously stern expression. Yue Ling bit her lip and murmured, the battlefield is perilous. Your Majesty must take care. Is that all? Jun Chenzhou seemed somewhat dissatisfied. They were so close that she nestled against him, enveloped by the crisp scent of snow and bamboo. He gently lifted her chin. Does the injury still hurt? Yue Ling shook her head. It's almost healed. That's good. Before she could fully grasp the meaning of his words, he swiftly turned her around, positioning her on his lap. Your Majesty, she stammered, anxiously gripping his clothing, but before she could complete her sentence, he captured her breath. Pressing against his strong chest, she tilted her head back, surrendering to his kiss. Jun Chenzhou held her chin, compelling her to part her lips, deepening their entanglement. The woman in his arms trembled, her eyelashes fluttering, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, feeling weak under his fervent affection. After what seemed like an eternity, he released her, yet continued to lower his head, lightly pecking her lips. Unbeknownst to her, the buttons of her collar had been undone, falling to the ground. Biting her lip, she shot him a reproachful glance. Jun Chenzhou's eyes sparkled with amusement. I promised to give you something better. His breath came heavier in the quiet chamber as he kissed her cheeks, neck, and whispered between caresses, wait for my return. Will you? Yue Ling suddenly stiffened, not knowing where to direct her gaze. This servant, she struggled to contain her emotions, her voice barely above a whisper. I ask for nothing as long as your Majesty returns safely. Such obedience. Jun Chenzhou did not press her further, but gently brushed away the tear glistening at her cheek with his fingertip. Wait for my return. Yue Ling averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. This servant will await your Majesty's return. Refined text. Chapter 58. Yao Yao is her intimate name. Does His Majesty not know? That night, Emperor Jun, wary of aggravating her injuries, cradled her close, lavishing her with kisses until her delicate lips grew numb and unresponsive. At the break of dawn, as he departed, she remained in slumber, gazing upon her serene countenance. Emperor Jun gently caressed her cheek before departing. Yang Hai stood sentinel outside the chamber. Emperor Jun paused before him, issuing the command, secure the Qianyuan Palace in my absence. Allow no unauthorized entry, upon pain of death. He cast a final glance towards the palace interior, adding, no one is permitted to intrude. Any transgressors are to be executed on sight. Yang Hai responded promptly, your servant shall execute your directives with utmost diligence. With Emperor Jun's departure, an even greater stillness descended upon the imperial harem, but Lady Yu felt a growing anxiety. Weeks had elapsed with no communication from the Empress Dowager, and Yang Hai, ever vigilant, had cautioned the palace staff against unnecessary excursions. Lady Yu feigned nonchalance as she surveyed the courtyard, noting the impenetrable cordon of imperial guards surrounding the Qianyuan Palace. What troubles you? Consort and inquired, observing her distracted demeanor. A knowing smile then played on her lips. Is it lovesickness that ails you? Lady Yu began to retort, but catching Yang Hai and Appo's gaze, she lowered her head and chided. What are you saying, sister? Her bashful demeanor was readily interpreted by onlookers as mere shyness. Yang Hai observed the exchange with satisfaction, relieved that the Emperor and Appo's affections were not misplaced. He longed to rush to the northern D and inform the Emperor that Lady Yu reciprocated his feelings. Following the incident with Consort Qi, no one in the Qianyuan Palace remained ignorant of Lady Yu and Appo's ascendants as the Emperor and Appo's new favorite. It was widely believed that upon the war and Appo's conclusion, the imperial harem would gain a new mistress. Remembering the Emperor and Appo's explicit instructions, Yang Hai was well aware that the emperor had issued the decree barring unauthorized entry to the Qianyuan palace to safeguard Lady Yu from further tribulations. Should any untoward events transpire within the palace, as long as Lady Yu remained within the confines of the Qianyuan palace, she would be beyond reproach. Yang Hai could not help but marvel at the emperor and Appo's devotion to Lady Yu. The emperor had, in fact, already drafted the imperial edict for her investiture, but had refrained from promulgating it throughout the 6 palaces, fearing that her relocation to the harem during his absence would expose her to hidden dangers. It was deemed preferable for her to remain in the Qianyuan palace until his return, where the formidable presence of the imperial guards would deter any potential malice. Amidst the idleness, Su Xin unexpectedly appeared at the entrance. Yang Hai subtly furrowed his brow, approaching her and inquiring, "To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Esteemed Su Xin? Su Xin and Amp, Appo's gaze rested upon Lady Yu in the distance, and she responded with a smile. "The Empress Dowager has entrusted me with delivering tonics to Lady Yu, hoping for her swift recovery and to prevent any estrangement between her and His Majesty." "How could that be?" Yang Hai said with a smile, his eyes fixed on the box she held. Su Xin opened it, revealing an assortment of nourishing items. Yang Hai summoned Lady Yu, who accepted the box from Su Xin and retreated to her chamber. There, she promptly emptied the contents, revealing a hidden note within a concealed compartment. Yaoqing, the military prowess of the Northern D was limited, and within half a month, their forces had been routed. The king of the Northern D dispatched a plea for peace, which Emperor Jun summarily rejected. While the late emperor had pursued peaceful coexistence with the Northern D for decades, Emperor Jun was determined to incorporate the Northern D into the dominion of the Shi Kingdom, thereby exalting its national prestige. Emerging from the battlefield, Emperor Jun's aura of ferocity remained palpable. His dark armor shimmered with golden radiance, and a piercing intensity filled his gaze. Within the encampment, the 3rd princess, upon sighting his return, hesitated to approach. Driven by impetuosity, she had surreptitiously followed the army. The 3rd princess retreated to her tent, muttering to herself. She had heard that the emperor had commanded the heir of the Duke of Su, Guru Zhang, to accompany him, and she feared that she might become a widow before she could even pursue him. So she had begged Xie Qinghai to hide her in the troop. The 3rd princess had grown up with Xie Qinghai, Guru Zhang, and others, and they enjoyed amicable relations with both the emperor and herself. However, she disliked Xie Qinghai's precociousness, preferring the company of Guru Zhang. "What are you doing here, princess?" A sudden voice startled her. The 3rd princess whirled around to face Xie Qinghai's knowing gaze. I was merely looking around," the 3rd princess stammered, averting her gaze. Xie Qinghai's eyes gleamed with amusement, and he inquired casually, "How fares your pursuit of Guru Zhang after all these days?" The 3rd princess's face fell. Guru Zhang had been her childhood playmate, but upon returning from the frontier, he had become distant. She had heard rumors that he had fallen for a woman from beyond the Great Wall, but his family disapproved. The 3rd princess refused to accept defeat. The Duke of Su had once garrisoned Yaoqing, and she was determined to see for herself what qualities this woman possessed. The 3rd princess and Appo's spirits flagged. The jade pendant that the 5th princess had nearly stolen was a gift from Guru Zhang from their childhood. She cherished it, but he had broken his promise to return and marry her. The 3rd princess could not force someone to marry her, but she was determined to discover what she lacked. Xie Qinghai observed her changing expressions, amused by her lack of guile. He remarked, "I have heard that the women of the frontier are known for their bravery and spirit, in contrast to the delicate ladies of the Central Plains. Have you met her?" the 3rd princess asked. "Indeed," Xie Qinghai replied, raising an eyebrow. "Yaoqing lies near the vast steppes, and its women are skilled horsewomen. As for you, princess," Xie Qinghai paused, casting a glance that seemed to mock her lack of equestrian skills. I will learn to ride upon my return," the 3rd princess retorted, "with your intelligence." "Princess, you will surely master it quickly," Xie Qinghai said, offering a compliment to soothe her ruffled feathers. "If you are willing, I would be honored to instruct you. I, along with Guru Zhang, were taught by the same master." The 3rd princess nodded eagerly. As they spoke, Patient approached. "Princess, His Majesty summons you." The 3rd princess's heart sank, and she instinctively clutched Xie Qingai's sleeve. Xie Qingai's eyes flickered with understanding. "Do not fret, princess," he said, glancing at the sachet she wore at her waist. "Present this to his majesty, and all will be well." Before she could inquire further, they arrived at the main tent. Emperor Jun fixed her with a stern gaze, demanding without preamble, "Do you acknowledge your transgression?" The third princess's knees trembled, and she responded weakly, I do." Emperor Jun frowned in exasperation. Fortunately, they were only in the northern D. Had they been in a more perilous theater of war, he would have severely punished her. "I know I was wrong, brother," the third princess said, seizing the opportunity to approach him as his expression softened. Recalling Xie Qingai and Appo's words, she removed the sachet from her waist and offered it to him, saying, "Please do not be angry, brother. Here, take this." Jun Chenzhou caught a glimpse of the fragrant pouch and was about to scold her when he abruptly fell silent. The pouch appeared strikingly familiar. He seemed to recall that Yue Ling had worn one before. "Who gave this to you?" The third princess's eyes brightened. "Yao made several for me." Jun Chenzhou and Appo's expression shifted dramatically as he seized her wrist, demanding each word with intensity. "Who do you speak of?" The third princess trembled slightly, feeling the sting of his grip, and replied with a hint of grievance. "Yue Ling and Appo's. Yao and Appo's is her childhood name, bestowed upon her by her parents." She looked at him with confusion. "Elder brother, did you not know?" Like a thunderclap that suddenly shattered the silence. The fog that had enveloped his vision dissipated in an instant. Scenes from his dreams became vividly clear, and the visage of the woman gradually took shape. The one who played the pipa, the one who seduced him in the water, the one who surrendered herself to his every desire at the writing desk. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's pen in his hand suddenly snapped in response. Chapter 59. Lady Li. On this day, Lady Li arrived at the palace quite early to pay her respects. The Empress was still in the midst of her grooming when Kai Wei entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Lady Li has been waiting outside." The Empress raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Why has she come so early? There is still half an hour before the audience," and previously, Lady Li would often arrive just in time. Kai Lan, who was arranging the Empress's hair, added, "Lady Li was once favored and took pride in her privilege, but ever since returning from the temporary palace, the Emperor has not paid her any visits." As the master of the harem, the Empress knew that without favor, it was unwise to offend her further. "Let her in," she commanded. Today, Lady Li donned a gown of smoky purple, her pure and exquisite beauty exuding a grace akin to willows swaying in the breeze. The Empress caught a glimpse of her in a mirror, casually selecting a pair of earrings. "Lady Li, you have arrived quite early today." "Your servant pays her respects to your Majesty," Lady Li replied, seemingly oblivious to the Empress's veiled sarcasm. "I arose early today and wish to converse with you." The Empress merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, feeling little desire to engage in conversation with Lady Li. Not sensing any discomfort, Lady Li stepped forward to take the hairpin from Kai Lan's hand, gently securing it into the Empress's hair. Whereas the Empress once regarded Lady Li as impulsive and lacking in intelligence, she now began to perceive her in a new light. Adaptability, after all, is a commendable quality in the palace. With the Emperor away, I find myself quite bored, Lady Li continued. Yesterday, I strolled through the Imperial Garden and unexpectedly encountered the wet nurse, taking the first prince out to bask in the sun. As she spoke, the Empress's gaze momentarily halted. The first prince is still very young, and the winter winds can be harsh. Do those wet nurses not fear for his health? Indeed, Lady Li responded, feigning displeasure. I couldn't and Appo's help but voice my concerns to them. After all, the first prince lacks his birth mother and Appo's care, which inevitably leads to some negligence. The Empress, fully aware of Lady Li and Appo's intentions, recognized the subtle maneuvering at play. The first prince, as the Emperor and Appo's eldest son and the only prince in the palace, held a significant position, regardless of his birth mother and Appo's fall from grace. I have heard that she, the first prince and Appo's birth mother, has been quite unruly lately. Lady Li expressed worryingly. She has been shouting in the halls, claiming her innocence and asserting her status as the first prince and Appo's mother. If she continues to cause such a ruckus, I wonder if the emperor would show her leniency upon his return. The empress, however, had no intention of allowing Jun Chenzhou to pardon Shi. She wished to nurture the first prince. Yet, Jun Chenzhou and Appo's, as previous attitude had made it clear that he had no such plans. With the Zhou family already having produced an empress and a concubine, if the first prince were to become her son, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The empress frowned, troubled by the implications. If Yingjiaoyi and Appo's faction were to gain favor with the first prince, it would be detrimental to her own position. The high-ranking concubines in the palace were few, consisting only of Enchongyi, who cared for the princess, as well as Xian Fei, Shun Fei, Yingjiaoyi, and Lady Li. The empress's brow furrowed as her mind raced through the possibilities. Xian Fei and Shun Fei came from prominent families and were not reliant on her support. If she failed to raise the first prince, Lady Li's current inclination towards her could prove to be the most advantageous strategy. Observing the empress's expression, Lady Li seized the moment. Your Majesty, I am aware that I have offended you in the past. My favor has diminished significantly. I only wish for a child to call my own. She stepped back and knelt. If my wish is fulfilled, I shall surely pledge my loyalty to you henceforth. When Yingjiaoyi arrived at the palace of Kuan-Ning, Jiang Meiren was already waiting outside for her. Your Highness, Jiang Meiren said softly as she fell a few steps behind. Lady Li arrived at Kuan-Ning Palace early this morning. Lady Li? Yingjiaoyi narrowed her eyes. What business does she have? Jiang Meiren shook her head. I am of no use. I could not ascertain her intentions. As they entered the hall, there were not many present. Shortly after Yingjiaoyi took her seat, Lady Li entered from outside. Yingjiaoyi paid little attention to her, casually sipping her tea, yet her mind was alert. Lady Li had evidently come to see the empress early, suggesting that the empress wished to keep the matter discreet. What were they conspiring about? Before long, Feng Ruoyan arrived, supported by a maidservant. She was 5 months pregnant, her belly slightly rounded, and her attendant, Zhu Yun, swiftly placed a cushion on her chair. Upon noticing this, Lady Li let out a derisive laugh. It seems that Feng Fei has become quite particular. Feng Ruoyan smirked. Lady Li, please forgive me. Before leaving the palace, the emperor specifically instructed them to take good care of me, fearing he might be blamed upon his return. She did not regard Lady Li with much concern. After all, she had enjoyed constant favor for many years, yet had no offspring. What was there to fear? Surprisingly, Lady Li did not react with anger, but merely forced a smile. Is that so? Then Feng Fei must take good care of her dragon fetus and ensure nothing goes amiss. Today, Lady Li was not her usual self. She would typically voice her grievances directly rather than tolerating any mockery. Feng Run was momentarily taken aback before replying, Thank you, Lady Li, for your concern. Yingjiaoyi's eyes flickered as she discreetly observed the two women, her mind beginning to churn with thoughts. After leaving Kuan-Ning Palace, Yingjiaoyi did not travel in a grand procession, but leisurely walked with Feng Ruoyan and Jiang Meiren along the palace path. Has your Highness discovered something? Jiang Meiren gently inquired, noticing Yingjiaoyi's silence. Yingjiaoyi's eyes brimmed with irony. The Empress and Lady Li are likely plotting something concerning the first prince. Feng Ruoyan's expression tightened. The first prince? Could it be that the Empress intends to raise him? Yingjiaoyi shook her head. The Emperor would never permit the Empress to raise the first prince. If the Zhou family were to have the first prince, they would undoubtedly become insufferably arrogant. And what are your thoughts, Your Highness? Jiang Meiren cautiously observed her expression. In the past, Yingjiaoyi would have outright rejected such notions, but now, considering that since returning from the temporary palace, she had scarcely seen Jun Chenzhou alone, she had mocked Lady Li, yet her own favor had diminished significantly as well. Furthermore, the events that transpired that night in Qianyuan Hall had made her realize the imminent emergence of a formidable rival. She no longer had the confidence to dismiss the idea of raising the first prince. Feng Ruoyan's eyes darted around as she proposed, if Your Highness has such intentions, you must eliminate any possibility of Qi's resurgence. The incident with Yulan San was handled discreetly, coupled with the ongoing war with bide. The Emperor has been too preoccupied to investigate our involvement. Yet Qi is the first prince's birth mother. If the Emperor were to feel pity for her and investigate the matter thoroughly, would it not be? Yingjiaoyi's expression darkened, her tone resolute. Indeed. She must not be allowed to remain. However, what I truly detest is that wretched maid. Feng Ruoyan and Jiang Marin immediately fell silent, fully aware of whom Ing Jiaoyi referred to. Yet, the fortress-like Qianyuan Hall left them powerless to act against her. Chapter 60. Where shall Yao Yao go? As the days passed, the long-awaited birthday of the virtuous consort finally arrived. In the morning, Yang Hai was summoned to the Shokong Palace, where news of victories from the front lines brought joy to the Empress Dowager. With the occasion of the consort's birthday, she planned a family banquet within the palace. Although Jun Chenzhou was absent, Yang Hai had already prepared the gifts he intended to present to the virtuous consort. The previously clear sky suddenly turned overcast, and snowflakes danced in the wind. Yang Gonggong had been gone for 3 hours, and if he did not return soon, darkness would fall. Yin stood in the courtyard, rubbing her hands together. Winter days were brief, and the gifts needed to reach the Xianying Palace before the banquet commenced. Seeing her and Xiao Fuji with worried expressions, Yin offered, "Let me go." Xiao Fuji quickly shook her head. Gonggong said he would personally deliver them upon his return. The virtuous consort held a distinguished position among the palace's ladies, and it was only fitting for Gonggong to deliver the gifts himself to demonstrate the emperor's regard for her. However, with night approaching, Yin anxiously glanced at the sky. "I am the head maid of Qianyuan Hall. If Yang Gonggong is absent, I am the most suitable to go, am I not?" Yin and Xiao Fuji found her reasoning sound, uncertain of Yang Hai's whereabouts. If they delayed further, the banquet might begin without the emperor's gifts, and those with ill intentions might think the virtuous consort had fallen from his favor. Yin hurried to her chamber to prepare. She brought nothing with her except a pouch of silver concealed within her garments and called for Yin. "What is it?" Yin handed her a small box, forcing a smile as she said, "Sister Yin, thank you for taking care of me these days. This is a small token of my appreciation for you." Yin opened the box in confusion, finding some jewelry inside, and asked, "What is this for?" "It's nothing, just keep it," Yin insisted, shoving the box into her embrace. "Take care of yourself." Yin chuckled. "You make it sound like a farewell. Hurry along now. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return." After delivering the congratulatory gifts to Xianying Palace, Yin noticed Su Xian waiting for her at the corner on her way back to Qianyuan Hall. She instructed the other maids, "You may return." With Yang Hai absent, the remaining maids dared not interfere with her affairs. Approaching Su Xian, she glanced around and said, "Aunt Su Xian." Without further ado, Su Xian led her toward the palace gates. Today, the Empress Dowager has detained Yang Hai under the pretext of organizing the virtuous consort's birthday celebrations. You should seize this opportunity to leave. Su Xian handed her a household registration with a warning tone. "Remember your promise. You must not appear before the emperor again." Were it not for the concern of damaging the mother-son relationship, the Empress Dowager would have resolved this matter more decisively, preventing you from leaving the palace altogether. Yin lowered her gaze. "Yes, I shall not forget the Empress Dowager's great kindness." "That is good. The war with bide has concluded, and the emperor will soon return to the court. It is best for you to leave the capital as soon as possible." Though she spoke thus, Su Xian thought the Empress Dowager was overly anxious. After all, she was merely a maid. If she were gone, who would bother to search for her? Nonetheless, since it was the Empress Dowager's decree, she dutifully relayed the message. Suppressing her emotions, Su Xian escorted her out of the inner palace and handed her a token. "Go." The journey from the inner palace to the palace gates was lengthy. Holding the token, Yin carried only her registration and a pouch of silver, leaving everything else behind. Casting a final glance at the palace that had confined her for a lifetime, she departed without looking back. Night had fallen, and snow began to accumulate on the ground, the large flakes descending like feathers, making her progress arduous. Suddenly, a light appeared before her. Startled, Yin looked up to find Sui Jingyuan standing before her, clad in guard attire. He held a lantern in one hand and an umbrella in the other. "Brother Jingyuan?" she asked, puzzled. Sui Jingyuan smiled. "It is indeed you." Without inquiring about her presence in the outer palace, he handed her the lantern, gently guiding her arm as they stepped through the thick snow. That night's events at Qianyuan Hall had spread widely, and he had heard the rumors. From a moment he learned that Yue Ling served in the Emperor's presence. He had mused about how beautiful and admirable she was, and who would not be enamored by her. Now, with the Emperor absent from the palace, she was headed toward the gates, and while he dared not ask, he would support her in whatever she chose to do. Brother Jinyuan, I am leaving the palace. Yue Ying's gentle voice seemed to dissipate into the wind. Sui Jinyuan chuckled. That is indeed a good thing. A maid typically must wait until the age of 25 to leave the palace, so leaving early is a blessing. I haven't told you yet. I will be joining the Imperial Guard next spring, he added. Yue Ling turned to look at him, wanting to ask why, knowing the Imperial Guard's duties were grueling and fraught with danger. Yet, she merely said, Brother Jinyuan, be cautious in all things. They exchanged a glance. A multitude of unsaid words lingering in the air. As childhood companions, they had grown to feel like family. Yet after all these years, Yue Ling found it difficult to envisage the closeness they once shared. She had long since erected walls around her heart. If fate permitted, they would meet again someday. In the distance, a glow gradually emerged. Sui Jinyuan handed her the lantern and umbrella, saying go. Yue Ling smiled at him, no longer hesitating. She presented the token to the guard, and the heavy, solemn palace gates slowly creaked open before her. The sudden brightness made her instinctively shield her eyes with her sleeve. Her heart skipped a beat. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Flames leapt from torches, their crimson glow dancing in the night breeze, illuminating the dark, snowy night. As Yue Ling lowered her hand, she stood transfixed, her senses overwhelmed. The thick darkness resembled an abyss, and a row of soldiers stood silently outside the gates. With Jun Chenzhou at their center, clad in black armor, the sword at his waist bore remnants of dried blood, emanating a chilling aura. The air was deathly still, save for the howling wind mingling with the thunderous beating of Yue Ying's heart. Jun Chenzhou's cold visage was half illuminated by the firelight, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. Yue Ying's breath caught, her pupils constricted, and her complexion turned pale as though all color had drained from her face. She stumbled backward, only to hear the man's frigid voice echo through the snowy night. Where shall Yao Yao go? Chapter 61. Who in this world can help you? The flames illuminated the pitch-black snowy night, casting light upon Yue Ying's pale face. She stood frozen, chilled to the bone, her body trembling uncontrollably, as if her heart were about to leap from her chest. Jun Chenzhou dismounted, his long sword gleaming coldly like autumn frost. Droplets of blood tracing a winding path in the snow. He had fought valiantly against the Northern D army, cutting down ambushes to shorten his return to the capital, all for the sake of seeing her sooner. As he drew nearer, Yue Ling could not help but shudder, her legs instinctively wanting to retreat. However, Jun Chenzhou offered her no chance to escape, his powerful hand gripping her wrist tightly. With a cry that shattered the stillness. Her oil paper umbrella and lantern fell to the ground. Yue Ling lost control and stumbled forward, crashing into the man's embrace. The icy armor pressed against her felt like a source of pain, his arm around her waist coiling like a cold serpent, binding her tightly. In the bitter cold, her back became drenched, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's expression was grim as he firmly grasped her delicate chin, forcing her to look up. Yue Ling, he called her name, his voice as frigid as if encased in ice. Why do you not inform me of your whereabouts? Yue Ling dared not meet his gaze, never having witnessed such fury in Jun Chenzhou. Even when he had punished dozens of palace attendants in Qianyuan Hall, his eyes had not held such a terrifying intensity. Under the flickering flames, he held her chin, speaking each word with deliberate precision. You have been deceiving me all along. Panic-stricken, Yue Ling looked up, her eyes flickering with fear and confusion. Why was he saying this? He had just called her Yao Yao. Had he remembered something? A chill coursed through her, and before she could speak, Jun Chenzhou mercilessly pinched her cheek. No, little character, you will wait for me to return to the palace? Jun Chenzhou's anger turned into a mocking smile. One by one, you have deceived me. No, it's not true. Yue Ling winced from his grip, tears streaming helplessly down her cheeks. Not true. He coldly curled his lips, his tone laced with rage as he uttered her little character. Yao Yao. Everyone knows. You kept it from me? With a clatter, the bloodied sword was thrown to the ground, and Jun Chenzhou gently brushed her reddened eyes with his fingers. A sardonic smile playing on his lips. You wish to leave the palace? Before Yu Yin could respond, he directly pulled her back toward the palace. The heavy gates creaked ominously, closing slowly before her eyes. No, don't. Yu Yan's legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead. Refusing to move. She did not want to give up. She was so close to freedom. Summoning an unexpected strength, she pushed him away and stumbled toward the snow-covered ground, desperately trying to escape. Jun Chenzhou did not even shift his stance, but a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. His strong arm encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly as he imprisoned her against him. Let me go. You must let me go. As she struggled, the household registration paper hidden in her sleeve fell to the ground. Jun Chenzhou cast a cold glance at it, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Yu Yin froze for a moment, then quickly bent down to retrieve it, desperate to hide it away. The thin sheets of paper felt like her lifeline, her sole hope. But before her fingers could touch it, a pair of black and gold, dragon-embossed boots stomped upon it. The fragile document was crushed underfoot, the snow dampening the paper, her name blurring before her eyes. The soft crunching sound felt like a heavy hammer striking her heart. Let go. You must let me go. Yu Yin collapsed onto the snow, frantically pounding on the man's leg, heedless of retrieving her registration. She cried out helplessly, You promised. You promised you would let me out of the palace. She had always been composed, never having wept so sorrowfully. Even when Feng Ruoyan had used a miscarriage to trap her, leading to her being confined in the Jinjiao pavilion, she had never lost control like this. Yet her single obsession in this rebirth was shattered before her, leaving her powerless to intervene. At that moment, Yu Yin questioned why heaven had granted her a second chance. Why offer hope only to plunge her into despair? Why must she be eternally trapped within this deep palace? Jun Chenzhou observed her coldly, roughly pulling her up. In the next moment, he was met with the bitterness in Yu Yin and Amp. Amp, oppose, his eyes. Do you hate me? Jun Chenzhou was unfazed, affectionately holding her hand. Noticing her delicate fingers turning red from the cold, he remarked, You deceived me first. I warned you to pray that I would not discover your lies. He chuckled softly. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Yu Yan's eyes could no longer suppress her fury and despair. Yes, I deceived you, because I despise you. I hate you. Upon hearing the word hate, Jun Chenzhou's grip slackened slightly, and a storm brewed in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Yin pushed him away with all her strength, tears streaming down her face. It was the Empress Dowager who agreed to let me out of the palace. I never wanted to stay here, especially not by your side. You have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Why can't you let me go? Her voice turned pleading, I beg you, let me go. He had already caused her death once. Why could he not spare her now? She could not endure a life of constant scheming and fear within the palace. What was the purpose of her rebirth? On the verge of collapse, Yu Yin blurted, I want to leave the palace. If you stop me, then let me die. Want to die? Jun Chenzhou and oppose. S coldness was evident as she turned to flee toward the palace gates. His fury was unleashed. He swiftly caught her, his deep voice laced with chilling intent. Even in death, you shall remain by my side. Get away from me. Yu Yin, resolute, understood that if she could not escape today, she would be forever imprisoned within this deep palace. It was the Empress Dowager's decree. Jun Chenzhou interrupted her. The Empress Dowager and oppose. S decree? How naive, Yao Yao. This world belongs to me. Do not speak of the Empress Dowager and oppose. S orders. Even if the former emperor were to rise from the dead, the current Shi kingdom is under my command. A cruel smile curled at Jun Chenzhou's lips. Perhaps you should see if the Empress Dowager will come to your aid? In this world, who can truly help you? Yu Yin felt driven to madness by his words, pounding on his chest, but the hard armor only reddened her hands. Jun Chenzhou pressed his lips together, his eyes smoldering with rage, and without a word, he swept her up, firmly securing her in his embrace. Yu Yin kicked and struggled, but Jun Chenzhou and Amp, oppose, as cold demeanor remained, one hand pinning her legs while the other restrained her arms behind her back. A wave of dizziness washed over her as he hoisted her over his shoulder, his presence radiating an unyielding chill as he strode toward Qianyuan Hall. Chapter 62. Jun Chenzhou imparted a lesson to her with the blood that stained the courtyard. The Qianyuan Hall was ablaze with light. When Jun Chenzhou returned with Yu Yan, the entire hall was enveloped in a profound silence, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. In the midst of the heavy snowfall, all the imperial guards and palace servants knelt upon the ground, with Yang Hai at the forefront, his face ashen. Upon witnessing the emperor return with Yu Yan, Yang Hai's frozen body trembled. Relief washed over him. She was back. Had Miss Yu Yan truly exited the palace, his life, and perhaps those of others within the Qianyuan Hall, would have been forfeit. Yu Yan stood in a daze, her gaze fixed on the scene before her. In a flash of realization, she understood that Jun Chenzhou had not just returned. He had long anticipated her departure. Even if he had arrived in the capital earlier, he had waited at the palace gates to intercept her. But when had he come to this knowledge? And why had he remained silent? The news that reached the Empress Dowager would not arrive for another fortnight. He had watched her inch closer to freedom, only to shatter her dreams at the moment she was about to take her final step. A chill coursed down Yu Yan and Amp, Oppo's spine, and when Jun Chenzhou set her down, her legs buckled, nearly sending her sprawling to the ground. The man promptly encircled her waist, firmly locking her against him. He leaned down, his voice a hushed murmur in her ear. Who among us is aiding you? Yang Hai and the others had been kneeling for some time, their shoulders and heads dusted with a thin layer of snow. Even the robust guards could barely endure the cold, let alone the eunuchs and maidservants. No one is helping me, Yu Yan asserted resolutely. It was the Empress Dowager who decreed my exit from the palace. Is that so? With a mere glance from Jun Chenzhou, someone brought in Su Xian. Thrown into the snow, Su Xian trembled in fear, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was merely following the Empress Dowager's orders. I knew nothing. Her voice was filled with despair, sending shivers through Yang Hai and Yan, who felt as though they might be the next to face judgment. Jun Chenzhou raised his hand with an air of indifference, and Yu Yan's pupils constricted. In the next moment, several guards produced a torture chair and forced Su Xian onto it. What are you doing? A scene from that fateful night in the Shunqing division flashed before Yu Yan's eyes, sending chills down her spine. What am I doing? Jun Chenzhou's voice was icy. This servant, who defies the emperor's will, deserves to be punished severely. Before leaving the palace, he had visited the Shokong Palace, discreetly warning the Empress Dowager not to lay a hand on Yu Yan. He had feared that in his absence, she might exploit her position to torment Yu Yan, or that a repeat of previous events could occur, necessitating his return to address the matter. But little did he know that his beloved mother intended to send Yu Yan away outright. Though the Empress Dowager was indeed his birth mother, it was no excuse for her insubordination. Jun Chenzhou's fingertip grazed the soft curve of Yu Yan's cheek, wiping away the tears that had gathered there. His touch was intimate, yet Yu Yan dared not move. His chilling voice echoed through the silent snowy night, clear and resonant. Death by the rod. Yu Yan shook her head vehemently. No, it is not her fault. What crime has Su Xian committed? She was merely obeying the Empress Dowager and Oppo's orders to escort me out of the palace. Must she pay with her life? What crime? Jun Chenzhou scoffed. I cannot punish the Empress Dowager directly for her transgressions, so I must hold her servant accountable. Yao, he continued, remember this. When a master errs within the palace, it is the servants who bear the consequences. It was as if he was explaining this to her, yet also issuing a warning. The sound of the heavy rod striking flesh echoed, and Su Xian and Oppo's mouth had long been silenced. All Yu Yan could see were her desperate eyes, blood pooling beneath her as it seeped from the hem of her garments. No, if punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. Tears streamed down Yu Yan's cheeks as she grasped the man's hand, pleading, I implore you. Jun Chenzhou's touch was gentle as he caressed her cheek, yet in the next moment, his icy fingers clamped down on her chin, forcing her to face the grim scene unfolding in the courtyard. Watch closely, he commanded. Leaning down, he whispered as if sharing a secret between lovers. She is suffering today because of you. Yu Yan and Oppo's S vision blurred with tears as she watched the snow beneath Su Xian turn crimson. Witnessing the once whole figure reduced to a pitiful, lifeless form, the taut string in her mind finally snapped. She wished to close her eyes, to escape into denial. But Jun Chenzhou gripped her jaw with relentless force, warning her, "Do you find this sufficient? If not, there are still all the servants in the courtyard." He paused, as if recalling something. "Oh, and the guard who escorted you today." Jun Chenzhou and Appo's gaze turned sharp, his fingers trailing up her chin, lingering on her pale lips. "Where did he touch you?" "No." Yue Ling shook her head frantically, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "It was all my fault. I beg you. If punishment is to be delivered, let it be upon me." Still speaking nonsense, the man intoned, his dark eyes fixed upon her. "I shall not harm you, but should you falter in the slightest?" His cold gaze swept across the courtyard. "Then they shall face the consequences." It was not until Su Xian breathed her last that Jun Chenzhou released Yue Ling from his embrace. She collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Her once clear, vibrant eyes now seemed devoid of focus, staring blankly at the vivid red staining the courtyard. Strands of disheveled hair fell by her temples, and she appeared utterly bereft of life. Jun Chenzhou knelt beside her, gripping her face, and asked, word by word, "Do you still wish to leave the palace?" Yue Ling closed her eyes, hot tears cascading onto the back of his hand. "Respond to me." Her voice was barely a whisper, fragile enough to be swept away by the wind. "I no longer wish to." At last, a satisfied smile graced Jun Chenzhou and Appo's lips, his once stern brow softening as if the ice were beginning to melt. He grasped the nape of her neck, his rough fingertips caressing her tender skin, compelling her to lift her gaze. In the next instant, he leaned down and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. He bit down on her pale lips, leaving a crimson mark, forcing her to part her mouth and allow him to explore. Yue Ling and Appo's hands clutched her skirt tightly at her sides, yet she remained unresponsive. Jun Chenzhou, with the blood of the courtyard as a stark reminder, imparted a lesson. He was an emperor, and rebellion would not be tolerated. Chapter 63. Embraced by favor. Jun Chenzhou kicked open the palace door and strode directly inside, tossing Yue Ling onto the bed. Despite the softness of the bedding beneath her, Yue Ling felt a pain in her back, and more terrifyingly, the man before her began to remove his armor. His fingers, long and strong, moved with purpose, the cold, hard pieces of armor clattering to the floor. With a resounding thud, Yue Ling's body stiffened suddenly. She knew she should not cower, lest she provoke his anger further. Yet, the extreme coldness of his expression filled her with dread. The woman clutched the bedding beneath her, retreating until her slender back pressed against the icy wall. "No!" As the man advanced upon her, fear overtook her, and instinctively, she attempted to push him away. Jun Chenzhou seized her delicate ankle, pulling her forcefully toward him. Simultaneously, he gripped her chin, leaning in fiercely for a kiss. Let go." Yue Ling's muffled protests were powerless against his overwhelming desire. Jun Chenzhou's long fingers tightened around her nape, drawing her closer to him. The sound of her struggles faded as he forcefully pried open her lips, even biting down hard on her tender mouth. The metallic taste of blood mingled as their lips entwined, and Yue Ling's cold sweat streamed down her face, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. The man and Appo's large hand found its way to her front, and just as her breath was about to be stolen away, he ruthlessly tore the hairpin from her head. Her cascading hair fell like a waterfall, and her pearly white dress was tossed aside, landing atop the dark armor. Yue Ling struggled more fiercely, instinctively raising her hands to strike him. A hint of mockery flashed in Jun Chenzhou and Appo's cold gaze as he firmly grasped her wrists, pinning her disobedient hands behind her back. The derision in his eyes piercing her heart. After what felt like an eternity, as the suffocating sensation intensified, he finally relented, granting her a moment to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Ling gasped for fresh air, her already pale face now taking on a sickly hue, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears. The man and Appo's hand brushed against her cheek, and as she instinctively turned away, he forcefully turned her face back, lifting the corners of his mouth slightly. Are you being disobedient again? His words were soft, yet paired with his tempestuous demeanor, they left Yue Ling paralyzed with fear. Jun Chenzhou leaned over her, surveying her from above, his gaze growing darker. Please. Yue Ling felt utterly helpless. No one in the palace cared for her. She did not wish for anything extravagant, only to be allowed to leave. If you let me go, I swear I shall never appear before you again. Since Yao Yao wishes to deceive me, she must bear the consequences of her deceit. Jun Chenzhou fully enveloped her in the bedding. Yue Ling could not help but whimper, her delicate skin aching under his touch. Yao Yao. The man's deep, cold voice whispered near her ear as he lightly bit her earlobe. You are mine. He had always claimed her, yet ironically, he had refrained from forcing her, allowing her to nurture those forbidden thoughts. Jun Chenzhou propped himself up slightly, illuminated by the dim candlelight in the chamber, gazing at Yue Ling's pale face, his heart aching yet strangely satisfied. Yue Ling turned her head silently, tears streaming down her cheeks, disappearing into the soft pillow. Yue Ling drifted into a daze, and in her hazy state, it felt as though she had returned to her past life. On that day, as she left Kuan-Ning Palace after paying her respects, she encountered Feng Ruoyan on her way back, pregnant and elevated to the rank of Jiyu. Feng Ruoyan had never seen eye to eye with Yue Ling since her entrance into the harem. Yue Ling was oblivious to how she had offended her. However, circumstances dictated that she could only bow politely. This concubine greets Jiyu Feng. Feng Ruoyan glanced at her indifferently, yet did not respond. Yu Marin certainly possesses remarkable abilities. Yue Ling knew she referred to a recent incident involving her maid, whom Feng Ruoyan's servant had bullied. Upon hearing this, Yue Ling rushed over and, upon witnessing her maid being slapped, retaliated with a slap of her own against Tan Yun's face. Feng Ruoyan and the other concubines present were astonished. Yue Ling, though outnumbered, swiftly fled with her entourage before they could react. Afterward, she hurried to Qianyuan Hall, only to be pinned against the imperial desk by that man for the entire afternoon. Luckily, Jun Chenzhou intervened to resolve the matter. Otherwise, given Feng Ruoyan's pregnancy and higher status, should the incident reach the Empress or the Dowager Empress, they would undoubtedly side with Feng Ruoyan, who already disliked her. Since then, Feng Ruoyan had feigned illness to avoid paying her respects. Today, however, fate had brought them face to face again. Feng Ruoyan approached Yue Ling, looking down upon her. With the Emperor backing you, Yu Marin seems emboldened. But how long do you think the Emperor's favor will last this time? Yue Ling bit her lip, feigning indifference. It would be a lie to say she was not worried. Jun Chenzhou's affections were ever so fickle, much like the man himself, whom she could not fathom even after serving him for over a year. Do not trouble yourself, Jiyu Feng, Yue Ling replied stiffly, maintaining her bowing posture until her knees ached, ultimately deciding to stand upright. Feng Ruoyan, however, showed no sign of displeasure, instead advancing closer, her eyes glinting with a red hue. Yue Ling sensed something amiss. Before she could react, Feng Ruoyan suddenly seized her hand and forcefully pushed her backward. Little master, your highness. As the palace maids cried out in alarm, both women fell to the ground. Yue Ling instinctively glanced at her, only to see Feng Ruoyan clutching her abdomen, collapsing into the arms of her attendants in pain. This palace, my stomach hurts. Yue Ling stood in shock. Soon after, the Empress and others arrived, carrying Feng Ruoyan to the nearest palace. When Jun Chenzhou arrived, Yue Ling stood alone in the courtyard. He did not spare her a glance as he strode into the inner chamber. Watching the man in Oppo's indifferent figure, Yue Ling felt her eyes sting with unshed tears. She remained unaware of what transpired inside, nor was she called in until an hour later, when she saw the man exiting with the other concubines. His voice, frigid to the core, echoed through the courtyard. Yu Marin has plotted against the imperial heir. She is to be confined to the Jianjia Pavilion, forbidden to leave without summons. The concubines rejoiced, while Yue Ling felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. He had not even afforded her a single explanation, nor had he cast a glance in her direction. Within Jianjia Pavilion, only a few rough palace maids remained, while the outer perimeter was guarded by soldiers, transforming the once vibrant palace into a desolate place. Each night, Yue Ling found herself alone, gazing out at the boundless night. She curled up, her tears soaking the cold bedding. Jun Chenzhou sensed something amiss with the woman in his arms. Already a light sleeper, he abruptly opened his eyes. The woman lay with her eyes tightly shut, her delicate brows furrowed, curled up in the blankets, her lips pale, and her exposed skin marked with traces. Yao Yao. Jun Chenzhou embraced her gently, calling her name softly, but Yue Ling remained unresponsive. Tears soaked his chest as she cried unconsciously in his embrace. Wah. I hate you. Jun Chenzhou and Amp, Oppo's hand, which had been soothing her back, froze momentarily, and he leaned closer, coaxing her. Who do you hate? Yue Ling did not answer, merely burrowing deeper into the blankets, appearing utterly pitiful. After a lengthy attempt to console her, she finally quieted down and fell into a deep sleep. Observing her serene face, Jun Chenzhou's heart was engulfed in a thick fog. He was certain that the fragmented memories from her dreams were of them together. Yet Yue Ling and Oppo's demeanor was drastically different from that of the person in his dreams. She no longer relied on him, but instead sought to evade him. What on earth had transpired? Chapter 64. You need not meet anyone, what did you say? The Empress Dowager slumped despondently into her chair, the howling wind outside failing to match the chill in her heart. In the Shokong Palace, the once vibrant presence of Mama Xia had diminished, leaving only the two senior maidens, Su Xin and Siyue, to attend her. Since Mama Xia had been injured, she had remained bedridden, her condition uncertain as to whether she could endure the winter, and now Su Xin had also lost her life. The Empress Dowager felt a surge of anger. When did the emperor return to the palace? Why had she heard no news? Siyue trembled. Haunted by the image of Su Xin's corpse, she felt as if the very warmth had been drained from her body. I do not know, but shortly after Su Xin escorted Miss Yue Ling out of the palace, the emperor returned with a retinue. Such a significant event as the emperor's return had gone unnoticed by both the inner and outer courts, indicating that Jun Chenzhou had not returned with the army, but had instead come back ahead of them with a contingent of his own. His timely arrival, coinciding with Yue Yin's departure, suggested he had been fully aware of his intentions, merely waiting for her to take the bait. Though the war with the Northern D had concluded, the Empress Dowager sensed a foreboding unease. His mobilization for the sake of a woman was alarming. She had thought that by sending Yue Yin out of the palace, the matter would conclude, and he would remain the composed and sagacious emperor he had always been. However, tonight and Oppo's events made it abundantly clear that he would never let Yue Yin go. Cautiously, Siyue inquired, Your Majesty, Su Xin and Oppo's body remains outside. The Empress Dowager and Oppo's complexion paled, and she hastily waved her hand, ensure she is buried properly. After this incident, the Empress Dowager understood that the current Jun Chenzhou was no longer someone she could manipulate. Aside from Shokong Palace, unrest permeated the other palaces that night. Feng Ruoyan nearly lost her pregnancy upon hearing that water was being called for in Qinyuan Palace. It was one thing for her to be unaware of the emperor's return, but for Yue Yin to receive his favor was intolerable. Feng Ruoyan gripped Zhu Yun's arm tightly, her eyes dark with fury. Did Jiaoyi not say that the Empress Dowager intended to send that wretched girl out of the palace? Zhu Yun winced in pain but dared not speak, merely explaining, Jiaoyi and Oppo's information should not be erroneous, but it was unexpected that the emperor returned today. Feng Ruoyan, infuriated, swept all the objects off the table to the ground. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Your Majesty, be careful not to harm your pregnancy. Tanyan quickly comforted her. It is merely one more person in the harem. It will not affect you. The noblewoman, bearing the royal child, was of unparalleled status. How could a mere maid compare? Yet, Feng Ruoyan felt no joy upon hearing this. For reasons unknown, she had detested Yue Yin from the moment she first laid eyes on her. Calming herself, Feng Ruoyan asked, Did Mother send word into the palace recently, stating that my elder sister has returned home? Tanya nodded, yes. The eldest young lady has been wandering for many years and is finally reunited with the family. The madam is quite pleased. Feng Ruoyan's eyes flickered, and she commanded, Prepare paper and ink. I shall write to my mother. For several consecutive days, Yue Yin had not set foot outside the doors of Qinyuan Palace. Yin entered with hot water, the room shrouded in darkness, the curtains drawn to block the light from outside. Amidst the bright yellow drapery, the silhouette of a woman could be faintly discerned. Yin set down the hot water and approached quietly. "Miss, lunch has been served." Upon hearing Yin's voice, Yue Ling reluctantly opened her slightly swollen eyes. The soft quilt slipped from her shoulders, and Yin caught sight of the myriad of bruises marking the woman's neck. She dared not linger, for none in Xinyuan Palace would dare to disrespect Yue Ling. Even Yang Hai had repeatedly warned her to refrain from any familiarity with her. "Where's everyone?" Yue Yin's voice was hoarse, her throat dry and painful. Yin quickly poured her a cup of water. "The emperor has gone to court this morning and has yet to return." Yue Yin accepted the cup, sipping the warm water as she regarded Yin, softly asking Yin, "Could you help me inquire about someone?" Yin's eyelids fluttered. Before she could respond, a cold voice from outside the hall interrupted. "If you wish to know someone, you might as well ask me directly." Startled, Yin quickly knelt. Yue Yin sat on the bed, a flash of resentment crossing her eyes. She lowered her lashes, concealing her emotions from the man. Jun Chenzhou strode in, casting a glance at Yin, who promptly bowed her head and exited. Yue Yin had little desire to converse with him, turning her back and lying down once more. The man shed his heavy cloak, shaking off the chill before sitting at the edge of the bed. His warm palm brushed against Yue Yin's slender spine as he embraced her from behind. Noticing the faint red marks on her delicate shoulder blades, reminiscent of the previous night when he had taken her, he felt a surge of desire. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's gaze deepened as he parted her cascading locks, placing gentle kisses upon her fair nape. "No!" Yue Yin could not help but protest. Jun Chenzhou chuckled lightly. "Are you willing to pay me heed now?" He lifted her, his voice cold yet laced with an affection Yue Yin had not noticed. "Why have you not eaten?" Yue Yin replied softly, "I have no appetite. That simply will not do." The woman wore only a thin nightgown, her skin adorned with mottled marks. Jun Chenzhou draped a thicker garment over her shoulders and led her to wash up. By the time they emerged, lunch was already laid out on the table. Jun Chenzhou had ordered her favorite dishes, personally serving her, yet Yue Yin remained distracted, her chopsticks poking at the meat in her bowl without appetite. "Do you not like these dishes?" he inquired. Yue Yin shook her head. Hearing him call her by her childhood name caused her to pause. "How does the emperor know?" "Know what?" Jun Chenzhou's lips curled into a smile. "That is your childhood name?" Yue Yin felt a pang of anxiety, sensing that he might know something, perhaps even recalling events from their past lives. But then he added, "Shu Yuan informed me." Yue Yin sighed with relief, realizing she had been overly suspicious. Jun Chenzhou served her more food, observing her distracted demeanor with a casual tone. "What are you thinking about?" Yue Yin instinctively looked up, meeting his penetrating gaze as if he could see into her very soul. Flustered, she shook her head and resumed poking at her food. "Just now, did you wish to ask Yin about someone?" Jun Chenzhou and Appo's voice was nonchalant. Yue Yin and Appo's heart raced. She had been about to deny it when he continued. "Do you need me to inquire with Yin?" "There's no need," she stammered, her mind involuntarily conjuring the image of Su Xin's lifeless form. Biting her lip nervously, she pressed her fingers together. "I merely wished to ask about the others present that day." "Huh?" Jun Chenzhou suddenly laughed, a chilling sound. "The others? You mean that guard?" Yue Yin's breath caught as the man spoke cryptically. "Would you like to know what I did to him?" "And no, I did not wish to know." She averted her gaze from his sharp eyes, feeling as though her every thought was laid bare before him. "As long as you obey, I will not harm them." Jun Chenzhou's lips curved into a subtle smile. That day's act of killing Su Xin had achieved its purpose of intimidating Yue Yin, and he could not afford to frighten her too much. Moreover, keeping those individuals alive served as a means of restraint over her. His gaze darkened as he pulled her onto his lap, personally serving her a bowl of porridge. Yue Yin stiffened, reluctantly opening her mouth to eat, not daring to ask further questions. After their meal, Jun Chenzhou needed to meet with the ministers. Yue Yin wanted to discuss, could Yin come in to keep me company? Since being captured and brought back, several days have passed. Each day, after tending to his desires, she could only rest in bed. Jun Chenzhou cast a fleeting glance at her, his eyes lacking warmth, his tone indifferent, imbued with a chilling aura. "You need not meet anyone." Chapter 65. Contraceptive medicine Yue Yin had believed that Jun Chenzhou's refusal to allow her to see a yin was merely to prevent her from inquiring about Sui Jingyuan's affairs. However, since that day, she had not encountered any other palace attendants apart from a yin. Each day, her meals were delivered by unfamiliar servants who kept their heads bowed and remained silent, placing the food before her before hastily retreating. Even during her daily bathing and changing, Jun Chenzhou insisted that she handle everything herself, forbidding her from engaging with anyone else. The night was thick with darkness. In the chamber, dim candles burned, casting flickering shadows on the walls and revealing two entwined figures. Yue Yin lay beneath a man, her lips reddened from his kisses. Her head slightly turned as her vacant gaze rested upon the swaying canopy above. She had been imprisoned in the Qianyuan Palace for an untold number of days. And apart from Jun Chenzhou, no one had spoken to her or drawn near. He was perpetually occupied, returning most frequently for their nightly intimacies. Yue Yin felt as though she was being torn in two. One half of her was acutely aware that he was taming her, conditioning her to depend solely on him in the future. Yet the other half yearned for Jun Chenzhou to visit her more often, for she felt an overwhelming loneliness and began to anticipate his nightly returns and conversations. Suddenly, a muffled sound escaped her lips as a sharp pain shot through her shoulder, pulling her back to reality. She bit her moist lip, confusion filling her eyes. Was he treating her like a pet? Why had he bitten her? Jun Chenzhou, who had been kissing her neck, unexpectedly sank his teeth into her delicate shoulder. Focus, he murmured, his fingers caressing her tender earlobe, his breath laced with desire. Yue Yin closed her eyes, wishing to avoid his gaze. As he leaned in for a second bite, she pleaded, I feel unwell. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's expression was inscrutable as he studied her for a moment before pushing himself up. What do you feel unwell? To her surprise, he truly released her, leaving Yue Yin momentarily speechless as she stammered for an excuse. My body aches. I shall apply medicine for you, he declared, retrieving ointment from somewhere and pulling back the covers. No, I can do it myself. Yue Yin hurriedly protested. Be good. How can you see what you are doing? After he applied the medicine, Yue Yin lay weakly on the bed, an unnatural flush gracing her cheeks. Jun Chenzhou used a cloth to wipe her down before enveloping her in his arms. Sleep, he instructed. The next day, when Yue Yin awoke, the sun was already bright outside. The glaring light filtered through the bed curtains, and she weakly raised her arm to shield her swollen eyes. The pain in her body had subsided somewhat, but her throat remained hoarse. She could not recall when she had fallen asleep the previous night, nor when the man had finished or left her side. Since being brought back, her days had been a blur of confusion. After a moment, she heard a faint sound outside, and glancing at the hourglass in the corner, she realized that the servants were delivering breakfast. She lay still in bed, silent, knowing that no one would pay her any mind. It was only when hunger became unbearable that she finally rose to wash up. When she emerged from the bathing room, the dishes on the table were still steaming. The servants would check in every 15 minutes, replacing any food that had gone cold. Sitting alone at the table, the food tasted bland and unappealing. She turned her gaze towards the window, where the winter sweet was in full bloom. The sunlight streaming and helped dispel some of her inner turmoil and despair. After finishing her meal, Yue Yin noticed a bowl of medicinal soup beside her. Each morning following Jun Chenzhou's attentions, a servant would bring her a bowl. She knew that in the palace, if the emperor favored someone but did not wish for them to conceive, he would bestow upon them a contraceptive potion. With that thought, she wasted no time and promptly drank the bitter concoction, determined not to carry Jun Chenzhou and Appo's as child. After breakfast, Yue Yin returned to her bed, closing her eyes in a daze, unsure if she had truly fallen asleep. A sense of frustration lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. In a half-dream, she sensed someone caressing her cheek. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes to find Jun Chenzhou seated at the edge of her bed. Upon noticing her wakefulness, he nonchalantly withdrew his hand. It is nearly noon. Rise and have your meal. Yue Yin, clutching the blanket, slowly sat up, still feeling the remnants of pain. Her complexion pale, Jun Chenzhou bent down, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her. Startled, she gasped and instinctively clung to his neck. A faint smile graced the man in Oppo's lips as he settled her on his lap, reaching for a garment to help her dress. I can do it myself, Yue Ling protested, her cheeks flushing as she snatched her undergarment from his hands. Unable to withstand his unabashed gaze, she turned her head slightly and softly requested, "Might your majesty step outside for a moment?" Jun Chenzhou, holding her from behind, chuckled softly. "What is there that I have not seen?" Yue Ling bit her lip in silence, her fingers tightening around the fabric, her knuckles turning white. Her delicate chin hung low, and her bare shoulders were marked with the traces of the previous night. Her skin was fair, and the modeled impressions appeared particularly intimate. After a moment, Jun Chenzhou, unable to deny her, rose indifferently and exited the chamber. Yue Ling released a breath of relief and hurriedly dressed, glancing towards the outer room, where the man and Oppo's imposing figure sat at the table, facing away from her. After a brief pause, she lifted the curtain and stepped outside. The servants entered with the meal, and the chamber fell silent as Yue Ling wordlessly sipped her soup. She had little appetite, confined here day after day. Hunger had become a distant sensation. She could not fathom why Jun Chenzhou insisted on returning daily to share lunch with her. His presence only diminished her appetite further. Moreover, apart from their time spent in bed, they had little to converse about. Jun Chenzhou set down his bowl after only a few bites, solely focused on serving Yue Ling. She poked at the food in her bowl, feeling increasingly unable to eat, casting a glance at the man beside her, unwilling to engage in conversation, and thus continued to eat in silence. After their meal, the servants brought in warm water for washing up. Just as Yue Ling laid down the cloth, she was suddenly lifted from behind. "Your Majesty." A hint of tension flickered in her eyes as she pushed against his chest before he could descend upon her. "It is broad daylight." Jun Chenzhou unfastened her clothing and pressed her back onto the bed. "You found an excuse after just one encounter last night. Shuden and Oppo's. To the rest be compensated?" Yue Ying's eyes widened in shock, appalled at his shamelessness. "No." Before she could voice her protest, he captured her lips, biting down, causing tears to well up in her eyes from the pain. After the tumultuous encounter, Yue Ling lay exhausted against his chest, her shallow breaths brushing against his neck, igniting a pleasant sensation within him. Jun Chenzhou grabbed the garment strewn across the bed and covered her before lifting her to sit on the edge. Then summoned someone to tidy up. Yang Hai led the attendants in, keeping their heads bowed, fearful of making any mistakes, hurriedly clearing the disarray from the bed. He presented the bowl of medicine to Jun Chenzhou before retreating. Detecting the familiar scent of medicine, Yue Ling instinctively wrinkled her nose. Without asking any questions, she lifted the bowl and drank. This contraceptive medicine was specially prepared by Shun Yuan. Though it is somewhat bitter, it will help regulate your body. With a crash, the bowl in Yue Ying's hand shattered on the floor as she looked up in shock. Contraceptive medicine? This was not. She quickly closed her mouth as the fear within her lingered, unable to dissipate. This was not the contraceptive potion. It was a medicine for conception. Chapter 66. Chun Chun Yao Yao. Next year will be bright. Jun Chenzhou took in her expression, suddenly asking, "What does Yao Yao think it is?" Yue Ling, caught off guard, shook her head helplessly. I only thought it was some tonic." "Is that so?" The man gently wiped her lips with a handkerchief. "I thought Yao Yao desired to drink a contraceptive soup." Yue Ying's breath hitched, and she instinctively raised her gaze to him. She found Jun Chenzhou, with a smile that was neither here nor there, caressing her cheek. Did Yao Yao truly think so? "No." Yue Ling immediately denied. "I did not." It was uncertain whether Jun Chenzhou believed her, but his hand tightened around his waist, pressing her slender back against his heated chest. His brows were furrowed, revealing no hint of his emotions. Fearing his suspicion, Yue Ling remained rigid, silently nestled in his embrace. She lowered her lashes, her fingers unconsciously twisting, her heart heavy with worry. If it were not for the contraceptive soup, given Jun Chenzhou and Oppo's as current interest in her, what if she became pregnant? Setting aside whether she could support a child, even if she could, she would not wish for her offspring to be born into a world rife with schemes. Jun Chenzhou's interest in her was merely a fleeting whim. If she bore a child, how could she protect it when she inevitably lost favor? Yu Yan's fingers dug into her skin, her nose tinged with an ache. Her complexion gradually paling. Are you unwell? Jun Chenzhou and Appo's gaze fell upon her face as he reached out to touch her forehead. And no, and Appo's nothing. Yao Yao may share any concerns with me, the man said, playfully toying with her fingers, seemingly oblivious to the mark she had pressed into her skin. He squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Or is it that Yao Yao does not wish to become pregnant? Still harboring thoughts of leaving the palace? His gaze was too profound and piercing, and Yu Yan felt her every thought laid bare before him. Fearing that speaking further might lead to missteps, she could only shake her head. Her simplistic musings were utterly transparent to him. Jun Chenzhou's dark eyes sparkled with amusement. You are already my woman. We share a marital bond. Do you truly believe you could leave the palace? Yu Yan's lashes fluttered as she fought the sting in her throat, meeting his gaze directly. But, Your Majesty clearly promised before. That was a deception, Jun Chenzhou replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet his eyes were frigid. His cruel words were delivered lightly, as though they bore no weight in his heart. He had promised to release her once he grew tired of her, and she had diligently complied, all for that singular vow. Yet now he revealed that it was all a ruse, that he had never intended to let her go. She had foolishly believed in his words alone. Yu Yan fought back tears that fell unbidden, instinctively turning her head away. Why are you crying? Jun Chenzhou grasped her chin with one hand, wiping her tears with the other, his tone laced with a hint of mirth. Yet Yu Yan felt increasingly desolate. I wish to sleep for a while, she choked out, wanting to distance herself from him, seeking solace in solitude. Jun Chenzhou retrieved paper and pen, placing them on a small writing desk. No need to rush. He began to write a line. Chen Chun Yao Yao, next year will be bright. He rested his chin against her neck, affectionately whispering near her ear. What does Yao Yao think of the character Zhao? Kun Ning Belas. It was the hour for greetings, and the hall buzzed with activity. Feng Ruo Yin and Lin Bao Lin, both with child, were the focal point of attention. Among them, Feng Ruo Yin's family background and favored status surpassed that of Lin Bao Lin, making her the target of flattery from lower-ranking concubines. Feng Ruo Yin engaged cheerfully with those around her, while Ing Zhao appeared disinterested, absent-mindedly savoring the refreshments. What troubles my sister, Ing Zhao? You seem somewhat haggard of late, the Shun concubine remarked, glancing at her with a hint of schadenfreude. Ing Zhao had always been favored. Even with the arrival of new concubines, her position remained secure. Yet, since that palace maid from Qianyuan Hall had been summoned to the emperor's side, Ing Zhao had also experienced a decline in attention. Over the past month, apart from the emperor's visit to Kuan-Ning Palace on New Year's Eve, he had not set foot in the inner palace. The Shun concubine, herself lacking favor, relished Ing Zhao Yi's discomfort. The empress and Xian concubine, seated above, turned their attention upon hearing the remark. The empress inquired with concern, "What is wrong with Ing Zhao Yi?" A flicker of impatience crossed Ing Zhao Yi's eyes as she replied, her tone flat, "It is nothing, merely that I did not sleep well last night." Having served the emperor diligently, Ing Zhao Yi now found herself unaccustomed to idleness. The Shun concubine smirked, lightly mocking her. "No wonder you find it hard to sleep." Ing Zhao Yi and Appo's expression turned frosty as she gently stroked the jade bracelet upon her wrist, responding coolly, "Indeed, the emperor is busy with affairs. I worry for his health." This concern did not compare to that of Sister Shun. Ing Zhao Yi smiled. "You, Sister Shun, must be well accustomed to the long nights." The Shun concubine and Appo's eyes twitched. Her retort caught in her throat as she witnessed Ing Zhao Yi casually caressing her bracelet. The empress clearly noticed as well, her fingers tightening within her sleeves. The bracelet was a pair, golden phoenix jade bangles gifted by the emperor upon his ascension, a sign of Ing Zhao Yi's previous favor. Even though her status had diminished, she was still not to be underestimated, especially since the entire inner palace seemed to be in a state of neglect. The Duan concubine, unable to contain her anxiety, addressed the empress, "Your Majesty, the emperor has not entered the inner palace for some time, and we concubines are also troubled." The maid from Qianyuan Hall, lacking a title yet receiving knightly favors, was an affront to propriety. This sentiment resonated with the others, All were esteemed women from noble families. Feeling slighted as the emperor favored a lowly maid instead. The empress felt similarly, yet as the sovereign of the harem, she could not display jealousy. She smiled gently. The maid in question does not fall under my jurisdiction. The emperor surely has his own plans. Perhaps soon, we shall welcome another sister to the palace. Just then, Kai Wei entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, eunuch Yang has arrived." The empress and the concubine straightened in their seats, a sense of foreboding creeping in. As anticipated, Yang Hai entered with a decree. "Your Majesty," he began, "the emperor has just issued a decree commanding me to inform the 6 palaces." The empress's lips twitched as she forced herself to remain composed. Yang Hai unfolded the decree and read aloud. "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, I find Kuin's virtue gentle and profound, loyal and diligent. To you, the maid Yue Ling, possessing a gentle and virtuous nature, I bestow upon you the title of third-rank Jieyu with the name Zhao. Thus it is decreed." Chapter 67. A sudden interruption. The sky was bright and clear, and a warm winter sun streamed through the window, illuminating the 2 figures upon the couch. Yue Ling lay cradled in his arms, her soft sobs reminiscent of rain-kissed pear blossoms, evoking deep compassion. After a long while, Jun Chenzhou gently gathered the nearly unconscious woman closer, tenderly kissing her cheek to soothe the remnants of her emotions. "Are you exhausted?" he inquired, brushing aside her damp strands of hair. Her delicate back glistened with perspiration, the lovely curve of her shoulder quivering slightly. Yue Ling was too weary even to lift a finger, her eyes gently closed as she leaned against his chest. He carried her to bathe, and by the time they emerged, the once disheveled couch had been tidied. On the couch, Jun Chenzhou casually perused a book, while Yue Ling rested her head upon him, her eyes slightly reddened. His long fingers delicately wiped away the tears on her cheek. The glaring sunlight caressed the snowy landscape outside. The frost flowers on the treetops gradually melted, enveloping the hall in tranquility and warmth. With one hand on the book and the other gently stroking her back, Jun Chenzhou coaxed her into slumber. Yue Ling felt exhausted, yet having risen late that morning, she found no inclination to sleep at that moment. She closed her eyes, controlling her breath, not wishing to reveal her wakefulness to him. Winter in the capital was nearing its end, and the imperial decree proclaiming her elevation had been announced to the palace this morning. However, Jun Chenzhou seemed unwilling to let her leave. He had confined himself within the Qianyuan Hall, severing her ties with everyone. Even when the 3rd princess sought an audience recently, he had flatly refused her. Yue Ling sniffed, attempting to feign a casual shift to escape his embrace. "Not asleep?" Jun Chenzhou observed her movements, enveloping her waist with familiarity and leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead. "If you cannot sleep, get up and keep me company, lest you sleep too long now and be restless tonight." Unable to maintain the pretense any longer, Yue Ling languidly lowered her eyelids, leaning weakly against him, desiring nothing more than silence. Her long lashes fluttered like gossamer, her cheeks flushed, undeniably endearing. Jun Chenzhou held her close, planting tender kisses on the nape of her neck. Yue Ling struggled slightly, attempting to evade his kisses, but then paused, suddenly still, allowing him to continue. When he finally released her, she turned her head and softly asked, "May I meet the 3rd princess?" The man chuckled. "No wonder you are so obedient. You seek something from me." Yue Ling lowered her gaze, falling silent. After a moment, he sighed, "Is my company not sufficient for you?" Her back pressed against his firm chest. Jun Chenzhou's fingers, defined and strong, enveloped her delicate hand, a flicker of self-mockery appearing in his eyes. Why did she always wish to evade him? Feigning ignorance, Yue Ling stared vacantly out the window, the hall enveloped in silence. "When you recover, I will allow her to visit you." Ultimately, Jun Chenzhou relented. He found it difficult to bear her current lack of vitality. He caressed her mournful features, speaking softly. "The physician has advised that you are weak. Wait until the weather improves before venturing out." Yue Ying's fingertips trembled. Did he mean she would be allowed to go out come spring? The thought ignited a flicker of warmth in her previously cold heart. That afternoon, Jun Chenzhou remained by her side in the hall. To prevent any withdrawal, Yue Ling contained her emotions, obediently staying close to him. Noticing her boredom, he set up a game of chess, inviting her to join. I wonder if your skills have improved in this time? Jun Chenzhou picked up a white piece, watching her with an air of leisurely amusement. Yue Ling pursed her lips slightly. With his constant insistence on intimacy, she had no time to refine her chess skills. After losing 2 consecutive games, the glint of mischief in his eyes ignited her competitive spirit. Her strategy shifted from defense to aggressive play, managing to stall Jun Chenzhou momentarily. As she surrounded his white pieces, a hint of victory glimmered in her eyes, her expression brightening. Jun Chenzhou observed the fierce black pieces on the board, casually placing a white piece down. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "Your style of play closely resembles mine." The lightness of his comment caused Yue Ling to stiffen suddenly. Her hand trembled, misplacing a black piece. For a fleeting moment, her breath faltered, yet she maintained a calm voice. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? My chess skills were taught by you last time." "Oh, is that so?" Jun Chenzhou placed a white piece in a clever position, reviving his previously faltering pieces. "I have taught you only once, and yet you have grasped nearly 80% of my skill." He cast her a sidelong glance, his tone imbued with gentle amusement. Indeed, she was quite clever. As Yue Ling grew increasingly flustered, her previously advantageous black pieces soon fell to defeat. Biting her lip, she murmured, "I'm still far from your level, Your Majesty." "Of course," Jun Chenzhou replied leisurely, packing away the chess pieces, a broad smile gracing his lips. "This is not a skill one can master in a day." Yue Ling sensed an underlying meaning in his words, but before she could ponder further, he pulled her into his embrace. "Will you not continue, Your Majesty?" While she was still unaccustomed to such intimacy, she slightly turned her head to avoid his kiss, softly inquiring, "Do you still wish to play?" Yue Ling nodded, then shook her head. Compared to sharing a bed, she far preferred a game of chess. Jun Chenzhou chuckled lightly, gently squeezing her petite earlobe. "It is getting late. Let's dine first." Dinner was sumptuous, featuring an array of dishes Yue Ling adored. Jun Chenzhou delightedly served her, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of Yang Hai's eye, who served beside them. He had never seen the emperor exhibit such a carefree demeanor before. As they were dining, Xiao Fuzi hurriedly entered, whispering something to Yang Hai. The latter's expression faltered, hesitating before addressing Jun Chenzhou. "Your Majesty, someone from Hanzhong Palace requests an audience, stating that Consort Feng is feeling unwell and wishes for you to check on her." Yue Ling halted her hand holding the spoon, then resumed eating as if nothing had happened. Feng Ruoyan was clearly growing restless, seeking to vie for favor. In her past life, she had often employed similar tactics, particularly given her pregnancy, which warranted more attention. Yue Ling could never comprehend why Feng Ruoyan harbored such animosity towards her. Upon hearing the request, Jun Chenzhou instinctively glanced at Yue Ling, only to find her expression devoid of emotion as she quietly sipped her soup. A shadow flickered in his eyes, and he turned his gaze to Yang Hai, imbued with a hint of coldness. "Have the physicians been summoned?" Xiao Fuzi quickly confirmed, "They have been summoned." But Consort Feng expressed discomfort and is genuinely worried, wishing for Your Majesty to visit. "Is the imperial physician not sufficient for her needs? Will my presence cure her?" Jun Chenzhou's voice grew colder. She knows whether she is truly ill or merely putting on a show. If she is so frail, how will she have the strength to nurture the imperial heirs in the future? Yang Hai felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared that Feng had drawn the short straw, encountering the emperor on a day when his mood was sour. Jun Chenzhou's expression remained impassive. While he might entertain such ploys during times of good humor, today he was in no mood for it. His words left Yue Ling utterly astonished. Chapter 68. Intoxication. A resounding crash echoed through the side hall of Hanzhong Palace as porcelain shattered upon the floor. Feng Ruoyan, unable to contain her fury after Xiao Fuzi's departure, exclaimed, "How dare His Majesty speak to me in such a manner?" Startled by the fragments at her feet, Tan Yun implored, "Your Highness, please temper your anger. His Majesty, he may simply be unable to absent himself." "Unable to absent himself?" Feng Ruoyan retorted with scornful laughter. "He spends his days with that harlot, yet cannot spare a moment for me, even as I carry his heir." A sharp pain shot through her abdomen. Supporting her waist, She glared at the wreckage and raged. That strumpet hides in Qianyuan Hall, bewitching his majesty to the point where he neglects the entire harem. I shall see how long she can remain concealed. Despite her vehement outburst, a seed of apprehension sprouted within her. She pondered whether she should moderate her behavior. Should Jun Chenzhou deny her the right to raise her own child? The child's value would diminish considerably. Furthermore, as merely a pin, if she failed to ascend to the third rank, her child might be sent to the imperial nursery like that of Consort Lin. Her countenance darkened. Tanyan dared not utter a word until a voice drifted in from beyond the chamber. Why such ire, younger sister Feng? Radiant with a smile that belied her fall from grace, Jiaoyi entered, supported by Jin Xian. It seems that being out of favor has not affected you at all. Forcing down her anger, Feng Ruoyan rose and offered a perfunctory curtsy. To what do I owe the pleasure, esteemed Jiaoyi? Jiaoyi settled into a chair and gestured for the attendants to withdraw. Tanyan glanced at Feng Ruoyan, who, after some hesitation, dismissed her with a nod. Jiaoyi sipped her tea with leisurely grace. These are this year's new leaves. My own palace is still using stale tea from last year. She surveyed the surroundings with a languid smile. You're with child, after all. The food and provisions here are of the highest quality. What could possibly incite such fury? Feng Ruoyan managed a mirthless smile. Esteemed sister, there is no need to feign ignorance. By now, the entire harem must be abuzz. Her request to see the emperor had been denied, despite her pregnancy, and the consorts would surely be ridiculing her behind her back. Jiaoyi chuckled softly. You are too impetuous. As a child, I adored lily cakes, but lilies are cooling, and my mother forbade me from overindulging. I longed for them, dreaming of them every day. She smiled, turning to Feng Ruoyan. When my brother finally snuck me out of the manor to eat them, I quickly lost interest after just a few plates. Sometimes, it is not the object itself that one desires, but the longing for what is unattainable. Feng Ruoyan regarded Jiaoyi with a hint of surprise, seemingly taken aback by her composure. Before entering the palace, she had heard tales of Jiaoyi and Appo's as favored status and arrogance. Yet, even in disgrace, she remained serene. It was then that Feng Ruoyan realized the depth of her inscrutability. Esteemed Jiaoyi speaks wisely, Feng Ruoyan replied, taking a deep breath and forcing a smile. I have been too impatient. Jiaoyi cast a sidelong glance, her smile deepening. Feng Ruoyan was cunning, but not unmanageable. Moreover, she was ruthless and vicious, making her an excellent pawn. 10 months of pregnancy are not easy, but these are the months when His Majesty will be most attentive to you, Jiaoyi said, her gaze fixed on her. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Feng Ruoyan looked puzzled. Was Jiaoyi suggesting that she should strike while she still had the emperor's favor due to her pregnancy? She knew that Jiaoyi was exploiting her. But Jiaoyi also knew that she loathed Yue Ling. The radiant sun shone brightly in the 3rd month of spring. Yue Ling awoke with a profound ache throughout her body. She lay in bed, staring blankly at the canopy above. The previous night, Jun Chenzhou had been relentless, as if untiring. Despite their numerous encounters, she found herself defenseless against him in bed. Lately, whether due to the frequency of their intimacy or the lingering effects of her previous injury, she felt perpetually weak. However, Jun Chenzhou had recently relaxed his vigilance. Although she was still forbidden from leaving Qianyuan Hall, she was now permitted to stroll in the courtyard and visit Yin and the others. Finding Jun Chenzhou absent from the hall, Yue Ling sat beneath the overhanging flower gallery, watching the budding blossoms in the courtyard. Yin draped a cloak over her shoulders. Your Highness, although spring is approaching, it is still chilly outside. You must dress warmly. Yue Ling smiled. Thank you, elder sister Yin. I dare not, Yin replied. She stood beside her, engaging in conversation, until she noticed several maids digging beneath a tree. Come here, Yin called out, beckoning the maids, who scurried over. What is this? Yue Ling asked, noticing the jar they carried. Your Highness, this is peach blossom wine that we buried last year. With the peach blossom season approaching, we thought to unearth it and have a taste. Sensing Yue Ling's curiosity, Yin offered, would your Highness care to try some? Yue Ling nodded. She recalled her family making wine in this manner when she was a child. Her parents had forbidden her from drinking it, but she would sneak a sip. Although she did not particularly enjoy alcohol, the forbidden nature of it held a certain allure. Yin brought over a clean cup, and Yue Ling took a small sip. It was sweet, with a subtle hint of alcohol like drinking peach nectar. She drank several cups in quick succession. Seeing this, Yin cautioned, "Your Highness, this wine has a strong aftereffect. Please drink less." Fearing that she would catch a chill from sitting outside for too long, Yin quickly had the cups cleared away and helped her back into the inner chamber. Yue Ling's cheeks were flushed. She leaned against the window frame, watching the small birds flitting through the treetops. When Jun Chenzhou returned, he found Yue Ling in this state. "What happened to her?" he asked. Yin immediately knelt. "This servant deserves to die. Your Highness drank too much wine today, and I failed to dissuade her. Prepare a sobering soup," Jun Chenzhou ordered, waving for them to leave. Yue Ling's head throbbed. She sat upright, but her gaze was unfocused. "Yao Yao." Jun Chenzhou approached, taking her hand and kneeling before her. "Look at you, drinking so much when you cannot hold your liquor." Yue Ling blinked her watery almond eyes, her cheeks flushed, making her appear radiant and irresistible. She suddenly shook off his hand and staggered to her feet. "Where are you going?" Jun Chenzhou asked, swiftly catching her unsteady form. "Leave me alone," Yue Ling retorted, pushing him away. Chapter 69. Dislike you. Be careful. Upon witnessing Yue Ling shove someone, only to stumble backward herself, the emperor's brow furrowed. He grasped her arm, drawing her into his embrace. "How much did you imbibe?" He settled her onto the divan. In the candlelight, her fair complexion was flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of the sunset's ephemeral glow. "I have an urge to pinch it." He indulged his impulse, gently tweaking her cheek. Yue Ling blinked, then abruptly slapped his hand away. "Don't touch me." Her tipsy almond eyes held a hint of reproach. Since becoming his consort, the naivete in her expression had diminished, replaced by a subtle allure, amplified by her inebriated state. The emperor raised his hand, his thumb caressing the corner of her lips. "Who told you to drink so much? You skip supper too. You'll get a stomachache." Her eyelids drooped, her misty eyes half closed, nearly succumbing to sleep. He sighed. "Very well. Go to sleep if you're tired." "No, not sleeping." She struggled to push him away, but his strength prevailed, bringing her close to tears. "Want to vomit." No sooner had the words left her mouth than she doubled over, retching. The emperor's fists clenched as he surveyed the mess on their garments. With a grim expression, he lifted her into his arms. Attendants had prepared warm water. He meticulously bathed her, Yue Ling clinging to his neck, her feverish cheek pressed against his skin, murmuring, "Sister Ian, I want more wine." He gritted his teeth. "Little drunkard, you dare ask for more?" He pinched her nose playfully. Her eyes closed. She nestled against his chest, her mind adrift in a sea of jumbled memories. At 12, she had been sold into the Marquis Nanping's household. Initially, life was peaceful, but as her beauty blossomed, unwelcome gazes began to linger. At 15, she fled the Marquis's residence, seeking refuge in the capital with a merchant caravan. In this world, life was arduous for women, especially those like her, blessed with beauty but lacking the means to protect themselves. Upon arriving in the capital, she resided in a slum outside the city walls. After countless intrusions into her room, she resolved to enter the palace, seeing no other recourse. Despite all her trials, she was merely 17. At this age, some girls still enjoyed the comfort of their parents' love. Having experienced death, she realized she had never known parental affection. Deep down, she yearned for someone to cherish and care for her, much like the emperor had briefly done in her past life. She clung to the hope that this affection could endure. Similarly, Sui Jingyuan's childhood kindness had remained with her throughout her life. She often wondered what would have happened if her parents hadn't sold her. Perhaps in that small village, she wouldn't have been framed or mistreated. She could have grown up peacefully and married Sui Jingyuan. Sensing the warmth beside her, she whimpered softly and nestled closer, her arms encircling him. "I want to go home." She longed for a home, for someone to love and protect her. "What?" He didn't catch her words and leaned closer to listen. "Brother Jingyuan." He understood now. The emperor's face darkened, his eyes stormy. He inhaled deeply, aware that she was merely a drunkard, possibly unaware of her ramblings. Yet truth often emerged inebriated, suggesting this was what she truly desired. In the soft lamplight, tears streamed from her closed eyes as she continued, oblivious to the danger. "Take me home." His lips tightened, his voice laced with barely suppressed jealousy. Home. This is your home. Where else do you want to go? He emphasized his words, his calloused fingers forcefully wiping her lips, his tone tinged with possessiveness. You like him? A mere guard with an uncertain future? What is there to like? He recalled something and scoffed. You even gave away that cheap hairpin. How pathetic. With him, you'd struggle for daily meals. With me, you wouldn't have to worry. He pinched her cheek. You're too delicate. Can he protect you? She seemed uncomfortable and whimpered, trying to turn, but he held her waist firmly. She attempted to push him away impatiently. He seized her wrist, demanding, Do you really like him that much? Her body felt feverish, and she squirmed to escape his embrace. Don't hide. Answer me. Unaware of his babbling, she shook her head, her brow furrowed. No. The coldness in his eyes dissipated slightly. Then who do you like? He laid her on the bed, staring at her, his voice laced with seduction. Do you like me? She buried half her face in the covers, muttering, I hate you. His mood, previously improving, plummeted upon hearing those words. His expression turned cold, his eyes filled with lingering frustration. His jaw tightened, his heart churning with overwhelming jealousy. After a long silence, he pinched her chin with his cool fingers, pressing against her lips, and said in a low voice, You hate me? Even if you hate me, you still have to pleasure me under my body. The next morning, Yue Ling awoke with a splitting headache. Moreover, she realized she was completely naked. Her face flushed crimson and then turned pale. She called out weakly, Ian. The doors opened, and she saw the emperor enter. She clutched the blanket tightly, pouting. She had been so drunk, and he still took advantage. But she felt no discomfort, so he didn't seem to have taken advantage of her. Then why did he strip her naked? He brought over a bowl of hangover soup. Drink this. She remained hidden under the covers, her bare back and shoulders barely concealed. The emperor's eyes darkened as he offered her the soup. Yue Ling slowly drank it, and as soon as she set down the bowl, she met his cold gaze. She bit her lip. Why is your majesty looking at me like that? She tugged at the blanket, averting her gaze. My clothes. He didn't answer, merely sat down and stroked her flushed cheek. Do you remember what happened last night? She looked up blankly. No, I don't remember. Is that so? You took off your clothes yourself last night. Don't you remember? No way, she retorted instinctively. The next moment, she felt his gaze on her and quickly changed her tune. I only remember a little bit. Whether he believed her or not, the emperor's face remained expressionless, making her uneasy. He picked up a strand of her hair, saying casually, You want clothes? When you remember everything, then ask me for them again. The atmosphere within the Hall of Reeds grew palpably tense. After the man spoke, Yue Ling's fingers, which had been clutching his sleeve, gradually loosened. She gripped the bedding, turned away from him, and her slender spine trembled slightly, making the woman appear even more delicate and pitiable. A flicker of remorse crossed Jun Chenzhou's eyes. He had been somewhat jealous of her cries the previous night, but upon reflection, his words seemed rather frivolous. Given her humble origins and sensitive nature, she might have interpreted them as a sign of disrespect, as if he regarded her merely as a plaything. Yue Ling, clutching the quilt, retreated back onto the bed. Jun Chenzhou could only see her rigid back and the faint flutter of her eyelashes. His fingers hanging at his side slowly tightened as he cleared his throat with a hint of awkwardness. I did not intend it that way. Jun Chenzhou slowly sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch her. However, Yue Ling pulled the quilt tightly around herself, clearly in a foul mood. Radiating resistance, she had been somewhat disoriented upon waking, but his words had instantly cleared her mind. Last night, she seemed to have called out for her father and mother. And also, Sui Jing Yuan. Yue Ling felt foolish. How could she call out another man's name in front of Jun Chenzhou? Wasn't that courting disaster? If she admitted it, given his temperament, she might never leave Qian Yuan Palace for the rest of her life. Now, her only option was to deny it vehemently and take the initiative. As her mind raced, Jun Chenzhou retrieved a clean garment from a nearby cabinet. He bent down, approaching her. Shall I assist you in dressing? Yue Ling blinked her watery, beautiful eyes, her voice dry. I would not presume to trouble His Majesty. Please turn around. Jun Chenzhou was about to retort that there was nothing he hadn't seen, but he quickly swallowed the words. The less said, the better. The atmosphere between them had only recently improved. He decided to remain silent. Distracted by her, Jun Chenzhou also dismissed the thought of reprimanding her. He turned around, waiting for Yue Ling to put on her undergarment before bending down to lift her up. Let us proceed with your ablutions. I am not yet fully attired. Yue Ling instinctively tried to evade him, but the man chuckled softly, ignoring her protest and lifting her from the bedding. Yue Ling bit her lip, burying her face in the man's neck in a gesture of resignation, muttering softly, annoying. The gloom in Jun Chenzhou's eyes dissipated slightly. In a bathing chamber, the atmosphere subtly intensified as Yue Ling huddled in the man's embrace, sobbing quietly. Jun Chenzhou lavished her with affection for a considerable time. Half an hour later, Yue Ling emerged from the bathing chamber, her face darkened with displeasure. She sat on the couch, massaging her aching waist. Shortly after, Jun Chenzhou emerged, looking refreshed. Yue Ling instinctively tried to stand, but her legs buckled, causing her to slump back down. Her face flushed as she turned away in annoyance. Jun Chenzhou's dark eyes curved into a smile as he approached and embraced her. Yue Ling attempted to push him away, but lacked the strength, and could only glare at him weakly. Are you displeased? Jun Chenzhou chuckled, kissing her cheek. I shall make amends, shall I not? Yue Ling glanced at him askance, and he said, After supper, I shall escort you for a stroll to view the palace I have chosen for you. Yue Ling was taken aback, blurting out, Does His Majesty intend to release your concubine? Seeing the excitement in her eyes, Jun Chenzhou tugged at the corners of his mouth. So eager to venture forth? Nonsense. Who would wish to be confined in a single place indefinitely? Yue Ling lowered her head, her voice soft. I do not wish it. Jun Chenzhou, your temper is quite formidable. After they had finished their meal, Jun Chenzhou pulled her up, placatingly saying, Very well, I shall escort you hence. Yue Ling and Appo's mood improved, and she ceased her contrarian behavior, obediently allowing him to lead her. As she exited Qianyuan Palace, Yue Ling felt as though the very air had become fresher. She tilted her head slightly, taking a deep breath. The faint afterglow of the sun fell upon her fair face, and a gentle breeze stirred, lifting a strand of hair at her temple, adding to her charm. It was now evening, and the palace road was not crowded. Jun Chenzhou held her soft little hand, walking quietly along the path. Having been unable to leave for several months, Yue Ling found even the familiar imperial palace to be refreshingly novel. As they rounded a corner in the imperial garden, Yue Ling heard a crash ahead, as if something had shattered. Jun Chenzhou quickly steadied her, and upon closer inspection, discovered that two palace maids had collided. Your Majesty, forgive us. The two maids, startled by the encounter with the emperor, knelt down in fear. Yue Ling, observing the dark, viscous substance on the ground, resembling medicinal concoctions, was struck by a sense of familiarity. Yang Hai stepped forward to reprimand them. What is the meaning of this? Are you walking with your eyes closed? This servant is deserving of death. One of the maids, dressed in pink, cried out. This servant is a maid of Consort Qi of Yaohua Palace. I was hastily returning from the imperial pharmacy with medicine for Consort Qi when I collided with her. Hearing the name, Consort Qi, it took Yue Ling a moment to realize who it was. Consort Qi, who had been confined to Yaohua Palace after giving birth to a prince, was said to have suffered lingering health issues from childbirth. The empress, out of consideration for her having borne a prince, had granted permission for imperial physicians to treat her. Jun Chenzhou casually asked, What ails Consort Qi? The pink-clad maid hesitated. Consort Qi has been listless since her confinement, suffering from insomnia and gradual emaciation, requiring constant medication. Yue Ling paused, saying, Insomnia, gradual emaciation. Are there other symptoms? The maid glanced at Jun Chenzhou with some hesitation. Seeing that he did not object, she continued. In recent months, Consort Qi has been lethargic, suffering not only from poor sleep and appetite, but also spending more time in bed, frequently vomiting blood, and experiencing hair loss. This servant believes it may be a mental affliction. The more Yue Ling heard, the more her expression changed. When she had been confined to the Hall of Reeds, she had experienced similar symptoms. Insomnia, gradual decline, emaciation, inability to rise from bed, and eventually, even if it were a mental affliction, would the symptoms be so similar? In that medicine, Yue Ling was certain she recognized the scent. She had consumed that medicine for half a year in the Hall of Reeds. Jun Chenzhou glanced at her, seemingly puzzled by her concern for Qi and Appo's condition. Qi is a convicted person and does not warrant excessive concern. Fearing that she was being too compassionate, Jun Chenzhou added, "She was also implicated in the plot against you." Yue Ling nodded absent-mindedly. In her previous life, she had wondered why she had become so weak and bedridden, despite her naturally frail constitution and the mental strain of confinement. However, her health had deteriorated to the point where she lacked the energy to ponder it further. Yue Ling was preoccupied, and only realized that Jun Chenzhou had stopped when she nearly bumped into his back. "What is it?" Seeing her pallor, Jun Chenzhou touched her cheek with concern. "If you are unwell, we shall return. I shall escort you to the Hall of Reeds another day." Hall of Reeds. Yue Ling's expression froze for a moment. She slowly turned her head, realizing that they had arrived at the gates of the Hall of Reeds. The Hall of Reeds was a unique palace in the harem. Other palaces consisted of a main hall, 2 side halls, and 2 wings, but the Hall of Reeds had only a main hall, with a vast palace for a single occupant. The rear courtyard contained a peach orchard, with a bath carved into the landscape, fed by a gently flowing spring. When she had moved in during her previous life, it had caused quite a stir in the palace. Gazing at the familiar yet alien palace, Yue Ling was lost in thought. The Jasper Pavilion now boasts an even more opulent decor. The palace gates stand wide open, with glazed lanterns suspended from the eaves, casting a gentle luminescence. Through the gates, one can glimpse jade screens and gold-threaded carvings of meticulous artistry adorning the forecourt. A dainty kennel graces the yard, where Dee reclines, wagging its tail contentedly. The subtle murmur of flowing water adds to the ambience, its crystalline notes a melodious delight. Noticing Yue Ling and Appo's entranced expression, Jun Chenzhou curved his lips into a smile and embraced her from behind, inquiring, "Do you find it to your liking?" In bygone days, her initial investiture was merely as a minor consort. Though she resided in the Jianjiao Pavilion, its appointments were unremarkable. Now, as a consort Jiu of the 3rd rank, the entire pavilion was adorned with opulence, teeming with servants. Yue Ling lowered her gaze, her heart unmoved. She pondered the recent events, the symptoms of consort Qi filling her with doubt. When she was formerly confined, she languished in melancholy, attributing it to a malady of the heart that led to her demise. Yet, in retrospect, such happenstances were rare in the palace. Was her death an act of fate or human design? What troubles you? What occupies your thoughts? Emperor Jun Chenzhou, noticing her silence, clasped her hand. "If there is aught amiss, inform me, and I shall order its rectification." Yue Ling furrowed her brow slightly, gazing at Jun Chenzhou with a momentary daze in her eyes. If she were to investigate this matter, Jun Chenzhou would be her most potent ally. At present, he seemed to indulge her whims, whether out of affection or mere novelty. At the very least, his indulgence would facilitate her endeavors. As night deepened, lanterns illuminated the palace walls. Yue Ling and Appo's radiant almond eyes curved into a smile, her voice soft. "I am pleased with it, Your Majesty." She turned her head slightly, a delicate blush adorning her fair cheeks. Jun Chenzhou's heart stirred, sensing a softening in her demeanor. Though she had appeared docile in recent days, a pent-up resentment lingered within her. Today, however, was different. Jun Chenzhou mused that had he known a mere outing could bring her such joy, he would have brought her out sooner. He raised an eyebrow and, taking her hand, said, "Let us venture within." And crimson coral stood before the hall, its lifelike form shimmering under the moonlight. Its presence here was slightly presumptuous, but Yue Ling, aware that Jun Chenzhou had ordered its placement, wisely refrained from comment. Near the windows grew several crabapple trees, beneath which stood a swing, its ropes entwined with vines and adorned with small blossoms. Everything was arranged according to her preferences. Yue Ling glanced at the man beside her. Her fair face upturned in a smile, her beautiful eyes softened. "I am grateful, Your Majesty." Jun Chenzhou's throat tightened, his voice slightly hoarse. "There are more delights that await you." Under Yue Ling and Appo's puzzled gaze, he led her to the edge of the bathing pool. Steam rose from the pool, strewn with flower petals, creating a seductive scene. Yue Ling bit her lip, muttering, "Libertine." Not content with the daytime frolic, he sought this upon arrival. Jun Chenzhou, overhearing her, fixed her with a dangerous gaze, bending slightly to look at her. Libertine, I merely brought you to see it, so that you may relax here when weary. He clicked his tongue softly. What occupies your thoughts? Yue Ling was taken aback, her lips moving soundlessly. She could only glare at him before averting her gaze. That gaze, both scolding and resentful, inflamed Jun Chenzhou's desires. If you're so inclined, perhaps we could indulge. Yue Ling was shocked by his impudence, pushing him away in embarrassment. I shall inspect the inner chambers. She strode past the man and into the depths of the pavilion. Jun Chenzhou followed leisurely, a smile playing in his eyes. A consort Jiu was attended by 10 palace servants. 8 were waiting outside the hall. Yang Hai stepped forward as the 2 returned and inquired, Your Majesty, the consort is lacking 2 senior maids. Does the consort have any preference? I recall you in A and Amp. Oppos. Yin were close. Would you like her to attend you? Yue Ling shook her head. Ian is 25 years of age and is on the list to leave next month. Let us select others. Ian wished to leave the palace. Her parents resided in the capital, and Yue Ling had often heard her speak of her family. Yue Ling did not wish to hinder her. Let the Palace Affairs Department send 2 maids. I have no specific requirements. Jun Chenzhou, hearing this, instructed Yang Hai, Go yourself and select 2 suitable candidates. Yes, your humble servant shall attend to it immediately. Once the servants had withdrawn, Yue Ling tugged gently on the man and Oppos' sleeve. May I remain in the Jinjiao Pavilion tonight? Jun Chenzhou and Amp, Oppos' eyes betrayed no emotion, yet Yue Ling detected a hint of scrutiny. She blinked her eyes and added, You have adorned the Jinjiao Pavilion so beautifully, Your Majesty. Yet you would deny me the pleasure of residing within? Is this not a deliberate torment? The man chuckled softly, stroking her hair. My Qianyuan Palace cannot compare to your Jinjiao Pavilion. He did not agree, nor did he refuse. Yue Ling nudged him, cooing, I shall take it as Your Majesty's assent. Unwilling to hear a refusal, Yue Ling rose and headed out. I shall go and bathe. Watching the woman and Oppos' hasty departure, Jun Chenzhou leaned back against the soft pillows, raising a questioning eyebrow. She had become harder to deceive. The Jinjiao Pavilion's bathing pool was set beneath the open sky, surrounded by scarlet peach blossoms that emitted a delicate fragrance. She leaned against the pool's edge, gazing at the stars, unaware of someone approaching from behind. Only when a pair of calloused hands covered her shoulders did Yue Ling start. Knowing full well who it was, Yue Ling took a deep breath. I shall be done shortly, Your Majesty. Please wait. A rustling sound followed, and Yue Ling turned her head to see Jun Chenzhou descending. She quickly averted her gaze, her earlobes flushed crimson. Jun Chenzhou, still shy? He walked slowly toward her, grasping her wrist and pinning her hands behind her back, then lowered his head to kiss her. How innocent! Did she truly believe he would allow her to bathe alone? The steam rose from the bathing pool, filling the entire palace. The man kissed her nose affectionately. Your Majesty, Yue Ling was on the verge of tears. You truly wish to reside in the Jinjiao Pavilion? Not return with me to the Qianyuan Palace? Yue Ling shook her head helplessly, her thoughts becoming muddled. After teasing her for a long while, reducing her to a choked whisper, Jun Chenzhou finally released her. Yue Ling reproached him weakly. Your Majesty goes back on his word. The man tugged at the corners of his lips. How have I broken my word? Then Your Majesty agrees that I may reside in the Jinjiao Pavilion from now on? Jun Chenzhou raised a strand of her hair, a teasing smile on his face. Just now it was tonight, and now it is from now on. You're taking liberties. Yue Ling pouted, deciding that if she had already done it once, doing it again would not matter. She leaned closer to the man, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering in his ear, I implore you. Chapter 72. Paying respects after a night of abandon. Yue Ling slept soundly. The morning light streamed into the hall, bathing the woman in a warm glow. Yue Ling furrowed her brow and raised an arm to shield her eyes. The alabaster skin of her arms was adorned with a constellation of crimson marks, a testament to the previous night's ardor. After a moment, Yue Ling opened her eyes, her almond-shaped eyes still clouded with sleep. She rubbed them and sat up. The space beside her was cold. He must have left for the morning court. A faint sound drifted from outside, and Yue Ling saw a maid enter. Greetings, esteemed consort. Are you ready to rise? Yue Ling parted the curtains. The maid appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Seeing Yue Ling's gaze, she curtsied respectfully. This humble servant is Yun He. Eunuch Yang sent me last night to attend to you. My companion, Yun Chan, is preparing your breakfast in the kitchenette. These maids were handpicked by Yang Hai, ensuring they weren't planted by rival factions. For now, she could trust them. Yun He helped Yue Ling up, her eyes briefly lingering on the marks adorning Yue Ling's neck. It seemed the consort Zhao was indeed favored. What time is it? Yue Ling asked as she sat before the mirror, allowing Yun He to begin her toilette. It is 1:15, Chun Shi, esteemed consort. Chun Shi. Yue Ling lowered her gaze in contemplation. Hurry with my toilette. I must pay my respects at the Empress's palace later. Yun He responded, esteemed consort. There is no need to fret. His Majesty instructed you to rest. Yue Ling wasn't necessarily eager to pay respects, but given the circumstances, and considering how many things in the palace had already diverged from her past life, wallowing in self-pity would be of no use to her if she wanted to survive in the harem. She needed to assess the situation. Moreover, she might glean some information about Consort Shi. Despite her words of dissuasion, Yun He's hands moved swiftly, soon arranging Yue Ling's hair into an elegant coiffure. The Imperial Household Department delivered these garments this morning. If you are to pay your respects, esteemed consort, you cannot be too understated. What do you think of this ruby-red gown? Yue Ling examined the dress, a resplendent ruby-red gown embroidered with a profusion of flowers. She nodded in approval. By the time she was ready, Yin Chan had already summoned the ceremonial guard to the entrance of the Jinjia Pavilion. Ordinarily, consorts below the third rank were not entitled to such an honor, but Jun Chenzhou had specifically ordered that she be granted a retinue. Seated in the palanquin, Yue Ling found it ironic to see the palace staff bowing respectfully as she passed. In her previous life, she had also risen from the ranks of palace maids. But she was initially only a Xian Shi, and even at the time of her death, she was but a lowly Meirin. Jun Chenzhou's favor had been fickle, and the sycophantic courtiers had looked down on her due to her humble origins and low rank. What she had spent her entire life pursuing in her past life was now within her grasp. Cunning palace, the assembled consorts had already arrived. The Empress emerged precisely on time, her gaze sweeping over the sole empty seat in the hall. The seat reserved for the Emperor's new darling, Consort Zhao. Ever since Yue Ling's investiture, the Empress had arranged for her seat, even though she had never come to pay her respects. It was placed below worthy Consort Ying and opposite Consort Yi. Consort Li, who had previously occupied that spot, had been shifted back one position. After all, Consort Zhao had a title, and even if their ranks were the same, she outranked the other two consorts. No sooner had the Empress taken her seat than favored Consort Shun spoke with thinly veiled displeasure. Your Majesty, I heard that Consort Zhao moved into the Jinjia Pavilion yesterday. Why has she not yet come to pay her respects? Is she truly so arrogant? Worthy Consort Duan chimed in agreement indeed. How long has she been invested? Not only does she monopolize His Majesty's Qian Yuan Palace, but she also disrespects Your Majesty. With these two taking the lead, the other consorts began to murmur amongst themselves, particularly the newly inducted consorts from the previous year, who had barely glimpsed the Emperor. How could they be pleased to have their chances usurped by a former palace maid? Worthy consorting leaned back in her seat, a sneer playing on her lips as she listened to the chorus of complaints. Feng Run quietly sat upright in her chair, glancing at worthy consorting before lowering her eyes, not joining in the fray. The Empress delicately sipped her tea, seemingly unperturbed by the complaints. She merely said calmly, Consort Zhao is delicate. His Majesty has instructed her to rest well in the palace. How could I possibly force her to do otherwise? Favored Consort Shun retorted with sarcasm. Delicate? She is truly precious. Such disregard for protocol is simply presumptuous, though this humble consort is fortunate to have received His Majesty's favor. I cannot compare to favored Consort Shun's esteemed status. Amidst the murmuring, the palace staff by the entrance parted the beaded curtain, and Yue Ling gracefully entered the hall. Adorned in exquisite finery, her raven hair held in place by a jade hairpin, the woman moved with fluid grace and captivating charm. A subtle, intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air with each step. Yue Ling approached the Empress and curtsied. This consort is late. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. All eyes were on her. The Empress was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, offering a gentle smile. Consort Zhao, there is no need for such formality. Please be seated. Even after Yue Ling took her seat, many Kuden and Oppos resist stealing glances at her. Yue Ling had rarely adorned herself when she was a palace maid, but today, with a touch of rouge and powder, she was even more captivating. This consort dares not agree with favored consort Shun's earlier remarks, Yue Ling said, breaking the silence in the hall. His Majesty instructed this consort to rest out of consideration, not out of presumptuousness. Worthy consort and gave her a rare look. To speak so bluntly upon arrival, was her previous gentleness merely an act, or was she simply foolish, letting her newfound favor go to her head? Many in the hall shared this sentiment. Sparks were flying between Yue Ling and favored consort Shun. Favored consort Shun's expression turned icy. Consort Zhao is certainly eloquent. Yue Ling smiled. Thank you for the compliment, favored consort Shun. His Majesty also finds this consort to be articulate. Favored consort Shun was speechless. How vexing. Yue Ling didn't care what they thought. On her way here, she had been contemplating how to face the denizens of the harem. But upon hearing favored consort Shun and Oppos' snide remarks at the entrance, she had felt a surge of discomfort. In her previous life, she had been nothing but cautious and subservient in the presence of these high-ranking consorts. She had endured favored consort Shun's constant mockery, swallowing her pride, only to be met with their deadly machinations. If that was the case, why should she humble herself in this life? Jun Chenzhou had forcibly kept her in the palace. If she were to continue enduring the whims of these people, as she had before, what would be the point of her rebirth? Suddenly, she understood. She would live freely from now on, never again subjected to the whims of others. After all, she had nothing to lose, having already died once. What was there to fear? Yue Ling, living is good, dying is fine too. Whatever. After their commotion subsided, the Empress consort interjected with a consolatory tone. Although Zaidiu is new to these greetings, you have been His Majesty and Oppos as presents for quite some time. Surely the ladies of the palace are acquainted with you. Yue Ling followed the Empress consort's lead, casting her gaze about the chamber, pausing momentarily upon Feng Ruoyan's somewhat sickly visage. She was 8 months pregnant, her abdomen prominent, and even the heavy cosmetics could not conceal her weariness. Feng Ruoyan and Lin Baolin were both progressing smoothly with their pregnancies. Lin Baolin, now in her 9th month, had been excused from these greetings by the Empress consort to ensure her peaceful confinement. As for Feng Ruoyan, it was unclear why she was exerting herself to attend. Does Jiu have some words for this humble concubine? Feng Ruoyan inquired, a smile gracing her lips, though inwardly she was seething. A lowly servant had now surpassed her in rank. She, pregnant as she was, remained merely a pin, while Yue Ling, by what merit, had become a Jiu, with an honorific title no less. I merely observed that Feng Pin appears so haggard, almost unrecognizable. I nearly failed to identify you, Yue Ling remarked. Feng Ruoyan clenched the armrest, a pulse throbbing in her temple. Was this an insinuation about her diminished beauty? This concubine is with child, so naturally there's some hardship. Feng Ruoyan replied, suppressing her anger and feigning a maternal gesture towards her belly. What did her present favor matter? Once she bore a prince, her rank would surely exceed Yue Ling's. Were she not nearing her confinement, she would never have allowed Yue Ling to prance about before her. Yue Ling seemed oblivious to her pregnancy, merely expressing curiosity. I have often heard that pregnancy is arduous for women. Today, witnessing Feng Pin is evident upon your face. Feng Ruoyan's lips twitched involuntarily. A woman's most prized asset in the palace was her beauty, yet Yue Ling repeatedly disparaged her countenance. It was infuriating. Shun Fei could not suppress a muffled chuckle, seemingly forgetting that she had been the previous target of Yue Ling and Oppos' barbs. It is only natural for Feng Pin to appear weary during pregnancy. When Zaijiu is with child, she will understand, Xian Fei commented. Her appearance was unremarkable, but she was known for her gentle and considerate nature, qualities that the late Emperor and Empress Dowager had sought in a consort for Jun Chenzhou. Yue Ling offered a nonchalant smile. I'm still young. His Majesty has instructed me to care for my health and not to rush into other matters. She made no attempt to conceal Jun Chenzhou and damp Oppo's favor, causing pangs of envy among those present. Moreover, the remark about her youth was a subtle jab at many in the chamber. Feng Ruoyan's already pallid complexion grew even more ashen. Ying Jiaoyi nearly lost her composure. Forcing a strained smile, Zhejiu speaks wisely, but it is best to conceive while one is still young. Yue Ling regarded her with feigned confusion. If Jiaoyi is not anxious, why should I be? Ying Jiaoyi inhaled deeply, choosing silence. Xianfei said with a smile, Zhejiu is still inexperienced. In this palace, having a child early provides a sense of security. Security? Yue Ling echoed, her eyes crinkling with amusement, her lips curving upward. Xianfei is correct. But bearing a child is not a panacea, as exemplified by Qi Shi. Upon hearing Qi Shi's name, a momentary stiffness fell over the assembly, as if they were reminded of that night of forced witnessing. Yi Jiu, who had remained silent until now, spoke. Qi Shi erred, and His Majesty has punished her. Now that she is reportedly terminally ill, Zhejiu should show leniency where possible. Yue Ling's gaze settled upon her. Yi Jiu was clad in simple attire, a string of prayer beads adorning her wrist, exuding an aura of aloofness. Yue Ling had little recollection of her, either in this life or the previous one. She was said to be a devout Buddhist, living a secluded life, neither favored nor seeking prominence. Yue Ling chuckled softly. How magnanimous of you, Sister Yi. Truly befitting of one who embraces Buddhism. In my view, the Buddha statue should be removed from the hall, and Sister should take its place. Should she show leniency to someone who had nearly caused her demise? Preposterous. Observing Yue Ling's sharp wit, which had nearly offended everyone in the chamber, the Emperor's consort, fearing further outbursts, brought the gathering to a swift conclusion after a few perfunctory remarks. Shun Fei cast a venomous glare at Yue Ling before departing, and Ying Jiaoyi stalked past her with a frigid expression. Yue Ling rose gracefully, supported by Yun He, and sauntered out. In her previous life, these women had belittled her due to her lack of power. But now, Yue Ling savored the experience of wielding influence and authority. This audience had been most gratifying. Back at the Jinjiao Pavilion, the head eunuch, Xiao Songzi, and his entourage were waiting outside the palace gates. Greetings to your ladyship. May your ladyship be blessed with 10,000 fortunes. Rise, Yue Ling commanded. After a cursory assessment of the group, she instructed Yun He to distribute the rewards. I am unaware of where you previously served, but now that you have entered the Jinjiao Pavilion, I am your sole mistress, Yue Ling declared, her expression impassive. We rise and fall together. Only when I prosper will you benefit. We understand, they replied. Yue Ling dismissed them after a few brief words. These individuals have been assigned by Yang Hai and might include spies sent by Jun Chenzhou to monitor her. Their loyalty remained uncertain. Your ladyship, the kitchen staff wishes to know if your ladyship has any preferences for luncheon, a servant inquired. Yue Ling, jolted from her reverie, shook her head. Prepare something simple. As you wish, Yun Chan replied before departing. Yue Ling propped her hand against the desk, massaging her temples, and suddenly inquired. Yun He, I overheard them mentioning Qi Gingyi earlier. Is she truly gravely ill? Yun He hesitated before responding. This servant has only heard snippets of information. The Emperor's consort ordered a physician to examine her, but the Imperial Hospital is not so readily available. They merely dispatched a minor official to attend to her. A minor official? The Imperial Hospital, in addition to imperial physicians, employed less esteemed individuals, such as apprentices and pharmacy attendants, who typically attended to unfavored concubines. Yun He nodded. It was official way. This servant worked in the imperial pharmacy previously and has encountered him. Yue Ling nodded nonchalantly. Go to the Imperial Hospital and summon official way. Is your ladyship unwell? Yun He asked, concerned. If your ladyship is indisposed, this servant will request the senior physician Shun to examine you. That will not be necessary, Yue Ling replied, fixing her gaze upon Yun He. Yun He, I am aware that you were assigned by Yang Hai, but now that you serve me, we are in the same vessel. You must decide whether your loyalty lies with me or with your former master. The choice should be clear. Yun He immediately knelt. Your ladyship is perceptive. This servant belongs to your ladyship and harbors no divided loyalties. Yini understood that her position as a senior palace maid was far more promising than her previous role in the imperial pharmacy. Although Yang Hai had instructed her to report any matters concerning Zhejiu, one could not serve two masters. Attempting to please both would only result in alienating both. Rise, Yue Ling said, bending down to assist her. I trust you implicitly. Proceed to the imperial hospital and summon official Wei. As you wish. Once the palace gates were sealed, Yue Ling slumped against the soft pillows, as if her strength had waned. If Qi Shi and Amp, Oppo's, as ailments were contrived, then her own demise in her previous life was certainly no accident. Yue Ling pondered who in the harem harbored animosity towards her and who was most likely to have orchestrated her demise. After a moment of contemplation, she mused, It seems they all detest me. Chapter 74. Your Majesty, say something. Half an hour later, Yunhe entered with Wei Limu. This humble subject greets the Zhejiu. Wei Chao bowed, his heart pounding, wondering what this recently favored Zhejiu wanted with him. Wei Darren, dispense with the formalities. Yue Ling leaned against the couch, gesturing for Yunhe to close the hall doors. I and Amp, Oppos, V heard that the Qi Shi of Yaohua Palace is under your care. Wei Chao and Amp, Oppos, S heart skipped a beat. He often accompanied imperial physician who in and out of the harem to treat the concubines, so he had naturally heard of the discord between Qi Shi and the Zhejiu. Now that the Zhejiu was asking about it, was she perhaps going to reprimand him? Cold sweat broke out on Wei Chao's forehead, and his voice became even more respectful, replying to Your Highness. The Empress ordered the imperial hospital to treat Qi Shi. This humble subject entered the imperial hospital not long ago, and Vice President Shun dispatched me to go. Yue Ling said unhurriedly, Wei Darren, there's no need to be apprehensive. This palace merely wishes to know how Qi Shi is faring. Seeing Wei Chao's apparent apprehension, she added, I've heard that Wei Darren's ancestors were physicians for generations. Wei Darren entered the imperial hospital at such a young age, truly a promising future. In the time it took Yunhe to fetch him, Yue Ling had recalled that she had met this Wei Chao in her previous life. In her past life, a year later, an epidemic broke out in the suburbs of the capital, and it was Wei Chao who ultimately found a way to treat it, thereby earning the appreciation of Vice President Shun. It was evident that his medical skills were superb, and he was now merely a minor official, lacking only an opportunity. A glimmer flickered in Wei Chao's lowered eyes, and he cupped his hands, saying, Thank you for your Highness's recognition. When this humble subject takes Kai Jinjiai's pulse, I find that her pulse is not quite right. Oh, not a mental illness? Wei Chao shook his head. Kai Jinjiai's internal organs are aging at an extremely rapid pace, certainly not caused by a simple mental illness. Even if she suffered from postpartum imbalance and intractable heart disease, it would be impossible for her to become so weak in just a few short months. Yue Ling and Oppo's fingers grasping the skirt gradually tightened. What symptoms does she have? Vomiting blood, hair loss, nightmares, loss of appetite, physical weakness, unable to get out of bed. In this humble subject's opinion, Kai Jinjiai may have been poisoned. Poisoned? Yue Ling murmured these two words. Before Wei Chao came, she had suspected as much, and now she was even more certain. In her past life, she had only started experiencing these symptoms several months after being imprisoned in the Jinjiao Pavilion. She was already so destitute. Who exactly wanted her life so badly? Feng Ruoyan, or Ying Jiaoi, or perhaps the Empress? Yue Ling's expression paused slightly, and she asked, What kind of poison is it? Wei Chao looked troubled. This humble subject is incompetent and cannot diagnose it for the time being. Could your Highness grant this humble subject a few days? After returning, I will certainly scour the medical books to find this poison. Yue Ling nodded slightly. Then I will have to trouble Wei Darren. This humble subject would not dare. Wei Chao responded, having entered the palace, who didn't want to rise above the ranks. Wei Chao was no exception. His family had practiced medicine for generations, but unfortunately, he had no official position to protect him. In the imperial hospital, his wealth of medical knowledge was unappreciated. Now, if he could use Kai Jinjiai's matter to curry favor with Zhejiu, it would also be a good thing. Wei Chao shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and bowed. Retreating. Awakening from her midday nap, Yin Shan entered to help her get up. Your Highness, Eunuch Fu came by a moment ago. His Majesty instructed that you go to the imperial study to accompany him after you wake up. Yue Ling pouted, not wanting to go. His Majesty said that if you don't want to go, he will come to fetch you himself later. Yunshan dutifully relayed the message. Yue Ling deflated. Understood. Let's get ready. Emerging from a Jinjiao pavilion, a refreshing breeze swept through, and the apricot blossoms planted along the roadside were in full bloom. Yue Ling couldn't help but pause and take a few more glances. Does your highness like these flowers? This servant will pick a few branches to take back and place in the palace. Yue Ling nodded. Different flowers were planted along this road in each season. When she was a palace maid, she would often secretly admire them whenever she passed by, and occasionally she would pick up some fallen petals to make sachets. She raised her hand and broke off a branch of apricot blossoms. The pinkish-white petals had a faint fragrance. Yue Ling lowered her head to sniff, her nose touching the petals. Yunhe broke off a few more branches and handed them to her. Just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of someone approaching from the opposite side. Your Highness, it's Consort Feng. Yunhe reminded her in a low voice. Yue Ling suppressed her smile and looked in the direction she indicated. This concubine greets the Jiu. Feng Ruoyan seemed to be heading straight for her, standing in front of her and slightly bending her knees in greeting. However, the gesture was as perfunctory as could be. Before Yue Ling could speak, Feng Ruoyan stood up straight. Your Highness, please don't take offense. This concubine is heavily pregnant and should not perform too many courtesies. Yue Ling lightly curved the corners of her lips. Since that's the case, why is Consort Feng wandering around instead of staying in her own palace? She took a slight step back, feigning disgust as she flicked the silk handkerchief in her hand. Consort Feng is heavily pregnant, so please stay away from this palace, lest you stumble and fall in this palace. Feng Ruoyan's expression froze, seemingly not expecting Yue Ling to speak so bluntly. Weren't the women in this palace all masters of subtle barbs? Why did Yue Ling always display her emotions so openly every time she spoke? Feng Ruoyan clenched her palms tightly, feeling a slight sting. This concubine doesn't know where she has offended Zheju. Why must your highness target this concubine in this way? Is Zheju not afraid that his majesty will find such a temperament displeasing? Yue Ling raised an eyebrow. Are you his majesty? Feng Ruoyan was taken aback. What? Yue Ling curved her lips, her eyes filled with a faint mockery. You are not his majesty, so how would you know what he likes? Feng Ruoyan almost couldn't catch her breath. She clenched her fists tightly. She had just opened her mouth when she stopped, her eyes suddenly reddening. This concubine truly doesn't know where she has angered your highness. If your highness is displeased, this concubine will personally come to your door to apologize after giving birth. I only hope that your highness will consider the imperial heir in this concubine's womb and spare this concubine this time. Yue Ling blinked. What a strong aroma of tea. She didn't even need to turn around and know that there was probably someone behind her, perhaps Jun Chenzhou or the Empress. She wanted to tell Feng Ruoyan, you played this trick countless times in your past life. Yue Ling rolled her eyes, not taking the bait, letting Feng Ruoyan feign tears there. What's wrong? A warm hand grasped her own, and the man familiarly pulled her into his arms. Feng Ruoyan. Yue Ling bit her lip, saying in a muffled voice, didn't his majesty see everything? Consort Feng said that this concubine was bullying her. Jun Chenzhou glanced at Feng Ruoyan and then averted his gaze. He looked at Yue Ling, seemingly waiting for her to say what had happened. Yue Ling pouted, as if very aggrieved. This concubine was on her way to the imperial study when she ran into Consort Feng. It's fine that she didn't perform the proper greetings, but she even said that she would apologize to this concubine after giving birth to her child. What does she mean by that? Is she using the child to threaten this concubine? Feng Ruoyan's face turned red and white, and before she could interrupt, Yue Ling grabbed the man's arm and shook it. Your Majesty, say something. Chapter 75. Scolding him doesn't mean you can scold me. Oh no. It's not like that. Feng Ruoyan anxiously attempted to explain. Your subject merely felt unwell, which is why I was unable to offer my greetings promptly. If you're unwell, shouldn't you be resting in your own palace? What brings you here? Jun Chenzhou, still holding Yue Ling's hand, pinched her palm as a subtle warning when she seemed eager to break free from his grasp. Feng Ruoyan stared upward, dumbfounded, seemingly taken aback by Jun Chenzhou's words. Your Majesty, the imperial physician advised that I take gentle strolls before childbirth. Yue Ling pouted, "Your Majesty." Consort Feng implies that the Hall of Embracing Splendor is too diminutive for her perambulations. Feng Ruoyan found her words caught in her throat once more. Why did Yue Ling never speak according to convention? How was she supposed to respond? If she claimed the Hall of Embracing Splendor was small, wouldn't that imply dissatisfaction with the Empress's arrangements, or perhaps offend the primary consort, and Chongyi, inviting trouble? As she hesitated, Yue Ling suddenly turned to Jun Chenzhou with a radiant smile. Your subject recalls that the Pavilion of Distant Pines remains unoccupied, spacious, and vacant. Perhaps Consort Feng could relocate there? A wave of panic washed over Feng Ruoyan. The Pavilion of Distant Pines was the most remote palace from the Hall of Celestial Purity, nearly bordering the Cold Palace. Was Yue Ling intentionally trying to cause her to fall out of favor? Your Majesty, your subject was mistaken. I implore your Majesty not to have me relocate to the Pavilion of Distant Pines. Feng Ruoyan appeared devastated, her complexion paling, her figure swaying precariously, relying entirely on her maidservant for support. Yue Ling rolled her eyes, averting her gaze, disinclined to witness her theatrics. With her pregnancy, she possessed a sort of get-out-of-jail-free card. Naturally, Jun Chenzhou would not allow her to move to the cold palace-esque Pavilion of Distant Pines. Even if Jun Chenzhou, blinded by infatuation, agreed, the Empress Dowager and Empress would never stand idly by. Yue Ling merely wished to irritate her. If Consort Feng is so unwilling, it seems my good intentions have been in vain, Yue Ling murmured, blinking her almond-shaped eyes, feigning regret. A flicker of amusement crossed Jun Chenzhou and Appo's eyes, yet his words sent a chill down Feng Ruoyan and Appo's spine, since that is the opinion of worthy Consort Zhao. I see no reason to disagree. Feng Ruoyan froze. Yue Ling was equally stunned. Yang Hai, dispatch men to prepare the Pavilion of Distant Pines. Consort Feng shall relocate there after she gives birth. As the words faded, the man gently massaged her fingers, his thumb tracing the lines on her palm before interlacing his fingers with hers, as if seeking her approval. Feng Ruoyan clenched her fingertips, incredulous. Your Majesty. Jun Chenzhou and Appo's voice was cold. The Pavilion of Distant Pines is tranquil, ideal for your recuperation. Worthy Consort Zhao and Appo's intentions are benevolent. You should offer your gratitude. Yang Hai promptly stepped forward, bowing. Your Highness need not worry. This servant shall instruct the Imperial Household Department to renovate the Pavilion of Distant Pines with utmost care. Feng Ren bit her lip in humiliation, watching the departing figures, her gaze filled with venom. Yue Ling was escorted by the man the entire way. Upon entering the Hall of Celestial Purity, she remained somewhat astonished. The Pavilion of Distant Pines is quite a distance. Is your Majesty not concerned that it will be difficult to visit Consort Feng and a young prince in the future? Jun Chenzhou's tone was indifferent. Once the child is born, he will naturally be sent to the prince's quarters. Yue Ling was taken aback. Did he mean to prevent Feng Ruoyan from raising her own child? Although the dynasty had a regulation stating that only consorts of the third rank or higher could raise their children, this rule was often overlooked. As long as the emperor was willing, a third-rank title was a trivial matter. Why did he now seem to dislike Feng Ruoyan? Yue Ling could not comprehend it. In the next instant, the man lifted her onto his lap. Yue Ling was enveloped in a warm embrace, her back pressed against his firm chest, surrounded by his familiar scent. Enough about her. I heard you summoned the imperial physician today. Are you feeling unwell? Jun Chenzhou rested his chin on her neck, speaking softly. Next time, have Shen Yuanpan summoned directly to attend to you. It's nothing, I just felt a bit weary. Yue Ling was trapped in his embrace, unable to move. So she simply relaxed against him. The people of the Hall of Fragrant Reeds mentioned that he had only summoned a low-ranking functionary. Jun Chenzhou's first thought was that the Imperial Hospital was neglecting her. Only after Yang Hai inquired did he learn that Yue Ling had specifically requested that functionary way. Jun Chenzhou lowered his gaze, playing with her fingers, aware that she was concealing something from him. A faint smile played on his lips. She certainly had many secrets. But that was all right. He would eventually uncover them all. After a brief moment of intimacy, Jun Chenzhou asked Yue Ling to grind ink for him, as he had a mountain of memorials to review. Yue Ling pretended to grind for short, while before complaining in a delicate voice, "My hand aches." Your Majesty, Sumon U Nu Tiang. Your subject is weary. Jun Chenzhou chuckled softly, gazing at her with a teasing smile. You're becoming increasingly perfunctory. Ever since he agreed to let Yue Ling move to the Hall of Fragrant Reeds, her perfunctoriness had been evident. Yue Ling was unfazed. Then your majesty should seek out sisters who are not perfunctory. Jun Chenzhou suddenly gripped her waist, pressing her onto the dragon throne. I believe you're in need of a lesson. Perhaps she had gone too far. Yue Ling could not help but clutch his robes, her eyelashes fluttering. Just as she was about to coax him, young hind amp, oppose. This urgent voice sounded from outside. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has arrived. Yue Ling immediately pushed him away, quickly standing up. Feng must have complained, and the Empress Dowager was likely there to demand an explanation from Jun Chenzhou. She had previously heard the third princess mention that the Empress Dowager was quite fond of Feng, not to mention the child in her womb, whom the imperial physician had predicted was likely to be a prince. Yue Ling grabbed Jun Chenzhou and Appo's arm, hiding behind him, her large, bright eyes fixed on him. Your Majesty, are you afraid now? Yue Ling heard him chuckle softly, a hint of pleasure in his tone. She pouted, displeased. Afraid? Afraid of what? It was your Majesty who issued the decree, not me. Stubborn, Jun Chenzhou pinched her nose. Go inside and wait. Yue Ling hurried into the inner chamber. As soon as she lowered the curtain, she heard the Empress Dowager enter with a commanding presence. The Emperor is becoming increasingly unrestrained. Consort Feng is pregnant, and you are making her move to the pavilion of distant pines? Jun Chenzhou is finished. He sat on the dragon throne without rising. The pavilion of distant pines is tranquil. Consort Feng needs to rest after childbirth. Does Mother Empress have any objections? The Empress Dowager scoffed. The pavilion of distant pines is remote. It will be inconvenient for the prince to reside there in the future. Mother Empress need not worry. The prince will be sent to the prince's and Appo's quarters. Mother Empress may dispatch someone to fetch him whenever she wishes to see him. The Empress Dowager was stunned. You do not intend to let Feng Ruoyan raise her child? Feng Ruoyan's family background was respectable, and her rank could be elevated to allow her to raise her own child. The Empress Dowager had always assumed that Jun Chenzhou intended to do so. Jun Chenzhou unconsciously tapped his fingers on the desk. Feng Ruoyan was not an obedient person. Moving her further away would prevent her from causing trouble. Consort Feng's status is insufficient. I will carefully select someone to care for the imperial heir. Insufficient status? The Empress Dowager nearly burst out laughing. You can directly bestow the title of worthy consort upon a mere palace maid. Yet now you claim that Feng Ruoyan's status is insufficient? Jun Chenzhou raised his eyes to meet hers, his expression indifferent. If Mother Empress had not repeatedly targeted her, I would not have needed to worry about Yue Ling being bullied, which is why I granted her a higher rank. The Empress Dowager nearly choked. Was he blaming her? You are disregarding palace rules and acting too wantonly. Rules are essential for order. Have you not heeded the advice of the censors these past few days? Have you forgotten the late emperor's admonitions to you? Now that the realm is at peace, you no longer listen to even my words. Jun Chenzhou listened to the Empress Dowager's scolding as Yue Ling hid behind the screen, listening. TSK, how pitiful. Scolding him doesn't mean you can scold me. Oh no. Chapter 76. Southern Frontier Woman in early April, the day A and Appo's Yin departed from the palace, Yue Ling went to bid her farewell. Observing the unconcealed joy on A and Appo's Yin and Appo's countenance, Yue Ling felt happy for her, yet a tinge of melancholy stirred within her. Ayan was the only person she could truly call a friend in this palace. Across 2 lifetimes, and now she was leaving. Yue Ling offered her 500 taels of silver, which startled Ayan, who vehemently refused. Your Highness has only recently been ennobled, and the palace surely requires funds for management. This servant dares not accept. Just take it, Yue Ling insisted, pressing the silver into her hands. The vaults of the Jinjiao Pavilion are overflowing with gifts from Jun Chenzhou. 500 taels is nothing. Any trinket from the vault would be worth more. This is for you. Keep it safe. If you marry in the future, I shall add to your dowry. Ayan playfully chided, Your Highness is teasing me again. Yue Ling earnestly hoped that Ayan would safeguard the silver. Having been sold by her own parents at a young age, she was unaware of Ayan's familial circumstances. But even if there were matters at home, This sum would suffice for a lifetime of ease. The hour grows late. Go now. Ayan clasped her hand, her voice thick with emotion, ultimately uttering only, "Your Highness, take care in the palace." After seeing Ayan off, Yue Ling's spirits were somewhat dampened. Yunhe gently supported her as they slowly made their way back. Today, Her Majesty the Empress is hosting a banquet in the Imperial Garden, inviting numerous noblewomen and young ladies of prominent families. Your Highness agreed to attend some days ago. Shall we return to change attire? Yue Ling demurred. Let us proceed directly. She glanced at her ensemble for the day, finding it neither excessively opulent nor unduly plain as to invite disregard. The Imperial Garden was already abuzz with a gathering of women, the mingled scents of various cosmetics more potent than the fragrance of the blossoms themselves. Save for the newly promoted consort Lin, elevated due to the birth of the second princess, and consort Feng Ruan, who was nearing her confinement. Nearly all the imperial consorts were present. Yue Ling paid her respects to the empress in the pavilion and then stood alone beneath the shade of a tree, admiring the full bloom of spring. Small groups congregated along the walkways. The imperial consorts, largely hailing from aristocratic families, maintained their own social circles. Some, aware of Yue Ling's favor, approached to offer a few flattering words, which Yue Ling met with gentle smiles. Yue Ling, a boisterous voice suddenly rang out. Yue Ling turned to see the third princess rushing towards her with impetuous energy. Your Highness, Yue Ling greeted, her smile widening as she grasped her hand. The third princess pouted in discontent. It has been an age since I last saw you. Royal brother is truly vexing. He has turned me away each time I sought you out. She grasped Yue Ling's arm, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and, upon seeing her rosy complexion, felt reassured. She leaned closer, confiding mischievously, "It seems Royal brother is taking good care of you." The third princess in Appo's mind immediately conjured vivid images. Yue Ling playfully scolded her. "Do not speak recklessly." The two whispered beneath the trees, a scene that did not escape the Empress's notice. It was curious, indeed. The third princess possessed a somewhat spoiled disposition, yet, for reasons unknown, she and Yue Ling were quite compatible. Even the Dowager Consort had sung her praises before the Empress Dowager on several occasions. The Empress casually adjusted her eardrop, knowing that the Empress Dowager was currently displeased with her, rendering any favorable words from the Dowager Consort and the third princess ineffectual. The wife of Vice Minister who flattered the Empress, these peonies are in full splendor. Might your Majesty lead us to admire them? The Empress nodded with a smile, surrounded by the ladies like a constellation of stars. These are newly cultivated by the Flower Conservatory this year. I had intended to present them to the Empress Dowager, as she is fond of them, but alas, Her Majesty has been indisposed of late and cannot attend. Upon hearing this, the wife of Governor Zhang inquired. The Empress Dowager has always enjoyed robust health. I want to pay my respects this morning, but did not see her. I wonder how she fares. The Empress sighed softly. The harem is rife with strife. Her Majesty is burdened with worry. The ladies exchanged glances, their veiled gazes falling upon Yue Ling in the distance. The events in the palace some days prior had been widely discussed. This Jowie was truly formidable, capable of sowing discord between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. However, Jowie was beyond their ability to comment on. Madame, who smiled and steered the conversation away from the topic, with Your Majesty's assistance, the Empress Dowager may now recuperate properly. Consort Ying sat in the pavilion, watching numerous individuals fawning over the Empress, a flash of disdain in her eyes. Why does Consort Ying not admire the blossoms? Consort Ying looked up, only to discover that Consort Yi had seated herself beside her, with Consort and following shortly after. These flowers are the same every year. What is there to admire? Consort Yi smiled. Indeed. However, year after year, the flowers are similar, but the people are different. Consort and had not brought the young princess today. Consort Yi inquired, "It has been some time since I last saw the eldest princess." This concubine visited Consort Lin's second princess some days ago. She is quite adorable. Consort smiled. Jingyi was very tired today and could not be roused this morning. I could only let her sleep. Consort Ying raised her eyebrows, her gaze drifting towards Yue Ling beneath the trees. A smirk played on her lips. Now that Jowie is favored, Consort Ying must watch over the eldest princess. consort and felt a pang of apprehension. She then heard consorting say, consort and took action against Jowie during the previous incident. I wonder if Jowie harbors any resentment. Consort, ye sipped her tea. This concubine has heard that Jowie is inquiring about the condition of Attendant Chi. Attendant Chi is already so pitiable. I wonder what Jowie intends to do. Whatever she intends to do, she has the Emperor's support. Sister, you should worry less. Consort Ing retorted with a hint of mockery. Consort Ing's breathing became erratic. She surreptitiously observed Yue Ling, who was chatting happily with the third princess, seemingly oblivious to their presence. An hour later, the Empress and the others returned from admiring the flowers. Tables and chairs had been arranged in the garden, and everyone took their seats. It was merely a flower-viewing banquet, so the rules were not so strict. Yue Ling sat with the third princess, who, at her urging, had taken a small amount of wine. Yuni stealthily replaced her wine pot with a teapot. The Emperor had instructed that Her Highness did not handle alcohol well and should not drink excessively in public. The third princess sipped her fruit wine and suddenly narrowed her eyes. Why is she here? Who? Yue Ling followed her gaze and noticed that Feng Ruoyan, with her protruding belly, had arrived, accompanied by an unfamiliar woman. This concubine pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress frowned imperceptibly. Consort Feng need not stand on ceremony. Feng Ruoyan rose and smiled. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My elder sister rarely has the opportunity to enter the palace, so I thought to bring her to pay her respects to Your Majesty. The woman behind Feng Ruoyan stepped forward gracefully, her countenance serene, her voice clear and melodious. This subject, Feng Tingwan, pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May Your Majesty be blessed with 10,000 fortunes. The third princess nudged Yue Ling with her elbow. Look at her sister. Why does her attire not resemble that of our Central Plains people? Yue Ling was also unsure, but Yunhe explained. That attire is somewhat similar to that of women from the southern frontier. When this servant was young, my family was in trade, and I once accompanied my father to the southern frontier. The third princess had an epiphany. No wonder. I heard that this Feng Tingwan was lost at a young age and was only found last year, seemingly from that place in the southern frontier. Yue Ling nodded, vaguely recalling having seen her once at a palace banquet in her previous life. Chapter 77. The lute, as the wine flowed freely, Consort Shun, emboldened by the spirits, proposed. Esteemed sisters, since we are all gathered here today, why not engage in some poetic recitations and artistic endeavors to alleviate our boredom? The palace concubines and noble women present, almost all hailing from distinguished families, possessed a natural flair for poetry and song. Thus, with Consort Shun's suggestion, everyone readily agreed. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, Consort Shun has a splendid idea. I have a box of South Sea pearls in my palace. Let's use them as prizes. Kai Wei, upon receiving the order, went to retrieve the pearls, igniting a sense of anticipation among the young ladies below. Securing the Empress's reward and establishing a favorable reputation would undoubtedly benefit their future marriages. Moreover, with rumors of the Emperor's potential arrival, capturing his attention held even greater allure. Several individuals subtly directed their gazes toward Yue Ling. Gaining the Emperor's favor could lead to a meteoric rise, akin to that of Consort Zhao, who ascended from a humble palace made to a position of prominence. The third princess, with a pout, whispered into Yue Ling's ear, How tedious, it's always the same. Her eyes darted around, as if struck by a sudden realization. Yao Yao, what are your talents? She fretted that if someone were to mention Yue Ling, her inability to showcase any skills would subject her to ridicule. Anxiously, the third princess exclaimed, Perhaps I could compose a poem for you to recite later, just to get by. Yue Ling shook her head. If they truly intend to make things difficult for me, they wouldn't allow you the opportunity to help me cheat. Then what shall we do? The third princess, ever impetuous, attempted to pull her away from the table. Why don't we simply leave? Consort Shun, with keen eyes, noticed the two of them and promptly announced in a clear voice, Consort Zhao and the third princess. Where are you headed? Her words drew the attention of everyone present to Yue Ling and the princess. Consort Shun, seemingly oblivious, maintained a graceful smile. Could it be that Consort Zhao finds my suggestion disagreeable? Yue Ling forced a smile. Consort Shun, you're mistaken. In that case, Consort Zhao and the princess should take their seats, the Empress Dowager interjected, seizing the opportune moment. It's rare for us sisters to gather together. Consort Zhao, please don't dampen our spirits. Imperial concubine Ying raised an eyebrow. Your Majesty, please don't make things difficult for Consort Zhao. She was a palace maid. How could she possibly possess any knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, or painting? Imperial concubine Jiang glanced at Imperial concubine Ying before gently retorting, Imperial concubine Ying, you are mistaken. If Consort Zhao possessed no particular talent, how could she have possibly gained the emperor's favor? Imperial concubine Ying scoffed softly, offering no further comment. The third princess, incensed, was about to retort when Yue Ling swiftly restrained her. There's no need. They're deliberately trying to embarrass me. No amount of argument will change that. It was rather amusing how, during ordinary greetings, these individuals would speak with veiled barbs. Yet now, they had united as a single entity to confront her. Consort Shun was the first to play a piece on zither. The ethereal music that emanated from the instrument seemed incongruous with her fiery personality. Subsequently, Imperial concubine Ying created a painting, and the Empress Dowager composed a poem. The atmosphere was convivial, yet some individuals remained fixated on Yue Ling. Feng Ruoyan's gaze was intense, concealing unfathomable emotions. Consort Zhao, please don't be modest. Would I be so fortunate as to witness your talents? The third princess immediately retorted, Consort Feng, you're with child. Shouldn't you be resting? I wouldn't want my little nephew to inherit your gossiping tongue. Feng Ruoyan's expression shifted, and the Empress Dowager frowned, reprimanding, Shu Yuan, do not speak recklessly. The third princess rolled her eyes, dismissing the matter. Yue Ling patted her hand, signaling her not to worry. I possess no particular skills, which I'm afraid will disappoint your Majesty. Observing the expressions of disdain on the faces of many concubines, Yue Ling shifted her tone. I wonder if I might borrow Noble Consort Xian's lute? Noble Consort Xian had brought forth numerous musical instruments. Upon hearing Yue Ling's request, she smiled and said, Consort Zhao, please feel free. Feng Ruoyan's eyes flickered, followed by a derisive snort. Play the lute? She'll likely end up shooting herself in the foot. Many others shared this sentiment. Yue Ling disregarded their opinions. Since they had come to provoke her, she would not allow them to ridicule her. She sat on the pearwood stool, cradling the lute. Her radiant eyes were lowered, and the hair at her temples swayed gently in the breeze. After a pause of a few breaths, she began to pluck the strings. The enchanting music flowed from her slender fingers, resembling a babbling brook in a gentle breeze, transporting listeners to a tranquil mountain stream, filling their hearts with serenity. Yue Ling's lute playing was not necessarily transcendent, but she had practiced diligently in her previous life, focusing on conveying emotions. She played the piece with effortless fluency. The more Feng Ruoyan listened, the darker her expression became. Feng Tingwan, seated beside her, cast a sidelong glance before returning her gaze to the woman on the stage. Consort Shun, observing the expressions of admiration on many faces, grew even more incensed. Where did this lowly woman acquire such skills? As her fingers stilled and the music faded, the tranquil imperial garden was filled with lingering notes that resonated in the hearts of many. From the moment the woman appeared on stage, Emperor Jun had halted in his tracks. He stood in the shade of a tree, his stern face concealed in shadows. However, his enigmatic eyes were fixed upon the woman in the garden. The ethereal lute music gradually merged with the melody from the woman in his dreams. Emperor Jun had long known that the woman in his dreams was Yue Ling. However, since taking possession of her, he had ceased to dream. The two individuals in his dreams were intimately close, yet in reality, she avoided him. Pieces of memories tormented him. What had transpired between them? He desperately sought to uncover the truth, to determine whether it was merely a fantastical dream or a past reality. Though he disbelieved in ghosts and deities, he now found himself wondering whether such concepts as past lives and reincarnation could be real. Yang Hai, also captivated by the music, had not expected Consort Zhao to possess such talent, which she had kept hidden. Hearing the emperor's voice, Yang Hai hastily regained his composure. What are your orders, your majesty? Emperor Jun's voice was deep and his gaze cold. Will the imperial preceptor arrive in the capital? Yang Hai replied, after your majesty's previous instructions. I dispatched a message to the Imperial Preceptor. I estimate he will arrive in approximately 1 month. The Imperial Preceptor was a wanderer by nature, and Emperor Jun, being a non-believer, merely regarded him as a symbolic figurehead. Consequently, the Preceptor had been absent for an extended period. Emperor Jun retracted his gaze and approached Yue Ling as she rose. Consort Zhao, your skills are remarkable. Just as Consort Shun and others were about to make sarcastic remarks, the Emperor's voice resounded. Only then did the gathering realize that Emperor Jun had arrived. The Empress Dowager hastily led the others in offering their greetings. We pay our respects to your majesty. May your majesty be blessed with boundless happiness. Emperor Jun approached Yue Ling, assisting her to her feet before calmly stating, You may all rise. He was attired in a jade-colored and formal robe, and his stern features were softened, enhancing his noble and handsome appearance. Yue Ling, feeling uneasy at his touch on her wrist, attempted to withdraw her hand. Why had he come? Had he heard her play the lute? Yue Ling's heart tightened, but she immediately dismissed her worries as irrational. He knew nothing of her past life. What did it matter if he knew she could play? Observing their intimacy, the Empress Dowager felt increasingly uncomfortable, forcing a smile. I did not expect your majesty to have time to visit. Emperor Jun had merely heard that Yue Ling was present and, concerned that she might be disheartened by Yan's departure from the palace, had come to check on her. He spoke casually, I was simply taking a stroll. I did not anticipate that Consort Zhao's lute playing would be so impressive. Yue Ling sensed a hidden meaning in his words. Before she could ponder further, Emperor Jun grasped her hand. Continue, Empress. I shall take Consort Zhao away. Chapter 78. Inebriating her upon returning to the Jianjia Pavilion, Jun Chenzhou reclined on the couch, gently grasping the wrist of the woman before drawing her into his embrace. As Yue Ling nestled into his arms, the subtle scent of snow bamboo, cool and elegant, enveloped her. Jun Chenzhou rested his chin atop her head and mused. How was I unaware that you could play the pipa? Yue Ling's delicate shoulders stiffened momentarily, and she replied softly, I learned it as a child, but it has been ages since I last played. Is that so? Jun Chenzhou teased as he pinched her earlobe, watching as the small, lustrous appendage gradually flushed a rosy hue. To still play so beautifully after such a long hiatus, I ought to commend your intelligence. A hint of shyness flickered in Yue Ling's gaze. She sensed an underlying meaning in his words. Clearing her throat, she responded, perhaps it's merely a strong memory. With an arm around her, Jun Chenzhou toyed with her small hand, his attention drawn to several books on the desk. Where did these come from? Following his gaze, Yue Ling replied, they were brought by Shu Yuan. Leaning languidly against the soft pillow, Jun Chenzhou flipped through the pages with a casual demeanor. It is one thing for Shu Yuan to neglect her studies, but quite another to indulge you in these nonsensical tales. Yue Ling pouted. What is so nonsensical about them? They are merely a means to pass the time. Her slender fingers tucked away stray strands of hair behind her ear, deftly evading his playful touch on her earlobe. Jun Chenzhou flipped a few more pages before suddenly chuckling. Look at this. Talks of past lives and present fates. Truly absurd notions. A shiver coursed through Yue Ling's fingers, and she felt a flutter of anxiety. Raising her eyes, she discovered Jun Chenzhou's unwavering gaze upon her. He pulled her arm towards him, and before she could react, she found herself nestled against his chest. Do you believe in such things, Yao Yao? He inquired, his dark eyes fixed on her. What? She stammered. Faded connections from past lives, that even if forgotten in this life, one would still encounter their destined counterpart. He recited lines from the book, his other hand resting possessively on her slender waist. Yue Ling felt uncomfortable under his scrutinizing gaze and averted her eyes. Is your majesty intentionally teasing me? It is still early. Do you not have documents to attend to instead of indulging in such trivialities? With that, she shot him a playful glare and snatched the book from his hands, tossing it aside. Jun Chenzhou chuckled, his eyes sparkling as he regarded her. Suddenly, he seized the back of her head and kissed her fiercely. Yue Ling, caught off guard, felt a mix of guilt and hesitation, clutching the fabric of his robe as she succumbed to his passionate advances. Have you been drinking again? After a prolonged moment, Jun Chenzhou released her lips, observing the flush on her cheeks, unsure whether it was due to intoxication or embarrassment. I only had a little, Yue Ling emphasized, and it was fruit wine. Jun Chenzhou recalled the day she had drunkenly declared her dislike for him in her dreams. The truth often spills forth under the influence of wine, he thought. His expression inscrutable. Yue pressed her hands against his chest, breathing heavily, but before she could compose herself, he kissed her again with unrelenting fervor. Later that evening, after a bath, Yue discovered 2 pots of warm wine on the table. Jun Chenzhou poured a glass leisurely, extending his hand towards her. The hour grows late. Do you still wish to drink, Your Majesty? His nightgown hung loosely, the buttons on his chest unfastened, revealing a hint of his muscular physique. He smiled softly, pulling her into his embrace. Since Yao Yao can drink with them, why not share a few cups with me? Having just emerged from his own bath, his hair still damp, his demeanor was markedly different from the daylight hours, his cold black eyes now infused with a hint of desire. He brought a cup of wine to Yue's lips, and after a moment of hesitation, she parted her mouth and drank from his hand. The flavor was unfamiliar, more intense than the fruit wine, leaving a fiery sensation in her throat. Her head began to spin slightly. Jun Chenzhou poured himself a cup as well, observing her rosy cheeks with a leisurely smile. In an instant, he sealed her lips with his. The spicy liquid filled her mouth, and Yue instinctively pushed him away. But she was no match for his strength. He kissed her fervently, one hand gripping her delicate neck, as if to meld her into his very being, stealing away her breath. Yue's small nostrils flared as she gasped for the scant air. Suddenly, he grasped her waist and flipped her onto the couch. Her long neck arched in a vulnerable curve. She clutched at the thin blanket, leaving behind a trail of creases. Your Majesty. Finally, when he released her, Yue, her lips tingling and numb, hurried to retreat. Yet Jun Chenzhou was relentless, feeding her more wine as she protested weakly. Enough. Her tolerance for alcohol was already low, her face a vivid crimson, her vision blurred with shimmering lights. Yao Yao. Jun Chenzhou held her tightly, their foreheads touching. Who am I? Yue whimpered. Try to escape. I don't want to drink anymore. Hearing her fragile sobs, Jun Chenzhou's gaze sharpened, his lips curving into a slight smile, then begged me. Please, please, she replied instinctively, her mind clouded. Good. He leaned closer, his voice low and laced with temptation. Now tell me, do you like me? His rough fingertip traced circles on her soft abdomen. As Yue trembled and shook her head, Jun Chenzhou continued to probe, kissing her lips again. Why not? What have I done to displease you? Yao Yao, be good and answer me. His voice was dark and enticing, like a siren's call. You bully me. Yue's tears flowed freely, clutching his robe to wipe her nose. You and Feng Ruoyan both bully me. Jun Chenzhou's fingers stilled, his expression darkening dangerously. How did you suffer at their hands? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. You like her, you do not like me. That is not true, he whispered, urgently kissing her cheeks. How can I not like you? Exhausted from crying, Yue buried her face in the soft pillow, her shoulders trembling. Yet she remained silent despite Jun Chenzhou's persistent inquiries. He took a handkerchief to wipe her face, sitting beside her and watching her for a long while. Having intoxicated Yue, he yearned to uncover the truths concealed within her heart. The weight was unbearable. He needed to know the depth of their connection. She mentioned Feng Ruoyan, yet in his recollection, they had scarcely met. But he was certain that Yao Yao would not lie. Feng Ruoyan must hold some significance. Chapter 79. Poisonous goo in the Shutong Pavilion. Feng Ruoyan returned to the palace, her body enveloped in a chill. Upon seeing the desolate courtyard, her spirits plummeted to an all-time low. Originally, Jun Chenzhou had intended for her to move to the Shutong Pavilion only after giving birth. But little did she know that after the Empress Dowager and Appo's visit to the court the very next day, Yang Hai personally came to facilitate her relocation. The officials of the Internal Affairs Bureau were astute. They looked down upon her fallen favor, yet were wary of the air she carried, dragging their feet with excuses of insufficient manpower, promising to arrange her palace later. Feng Ruoyan was acutely aware that they simply wished to observe whether she could regain her standing after childbirth, a gathering of petty sycophants. Zhu Yun assisted her into the inner hall, and Feng Tingwan followed silently. Sister, did you see today? Feng Ruoyan leaned wearily against the soft pillow, calling out to her sister, though her tone lacked any respect. I pleaded with the Empress Dowager for ages to secure your entry into the palace. Do not let me down. Feng Tingwan sat down, pouring herself a cup of cool tea. The poisonous goo is not easily administered. Your Highness's impatience is futile. What do you mean? Feng Ruoyan slammed the table, her gaze laced with sarcasm. You spent 20 years in the southern wilderness and still cannot administer a goo poison? Upon hearing this, a flicker of resentment briefly crossed Feng Tingwan and Appo's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. The goo poison requires entry into a person in Appo's body. Your Highness must provide me the opportunity to approach that individual. How difficult can that be? Feng Tingwan seemed oblivious to her mockery and continued. Each goo poison is distinct and varies according to the individual's constitution and mental state. Spare me your pleasantries. Feng Ruoyan retorted coldly. Do not forget who facilitated your return. Her expression darkened. Were it not for my urging of our parents, you would still be languishing in that remote village. Indeed, your Highness speaks true, Feng Tingwan replied, her expression unchanged, a faint smile gracing her lips. I understand your Highness's intent. The goo worm requires nurturing. Simply await the outcome. Feng Ruoyan frowned. How long will it take? She had no desire to witness that arrogant wench, Yue Ling, flaunting herself before her. 1 month. Feng Ruoyan's demeanor relaxed slightly, and she raised an eyebrow. Then I shall await my sister's good news. In the Jianjiao pavilion, Yue Ling sat languidly on a wooden couch by the window, idly flipping through a book. The weather was gradually warming, and in a few days, the Dragon Boat Festival banquet would commence. Recent court affairs had kept Jun Chenzhou from clinging to her as before. Much to Yue Ying's relief. Your Highness, I just received word from Xia Songzi that the Empress Dowager's servant, Mama Xia, has passed away. Yue Ying's hand froze mid-page, and she looked up at Yunhe. Is that true? Yunhe nodded. Yes, Mama Xia was already advanced in age and had been bedridden due to punishment. The Empress Dowager had shown mercy by sending a physician, but alas, she could not survive. Yue Ying tossed the book aside, feeling a flicker of annoyance. With Mama Xia's death, the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly look upon her with even greater disdain. Since her elevation, the Empress Dowager had persistently feigned illness, refusing audiences except for the occasional summons of pregnant or childbearing concubines. Even the Empress had been unable to visit. Yue Ying felt momentarily vexed, but her expression soon settled into tranquility. If the Empress Dowager truly sought to make her life miserable, only Jun Chenzhou could assist her. She needed to find an opportunity to stir the waters, at least to gauge Jun Chenzhou's affections towards her, so she could act accordingly. Lost in thought, she was interrupted by Yun Chan's entrance. Your Highness, Wei Li has arrived. Let him in. Wei Zhao entered the hall and bowed. I pay my respects to your Highness. Lord Wei, no need for such formalities, Yue Ying dismissed. Have you uncovered anything? Wei Zhao nodded, glancing at the palace attendants. Understanding the cue, Yunhe discreetly led them out, leaving only herself by the door. I have consulted ancient texts and can confirm that the poison found in Qi Gengyi's quarters is a long-lost toxin from the Central Plains, known as Marinmu. Marinmu? Yue Ying had never heard of it. The term Marinmu translates to the beauty in decline. Those who ingest this poison exhibit normal pulse patterns, yet their internal organs deteriorate rapidly, leading to symptoms such as vomiting blood, hair loss, and a progressive aging appearance. Continuous consumption for merely half a year leads to a swift demise. The insidious nature of this poison lies in its undetectable effects at low doses. I could only ascertain its presence through acupuncture and examining her medicinal residues. Yue Ying felt her heart sink gradually. This implied that during her previous imprisonment, someone had indeed poisoned her. Already frail, she often fell ill prior to her confinement. So after being imprisoned, she assumed her decline was merely due to pent-up emotions, never suspecting poison was at play. A truly nefarious tactic. If this poison has been lost to time, how did it find its way into the palace? Wei Zhao appeared sheepish. I am inept. Although this poison is lost to the Central Plains, it is documented to thrive in dark, damp regions such as deep forests. And the world is replete with skilled individuals. Who can say whose hands it has passed through? However, I cannot ascertain who brought it into the palace. Wei Zhao was merely a minor official, and Yue Ying understood he lacked the ability to trace the origins of this poison, let alone unearth the mastermind behind it. To acquire such a rare poison and stealthily bribe the imperial pharmacy to administer it to Qi Gengyi, all while evading the watchful eyes of the imperial guards, was no simple feat for an ordinary concubine. Even locating the palace servant who poisoned her would not guarantee uncovering the true orchestrator. If she wished to identify the culprit, the most straightforward method would be to have Jun Chenzhou personally investigate. Yue Ling furrowed her brows, a plan forming in her mind. Lord Wei, you just mentioned that the poison is difficult to detect in small doses. What if it is consumed in larger quantities? Wei Zhao paused. Larger doses would manifest symptoms of poisoning and could indeed be perilous. Yue Ling turned her gaze towards him. Since you have managed to identify this poison, I trust it will not be an issue for you to procure some for me. Before Wei Zhao could refuse, Yue Ling laid out her terms. As long as you can bring it to me, acquiring another physician for the Imperial Hospital would not be a challenge for me. Wei Zhao's heart raced. He knew he was treading a dangerous path, yet the allure of becoming a physician was nearly irresistible. After 20 years of diligent study, he aspired to bring glory to his family and become a distinguished healer. Clearly, aligning himself with Lady Zhao was the most expedient route for someone of his humble origins. Yet, opportunity and risk were inextricably intertwined. That evening, as Yue Ling was preparing for bed, Yin He rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Consort Feng has given birth." Yue Ling responded indifferently. So, she has. Consort Feng's rank was lower than hers, so even if she didn't visit, it wouldn't be considered a breach of etiquette, merely inviting whispers of arrogance. As Yue Ling had anticipated, the usually deserted Shu Tong Palace was ablaze with lights. The Empress Dowager, the Empress, and others were waiting inside. The agonizing cries of Feng Ruoyan echoed from within, and the palace staff carried the scent of blood from the birthing chamber. The Empress surveyed the room, noting that everyone from the harem, except for Jun Chenzhou and Yue Ling, had arrived. She gestured to Consort Li, who promptly said, "Consort Feng's confinement is a significant event for the harem, and we rushed here as soon as we heard. It seems only royal concubine Zhao has yet to arrive. Has Her Majesty sent for her?" The Empress feigned surprise and glanced at Kai Wei, who immediately replied, "Your Majesty, this servant personally went to Jinjiao Palace." But Yin He said royal concubine Zhao had already retired for the night. Noble Consort Ing cast a sidelong glance at her and scoffed, "Royal concubine Zhao outranks Consort Feng, so it's understandable that she wouldn't come." The Empress Dowager, her temples streaked with gray, looked displeased, typical of someone from a humble background, lacking in manners. The Empress frowned and said, "Royal concubine Zhao is new to the harem and unfamiliar with the rules. I'll send someone to summon her." Jun Chenzhou entered just as the Empress spoke. He glanced at the closed door of the birthing chamber and said calmly, "There's no need. The wind is strong tonight, and royal concubine Zhao is delicate. It's best not to disturb her. Consort Feng's labor has nothing to do with her, and summoning her now might disrupt her rest." Furthermore, he thought, she had complained that Feng Ruoyan bullied her. She disliked Feng Ruoyan, so why force her to come and be annoyed? The Empress Dowager retorted with a cold smile, "His Majesty is indeed solicitous of royal concubine Zhao, but it is Consort Feng who is in labor." Jun Chenzhou's gaze was indifferent. Would royal concubine Zhao's presence alleviate Consort Feng's pain? He hadn't visited the Empress Dowager in quite some time. She had always indulged him and never interfered with his affections, so he wondered why she disliked Yue Ling so much. Yue Ling was merely a fragile woman, alone and vulnerable in the palace, relying solely on him. He had no choice but to favor her, for if he didn't, the others in the harem would devour her whole. The Empress gently soothed the Empress Dowager, "Your Majesty, with the imperial physicians here, Consort Feng will be in good hands. Too many people will only cause chaos." The Empress Dowager's expression remained stern as she stared silently at the birthing chamber. Jun Chenzhou stayed for only a quarter of an hour before departing, when it was reported that his carriage was headed toward Jinjiao Palace. The Empress Dowager slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "A temptress indeed." Meanwhile, at Jinjiao Palace, Yue Ling lay in bed, wide awake. In her previous life, Feng Ruoyan's child hadn't survived, and she had been willing to sacrifice the child to frame her. It was incomprehensible. She wondered if this time she would give birth to a boy or a girl. Yue Ling rolled over, closed her eyes, and tried to dismiss the chaotic thoughts. As Jun Chenzhou entered, he saw her curled up on the bed with her back turned to him. He stepped onto the soft carpet and embraced her from behind. Yue Ling kept her eyes closed, knowing he was there but not wanting to acknowledge him. Jun Chenzhou held her silently, feeling uneasy. He wasn't sure if Yue Ling was simply uninterested in the affairs of the harem or if she was angry about Feng Ruoyan's labor. He remembered that she disliked Feng Ruoyan. If he had known she disliked that woman, he wouldn't have allowed the Empress Dowager to choose Feng Ruoyan for the harem. To him, the women in the harem were merely diversions. Before her, he had never cared for anyone. He would visit whoever could help him relax after dealing with state affairs, nothing more. Yao Yao. Regardless of whether she was listening, Jun Chenzhou continued. I know you dislike her. I won't see her again, okay? Yue Ling's long eyelashes fluttered, but she remained unresponsive. You don't need to care about anyone in the harem. I only care about you. Jun Chenzhou paused, as if embarrassed to say such words. However, he told himself that Yue Ling was asleep, and the pressure in his heart lessened. Yue Ling rolled her eyes inwardly. Easier said than done. Jun Chenzhou didn't mind. He held her close, feeling content just embracing her. No amount of women or power could give him such a feeling. It was like a lost treasure finally returned to his arms. Later, Feng Ruoyan gave birth to the second prince. The Empress Dowager was reportedly overjoyed, and a stream of lavish gifts flowed into Shu Tong Palace during her confinement. Jun Chenzhou only visited once on the second prince's full-month celebration. He didn't even promote Feng Ruoyan's rank, and the second prince was sent to the prince's quarters as soon as he turned 1 month old. Yue Ling sensed that he was unusually cold toward Feng Ruoyan and her son, but she didn't know why. In any case, it was all irrelevant to her. Yue Ling spent her days leisurely in Jinjiao Palace, and before she knew it, it was the day of the Dragon Boat Festival Palace Banquet. The weather had turned warm, and Yue Ling wore a cherry blossom purple palace gown adorned with jade orchids. The light gauze was as ethereal as flowing clouds. Yin Shan styled her hair into an elegant Yuxian bun, and a gold hairpin with tassel and gemstone butterflies shimmered. She rarely dressed so exquisitely, captivating all who beheld her. Jun Chenzhou stood outside the hall for a long time, and only approached to hold her hand as she rose. Why has your majesty come? I've come to escort you. Jun Chenzhou led her into the imperial carriage. Today was Yue Ling's first palace banquet since her investiture, and he intended to appear with her, letting the entire palace know that she was the one he cherished. At the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Empress Dowager and the Empress were already seated. The Empress noticed that royal concubine Zhao's seat was still empty, and her expression darkened. The Emperor has arrived. Royal concubine Zhao has arrived. Except for the Empress Dowager. Everyone in the hall rose and bowed respectfully. Yue Ling experienced the sensation of wielding borrowed power. Be seated. Jun Chenzhou was about to instruct someone to add a seat next to him when he felt Yue Ling's small hand slip from his grasp. She had already taken her seat. Jun Chenzhou was taken aback, but he sat down expressionlessly on the dragon throne at the head of the hall. The content of the palace banquets was always the same. After Jun Chenzhou made a few brief remarks, musicians and dancers entered gracefully to the sound of music, and the hall was filled with song and dance. Yue Ling only ate a few pastries and began to feel unwell. She endured waves of pain in her abdomen. Watching as many people rose to offer felicitations, and as the concubines started to toast Jun Chenzhou, Yue Ling's face had grown pale. He leaned down worriedly and asked, Your Majesty, would you like to retire for a while? This servant will inform the Emperor. There's no need. Yue Ling shook her head and glanced at Jun Chenzhou. He had been watching her and quickly returned her gaze. Yue Ling immediately looked away, her flustered demeanor causing Jun Chenzhou to smile faintly. The Empress had long noticed their exchanges and interjected, Is royal concubine Zhao enjoying her first palace banquet? Yue Ling replied softly, Your Majesty has made excellent arrangements, and this concubine is enjoying everything. That's good. The Empress smiled insincerely, subtly reminding everyone of Yue Ling's background. Royal concubine Zhao hasn't seen such an occasion before, so I naturally need to take extra care. Sensing the Empress's veiled sarcasm, Yue Ling's mind raced, and she rose to her feet. This concubine is grateful for your Majesty's concern. As she spoke, she swayed weakly, and Yun He steadied her in time. Your Majesty? Yu Yan's complexion suddenly drained of color, and she grimaced in pain, clutching her abdomen as she sank back into her seat. Jun Chenzhou immediately rose to his feet and hurried toward her. Ignoring the presence of the crowd, he knelt beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, his eyes brimming with concern. What is it, Yao Yao? What do you feel unwell? Yu Yan leaned against him, cold sweat cascading down her delicate chin, and suddenly she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The vivid crimson stain on the dragon robe was strikingly alarming. Chapter 81. The beauty in twilight. Yu Yan's delicate visage had turned a ghastly white, and beads of cold sweat dampened the stray locks at her temples, while crimson blood trickled slowly from the corner of her lips. Jun Chenzhou's expression shifted to one of urgent concern as he barked, "Summon the imperial physician." Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up in his arms and hurried towards the side chamber, bypassing the need to return to the Jinjiao pavilion, opting instead to shelter her temporarily in the small quarters behind the Taya Hall where the noble ones could rest. Yu Yan's fingers clutched tightly at his garment, her breath a mere whisper, devoid of vitality. "Yao Yao, do not fear. The physician will arrive momentarily," he assured her, placing her upon the couch. His dark, stormy eyes reflected an unyielding chill as he held her hand, allowing her to grip him tightly in her pain. "Where's the physician?" Jun Chenzhou's anxiety surged as Yang Hai stumbled behind him, entering just in time to hear the man's voice laced with fury. "I have sent for Master Shun. He will be here shortly," he quickly replied, steadying himself. The Empress and other court ladies rushed in, instantly filling the cramped quarters. "Your Majesty, what has happened to Sister Zhao? Was she not well during the feast?" The Empress's voice trembled with concern, her thoughts racing to the possibility that this calamity might be directed at her. Jun Chenzhou's heart was entirely consumed by Yu Yan's plight, rendering him incapable of responding to her. He merely continued to murmur soothing words to the woman in his arms. "Your Majesty, I feel so much pain." Yu Yan's teeth chattered as she clutched his fingers, her face pale from agony. "It will soon pass. The physician is on his way. Yao Yao, be brave. You will be all right," he comforted, wiping the sweat from her brow, his heart aching with a profound sense of anguish. His patience waned as the clamor outside grew louder, and he snapped silence. The room fell into immediate stillness. Moments later, Master Shun and Wei Zhao entered briskly, carrying a medical kit. "Your Majesty." Before they could bow, Jun Chenzhou urgently interrupted, "Attend to concubine Zhao at once." "Yes," Master Shun replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he prepared to examine Yu Yan's wrist, focusing intently on her pulse. Wei Zhao, standing nearby, cast a discreet glance at the woman on the bed, meeting her steady gaze, clear and composed, devoid of the pain one would expect. A shiver coursed through him. He had heard the anxious words of the guards that concubine Zhao was vomiting blood and suffering abdominal pain, but he felt his abilities were limited. The number of remedies for the poison known as beauty in twilight was scant, with most relying on acupuncture for remedy. As his heart raced, he recognized the gravity of the situation, his first time in such a position under the scrutinizing eyes of the Emperor and Master Shun. Despite his confidence in his medical skills, he felt an unsettling chill at his neck. Master Shun appeared grave, his brow furrowed in confusion. The symptoms clearly indicated poisoning, yet the pulse seemed oddly erratic, at times chaotic, at others deceptively calm. It was truly perplexing. Jun Chenzhou, growing impatient with the lack of clarity, demanded, "What is the condition of concubine Zhao?" "Your Majesty." Master Shun treaded cautiously, knowing the precariousness of Yu Yan's favored status. Any ambiguous answer could unleash the Emperor's wrath upon him. At that moment, Wei Zhao spoke up. "Master Shun, may I examine Her Highness's pulse?" Under the weight of Jun Chenzhou's penetrating gaze and Master Shun's skepticism, Wei Zhao forced his trembling legs to remain steady, his voice unwavering. "I have often checked concubine Zhao's pulse. I am familiar with her condition. Given her symptoms, it seems she may be poisoned, which Master Shun may find difficult to ascertain." Indeed, Master Shun opened his mouth to respond. How could this be? She was fine at the banquet, and suddenly... Yun he interjected, her face pale with worry. Jun Chenzhou's brow furrowed deeply, and he commanded, "Seal the Taiha Hall." Nothing that concubine Zhao has touched is to be disturbed. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Zhao knelt beside Yue Ling and grasped her wrist. Overwhelmed with concern, Jun Chenzhou was about to unleash his frustration when he felt Yue Ling's fingers curl around his palm. "Your Majesty, I feel so unwell," she sobbed, tears cascading down her cheeks, each droplet striking the man's heart like molten fire, leaving him breathless with anguish. "Fetch the physician. Summon all the physicians from the Imperial Hospital." He wiped the tears from her face, an overwhelming sense of sorrow surging within him, making his throat dry. "Your Majesty," Wei Zhao suddenly exclaimed, "it seems she has been poisoned by a substance known as beauty in twilight." At these words, the Empress and Li Jiu's faces froze in shock. Master Shun's eyes brightened, and he quickly interjected. "Beauty in twilight is an ancient poison long forgotten in the Central Plains. I had read about it in medical texts years ago. With Master Wei's mention and a closer examination of her pulse, it aligns with the descriptions. Pray tell, what is beauty in twilight?" Yin he asked, urgency coloring her tone. "It is a poison that, if ingested continuously for 6 months, causes one's beauty to fade, the internal organs to deteriorate, and ultimately leads to death, with a pulse resembling that of an elderly person, making diagnosis exceedingly difficult." "Then how did you discern this, Master Wei?" the Empress inquired, her worry apparent. "I fear for concubine Zhao's health. Master Wei is but a mere clerk. We should summon other physicians for a second opinion." Wei Zhao replied, "Not long ago, Doctor Hu gifted me a medical book, and while studying it, I became familiar with this poison." Master Shen stroked his beard and addressed the Emperor and Empress respectfully. "Your Majesty, esteemed Empress, Master Wei speaks wisely. The immediate priority is to expel the poison from Her Highness's body. I shall administer acupuncture. I ask for your Majesty to hold Her Highness steady," he requested, first writing a prescription to induce vomiting, then preparing to treat Yue Ling. Jun Chenzhou held her close, pressing her against him, and signaled to Master Shun, quickly. "Yes." Master Shun, his focus unwavering, swiftly inserted a needle into an acupoint. Yue Ling cried out, arching her back in pain. Struggling as tears soaked the fabric of the man's clothing. "Yao Yao, be brave. Just a moment longer, and it will pass," Jun Chenzhou comforted. Yet he tightened his hold on her, urging Master Shun to proceed swiftly. Master Shun, not daring to delay, swiftly administered several needles, and Yue Ling's sobs grew louder. Her once rosy cheeks had drained of color as she curled into Jun Chenzhou's embrace, desperately trying to shield herself from the pain, yet he held her firmly. Administering the treatment, Master Shun pondered. This level of pain during acupuncture seemed excessive. Indeed, the ladies of the palace were remarkably delicate. Chapter 82. The calamity diverted eastward. A group of palace concubines stood outside, their legs beginning to grow numb. The Empress furrowed her brow, her peripheral vision catching sight of the trembling Li Jiu, whom she inwardly scolded for her ineffectiveness. The poison they had administered to Qi Gangyi should never have appeared at the banquet, nor should it have afflicted Zhao Jiu. The most cunning aspect of the poison my Renmu was its undetectable nature in small doses, and with Qi Gangyi being a condemned woman. The Emperor had turned a blind eye to her. This emboldened their actions. Once Qi Gangyi was dead, the eldest prince could have a new mother inscribed in his jade tablet. The Empress twisted her handkerchief, hoping for no mistakes. Inside the hall, after Xin Yuanpan had completed the acupuncture, Yue Ling's condition improved somewhat. She leaned weakly against the man, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Jun Chenzhou's throat moved as he pressed his thin lips together, bending his fingers to wipe away her tears. "Your Majesty." Yue Ling's nose was red, exuding an air of profound grievance as she clung to the man's waist like a forsaken little creature, desperately seeking warmth and comfort. "Am I going to die?" This was the first time Yue Ling displayed such a dependent demeanor towards him. Jun Chenzhou enveloped her entirely in his embrace, resting his chin atop her head. "Nonsense. I will not allow any harm to come to you. The physician has already expelled the poison. Once you take the medicine, you will be fine and free of pain." "But I'm scared." Yue Ling's face was filled with sorrow and dread, her frail body trembling incessantly. "Someone wants me dead. I'm so afraid." Jun Chenzhou's expression darkened, a fierce rage simmering within him, his eyes glinting with a chilling fury that sent shivers down one's spine. Softening his voice to avoid frightening her, he assured, "I will uncover the mastermind behind this. Whoever it may be, I shall spare no mercy." Upon hearing the man's promise, Yue Ling's heart gradually settled. Her pretense throughout the night had not been in vain. "I'm so tired." Moments later, Yun he entered with the medicine, the bitter aroma pervading the hall, causing Yue Ling to scrunch her nose in distaste. "Fetch some candied fruits," Jun Chenzhou said, sensing her thoughts. He gently took the medicine bowl, carefully scooping a spoonful of the concoction to offer to her. Yue Ling felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she looked up at him with pleading eyes. Regarding her health, Jun Chenzhou would not allow her to be coy. His voice grew firm. "Drink the medicine first. Only then will you get better." The hall fell silent for a moment before Yue Ling reluctantly parted her lips. The medicine contained calming herbs, and after she drank it, drowsiness began to overtake her. Yet she remained nestled against the man, her trembling eyelashes betraying her inner turmoil. "Rest, my dear. If you feel tired, sleep for a while. I will take you back shortly. We still need to investigate today and Appo's events further. You should rest here a bit longer before returning to the canola pavilion." Yue Ling's eyelids grew heavy, and unseen by others, she gently tugged at the man's hand, brushing her fingers against his palm. Jun Chenzhou patted her back soothingly, coaxing her, "Sleep now." Once Yue Ling's breathing grew steady, Jun Chenzhou rose to leave the hall. Outside, the concubines watched intently, observing how the emperor comforted Zhao Jiyu, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Was this how they interacted privately? Upon seeing Jun Chenzhou emerge, Li Jiyu and Appo's gaze flickered anxiously, unable to meet his eyes. The man stood on the dais, his eyelids lifting slightly to scan the crowd, pausing momentarily on Li Jiyu. Contrary to his calm demeanor, a fierce resentment burned in his eyes. "Pei Shun, your servant is here." Pei Shun had already searched the Taihe Hall while Shun Yuanpan diagnosed Yue Ling, meticulously examining everything she had touched that day. Indeed, he discovered something amiss in the pot of tea. Wei Zhao presented the pot of tea. "Your Majesty, this tea contains a significant amount of my renmu. The lady must have been poisoned after drinking it." The banquet provisions were prepared by the Empress, Jun Chenzhou stated. Not as a question, but a certainty. The Empress's heart raced, and she stepped forward hastily. "Your Majesty, this banquet was indeed arranged by me alone, but there are numerous trivial matters involved, with countless palace maids handling them. I truly had no knowledge that the tea would be problematic." "Is that so?" Jun Chenzhou's eyes darkened, causing the Empress to tremble in fear. "Everything I say is true. This tea was brought in by a maidservant from Taihe Hall. Perhaps it would be best to summon them for questioning." Pei Shun had already detained everyone from Taihe Hall outside, and upon Jun Chenzhou's signal, he immediately brought in the tea maid. Luo Yun trembled in fear at the sight, her legs giving way as she fell to her knees. "I know nothing. I am innocent." At the banquet in Taihe Hall, the tea and dishes were all sent in by the imperial kitchen. "I merely served tea to the lady. I had no knowledge of anything." Unaware, did the poison just leap into Our Lady's cup by itself? Yunhe glared at her indignantly. "Take her to the Justice Department." Jun Chenzhou's gaze was icy, his patience waning. "Your Majesty, spare me. Please spare me," Luo Yun cried as she was dragged away. Jun Chenzhou ordered, "Thoroughly investigate who has brought anything into the palace from outside in recent days. I want to uncover how this poison entered. All those who have handled Zhao Jiyu's meals from the imperial kitchen shall be taken to the Justice Department for interrogation." "Yes," Pei Shun acknowledged. At that moment, Wei Zhao stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "Speak." Wei Zhao swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. "I have been ordered to examine Qi Gengyi from Yaowa Palace. I dare to request Shin Yuanpan to check if there is also my renmu in Qi Gengyi system." Pausing, he added, "I lack the expertise to make a definitive judgment, but given the involvement of Zhao Jiyu, I cannot conceal this matter." "The Qi family?" Jun Chenzhou narrowed his eyes. The only thing worth coveting from the Qi family was the eldest prince. Realizing this, Jun Chenzhou cast a cold glance at the Empress. Her heart skipped a beat. Her mind was in disarray. She had only intended for Qi Gengyi to die quietly, hoping for a greater opportunity to raise the eldest prince. Thus, She had heeded Li Jiu's advice and used the Mairenmu. But why had Zhao Jiu been poisoned? The Empress's gaze turned ominous. Could it be that the foolish Li Jiu had acted recklessly? After speaking, Wei Zhao attempted to diminish his presence, quietly retreating behind Shen Yuanpan. The Mairenmu within Zhao Jiu was of her own doing. It would be impossible to uncover anything. His plan was to divert the blame to Qi Gengyi, muddling the two matters. Aside, the national master is still on his way riding a horse. Chapter 83. The Zhou Family. A prince will forever be impossible. Qi Gengyi was already a scapegoat, and neither the empress nor Li Jiejue paid her much attention. They merely bribed a maid from the imperial pharmacy, waiting for her to fade away quietly. The plan was well constructed. Qi Gengyi, suffering from a terminal affliction, would languish in despair until her death, which would draw no concern from the emperor, thus concluding the matter. However, no one anticipated that Zhao Jiejue would suddenly be poisoned, inciting the emperor's wrath and a thorough investigation. Li Jiejue was filled with trepidation. Her heart raced when she saw Pei Shun bringing in Qing'er. "Your Majesty, this is Qing'er," the maid responsible for delivering medicine to Qi Gengyi from the imperial pharmacy. Pei Shun gestured for the guards to present the items found. "These are the medicine packets and silver discovered in Qing'er's quarters." Qing'er's face was ashen, trembling uncontrollably as she was forced to kneel upon entering the hall. Judge Shin stepped forward to examine the medicine packet, confirming, "Your Majesty, this indeed contains Mairenmu." Li Jiejue grasped the arm of the maid beside her, her sharp nails nearly piercing Shu Hui's skin. "As a maid, why do you possess such medicine? Speak the truth," Pei Shun admonished sternly. Qing'er trembled all over, shaking her head vigorously. "I do not know. I truly know nothing." "Bold!" Pei Shun waved his hand, signaling two guards to approach her. With such obstinacy, it seemed a visit to the Department of Justice was inevitable. "No," Qing'er gulped, desperately writhing free from the guards. "I do not know what this is. I was merely commanded to add this medicine to Qi Gengyi's dosage. I am truly innocent." Qing'er repeatedly bowed her head in supplication, blood seeping from her forehead. She had never imagined the situation would escalate to such proportions, involving the emperor's favored concubine, Zhao Jiejue. Likadiyu. She believed Qi Gengyi to be a criminal, and once dead, no one would care. She had merely sought a chance to profit. "Who instructed you to poison Qi Gengyi?" Jun Chenzhou inquired coldly. Qing'er was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively glancing at Li Jiejue. That glance did not escape Jun Chenzhou's notice. To conspire against Zhao Jiejue, 10 heads would not suffice for punishment. Jun Chenzhou's voice was as frigid as ice, tapping the table lightly. "If you wish to avoid implicating your entire clan, confess fully." Qing'er widened her eyes. "No, do not implicate my family. I will speak, I will." She pointed at the pale-faced Li Jiejue. "It was Li Jiejue. She bribed me to poison Qi Gengyi." Li Jiejue's eyes brimmed with terror as she stammered in defense. "Your Majesty, this wretched maid slanders me. I have done nothing." Li Jiejue glanced anxiously at the empress, meeting her warning gaze, her heart racing. "Your Majesty, do not heed this maid's words. I have no enmity with Qi Gengyi. Why would I expend such effort to harm her? And you, wretched maid, who instructed you to defame me?" Li Jiejue pointed at Qing'er, her finger trembling. Qing'er realized Li Jiejue intended to shift all blame onto her. She cried out to Jun Chenzhou, "I would not dare speak falsely. As a mere maid, how could I acquire such medicine? It was Shu Hui, Li Jiejue's maid, who approached me, offering silver and the medicine, instructing me to add it to Qi Gengyi's regular dosage." Qing'er continued to bow and weep. "I was misled, thinking Qi Gengyi was already a condemned person, so I foolishly agreed. I deserve death. I beg your Majesty to spare my family." Li Jiejue wished to argue further, but Jun Chenzhou was no longer interested in her defense. "Take Qing'er and Shu Hui to the Department of Justice." Shu Hui gasped as the guards seized her. She cried out to Li Jiejue for help. "Your Highness, please save me." Once in the Department of Justice, she would face dire consequences. Li Jiejue collapsed to the ground, while Jun Chenzhou remained impassive. "Search Yuhing Palace. Have all who came into contact with Zhao Jiejue's meals been interrogated?" Pei Shun responded respectfully. "Your Majesty, Everyone has been taken to the Department of Justice. I have dispatched people to interrogate them, but results are yet to be determined. Pei Shun, trembling, added, "We have searched the residences of Luo Yun and the chefs of the Imperial Kitchen, but no such medicine was found. In other words, apart from Qing'er and Li Jiejue, no one else possessed the substance." Jun Chenzhou nodded slightly, recognizing the suddenness of the incident. With so many present at the banquet today, the number of those who handled the meals and teas was immense, making the investigation arduous. "Continue the search." Jun Chenzhou rose, his demeanor sharp. "Li Jiejue is to be detained. The Empress remains, while the rest may leave." "Understood." After a long night of turmoil, the other palace ladies stood weary and anxious, fearing they might be implicated. As Ying Zhao, he turned to glance back at the Empress. A faint smile graced her lips. The hall was soon empty, leaving only the Empress and a few maids. As the doors closed, a slight sound sent a shiver down the Empress's spine. "Your Majesty, do you have something to instruct me?" Jun Chenzhou looked at her calmly, but the words he uttered made the Empress instinctively fall to her knees. The Empress poisoned Qi Gengyi for the sake of the Crown Prince? The Empress's heart raced as she met the man's unflinching gaze, feeling as though all her disguises had been stripped away. She forced a smile, more grotesque than tears. "I do not understand your Majesty's meaning. As Qing'er has stated, it was Li Jiejue who commanded it. How does this concern me? How does it concern you?" Jun Chenzhou seemed amused by some absurdity. He raised an eyebrow. "Li Jiejue, being a mere concubine, has no rightful place in raising the Crown Prince. Did she expend such effort, believing she could ensure her right to raise the Crown Prince?" Jun Chenzhou's deep-set eyes held an investigative glint. Or perhaps the Empress promised her elevation? Or was the Empress merely seeking to use her to eliminate Qi Gengyi, so that she could raise the Crown Prince herself? All of this was merely the Emperor's speculation, and without evidence, he sought to convict her. The Empress clenched her palms tightly, repeatedly reassuring herself. The Mairenmu was delivered by Li Jiejue's household. Qing'er was also procured by her, having never passed through her hands. Regardless, it cannot be tied back to her. Even if Li Jiejue, in a desperate move, implicated her, one person's word could not be wholly trusted. Jun Chenzhou chose not to pursue the matter further. He approached the Empress, lowering his gaze upon her, his voice heavy and unyielding, regardless of whether the Empress admits it. "I must inform you, the Zhou family shall never have a prince." Chapter 84. The ritual of Zhao. The words fell upon the queen's ears like thunderclaps on a clear day. Stunned, she stood frozen, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound. Jun Chenzhou diverted his gaze, tightening his jaw. The Zhou family, though their power had waned over recent generations, remained a prestigious lineage, their influence deeply entrenched. Should they bear a royal child, it would be perilous. They could easily unite against the throne. If only the Zhou family could temper their avarice and raise their legitimate heirs with integrity, it would be for the best. The queen ought to inquire earnestly about the actions of her kin. The Zhou family's insatiable greed led them to clandestinely associate with Prince Shun. He had previously spared them, considering the queen's loss, yet their failure to restrain themselves was tantamount to courting death. He would not tolerate collusion among the nobility, especially not with Prince Shun, which could undermine the emperor's authority. While legitimate heirs were significant, imperial sovereignty was paramount. Had she remained a dutiful queen, indifferent to who received favor or bore children, her own family's misdeeds would not have hastened her downfall. Alas, human nature is irrepressibly greedy. "Your Majesty," the queen collapsed to her knees, clutching the fabric of his robes, consumed by the pain of a child lost, unable to grasp the gravity of his words. Through tears, her shoulders trembled. "I have lost a child. I merely wish for one of my own. What crime have I committed?" Jun Chenzhou brushed her hand away, closing his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, they were devoid of emotion. "Retrieve the queen's phoenix seal and confine her to Kuan-Ning Palace. For the time being, let the matters of the harem be overseen by the virtuous concubine." "Your Majesty." The queen was incredulous, staring blankly at him, her face a mask of despair and devastation. Did the emperor truly intend to cast her aside so callously? Callousness? Jun Chenzhou laughed coldly. Had he been truly heartless, the Zhou family would have faced annihilation long ago. The queen's heart raced, her body sagging to the ground as she met his piercing gaze, her fingers curling into tight fists. I have turned a blind eye in the past, but I did not expect you to regard me as a fool. No. She shook her head vehemently. I merely... Words failed her. She was aware of the Zhou family's dealings with Prince Shan. Yet, she harbored her own ambitions. If she bore the first prince, she would need to secure a future for him. The palace was rife with women capable of bearing children. Without sufficient leverage, how could she safeguard her interests and those of her child? What wrong had she committed? Was it not true that every woman in the palace formed clandestine alliances? Why was it that her family alone was scrutinized? Your Majesty, I am your lawful wife. For all these years, you have favored others, and I have never uttered a word of complaint. I simply wish for a child to call my own. Even if my actions have been misguided, my feelings for you have never wavered. The queen grew more resolute, slowly straightening her back. Is it your desire to deny me the opportunity to raise the first prince? Is it truly because you fear the power of the Zhou family? Or is it your intention to bestow the first prince upon concubine Zhao? Concubine Zhao? Of humble origin, are you making plans for her by granting her a son? I have never sought to harm her. Perhaps this entire episode is a scheme devised by her to undermine me. Do you truly believe she possesses noble intentions? The queen, lost in her delusions, became increasingly convinced of her own reasoning. All this talk of collusion among the nobility was but a pretext. Even today, the poisoning of Yue Ling might very well be her own orchestration to frame the queen. Silence. Jun Chenzhou's voice cut through the air like ice. He would have his own children with Yue Ling and had no need for her to raise others in Appo's offspring. At this juncture, the queen remained blind to her own errors. Yang Hai, escort the queen back to Kuan-Ning Palace and confine her. Hidden in the shadows, Yang Hai wished he could vanish, but he stepped forward to assist the queen. Your Majesty, please return. The queen gazed numbly at the emperor's indifferent back, her heart bleeding. This night would be sleepless for all within the palace. Concubine Ying, upon hearing the news of the queen's seal being revoked, was so elated that she could not sleep all night. In Shokong Palace, the Empress Dowager raged. For the revocation of the Phoenix seal was a profound disgrace for the queen. She dispatched someone to summon Jun Chenzhou, only to be intercepted by Yang Hai outside the study. As dawn broke, in the study of Jian Jiago, Pei Shun laid out his findings before him. Li Jiyu had bribed Qing heir to poison Qi Gengyi. Her cousin, Li Zhe, a merchant, had brought the exotic beauty, Mu Renmu, from the western regions. The testimonies of Xu Hui and Qing heir aligned perfectly. Yet, Pei Shun hesitated. Qing heir had not confessed to poisoning concubine Zhao. However, she had served at the palace banquet today. Perhaps fearing for her family's safety, she dared not admit to it. Still, I searched every palace and found the only stockpile of Mu Renmu in Li Jiyu's quarters. This was indeed peculiar. Despite extensive questioning, the personnel in the imperial kitchen provided consistent statements, asserting that the pot of tea destined for concubine Zhao had been delivered by Luo Yun, whose lineage was untainted, and nothing had emerged to suggest collusion with the harem. Perhaps someone had poisoned the pot en route. As Pei Shun spoke, uncertainty crept into his voice. Yet, all pots were identical. How could anyone know which was meant for concubine Zhao? Regardless, the discovery of Mu Renmu in Yu Hung Palace implied that whoever was behind the poisoning was undoubtedly linked to Li Jiyu. Jun Chenzhou, his dark eyes narrowed, scanned the testimonies with a keen eye. If Qing heir truly had poisoned Yue Ling, at this point, revealing the truth could still garner leniency for her family. To remain silent would be a path to destruction. All who had interacted with Yue Ling's meals had been questioned, yet no one had divulged anything. Pei Shun, observing the emperor's expression, cautiously ventured. I have noticed that Wei Li Mu has been entering and exiting the palace with increased frequency. But enough. Jun Chenzhou interrupted. He rubbed his temples, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Yet, he could not fathom what benefit there was in preserving Qi Gengyi's life. After a lengthy silence, Jun Chenzhou finally spoke in a measured tone. Qing heir is to be executed, and Li's plot against concubine Zhao warrants a sentence of white silk. The servants in Yu Hung Palace, close to Li Jiyu, shall be executed, with the rest demoted to the laundry bureau. Li Zhe is to be arrested and executed. His male relatives shall be exiled, and the female relatives sent to the teaching department. Pei Shan was taken aback. This act of Li Jiu had doomed her entire family. The Li family had brought this upon themselves, daring to send poison into the palace. Had they been sincere, they might have conspired against the emperor himself. Dismissed. Jun Chenzhou rose to leave, continue the investigation into those who plotted against concubine Zhao. Yes. He paused, glancing at Yang Hai near the door. Convey my decree. Promote concubine Zhao to the rank of ritualist. Chapter 85. Her inquiry into his devotion upon re-entering the imperial bedchamber. Emperor Jun Chenzhou pushed the door open. He had carried Yue Ling back the previous night. The medicine had improved her complexion, yet she remained in a profound slumber. Jun Chenzhou settled on the bedside, gently caressing her cheek. Yue Ling stirred, her eyes fluttering open, a look of bewilderment in their depths. Awake? Jun Chenzhou inquired, leaning down to press his forehead against hers. Are you still unwell? Yue Ling shook her head, attempting to sit up. Gently, he cautioned, supporting her waist and placing soft pillows behind her, his voice tender, lest he cause her discomfort. Yue Ling leaned weakly against his shoulder, observing the bright daylight streaming in. How long have I been asleep? She murmured. A full night. It is nearly the hour of C. I slept for so long. Yue Ling's hair was disheveled, her delicate face pale and wan. Has your majesty discovered who sought to harm me? Jun Chenzhou told silken tosses. It was Consort Li, and the Empress. I have already sentenced Consort Li to death and revoked the Empress's authority. Yue Ling's almond eyes widened in astonishment. Consort Li and the Empress? They intended to harm Qi Shi. This beauty's dusk was a gift to the palace from the Li family. Yue Ling's brow furrowed. If that is so, how was I poisoned? Has your majesty discovered who was bribed to administer the poison? As she spoke, Yue Ling noted a flicker of hesitation in Jun Chenzhou's eyes. She realized he had likely found no other culprits. She had deliberately left a loophole. If Jun Chenzhou could not find the true poisoner, his keen intellect would surely lead him to suspect she had orchestrated the entire affair. Yue Ling was gambling on the extent of his current fascination with her. Had he not claimed to care, she would see just how much. Since she was inevitably entangled in the machinations of the inner palace, she would alter her fate. And Jun Chenzhou was the sharpest blade in her arsenal. His current demeanor left her uncertain whether he had not considered this possibility or simply refused to. Yue Ling leaned against his shoulder, a subtle curve gracing her lips, yet her voice trembled with suppressed emotion, a picture of pitiable vulnerability. I do not know when I offended them, or why they sought to do me such harm. She spoke for her past self. She had always suspected Feng Ruoyan. Yet it turned out to be the Empress and Consort Li. In this life, she had not been confined, and the Empress, desiring a son, had used beauty's dusk on Qi Gingyi. She resented her weakness and Jun Chenzhou's heartlessness, but now she understood that in this harem, one could not survive without favor. Yet, with favor, one became a target for envy and malice. Yao Yao, they are not as virtuous as you imagine, Jun Chenzhou said, having grown up in the palace. Jun Chenzhou had witnessed countless instances of deception. The women of the harem were masters of pretense. Seeing Yue Ling's silence, Jun Chenzhou lowered his gaze. What is it? Do you find the punishment insufficient? No. Yue Ling shook her head, tilting her face upward, her moist eyes glistening with unshed tears. Your Majesty has revoked the Empress's authority, a matter of great consequence. Will there be dissent in the court? Do not fret. I will manage it, Jun Chenzhou reassured, patting her back. Focus on your recovery. Though the imperial physicians have purged the poison from your system, your constitution is weak and requires ample rest. Yue Ling nodded. I understand. I am merely concerned that your Majesty will face difficulties. She lowered her head, her voice laced with sorrow. I am alone and without support in the palace. Now that your Majesty has punished the Empress on my behalf, the harem will be rife with rumors, and even the Empress Dowager. Jun Chenzhou paused, then responded. I will clarify matters with the Empress Dowager. Yao Yao, do not be afraid. If the Empress Dowager summons you, send for me or find an excuse to decline. Would it not be improper? Yue Ling embraced his waist, nestling into his arms, her cheek against his neck. I fear others will accuse me of impiety. Jun Chenzhou sensed her unease. Ultimately, She did not trust him to protect her. It will not, he said firmly. I have elevated your rank. Yao Yao, trust me. I will safeguard you. Yue Ling was taken aback by the sudden promotion. So soon? She secretly curled her lips. Trust him? If she had, she would have been long dead. Despite her inner disdain, Yue Ling's voice was soft and gentle. Can I truly trust you? Jun Chenzhou tightened his embrace around her slender waist. Of course. Yao Yao, you are my woman. If you do not trust me, whom will you trust? Yue Ling stirred in his arms, pouting. Your Majesty is so domineering. Jun Chenzhou chuckled softly, suddenly reluctant to scrutinize the sincerity of Yue Ling's words. He only desired her presence by his side. I have a request to make of your Majesty, Yue Ling murmured. Jun Chenzhou tenderly kissed her forehead. Speak. I am listening. Yue Ling replied. I wish to have Wei Limu attend to me. A flicker of hesitation crossed Jun Chenzhou's eyes. He is but a minor official. What if I have Xin Yuanpan care for you instead? Yue Ling pouted. Then why not elevate him to the position of imperial physician? Promotions within the imperial hospital require examinations. Yue Ling interrupted, turning away in feigned pique, her voice hardening. Then forget it. Your Majesty's words are merely for my ears. She was implying that his promise to listen to her was hollow. Jun Chenzhou sighed. Very well, I agree. However, Xin Yuanpan's medical skills are superior. I will only be at ease if he and Wei Chao attend to you together. Very well, Yue Ling reluctantly conceded. Having a trusted physician in the palace would greatly facilitate her plans. After Jun Chenzhou departed, Yunhe entered with refreshments. Does your highness feel better? Yunhe helped her up, and Yue Ling casually donned an outer robe before settling on the soft couch by the window. Last night, aside from the Empress and Consort Li, did you notice anyone acting suspiciously? Yunhe shook her head. I observed the proceedings closely during your Majesty's interrogation. Aside from Consort Li's obvious guilt, I noticed nothing unusual. Yue Ling yawned wearily. Yunhe poured her a cup of hot tea. Your Highness is still unwell. Though Wei Limu assisted this time, your Highness genuinely ingested the medicine. You must rest for several days. Yue Ling rested her chin on her hand, her gaze lingering on Yunhe's open countenance. Truthfully, Yunhe and Yunchan were sent by Yang Hai. Yunhe was steady, Yunchan resourceful, both excellent assistants. But she dare not trust them completely. Yet in this palace, solitary combat was impossible. She needed her own people. Yunhe, can I trust you? Yunhe's eyes widened, and she immediately knelt. This servant will be loyal to your Highness. Having entered the palace at a young age, I understand that a loyal servant does not serve two masters. Since your Highness trusts me and has shared your plans, you consider me one of your own. I will never betray your Highness. Yue Ling smiled, bending down to help her up. She removed a fine jade bracelet from a box and placed it on Yunhe's wrist. I trust you. The art of offering a sweet treat after a slap was something Yue Ling now executed with practiced ease. Chapter 86. Memories. The magnificent palace stood tall, enveloped in tranquility. Nestled in the northwest corner of the imperial grounds, it was concealed within a lush bamboo grove, where a gentle fragrance of incense lingered. Towering ancient trees flanked the doors, making it a rare haven of serenity within the palace. Inside, a venerable monk clad in a robe was fervently reciting scriptures. Today, Jun Chenzhou donned a pale-colored attire, and a faint hint of anxiety shadowed his otherwise stoic features. What is the sage's perspective? He inquired. The monk continued to chant until the scriptures before him were completely consumed by flames, at which point he opened his eyes. Despite his apparent age, his sharp black gaze remained clear and penetrating. The sage slowly rose and said, Amitabha. Your Majesty's few words offer little insight for an old monk to discern right from wrong. Jun Chenzhou closed his eyes, fidgeting with the jade ring on his finger, an undercurrent of restlessness surfacing. What else does the sage wish to know? The monk, with a knowing smile, looked at him and replied, Your Majesty. Inquiring of the Buddha is akin to consulting a physician. One must diagnose the ailment to prescribe the remedy. After a prolonged silence, Jun Chenzhou finally spoke. I had a dream. In it, I was entwined with a woman, yet upon waking, her visage eludes my memory. The sage stroked his grizzled beard and asked, Now, does your Majesty know who that person is? Gazing out the window, Jun Chenzhou's expression deepened with contemplation. I do. I wish to ascertain whether this is merely my imagination or if it truly transpired. I have never believed in the supernatural, yet this is all too unfathomable. Belief gives rise to existence. Disbelief renders it void. However, the teachings of Buddhism emphasize reincarnation. Actions of past lives yield consequences in this one, and all is predestined. The sage's implication struck Jun Chenzhou. Are you suggesting that what I dreamt pertains to a past life? His brow furrowed. He suppressed tumultuous emotions. Your Majesty's fixation is rather intense. If forgotten, why not allow it to unfold naturally? Fixation? Jun Chenzhou was suddenly enlightened as to why he harbored such an obsession for Yue Ling. It was indeed the consequence of their intertwined fates, an unfinished bond that naturally resulted in his fixation. The sage, unperturbed by Jun Chenzhou's sarcastic remarks, smiled gently. If your Majesty truly wishes to know, there's a method I can offer. A quarter of an hour later, Jun Chenzhou sat with closed eyes, his brow knitted in concentration. The sage could indeed guide him into a dream. Skeptical yet hopeful, as he shut his eyes, a sense of disarray enveloped his mind. The darkness before him gradually dissipated, revealing Yue Ling standing alone in the courtyard, while he stood outside the palace doors. He heard his own voice, unusually cold. The beauty Yue Ling has conspired against the heir. She is to be confined to the reed pavilion. Yue Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, transforming into sorrow as she shook her head, pleading. I did not. A dull ache throbbed in Jun Chenzhou's heart as he watched her frail figure tremble, yearning to embrace her. He wished to assure her of his faith in her innocence. Yet he found himself immobilized, trapped within another's body, helplessly observing as the Imperial Guards took her away. Suddenly, the scene faded to black, and upon regaining clarity, he discovered himself within the reed pavilion. It was indeed the reed pavilion, yet somehow not. The desolate palace felt eerily vacant, save for the frail silhouette resting upon the beauty's couch. Jun Chenzhou, seated, gazed deeply at the woman, his heart aching as if something were gnawing at him. He longed to touch her, but the moment he reached for her pale cheek, he was abruptly halted. Your Majesty. Startled, he withdrew his hand, only to realize it was Shen Yuanpan who had intercepted him. Your Majesty, you must depart. The heart-devouring poison is too perilous. The lady's condition is dire, and you cannot remain here for long. Indeed, he could not touch her. It would bring her harm. A sudden wave of pain surged through Jun Chenzhou's head, as if chaos were raging within his mind. The dark forest, swarming insects, acrid smoke, and severed limbs hanging from trees. Unable to bear it, he closed his eyes once more, only for the scene to shift abruptly. He found himself back in the reed pavilion, yet the surroundings were adorned in morning white. Your Majesty, please, do not disturb the beauty Yue Ling's peace. Your Majesty, grieve not. The dead cannot return to life. The cacophony of lamentations surrounded him, and Jun Chenzhou stood there, lost in a daze, his expression darkening as shadows loomed in his obsidian eyes. Silence, he commanded, his voice icy. Who claims she is dead? With a fierce kick, he pushed aside those who obstructed him, striding forward to violently unveil the coffin's lid. Inside lay a woman, her vibrant eyes closed as if someone had gently prepared her for rest, her pallid face touched with a faint blush, resembling one merely in slumber. Your Majesty, ever since her confinement, the beauty Yue Ling has been consumed by worry, succumbing to illness, and thus, her fragrant life has extinguished. Ignoring the words, Jun Chenzhou and Appo's eyes reddened as he reached for her trembling hand. With a soft thud, tears cascaded onto the coffin. How could she possibly be dead? He had returned from the southern wilderness against all odds, finally uncovering the means to rid the heart-devouring poison. He could love her without fear, shower her with affection. Yet it was all too late. The soul imprisoned within his body watched as its master spiraled into madness. In a single night, the entire palace was drenched in blood, while the reed pavilion remained untouched, pristine. In the eerie silence of the forbidden city, a heavy gloom settled. In the depths of the night, he cradled her lifeless form, drowning in an ocean of bitterness and regret. Chapter 87. How could he bear to treat her that way? The Emperor. It felt as though someone was calling to him from within his mind, and his eyelids, against his will, threatened to close. Jun Chenzhou held the person in his arms tightly, striving to resist. He did not wish to shut his eyes, nor to let go. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, finding himself before a statue of Buddha, surrounded by fragrant sandalwood, and a monk with a solemn expression. The emperor was tormented by nightmares. The Grand Master supported him as he sat up slowly, his voice calm. "Your Majesty, did you dream of what you desire to see?" Jun Chenzhou's breathing was erratic, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, the terror from his dream still lingering within him. In a daze, he could scarcely distinguish between reality and dream. The Grand Master remained silent, allowing him the time to awaken fully. Jun Chenzhou bowed his head, his tall frame slightly hunched, hands pressing against his aching forehead, emanating a palpable sense of weakness. The vividness of the preceding events was overwhelming. That piercing pain enveloped him entirely, and even now, he could feel a dull ache lingering in his heart. Had he dreamt of a past life? Had he truly experienced everything in the dream with Yue Ling? Did she dislike him? Perhaps because she too recalled some memories from the past? What was the heart-eating worm? And why did it confine her while preventing him from approaching her? A multitude of enigmas throbbed within his mind. There was so much he yearned to know. The Grand Master, sensing his turmoil, shook his head before he could speak. "Your Majesty must not continue to dream, as it could jeopardize your health. When the time is right, you shall naturally come to know all that you seek." After the Empress was placed under house arrest, the affairs of the inner palace were temporarily entrusted to the virtuous consort. In the morning, many concubines took it upon themselves to pay their respects to the virtuous consort in Xianying Palace. "Why do all of you sisters come to my palace so early in the morning?" The virtuous consort, supported by a palace maid, emerged with a bright smile. "Now, the palace is under the virtuous consort's esteemed care. We naturally wish to pay our respects," replied Duan Pin, bowing repeatedly. Duan Pin surveyed the hall, noting that among the high-ranking concubines, only in Chongyi and Yi Jiyu had come. It was understandable that Shun Fei and Ying Jiaoi, who had been in the palace for many years, were unwilling to show respect to the virtuous consort. However, the newly enshrined Zhao Xiui had also failed to appear, clearly relying on the emperor's favor to disregard the others. The virtuous consort remained unfazed, engaging in idle chat with the lower-ranking concubines. Moments later, a voice announced from outside, "Lady Feng has arrived." The virtuous consort raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lady Feng had been recuperating since giving birth and had not made an appearance for quite some time. She had given birth to the second prince, yet the emperor had neither elevated her status nor permitted her to raise her child, a clear indication that he was displeased with her for some unknown reason. "Greetings to the virtuous consort." Feng Ruoyan, clad in a simple palace attire, appeared somewhat haggard as she bowed. "There is no need for such formalities," replied the virtuous consort, her expression returning to normal as she gently supported her. "It has been a while since I last saw you, Lady Feng. It appears you are recovering well." After taking her seat, Feng Ruoyan sighed slightly. "When I gave birth to the second prince, my health suffered, which is why I required more time to rest. However, I did not expect so many events to unfold in the palace during my absence." Duan Pin, restless by nature, chimed in. "Indeed, I am still unaware of how the Empress provoked the Emperor. Was it not Lady Li who drugged Zhao Xiui?" Duan Pin, the virtuous consort, called gently. "Since the Emperor has not made a declaration, let us refrain from speculating recklessly." Duan Pin rose reluctantly. "Yes, I understand." Upon leaving Xianying Palace, Feng Ruoyan and Duan Pin walked together. "Sister Duan Pin, I have heard such significant news during my month of confinement. Is it possible that the Emperor wishes the virtuous consort to—" Duan Pin shot her a glance, lowering her voice. "Sister, do not speak carelessly. The Empress has merely been placed under house arrest. Do not think too much of it." Feng Ruoyan, however, disagreed. "The Phoenix seal has been withdrawn. This is no trivial matter." She leaned closer to Duan Pin, whispering, "Currently, the only esteemed ladies in the palace are the virtuous consort and Shun Fei. If the Empress has truly incurred the Emperor's wrath, it seems that these two ladies will have their opportunity." It appeared the Emperor favored the virtuous consort more. Duan Pin's expression darkened, a detail that did not escape Feng Ruoyan's notice. After walking a short distance, Duan Pin bid farewell. "I have matters to attend to." You may head back first. Feng Ruoyan nodded. Take care, Sister Duan Pin. Once around the corner, Feng Ruoyan paused to glance back at Duan Pin's retreating figure. Duan Pin was aligned with Shun Fei, and her words would undoubtedly reach Shun Fei's ears. Now that the Empress had lost the Phoenix Seal, some individuals in the inner palace were beginning to stir. Ying Zhaoyi, with her deep schemes, would likely target the virtuous consort first. Once the two engaged in mutual destruction, Ying Zhaoyi could then reap the benefits. In the Jianzhou pavilion, Yue Ling, weakened by poison, was napping on a couch, her raven-black hair cascading over the soft pillow, her always bright apricot eyes now shut tightly. Gentle sunlight bathed her, enveloping her in a warm, soft glow. Jun Chenzhou entered the hall silently. He treaded lightly, taking a seat at her side, his thoughts in turmoil, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. He gazed at the woman, his eyes reddened with unshed tears. Yue Ling. Jun Chenzhou bent down, taking her small hand and pressing a gentle kiss upon it. Do you despise me terribly? Is it that you wish to escape this palace? In the dream, she was confined, cursed, and even perished in the bloom of her youth. He could not fathom why he had been so cold to her, leaving her isolated and helpless. How could he bear to treat her that way? Had Yue Ling, too, dreamed of the past, causing her to avoid him? Jun Chenzhou's lips parted, his voice thick with emotion, as if choked by an unseen pain. He lingered for a moment, gradually unwinding his grip on her hand and resting his face against her palm. He would uncover the truth of what had transpired, why such events occurred. He would atone with his life, but he would never allow her to leave him. Author's note. Memory loading. 50 Chapter 88. Let me serve you. Lady Xiaoyi Yue Ling feigned discomfort and remained in the Jianzhou pavilion, reluctant to step outside. The summer of this year passed swiftly by the end of August. A heavy rain fell, ushering in a coolness in the air. The bamboo leaves outside rustled in the autumn breeze as Yunhe entered, carrying 2 fallen leaves on her attire. Your Highness, I just encountered Eunuch Fu, who mentioned that this afternoon the tailoring bureau would send someone to make riding attire for you. Riding attire? Yue Ling raised her gaze from the tome, glancing at the sky outside. Is the Emperor going hunting? Indeed, Yunhe replied, gently kneading her shoulders. In previous years, it was the Empress who arranged the attendants for the harem. Perhaps this year it was the consort Xian's doing. Yet, we have not received any news. Could it be that the consort? Yunhe hesitated, but Yue Ling understood. The list of attendants was determined by the consort Xian, and if she sought to exclude Yue Ling, it was certainly within her power. The consort is not so foolish. Yue Ling shook her head. Currently, Jun Chenzhou visits Jianzhou Pavilion almost daily. The consort would not be so blind. Feeling somewhat lazy, she had used the lingering effects of her previous poisoning as an excuse to avoid the Emperor's bedchamber for over a month. Yet, Jun Chenzhou remained steadfast in his visits, never seeking the company of others. In the afternoon, Chun Shangfu from the tailoring bureau came to take her measurements. With a face full of flattery, he inquired, Your Highness, according to the regulations, you may have 3 sets of riding attire. Do you have any preferred styles? Yue Ling examined the fabrics presented to her. They were smooth to the touch and vibrantly colored. While they were aesthetically pleasing, they seemed rather ostentatious. A silent smile crept across her lips. Was this an attempt to overwhelm her with flattery? Hunting primarily involved participation from the court officials, and should she appear before them clad in such extravagant attire, it was likely that by the next day, a memorial would be delivered to Jun Chenzhou's desk condemning her. Yunhe evidently sensed the implications and spoke up. Are the other palaces also using these materials? Chun Shangfu replied, Miss Yunhe, the consort Xian has instructed that since Lady Xiaoyi is favored by the Emperor, these materials are to be prioritized for her. The implication was clear. They were to allow her to choose first, which would undoubtedly foster resentment. However, they had miscalculated. Yue Ling was no longer inclined to compromise her preferences. After all, she had been giving Jun Chenzhou the cold shoulder lately, yet he seemed to find it quite endearing. At times, she pondered whether Jun Chenzhou was simply masochistic. In her previous life, she had carefully sought his favor, yet he remained unresponsive, this time in ignoring him. He was drawn closer. In that case, I shall keep the pomegranate red, the consort pink, the moth yellow, and the lake blue. Also the lilac. And those jade and green pieces, let them all remain. They are fine materials. Even if they cannot be fashioned into riding attire, they can serve for autumn garments. Chen Shangfu's expression momentarily stiffened, doubting whether Yue Yin had heard him correctly. Your Highness, Lady Xiui is only permitted to have 3 pieces. Is that so? Yue Yin raised her eyes to meet his. Then go and consult the emperor. She casually dismissed him, returning her focus to her book, disregarding Chen Shangfu entirely. Chen Shangfu's lips twitched. She dared not trouble the emperor with such trivial matters and could only seek the consort's guidance. In the Xianyang Palace, the consort Xian paused at these words. Did Lady Xiui not feel that she was overstepping, or did she simply disregard these regulations? The fabrics she had chosen were all bright in color. Among the many courtiers at the hunting venue, it was customary for the palace ladies to select more subdued shades, let alone the pomegranate red and yellow, which could easily provoke controversy. With a troubled expression, Chen Shangfu said, Your Highness, must I truly create these garments that Lady Xiui has selected? They are not in accordance with decorum, and I must first seek the emperor's opinion. The consort Xian took a deep breath, surprised that Yue Yin had so shamelessly chosen so much. In the study, Jun Chenzhou, engrossed in reviewing memorials, glanced at the consort Xian with a peculiar expression. Do we need to consult over such trivial matters? Those materials are meant to be worn, are they not? If they are given to Yue Yin, what is the harm? If Lady Xiui likes them, then let her have them. He did not look up from his work. It was her first time hunting, after all. Naturally, they would prioritize her needs. This was to suggest that those who had attended previously could make do with last year's attire. The consort Xian was left speechless. As night fell, the autumn breeze whispered, and Jinjiao Pavilion was dimly lit. Yue Yin, feeling fatigued, hastily finished her evening meal and retired for the night. Yuni closed the palace doors and turned to see a bright yellow imperial palanquin approaching. Yang Hai followed closely, noticing the darkened Jinjiao Pavilion, and sighed inwardly. Lady Xiui had chosen to rest so early today, despite the emperor's earlier message that he would visit in the evening. It seemed Lady Xiui had no regard for appearances. However, Jun Chenzhou appeared accustomed to this. He dismounted the palanquin and entered on his own. Yue Yin had not yet fallen asleep when she heard the door creak open. Propping herself up, she caught sight of Jun Chenzhou and lay back down. You turned in early. Is your health not well? The man shed his dew-laden outer garment and approached, enveloping her in his embrace. Yue Yin, eyes still closed, replied languidly, No, just tired. Jun Chenzhou produced a small box from somewhere and placed it before her. This is a gift for you. You may only examine it tomorrow. What is it? Yue Yin squinted, having received numerous gifts from Jun Chenzhou over the past few months, nearly filling the storeroom. The brocade box lay quietly before her, and despite herself, Yue Yin's curiosity compelled her to open it. Leaning against the bed, one hand supporting her chin, she retrieved a string of red agate necklaces from within. The design was unlike the usual palace jewelry. The agate was sizable yet not cumbersome, exuding an exotic charm. Holding in her hand, the vibrant hue accentuated her porcelain complexion, strikingly beautiful. Do you like it? Jun Chenzhou recalled the materials she had chosen earlier that day and thought of this necklace, which had been presented as tribute at the year's end. It suited her perfectly. Yue Yin blinked, although it was somewhat ostentatious. Considering the number of materials she had chosen, a single necklace did not seem too excessive. Thank you, Your Majesty. She uttered a perfunctory thanks before neatly storing the brocade box and rolling over to sleep once more. Jun Chenzhou, it's amusing how one can smile in moments of silence. After washing up, he climbed into bed and pulled her close. You take my gifts and treat me so dismissively? Yue Yin remained silent. He began to gently pinch her waist, eliciting laughter as she could no longer pretend to be unaffected. If Your Majesty feels I'm being dismissive, then you may take it back. Jun Chenzhou choked back a response, squeezing her waist harder, which made Yue Yin swat his hand away in irritation. As she shifted in his embrace, he felt a rush of desire. He pressed down on her delicate leg, his warm palm trailing down her spine, slowly moving inward. May I tonight? His voice carried a hint of grievance. It has been over a month since you allowed me to touch you. Yue Yin closed her eyes, resisting his advances. Recently, everything felt different. Her eyelashes fluttered as she remained unresponsive, listening to the man say, "You have become more obedient than before. Asking for materials and jewelry is trivial as long as you do not leave my side. Everything I owe you, I shall repay in full." In the darkness, Jun Chenzhou's eyes gleamed with clarity, his arms tightening around her. "Will the emperor allow me to leave?" "Absolutely not." Yue Ling pouted. "Then why should I bother, when I can simply enjoy myself?" "Very well, enjoy yourself as you wish." The man chuckled softly, pressing his lips against her delicate, pale nape. "Allow me to attend to you, Lady Xiui." Chapter 89. The Autumn Hunt. On the day of the autumn hunt, Yue Ling was roused from her slumber in a daze. She struggled to open her eyes, her beautiful gaze shimmering with confusion, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her delicate complexion adorned with a hint of rosy hue at the corners of her eyes. Jun Chenzhou had already completed his morning preparations and emerged. Today, he need not attend court and could accompany Yue Ling to the palace gates shortly. Time was of the essence, and if she did not rise soon, they would miss their departure. Yue Ling clutched her blanket and let out a soft murmur, her voice lingering with irresistible charm. Jun Chenzhou was not inclined to grant her the luxury of lingering in bed. He swept her and the blanket into his arms and carried her toward the cleansing chamber. "No, I can manage by myself," she protested, met only by the sound of the door to the cleansing chamber closing behind them. Fortunately, Jun Chenzhou remained focused on the task at hand, patiently assisting her with her grooming without taking advantage of the situation. Seated before the mirror, Yue Ling, aware that the journey to the hunting grounds would take 3 hours, opted for a simple yet comfortable hairstyle. She retrieved an agate necklace and donned a palace robe of a soft pink hue, which created a striking contrast against her fair skin, enhancing her captivating features and alluring beauty. When she emerged, Jun Chenzhou momentarily lost his composure. He seldom witnessed her adorned in such splendor. Even a fleeting glance from her was enough to leave him feeling parched in the throat. He discreetly cleared his throat and took a sip of cool tea. "How enticing," he remarked cryptically. Yue Ling, perplexed by his ambiguous comment, shot him a disapproving look. "How can you blame me when your own heart wavers?" she replied, taking a seat to enjoy a few bites of pastry and a small bowl of bird's nest porridge. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Yet Yue Ling furrowed her brows, exclaiming, "It's quite sunny." Upon hearing her complaint, Jun Chenzhou instructed Yang Hai to summon the imperial carriage. Though the rank of Shu, he had its own retinue. Jun Chenzhou chose to bring her directly into the imperial carriage. At the palace gates, the accompanying concubines had already gathered, and even the Empress Dowager had arrived before the carriage came to a halt, supporting Su Yu's hand. She appeared somewhat more aged than a year prior, with her graying hair particularly prominent. Upon seeing Jun Chenzhou assist Yue Ling down from the carriage, the Empress Dowager's expression darkened for an instant. In recent days, she had consistently found excuses to avoid visiting Yue Ling, as she had little desire to see that enchanting woman. Her disdain for Yue Ling was unwavering. The 2 close maidservants who had perished due to Yue Ying's influence weighed heavily on her heart, and the estrangement between mother and son was also a consequence of her. Feng Ruoyan, positioned not at the forefront, cast her gaze over the crowd and landed on Yue Ling. Since the Empress had been confined and no longer required to pay respects, she had not seen Yue Ling. Witnessing her current splendor only deepened Feng Ruoyan's resentment, a voice within her clamoring that all of this should rightfully belong to her. Jun Chenzhou exchanged a few words with the Empress Dowager, who regarded him with a cool demeanor and little warmth. The concubines gathered in small groups. Yue Ling, disinclined to join the commotion, found refuge in the shade, gently fanning herself with a handkerchief. Zhao Xiui stood adjacent to Enchongyi, who greeted her while cradling the eldest princess. Yue Ling turned her head to see her, offering only a slight nod in acknowledgement. Their relationship had been amicable when she served as a palace maid. But since the incident involving the poisoning of the eldest princess and Enchongyi's subsequent elevation to concubine, their interactions had inevitably changed. Jun Chenzhou glanced back at Yue Ling as he approached the carriage, beckoning her to come closer. Yue Ling contemplated feigning ignorance, but Yang Hai promptly approached her. "Your Highness, please, the Emperor has requested your attendance, and I have not prepared your carriage." Yue Ling sighed inwardly, and made her way past the other concubines to the emperor. Jun Chenzhou smirked as he lightly tapped her forehead. I knew it. I anticipated you would attempt to evade this, which is why I instructed that your carriage not be prepared. Without allowing her to resist, he took her hand and guided her into the carriage. With both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor settled inside, the other concubines moved toward their respective carriages according to rank. Ying Zhao observed the imperial carriage ahead, her expression inscrutable. Why hasn't T's sister, Zhao Xiui, boarded yet? Feng Ruoyan approached her side, following her gaze and commenting, Sister Zhao Xiui is indeed favored. Even for the autumn hunt, the emperor desires her company. Ying Zhao withdrew her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips as she ignored Feng Ruoyan's insinuation. Taking the hand of Jean Xin as she boarded the carriage, Feng Ruoyan paid little mind, believing that Ying Zhao's composure merely stemmed from the notion that the emperor's affection for Yue Ling was fleeting. However, she knew that, given time, the jealousy would inevitably surface. As the carriage swayed gently out of the palace gates, Yue Ling recalled a similar moment from the previous year when they returned from the temporary palace. So much had changed in a year. An hour later, the carriage traversed a forest path, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the faint fragrance of flora. Yue Ling lifted the curtain to gaze outside, the lush greenery offering a sense of freedom lacking within the confines of the square palace. Jun Chenzhou was engrossed in reviewing documents. He glanced up at the woman resting her chin against the window, her profile illuminated by sunlight, radiant and enchanting, resembling a blooming lotus. She slightly pursed her rosy lips, a gentle smile gracing her features. In that moment, nothing in the world could rival her brilliance. Yet, such a smile had never been bestowed upon him. Yun Tianchui's hand, holding the brush, froze mid-air as dark ink splattered onto the document, creating splotches of ink. Bored, Yue Ling surveyed her surroundings until her gaze fell upon the silhouette of a man ahead. It took her a moment to recognize his profile. It was Sui Jinyuan. After their last encounter, she had inquired about him from Yang Hai, who mentioned that Sui Jinyuan had been reassigned to the Imperial Guards. Since then, Yue Ling had refrained from seeking further news about him. As long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. Her concern for him might only bring him misfortune. The smile on Yue Ying's lips faded gradually. Suddenly, a hand descended upon her head, forcefully turning her face back. What are you staring at? Lost in thought. Jun Chenzhou's lips pressed tightly together, a sensation akin to countless needles pricking his heart, both bitter and painful. He grasped her chin with one hand. Your eyes seemed to be glued to him. Yue Ling blinked her innocent almond-shaped eyes, fully committing to her act of feigned ignorance. She brushed his hand away. I don't know what the emperor is talking about. I'm so tired. She yawned, leaning back against the soft cushion, her back turned to him. Jun Chenzhou let out a cold snort, slamming his brush down onto the writing desk. Yet Yue Ling showed no sign of reaction. He felt as though he might be driven to internal injury from his frustration. Chapter 90. The Royal Hunting Grounds at the initial hour of the evening. The Imperial entourage finally arrived at the Royal Hunting Grounds. This autumn hunt would last approximately 5 days, with all officials of the 6th rank and above, along with their families, in attendance, creating a lively atmosphere in the area. The Royal Hunting Grounds were established amidst vast grasslands, with the autumn breeze gently blowing and the frost-kissed trees lush with green. From a small window, Yue Ling could only gaze upon the endless expanse of greenery. The royal residence was separated from the officials, with the concubines' quarters located further back, heavily guarded on all sides. As the carriage came to a halt, Yue Ling reluctantly turned around. Jun Chenzhou had been watching her intently and, seeing her movement, smirked, finally willing to turn around. Yue Ling furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly puzzled, and remarked, Your Majesty wouldn't still be harboring thoughts about earlier, would you? I was merely admiring the scenery. It seems I can even provoke your anger. With a soft sigh, she added, Perhaps it would be better if you did not bring me along in the future, lest I unintentionally irritate you again. Jun Chenzhou, both furious and amused, leaned forward and grasped her chin. Very well. I shall confine you to the Qinyuan Hall, and then I shall have no worries. Yue Ling blinked, realizing she might have crossed a line. She quickly seized his wrist, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with laughter. "I was just jesting." "I am not jesting," he replied. Unable to suppress her annoyance, Yue shot him a glare and half-heartedly responded, "Understood, understood. I shall refrain from looking around indiscriminately in the future. Wherever your majesty directs me, I shall look. Does that suffice?" Listening to her insincere apology and her sarcastic tone, Jun Chenzhou felt a tightness in his chest. As she prepared to disembark from the carriage, he encircled her waist and said with a hint of irritation, "Just wait for me to deal with you tonight." Yue frowned, pushing him away in complaint. "Your majesty always resorts to this tactic." After saying that, she lost interest in him and lifted the curtain to step down from the carriage. Surrounded by murmurs, Yue steadied herself only to realize that nearly everyone was waiting outside the carriage for them to emerge, including the Empress Dowager, who shot her a disapproving glance. Yuyan's confidence faltered as she heard Jun Chenzhou exit behind her, prompting her to tilt her head in an accusatory stare. Jun Chenzhou accepted her scorn with ease, approaching her to take her hand. Reluctantly, Yuyan allowed him to guide her into the imperial residence. The hunting lodge was not as exquisite and luxurious as the summer palace. Perhaps due to its location on the grassland, the palace exuded a more rugged charm. Jun Chenzhou's residence, the Chongzheng Hall, was situated at the center of the lodge, with the south dedicated to the officials and their families, and the north reserved for the concubines, clearly delineated. Even a single palace gate separated them, forbidding casual access. When Jun Chenzhou finally halted, Yuyan lifted her gaze to observe her own quarters, the Yuqiong courtyard. It was in close proximity to the Chongzheng Hall. With a knowing glance, Jun Chenzhou smiled slightly. "Tonight, await me." Yuyan hurriedly pushed him away, forcing a smile. "Your Majesty must have many documents to attend to after our journey. You must be quite busy." "Ungrateful," Jun Chenzhou said, pinching her tender cheek. "I will come to see you later." She was correct. They had delayed for nearly a day on the road, and many affairs required his attention. After he departed, he assisted Yuyan into the Yuqiong courtyard. This courtyard was considerably smaller than the Jinjiao Pavilion, but equally exquisite, adorned with wisteria swaying in the breeze, while a stream meandered around the rockery, revealing glimpses of koi fish swimming below. Upon entering the inner chamber, Yuyan opened the rear window to discover a bamboo grove, with what appeared to be another palace across the way. "What palace is that?" she inquired. Yunchan, having inquired about the layout of the hunting lodge and the residences of the concubines along the way, replied, "That is the Yuxian Pavilion, wherein Jiaoyi resides." Yuyan glanced at it before closing the window, noting it was quite nearby. "Where does Feng Pin reside?" Yunchan responded, "Feng Pin is in the Qingyin Pavilion, but I saw her just now assisting the Empress Dowager." Since giving birth, Feng Ruoyan had remained quite subdued, yet Yuyan sensed that this was not truly her nature. Caution was still warranted. "Send someone to keep watch over Qingyin Pavilion," she commanded. "Understood. I will see to it," he affirmed. The hunting lodge grew dark earlier than usual, and as twilight descended, she ordered the meal to be served, leisurely dining without waiting for Jun Chenzhou's arrival. Meanwhile, the Yuxian Pavilion across the way was brightly lit. Ying Zhaoyi's mother, Madame Shui, had sent a request for an audience. The Xinfei, having been under pressure from the Xunfei recently, chose not to create further enmity with Ying Zhaoyi and agreed to dine with Madame Shui in the Yuxian Pavilion. Madame Shui peered from the window towards the bamboo grove opposite, her tone indifferent. "Is that where Zhaoyi resides?" Ying Zhaoyi paused with her spoon and casually ladled some soup. "The Yuqiong courtyard is the closest to the Chongzheng Hall. The emperor naturally arranged it for Zhaoyi." Madame Shui turned to her. "In previous years, those residing in the Yuqiong courtyard were all your predecessors. Mother also mentioned it was in past years." Ying Zhaoyi replied expressionlessly. "Now I am far from what I once was. There is no need for you to belittle yourself. Men often crave novelty. It is merely a palace maid who has risen to favor. How long can she maintain it? Mother need not comfort me." Ying Zhaoyi set down her utensils, her heart filled with frustration. "How long has it been since the emperor has visited me? Without favor and without offspring. Who knows when that wretched maid may rise above me?" Madame Shui patted her hand gently. "Do not be upset. This autumn hunt sees both your elder brother and second brother in attendance. Our Shui family will surely excel, and you shall gain face before the Emperor and Empress Dowager. Brother is accomplished in both civil and martial affairs. I have no concerns there, only about the second brother. Jiaoyi hesitated. Having been in the palace for many years, her impression of her second brother was that of a gluttonous and lazy dandy. Madame Shui shook her head repeatedly. Your second brother has become diligent. There are only 2 male heirs in the family. Your father will not indulge him. That is good. Jiaoyi finally felt a sense of relief. After all, her family was powerful, and even if she temporarily lost favor, she could endure. It was certainly better than that wretched maid, who could rely only on a fleeting bit of affection. Chapter 91. Dare to glance at him again, and you shall see how I punish you the next morning. The hunting commenced. On this day, all the court officials were to participate, and the one who captured the most game would be rewarded by the emperor. It was once during an autumn hunt that Pei Shun claimed victory and ascended to the position of commander of the Imperial Guards. As Jun Chenzhou released the first arrow from the high platform, everyone eagerly ventured into the woods. The ladies remained seated, for today was the time for their husbands to demonstrate their prowess, with the following days reserved for free hunting. Yue Ling found the atmosphere tedious, and after a short while, she decided to take her leave. The Empress Dowager watched her retreating figure, taking a deep breath to suppress her rising ire. Everyone else was present, yet she seemed so delicate. Jiaoyi's entire focus was on her 2 brothers that day, and she paid no heed to Yue Ying's departure. As noon approached, the mood on the high platform grew somewhat restless. Zhou Wan, clad in a modest water-blue palace gown, approached Jiaoyi with a cup of tea. Your Highness, she greeted. Jiaoyi lifted her eyelids to glance at her, leisurely setting down her fan. What is it, Zhou Baolin? Zhou Wan, having fallen out of favor, found her situation in the palace even more precarious after the Empress was confined. With the Empress no longer a reliable ally, she needed to seek support elsewhere. After Jiaoyi had previously come to her aid, Zhou Wan felt she was not as detestable as the Empress had claimed, and thus seized the opportunity to approach her. Zhou Wan cautiously took a seat beside Jiaoyi and poured her cup of tea. I have heard in the inner chamber that young Master Shui possesses remarkable martial skills. He is sure to win the Emperor's favor today. Jiaoyi smiled and nodded. Thank you for your kind words, sister. Behind them, Fengren could not suppress a mocking laugh at Zhou Wan's fawning demeanor. As dusk fell, bonfires were lit in the camp, and the hunters gradually returned. By the time Yue Yin arrived, everyone had already taken their seats. She noticed the only empty spot was beside the Xianfei, directly in front of Jiaoyi. Yue Yin raised an eyebrow, sensing a ploy to incite discord between her and Jiaoyi. Just as she contemplated whether to take that seat, a familiar male voice called from behind. Why are you standing there? Yue Yin halted, turning to face him. Jun Chenzhou had just returned from the hunt. He approached and took her hand, feeling its chill. Why are your hands so cold? The wind is a bit strong, she replied. Though early autumn was not particularly cold, her hands were perpetually icy. After resting in her chamber for the day, she had come out upon hearing that the banquet had begun. Yang Hai added a seat next to Jun Chenzhou, with the Empress Dowager on the other side. Seeing Yue Yin sit down, the Empress Dowager's disdain deepened. She turned her head away, choosing to ignore her presence. Many at the lower table took note of the scene, casting subtle glances at Yue Yin. Indeed, she was a beauty, which explained her rapid rise to favor. Having quickly secured the position of Xioi, Jun Chenzhou had hunted a tiger, and as he gazed at the thick fur, he contemplated making Yue Yin a warm cloak for winter, knowing she was always cold. Pei Shun led a group to tally the game, and ultimately, the one who captured the most was Shui Yi, the eldest son of the Shui family. Jun Chenzhou rewarded him generously, promoting him from a 4th-rank military officer to a 3rd-rank guard. The smile on Jiaoyi's face did not fade. She glanced at her father across the table, who appeared equally pleased. As for her second brother, Shui Cheng, though he did not surpass his elder brother, he still held his own among the crowd. Surprisingly, Sui Jingyuan ranked 3rd in the hunt. Yue Yin instinctively looked toward him. Nearly a year had passed since they last met, and Sui Jingyuan's features had become more defined. Upon hearing the news, his expression remained calm. Jun Chenzhou exchanged a meaningful glance with him, stating, indeed, a talented youth. Sui Jingyuan humbly bowed. Thank you for your praise. Your Majesty. Jun Chenzhou's hand, hidden beneath the table, squeezed Yu Yan's palm, bringing her back to awareness. She lowered her head and took a few sips from her teacup. Jun Chenzhou pinched her again, letting out a cold snort, but ultimately refraining from further comment. Soon, the palace attendants brought forth the freshly roasted meat from the day's hunt. Several plates of sizzling meat were placed in front of Yu Yan. Just as she was about to indulge, Jun Chenzhou pushed a bowl of soup toward her. Drink some soup first to warm yourself, he said, glancing at her. You didn't eat at noon. It's best to have something in your stomach to avoid stomach pains. The Empress Dowager rolled her eyes at this remark. Did he think her a 3-year-old child who needed reminding to eat? Yu Yan drank a few spoonfuls of soup, glancing eagerly at the man. Jun Chenzhou chuckled softly, finally adding some pieces of meat to her bowl. Yu Yan scrunched her face in distaste. I don't want the fatty parts. Then how about venison? Jun Chenzhou selected several lean pieces for her, trimming off the fat before serving. The Empress Dowager took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding herself that this was a public setting. She must not lose her temper. It was utterly unbearable to witness. Shun Fei, seated nearby, nearly lost her composure at this display. She smirked. Zhao Xioi has only recently entered the palace and is unfamiliar with the customs. You ought to serve the emperor. Yu Yan lifted her gaze, coyly asking the man beside her, Does your majesty require me to serve you? No need, just eat yourself. Jun Chenzhou dismissed Shun Fei, serving Yu Yan another bowl of hot soup. Feeling humiliated, Shun Fei's embarrassment deepened, especially upon hearing the derisive snicker from Xian Fei. Throughout the banquet, aside from Yu Yan enjoying herself, the others felt a pang of jealousy at the couple's affectionate display. As night descended, Jun Chenzhou conversed with the officials below, while Yu Yan lethargically munched on fruits to cleanse her palate. She noticed a jug of untouched wine before the man, recalling the taste of the peach blossom wine from last time, and felt a sudden craving. Yu Yan poured herself a small cup, and by the time Jun Chenzhou noticed, she had already downed it. Yao Yao. Jun Chenzhou hesitated, realizing it was deer blood wine, which had warming properties